I woke up in an old farmhouse with a terrible headache. A young man was crying loudly by my bed, slapping himself and blaming himself for my accident. The noise was unbearable, so I told him to be quiet. When I opened my eyes and saw the wooden roof beams, I realized the shocking truth. I had traveled through time to the Daxia dynasty. I am now in the body of a 17-year-old girl who shares my name, Lin Lan. This girl's parents died long ago, so she was raised by her older brother. He works as a debt collector and has a bad reputation in the village, but he always treated his sister like a princess. While other village girls worked in the fields, she lived a comfortable life. However, my brother is now in trouble and needs to leave town. He wanted to see me married before he left. The original owner of this body tried to trick a scholar into marrying her, but she fell into a river. A hunter named Su Yongchuan saved her, but she didn't survive. That is when I took her place. It is painful to think about my past because I died just when my life was improving. In the modern world, I grew up with my grandmother because my parents and younger sister lived in the city. I was always an outsider to them. When my grandmother passed away, she left me a house. Later, that house became very valuable because of a redevelopment project. My parents and sister tried to steal the compensation money from me, but I refused to give up my share. In a fit of rage, my sister pushed me down a flight of stairs. That fall ended my life there and sent me here. Now I am back in the farmhouse. My brother is looking at me with worry, warning me that the scholar I chased is not a good man. I have to accept this new reality and figure out how to survive in this strange village. I looked around the room and realized how dangerous my situation was. Since a man had pulled me from the river in front of everyone, my reputation was ruined. With my brother leaving soon, I would be alone and vulnerable to gossip. I decided I had no choice but to follow local customs and listen to my brother, Lin Bai. I told him I would marry Su Yongchuan, the man who saved me. My brother was surprised I agreed so easily. He told me he had already asked Su Yongchuan and he was willing. However, I insisted on meeting him first. In this era, marriage is for life, and I needed to be sure he was a decent man. When my brother brought him in, I saw that he was tall, strong, and had honest eyes. I spoke to him directly, asked if he had anyone else in his heart. He told me he had never been engaged and liked no one else. I then asked if he minded my bad reputation. He didn't seem to care about the rumors. He only asked for one thing, that I live a steady, peaceful life with him. I looked him in the eye and promised him I would. Once we reached an agreement, my brother suddenly interrupted. He demanded that the proposal happen today and the wedding tomorrow. He didn't care about a bride price or fancy customs. He only wanted Su Yongchuan to treat me well. Su Yongchuan was shocked by the rush and the lack of demands, but he promised to be good to me. My brother then admitted the truth. He was in serious trouble and had to leave the village immediately. He felt guilty for rushing my marriage, but he wanted to make sure I was safe before he disappeared. The situation was becoming urgent. My brother, Lin Bai, insisted I marry Su Yongchuan tomorrow because he had to flee the village due to trouble with some dangerous people. He was terrified for my safety if I remained alone. He warned Su Yongchuan one last time to treat me well or face his wrath. Su Yongchuan, despite being a former soldier, understood my brother's concern and promised to protect me. After Su Yongchuan left to prepare for the wedding, my brother tried to give me a heavy pouch of silver as a dowry. I tried to refuse, telling him to keep it for his journey, but he insisted I take it for my own security. We shared a touching moment where I realized how deeply he cared for me, treating my happiness as his priority. He even joked that any future wife of his would need my approval first. Meanwhile, things were tense at the Zhang family home where Su Yongchuan lived. His uncle and aunt were worried because of my bad reputation for being lazy and spoiled. His sister-in-law, Bai Xiaoling, was openly hostile, refusing to live under the same roof as me because of a past conflict. Despite their objections, Su Yongchuan stood firm. He told them he believed in me and was determined to marry me. To settle the family dispute, he proposed that we would live separately from the rest of the family after the wedding. His uncle finally agreed, and they began preparations to clean up an old house for us to live in. Just as his uncle was about to give instructions, Su Yongchuan stopped him, indicating he had more to say. The tension in the Zhang family room rose when Su Yongchuan announced he wanted to marry me tomorrow. His family was shocked and suspicious, questioning why there was such a rush. They suspected I was in trouble or that my family was trying to trick them. Su Yongchuan explained that my brother had to leave urgently and wanted to see me settled before he went. His sister-in-law, Bai Xiaoling, was particularly harsh, suggesting we split the family if I joined. Despite the opposition, Su Yongchuan stood his ground. He told his uncle he had promised me and was determined to keep his word. Seeing his resolve, his uncle finally agreed to support him, though the family remained skeptical. After securing his family's reluctant approval, Su Yongchuan went to find Aunt Lu, the village matchmaker. She was surprised that he wanted to marry me, given my poor reputation, but she accepted the job and the payment. She understood that this was just a formality, since the wedding was already planned for the next day. Meanwhile, back at the farmhouse, I sat nervously with my brother Lin Bai. I worried about whether Su Yongchuan could truly convince his family. My brother reassured me, telling me that Su Yongchuan was an honest and loyal man he had known since childhood. Suddenly, a friend of my brother's rushed in with urgent news. The people Lin Bai was in trouble with were coming to arrest him. He had to leave immediately or risk dragging me into the danger. With a heavy heart, my brother grabbed his things and fled, reminding me one last time to get married tomorrow. Left alone, I felt a deep sadness, likely a remnant of the original owner's feelings. Soon after, Aunt Lu arrived. I welcomed her politely, masking my inner turmoil. She was surprised to find me alone but seemed impressed by my calm demeanor, noting that I wasn't as useless as the rumors suggested. The matchmaker, Aunt Lu, quickly realized I was handling my own marriage since my brother wasn't around. She launched into a long speech praising Su Yongchuan, making him sound perfect. I listened politely, thinking she would make a great salesperson in the modern world. When she finally asked for my opinion, I simply agreed. She seemed a bit flustered that it was so easy, but advised me to speak up if I had any requests. I had none. Aunt Lu left to spread the news, and soon the village was buzzing with gossip about my rushed wedding. People speculated that my brother and I were scheming to trap Su Yongchuan, or that the river incident was staged. I ignored the noise and focused on preparing for my new life. While searching through the original owner's belongings, I found a beautiful red wedding dress embroidered with pomegranates. Touching the embroidery triggered a memory of the pomegranate tree in my grandmother's courtyard back in the modern world. Suddenly, my vision blurred, and I found myself standing in that very courtyard. To my shock, the entire property had traveled with me to this new world. I explored the familiar space, the vegetable garden, the pomegranate tree, and the house itself. Inside, everything was just as I remembered. The old furniture, the TV, and the kitchen stocked with some rice, oil, seasonings, and even a few fruits. In my bedroom, I found boxes of sanitary pads and a well-stocked first aid kit. Realizing that this property had disappeared from the modern world gave me a sense of satisfaction, knowing my greedy family wouldn't get the demolition money they were after. Now, I have a secret sanctuary and supplies to help me survive in this dynasty. While exploring my secret courtyard, I found an old phone with a full battery. Although it had no internet, I could still listen to downloaded music, which comforted me. I decided to make a hot pot using ingredients from the kitchen and fresh vegetables from the yard. After a satisfying meal, I discovered I could store items in my space and bring them out at will. Later, I heard a knock at the gate. It was Su Yongchuan. He brought me 3 eggs, worried I hadn't eaten because he saw no smoke from my chimney. I declined the food, explaining I had already eaten. Then, he surprised me by saying he would stay the night, sleeping in the livestock shed to protect me, as per my brother's request. I was touched by my brother's care and Su Yongchuan's loyalty. I gave him a quilt and he shared good news. We would live separately from his family in the old house after the wedding. I was relieved and told him I didn't mind the old house. expressing my faith in our future. That night, I dreamt of my former life in the modern world. My greedy family went to claim the compensation for the demolished courtyard, only to find that the property record and the house itself had completely vanished. They were left panicked and confused, realizing they had lost the millions they were counting on. Seeing their distress gave me a sense of closure. The nightmare of my past life continued. My greedy family wandered the village, confused and unable to find the courtyard they were so desperate to claim. They even ran into an old neighbor, Xuanzi, who claimed not to know my father, dismissing him as a stranger. My sister, Lin Rue, threw a tantrum about her expensive shoes and the missing house, while my parents slowly realized their financial ruin. My father collapsed in despair as the reality sank in. The house was gone, and so was their hope for compensation. Watching this, I felt a sense of closure. I felt no guilt for taking what was mine. I woke up to the sound of Aunt Lu knocking. It was my wedding day. Su Yongchuan was already gone, likely preparing for the ceremony. Aunt Lu had brought a lucky elder to help me get ready. As they did my hair and makeup, Aunt Lu noted how quiet the house was without family, but she reassured me that the Su family would take care of things. Outside, firecrackers announced Su Yongchuan's arrival. He came with an ox cart and his cousins, handing out candy to the villagers who gathered to watch. Despite some gossiping about the rushed wedding, the mood was festive. When I stepped out in my red wedding dress, Su Yongchuan was stunned into silence. Aunt Lu and his cousins had to nudge him to come get me. He approached awkwardly, grinning from ear to ear, and I couldn't help but smile at his endearing foolishness as he took my hand to lead me to my new life. My wedding day continued with a ride on an ox cart to Su Yongchuan's home. I had a surprisingly large dowry, thanks to my brother, which impressed the villagers and made the Zhang family take notice. After the ceremony, I was taken to the bridal room, an old house that needed repairs. Su Yongchuan joined me, grinning from ear to ear. His genuine happiness and our easy conversation about fixing up the house made me feel much more comfortable. He promised to handle all the repairs and even teased me affectionately before leaving to drink with the guests, promising to bring me food later. While he was gone, I snacked on some chips from my secret stash until two girls interrupted me. One was Su Yongchuan's cousin, Zhang Xiaoyan, and the other was her relative, a chubby girl named Minmin. Minmin awkwardly asked why my brother wasn't at the wedding, which created a tense moment. I handled it calmly, explaining that my brother and I valued substance over formalities. Zhang Xiaoyan, knowing my reputation for not being a pushover, quickly dragged Minmin away to avoid trouble. Later, I overheard Zhang Xiaoyan in the kitchen, preparing a large bowl of food for me. She remarked on how well Su Yongchuan treated me, reinforcing the idea that a husband should care for his wife. She then headed back to my room with the meal. My sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaoyan, brought me a massive bowl of food after the wedding feast. I honestly told her it was too much for me to eat. I explained that I prefer being direct rather than pretending to be polite. She seemed to respect my honesty and took half of the food away. As the sun began to set, the noise from the party faded. Su Yongchuan stumbled into our room, his face red and eyes unfocused. He insisted he wasn't drunk, but he couldn't even count my fingers correctly. He tried to pull me onto the bed to rest. I instinctively pulled away, worried about propriety since it was still daylight and guests were nearby. However, he laughed and clarified that he only wanted me to take a nap because I had woken up so early. When I suggested he wash up because of the strong smell of alcohol, he tried to stand but nearly fell. I had to use a stern voice to order him to stay still so he wouldn't hurt himself. I went to the kitchen to fetch hot water for him. The women of the family were busy cleaning up the leftovers and tables. When I politely thanked them for their hard work, they looked completely shocked. They were accustomed to the old Lin Lan, who was known for being arrogant and rude. My sudden politeness confused them. My husband's aunt eventually recovered from her surprise and told Zhang Xiaoyan to fill a basin for me. As I left with the hot water, I knew they were whispering behind my back, wondering if I was really the same person they used to know. I knew I had to be careful with my generosity. A friend of mine had been the perfect, hard-working wife, but her efforts only led to her being taken for granted by her in-laws and husband. I resolved not to make the same mistake. I told Soo Yong-chwan I was tired and wanted to relax in the yard while he cooked. He agreed, though he teased me slightly. I followed him to the kitchen to check about leftovers, relieved to find there were none, as my modern hygiene standards made me wary of shared food. While waiting for dinner, I examined our new home. It was in poor condition: broken walls, a leaky thatched roof, and a flimsy fence. It definitely needed urgent repairs before the autumn rains. Soo Yong-chwan called me for dinner, which consisted of meat, vegetables, pickled radish, and porridge. I loved the pickled radish and told him I could make it myself, though he seemed skeptical given my reputation. We discussed fixing the house, and I suggested we stay at my brother's place temporarily, but Soo Yong-chwan was hesitant about living with his in-laws. After dinner, I sat in the yard, worrying about my brother Lin Bai and the trouble he was in. I hoped he was safe and wondered if the original owner of my body had swapped places with me in the modern world. Soo Yong-chwan joined me, misinterpreting my worry as financial concern. He promised to provide for me just as well as my brother had, even though he jokingly called me a spendthrift. He then carried me inside, where he had lit red candles to create a romantic atmosphere. We washed up and went to bed, with Soo Yong-chwan promising to treat me well as we settled in for the night. Once the room was quiet again, Lin Lan's confused mind slowly cleared. She reached out and pushed Soo Yong-chwan. "Soo Yong-chwan, is there something we haven't done yet?" "No, we've finished all the steps," Soo Yong-chwan said affectionately, patting her head. "No, I really feel like something's missing." Soo Yong-chwan smiled, counting on his fingers. Wedding ceremony, bowing to the elders, entering the bridal chamber, taking a nap, dinner, lighting the red candles. We've gone through all that, right? Suddenly, their eyes met, and they both said at the same time, "We haven't drunk the wedding wine." Lin Lan was angry and kicked him. "It's all your fault. Why are you in such a hurry?" Soo Yong-chwan didn't dodge her and let her tidy up. "How can I not be in a hurry? In the village, at my age, kids are already old enough to buy soy sauce." He had heard plenty of jokes in the military camp, and now that he's married, he thought he should try them all. But this is just the beginning. After she calmed down, he finally pulled back the blanket and got out of bed. Lin Lan only glanced at him briefly before looking away. You should put on your clothes first." Soo Yong-chwan looked at her with a meaningful smile. He picked up the wine jug on the table, poured 2 glasses, and carried the tray to the bed. His expression was very serious. "Wife, let's drink the wedding wine. After drinking this, we will face all storms together, never leaving each other. A beautiful vow." Lin Lan slowly sat up from the bed, reached out from under the blanket, and looked at him with suspicion. "Is it still useful to drink now? It works. As long as you care, vows are always effective." Seeing his deep gaze and smiling eyes, Lin Lan was moved a little. She took the wedding wine with him. Soo Yong-chwan put away his glass, then smoothly jumped onto the bed. Before falling asleep, Lin Lan thought to herself that his stamina was really good. Tomorrow, she would send him to the mountains. "Wife, wake up. We need to go pay respects to Uncle and Auntie," Soo Yong-chwan gently called her in a daze. "I'm not fully awake yet." She turned over and continued sleeping. "Wait until we come back to sleep. Sleep as long as you want." "Soo Yong-chwan, you're so annoying. I just slept for a little while and you're calling me? So annoying." Woken up in her sleep, Lin Lan was very grumpy. Get up first. We'll sleep again when we return. I promise I won't bother you. You can sleep as long as you want." Soo Yong-chwan felt a bit guilty. But seeing the sun outside the door, he had no choice but to muster his courage and wake her up. Lin Lan kicked him hard in frustration but finally got up unwillingly. Everyone in Baihua village knew about Soo Yong-chwan's background. She was no exception. His mother had just passed away, and immediately after, his father brought his mistress home. The woman mistreated Soo Yong-chwan, and his father turned a blind eye. He was neglected and often went hungry. Zhang Deju and his wife, kind-hearted people, couldn't bear to see his only bloodline suffer. Despite not being wealthy, they took him in and raised him for many years. To him, Zhang's family was like his own parents. He always regarded Zhang's parents as his real father and mother. As Lin Lan was his new wife, she should treat them as family, just like Su Yongchuan did, respecting them. Respectful tea must be served. What's the time now? Looking outside, the sky is already bright. Modern people have clocks, so they don't rely on observing the sky to tell the time like ancient folks did. It's just past dawn. What Su Yongchuan didn't say was that he usually goes into the mountains at this time. Lin Lan thought for a moment. According to modern time, it's only about 7 o'clock, not late. I'll go get water for you. Su Yongchuan touched his nose and strode out of the room. Cold water, please. That will help wake me up. After splashing cold water on her face, she felt much more alert. Lin Lan tied up her long hair with a hairpin, neat and fresh, revealing her slender neck. She also took out a sky-blue dress from her box, dressed carefully, and then went out. The two houses are not far apart, just 2 furrows of farmland between them. By the time she reached the Zhang family, everyone was already up. Zhang's wife and sister-in-law were cooking in the kitchen, Zhang Qianshan was sweeping the yard, and Zhang Qianhu was carrying a bucket of water inside. Zhang's father was shoveling chicken droppings in the chicken coop, but he didn't see Zhou Lanhua's shadow. The only grandchild of the Zhang family was holding a stick, chasing the chickens out. Everyone was busy. Lin Lan once again felt grateful that they had split the family. Otherwise, with her current habits, she would sleep until late morning and surely get scolded to death. Second uncle, Aunt, you're here? The little kid dropped his stick and ran toward them with short legs. Little guy, you're quite diligent. Su Yongchuan pinched his cheek. I'm here. Zhang's father looked up from the chicken coop and greeted with a smile. Uncle, let me do it. Su Yongchuan, who was attentive to work, immediately released the little kid, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to help. As he moved forward, he also called out to Lin Lan, Aunt, your mother is in the backyard. Go find her. Zhang's father waved his hand hurriedly. No need. Chicken droppings are there every day. Not shoveling them for a day is fine. Then Zhang's father called out loudly to the backyard. Mother, come out quickly. Stop working. Have some tea with your daughter-in-law. Coming, coming. Zhou Lanhua's cheerful voice came from the backyard. The whole family had loud voices, and their lively exchanges reminded Lin Lan of her childhood. Back then, her grandmother was working in the fields. When she finished cooking, she just stood in her yard, hands on her hips, shouting up the mountain, and her grandmother would respond. It felt very warm and familiar. Soon, Zhou Lanhua came out of the backyard, walking while brushing dirt off her hands. Yongchuan, Xiaolan, why are you both up so early? You were tired all day yesterday, and you should rest a bit longer. Zhang Xiaoyan wisely helped her mother pour a basin of water. Su Yongchuan smiled. It's my wife's idea. Today is her first day moving in, so according to the rules, we need to serve tea to the elders. That's why I got up early. It's the girls' carefulness. In the past, Chuanzi wasn't so thoughtful. Zhou Lanhua looked at Lin Lan with admiration. Hearing this, Lin Lan didn't dare to feel sleepy anymore. She swallowed a yawn that was about to come out and forced a polite laugh. After exchanging a few words, everyone went into the main room. In the center of the main room was a square wooden table, polished shiny, with corners covered in a protective coating, an old piece of furniture. It looked quite old. In front of the table, there were 4 small stools. Zhang's wife and sister-in-law came in and out, setting out food, a basket of black bread, a dish of pickles, and a large bowl of sweet potato and brown rice porridge. There were more sweet potatoes and less brown rice. This was how most villagers ate. Zhang Dazhu and his wife sat at the head of the table. Zhang Shaoran brought over 2 cups of tea brewed with tea leaves. Lin Lan and Su Yongchuan each had a cup, and they knelt side by side to serve tea to the elders, saying, Uncle, Auntie, please have some tea. Good. The old couple smiled happily, full of energy, with more wrinkles around their eyes and brows. After drinking the tea from their daughter-in-law, the old couple each took out a red envelope and handed it to them. Now that you're married, you're grown-ups. Live well together, support each other, be understanding, and don't be stubborn. Yes, uncle, auntie, the couple respectfully responded. Are you hungry? Come on, let's eat. At the table, everyone ate and talked. Yongchuan, you should fix up your house soon. The rainy season is coming, and if you don't do some repairs, it could be a problem. Uncle, I was just about to say that. My wife and I discussed it and we'll start repairs tomorrow. Then you should move back in. Stay in your old room, Zhou Lanhua quickly said. Lin Lan shook her head at Su Yongchuan. She didn't want to live with the Zhang family. Living all together with a big family can cause disagreements. Over time, it might lead to misunderstandings and conflicts, which wouldn't be good. Su Yongchuan agreed. They had just married and were in the honeymoon phase. They didn't want anyone to disturb them. Auntie, there's no need. The room can still be used by Qian Shui, said Zhang's younger son. Recently, he had been working at the dock with others. Counting the days, he would be back soon. Previously, Su Yongchuan had shared a room with Zhang Qian Shui. What's the big deal? If Qian Shui comes back, he can just sleep in the animal shed for a while. Annie, really, there's no need. It's too troublesome. Zhou Lanhua understood that the young couple wanted to live alone. She didn't insist and simply asked, Where do you plan to stay? For now, we'll stay at my older brother-in-law's house. He's not home, so we can stay there for a few days without any problem. He kept saying, for now, twice, and Lin Lan realized he was still worried about staying at someone else's place. But Lin Lan didn't care what he thought. She really didn't want to share a house with the Zhang family. She quickly said, Yes, Auntie, don't worry. Before my brother left, he said I can go back anytime. My room at home is always reserved for me. When she said this, the women in the house looked at Lin Lan with envy. When they were at home, they all shared one room with their sisters. As soon as they left, the room was cleaned and cleared of traces. Unlike Lin Lan, who had her own room since she was young. Even after marriage, someone kept her room for her, so she could return anytime. It can be said that village girls both disliked Lin Lan's arrogance and envied her, wishing to be like her. That works. I've estimated that with your 2 cousins, I can finish fixing the house in at most 2 days, said Zhang Dezhu. Then thank you, uncle, and your 2 cousins. Child, why are you being so polite now that you're married? After dinner, Zhang's wife and sister-in-law cleared the dishes. Zhang Dezhu packed a bag of tobacco, took a big puff, and said, We agreed before, once Yongchuan gets married, he can move out on his own. My wife and I don't have much ability. We've worked hard all our lives and only saved a few acres of thin land. Although you're not our biological child, you've been with us for so many years. In our eyes, you're just like your 2 cousins, our children. Today, since everyone is here, I want to share some of the family property with you. The heads of the main family and his wife listened without showing any emotion. According to the rules, as long as the family hasn't officially divided, the elders make all major and minor decisions. Furthermore, Su Yongchuan has stayed at the Zhang family for many years and has helped support the family. It is only fair that he receives a share of the inheritance. Bai Shaoling listened carefully, her eyes moving quickly, but she dared not say anything. Su Yongchuan looked at Lin Lan. Before Zhang Dezhu finished speaking, he immediately refused. Uncle, I don't want anything. You and Aunt raised me, and I am very grateful. I can't take your things now. Yongchuan, I understand how you feel. Since there are no outsiders here, I'll be honest. I can only give you a little, 2 acres of thin land, enough for you to live on. You'll have to rely on yourself in the future. This was the decision he made after talking with his wife. The Zhang family owns 10 acres of good land and 15 acres of dry land. They have 3 sons, and the youngest is not yet married. They have to think about their own children's future. But this child also has a hard life. His biological mother died early, and he was brought home when he was 5. Growing up with them, he became sensible from a young age. 2 years ago, he even went to fight on the battlefield in place of his older brother. They felt guilty about that. 2 acres of land is not much, but it is their way of showing love. As for the dry land, they won't give it to him. Uncle, you really don't need to give me anything. Leave the good land to my cousins. I have skills in hunting and can support myself. You don't need to worry about me, Su Yongchuan said confidently. Yongchuan. Zhou Lanhua's feelings were complicated. Such a good child. How could the Su family not cherish him? She hoped Lin Lan was a kind and caring girl, so that this child could have a peaceful and stable life in the future. Uncle, Aunt, please don't persuade me. I won't take your things. That's enough. You should go ahead with your work. We'll go back and get ready. All right. Tomorrow morning, we'll come to help you fix the house. After they left, the elderly couple of the Zhang family whispered to each other. Old lady, do you think Yongchuan will have a good life in the future? This child is thoughtful and doesn't want our things. Zhang Dezhu was a bit worried. Before his sister died, she entrusted her son to him. He felt it was his duty to help him start a family and build a future. He had wanted to see more of him, but unexpectedly, Lin Lan appeared halfway. Yongchuan is capable and has plans in his heart. He returned safely from the battlefield. As the saying goes, surviving a great disaster brings good fortune. His days will only get better. Moreover, he thought Lin Lan was not a bad girl. Zhou Lanhua smiled and comforted him. Do you really think she's good? Zhou Lanhua nodded. I think it's okay. When Chuanzi refused the inheritance, she didn't even frown. It shows she's not greedy. Since yesterday, her opinion of Lin Lan has started to change. You're right about that, so don't worry. Lin Lan is a bit stubborn, but Yongchuan can handle her. Didn't you see? After just one night, she's been much more obedient. That's true. The main household was quiet. Mrs. Su and her husband went to work in the fields after Lin Lan and the others left. Meanwhile, the second household was still inside, chatting quietly. Qianhu, what if we also split up? You want to split the family? Zhang Qianhu looked surprised. Keep your voice down. I'm not asking for your opinion. Think about it. If we split, how can we live our own lives? Lin Lan's confident attitude today made her very envious. She had woken up late, but her mother-in-law still praised her for waking early and even told her to sleep a little longer. When she first moved in, on her wedding day, she got up before dawn. She cooked, fed the chickens and pigs, worried about waking late and being disliked by her in-laws. She wasn't as relaxed as Lin Lan. If she could also split from the family and live on her own, she could make her own decisions. Old Third hasn't married yet. Our parents wouldn't agree. Zhang Qianhu interrupted her. Our parents are biased. Why can Yongchuan split and live separately? Bai Shaoling pouted. He even left the family with nothing. Why don't you say anything about that? That's different. He's surnamed Su, not from the Zhang family. He's just a nephew. How can he ask for his uncle's property? Are you crazy? You can say these things? Yongchuan grew up in our house. To our parents, he's just like their own son. And he went to the frontier with my name. It's dangerous. I'm telling you, keep these words to yourself in the future. If you dare to say them again, I'll cut you, believe it or not. Zhang Qianhu's eyes darkened. After that incident, he always felt he owed Su Yongchuan. He felt like he owed him a life. I don't have any problem with Yongchuan. I just don't like Lin Lan. Bai Shaoling shrank back, realizing she had touched a man's bottom line. I am just discussing the division of the family property. My parents are. Enough. How is Lin Lan? Yuan Chuan will take care of everything. It's not your place to judge, Zhang Qianhua said, scratching his head in frustration. He stood up irritably and carried his hoe to the field. What a useless person, with no manly spirit at all. My mother's efforts are better than Lin Lan's, Bai Shaoling said angrily, kicking the bed several times. Bai Shaoling, where did you go, old woman? All you do is scold me every day. Why are you so afraid to speak up to Lin Lan? Bai Shaoling muttered quietly in her room. After she finished cursing, she raised her voice and called out the window, Mother, I'm here, lazy as a donkey, always shirking chores. Look at your sister-in-law. She drops her rice bowl and immediately goes to work in the field. Now she's probably turned the whole field over. Zhou Lanhua shook her head. She had never liked this daughter-in-law. She was lazy and always scheming. But there was nothing she could do. The Zhang family had owed Bai family a favor for years, and this marriage was arranged by the old master. Even if she disliked her daughter-in-law, she had to accept her coming into the family. Something came up in the house, so I was delayed. I'll go right away, Bai Xiaoling said with a pout, then grabbed her hoe and headed to the corner. By now, Lin Lan and Su Yongchuan had already returned home. As soon as they entered, Lin Lan pointed to the wedding chest in the corner and said, "Later, you just need to move these things to our house. Don't you have anything else to say?" Su Yongchuan looked at her in surprise. "What's there to say? I refused those 2 acres of good land. Are you angry? Why should I be? You have your reasons for doing things. A good man doesn't rely on family division money. As long as we work hard, we'll earn our own someday." Actually, she deeply understood Su Yongchuan's situation. Back then, she was a biological daughter, but after going to her parents' big villa, she felt so restrained. And Su Yongchuan wasn't even a child of the Zhang family. They had raised him well, which was already very kind. Asking for his family's property was inappropriate. "Do you really think that?" Lin Lan blinked. "Actually, the land has always been in my name. If you're willing to stop dreaming, I won't be a son-in-law." Su Yongchuan's expression turned serious. "We're just going to stay at your house for a few days until the repairs are done." Lin Lan laughed loudly, showing her white teeth. "All right, no need to explain. I understand. Pack your things. Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't finished talking," Su Yongchuan said. He then sat Lin Lan on the bed and turned to walk to the corner. "What are you looking for?" Soon, Su Yongchuan came out holding a wooden box. "Here. What's this?" "It contains the pay I received after returning from the battlefield, plus the money I earned from hunting these days. All inside." "Su Yongchuan, are you really trusting me to manage the money? Aren't you worried I might spend it all?" Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. The original owner was known for being extravagant, which everyone in the village knew. Spending it all is normal, isn't it? After all, the nickname spendthrift didn't come out of nowhere. "It's earned with real silver and gold," Su Yongchuan said with a teasing smile. "Su Yongchuan, you can't even fit everything in that gourd of yours. You used to be serious, but now that you have a wife, you're not hiding it anymore. Wasn't it because we weren't close before? Talking to girls outside, you had to be careful, right? Anyway, you're right about everything." He opened the box and looked inside. It held 2 silver ingots weighing 10 taels each, some broken silver, and scattered copper coins. It looked like quite a lot. Lin Lan counted the money, then closed the box. "Su Yongchuan, let's be clear. Since this money is mine now, you're not allowed to ask how I spend it. Not asking is fine. All right, pack up. By the way, go borrow a cart." "Okay." Su Yongchuan turned and left. When he returned, Lin Lan had already packed up the things to be taken from the house. They moved like ants, carrying their bundles onto the cart one load at a time. Soon, everything was packed. Su Yongchuan pulled the cart toward Lin's family, with Lin Lan helping from behind. "Chuanzi, what are you carrying so many bags for?" a passing woman asked. "We plan to fix up the old house. We're just going to stay at my brother-in-law's place for a few days," he replied. "Fixing the house? Do you need to tear it down and rebuild?" "No need to do that. Just patch the walls and fix the roof." After the 2 of them walked away, the old lady sighed. "Look at all those things on that cart. They're all good stuff. And there's 20 taels of silver as dowry. It's a pity the Bai family isn't lucky enough." "Who says they aren't? With Lin Bai as a brother-in-law, it's like having a money tree. It's just that the Bai family is proud and doesn't want to marry into us. That's because they're scholars. There's a saying, all trades are low, but studying is noble. Pfft. There are so many scholars in the world, but not everyone can pass the exams. They borrowed money from us before and still haven't paid it back. They're just proud for nothing. The old house of the Lin family hasn't been lived in for a day, so there's no need to clean it. The house is fully furnished, ready for someone to move in with just a bag." Lin Lan clapped her hands and said, "You first move those boxes to the corner. I'm going to pick some greens in the field." "Okay." Lin Lan put on her straw hat, carried a basket, and went out. The Lin family had land, but Lin Bai was too busy to farm. Since the good field shouldn't be left idle, they rented out a few acres of their land. But they kept a small piece of land to grow vegetables for the siblings to eat. In the early autumn weather, the sun shone fiercely, making the leaves droop, and even the breeze was hot and rough. Lin Mon stayed in the shade of the trees as much as possible, but when she reached the field, she still broke out in a light sweat. Lin Mon, are you going to pick vegetables in the field? A woman nearby, leaning on her hoe, called out loudly.
Auntie, I'm digging sweet potatoes.
Wow, your sweet potatoes are really good. Each one is as big as a bowl. This year's a real bumper harvest. When Lin Mon was young, she also helped her grandmother farm, so she knew the joy of a good harvest well. It's okay. The aunt's smile stiffened. Hearing her gentle tone, she felt uneasy. Did Lin Mon mean something special? Or was she planning not to rent the land to them anymore? Lin Mon, you're just a young girl. Farming this land is hard work. Plowing, planting, catching bugs, weeding, all labor. A whole year of work just to get by. The man in the field glanced at Lin Mon but said nothing. Auntie, so you don't want to rent the land anymore? Lin Lan's eyes narrowed slightly, still trying to deceive her. The original owner never farmed the land and didn't understand the market. He was also someone who liked to be flattered. This aunt was known for being very sweet-tongued. With just a few kind words, she managed to get the 5 acres of land from the Lin family. For such good land, other villages would charge a 30% rent if they leased it out. But the original owner only took a token 1% rent. Lin Bai's younger sister was mainly responsible for family matters, and the original owner rarely involved himself. He often spent his days in town, coming and going, so he didn't pay much attention to these things. This gave the family a chance to take advantage. Because of this, the villagers looked down on the original owner even more. He had a pretty face but was empty-headed. They worried that marrying such a wife would affect the intelligence of their future children, creating a bad cycle. This made it even harder for the original owner to find a wife. The aunt was a bit annoyed. She only wanted to scare her, so she wouldn't think about taking the land. She also hoped to get her to pay less rent, but the woman surprisingly became clever and didn't fall for it. The aunt forced a smile and said, No, I didn't mean that. I was just commenting. Lin Lan, look at how beautiful you are, white and tender. You're born to live a good life. Farming is hard work, with sun and wind. If you go to the fields, your delicate skin might get ruined. So, let us rough folks handle the hard work. You just enjoy your carefree days. It seemed she couldn't leave for now. Lin Mon quickly found a shady spot to stand. Annie, I was just about to come find you. After you finish harvesting this season's crops, please return the land to me. You know I just got married. Su Yongchuan is alone at home, with no land or fields. I need to plan for the future, so I want to take the land back and farm it with my husband. She had just arrived yesterday, first seeing Lin Bai off, then spending a whole day getting married. She was busy and hadn't thought much about these matters. But today, she encountered this family, which wasn't kind. She saw a chance to reclaim the land. She didn't really want to farm it herself, but there are rules for tenants. She could ask for less, but she wouldn't be fooled easily. Lin Bai had left and didn't know when he would return. She had to stay and watch over the house for him. Even if he has other ideas when he returns later, we can deal with that then. The man's face suddenly darkened. He heavily stuck his hoe into the ground and straightened up. Lin Lan, we agreed before that you would rent us this land, and we would pay you rent. When we first took over, the land was full of weeds. Now that it's finally fertile, you want to take it back. Isn't that unfair? He had been farming these few acres for many years. Relying on this land, he supported his family. Now, suddenly, Lin Lan wants to reclaim the land. He couldn't accept that. You know this land was rented to you, not given to you. Since it's rented, I have the right to take it back, Lin Lan said firmly, looking at him confidently. These people like to take advantage and got used to it. Lin Lan, your uncle didn't mean that. Look, we pay you a good rent every year. You can't just take it back without giving us some time to respond. People pay in grains or wheat, based on market prices. But you only give some sweet potatoes, beans, and corn. How can you call that rent? Lin Lan, you don't understand if you've never farmed. The land is different from place to place. Your land on the hillside doesn't hold water at all. The crops are dry and poor, so the harvest isn't good. Plus, your land is near the mountain, and there are a lot of tree roots every year which drain the nutrients. We don't harvest much from your land either. Honestly, we're being kind to you. Others wouldn't give so much. Lin Lan chuckled angrily. From their words, she realized she was actually getting the better deal. Our land is top-quality mountain land. Although it's on a slope, the tallest plants nearby are just thorns, not big trees. There's also a water reservoir built early on, so watering is very easy. Are you trying to fool me? Her aunt choked on her words. Was she really that naive? I'm not someone who likes to take advantage of others. Since you feel you've been wronged, I'll return the land to you. I officially notify you that after this season's harvest, you shouldn't farm this land anymore. If you feel you've been wronged, then go rent someone else's land, Lin Lan said firmly. The sun was almost unbearable, shining so brightly that it made people's eyes go dark. She ignored the two of them and went straight to her own vegetable garden. She picked a few cucumbers from the grass, grabbed some chili peppers, and some green beans. It was clear that the original owner didn't like working. The weeds in the field were almost as tall as a person. When the weather gets cooler, she thought, I should come and weed the garden. Lin Lan left, but her aunt was suddenly worried. Boss, what do you think about this? Why do you talk so much? Why bother with that fool? Now we might lose the land. The man glared at her and said impatiently, I'm just trying to cheer her up. A few kind words, that's all. It costs nothing but some words. You're blaming me now? If I hadn't persuaded her to rent the land to us, we wouldn't have had these good years. We wouldn't have eaten so well every year. Enough, enough. Don't complain so much. Boss, you need to make a rule about this. The man spat harshly into his palm. If it's about renting, then rent. If it's about reclaiming, then reclaim. Why not? But the land still belongs to them. The couple had been sharing a bed for many years. With just a look, she understood what the man meant. But she hesitated and couldn't help but add, who says it's hers? Lin Lan, a married daughter. Why should she interfere in her mother's affairs? If they want the land back, tell Lin Bai to come to me. I promise I'll give it up without a fight. The man sneered coldly, already having a plan in mind. Rumors spread that Lin Bai was in trouble and had left home to avoid problems. Now everyone in the village was talking. Most said Lin Bai probably wouldn't come back, so they hurried to marry off his sister. Otherwise, why the rush to get her married? Yes, before Lin Lan got married, she still had some say, but now she's married, she's Mrs. Su. And this land belongs to the Lin family. She's just a sister-in-law now. Why should she interfere in her family's affairs? If we insist that this land was rented from Lin Bai, and we need to give it up, let Lin Bai come and talk to us. I doubt Lin Lan can do anything. The woman looked at him with admiration and praise. Boss, you're so clever. The man grinned. The young girl hadn't even fully grown yet and still wanted to compete with him. He looked at the land. If Lin Bai never came back, it would be perfect. Then it would belong to their family. All right, let's get to work. It's pretty sunny today. Husband, I must say, this land is getting richer and better. It's much better than ours. After a year, the harvest is at least 10% more than others. With her husband's confident reply, the woman felt reassured. According to them, Lin Lan's idea of reclaiming the land was just a dream. Anyway, they planned to keep the land for as long as possible because it was so fertile. They wouldn't want to give it up. Even if Lin Bai returned, their story still made sense. Feeling proud, the couple worked with more energy, swinging their hoes more smoothly. Lin Lan carried a basket of vegetables and gracefully pushed open the big gate of the Lin family. But after taking a step, she hesitated and stepped back. Is this still the Lin family yard? The yard, once dusty and filled with fallen leaves and withered plants, was now spotless. No leaves at all. The messy firewood was neatly stacked in the corner. The black grime outside the water jar had disappeared, revealing a shiny black surface. Inside the jar, there was no scale, just clear water, with a water ladle gently rocking on the surface. The big doors, once covered in black, now showed their true colors. Am I in the right yard? What do you think? Su Yongchuan was wiping the table with a cloth. Hearing her, He immediately turned around. Haha, definitely the right place. In the whole village, only our family has a water spirit like a turtle. Wow, a grown man tidying up so efficiently. Lin Lon felt a bit ashamed. She decided that from now on, she would leave these chores to Su Yongchuan. It suited his skills. Smooth talker, Su Yongchuan glanced at her and kept working. Lin Lon set down her basket, scooped a ladle of water from the jar, and drank it happily. The cool, sweet water spread through her body. It was pure mountain spring water, pollution-free and sweet. She looked at the worker and blinked. Husband, you've worked hard. Want some water?
Su Jong-chun.
Her soft, bird-like voice sounded very pleasant, making her feel a little weak. He swallowed hard and pretended to be stern. From now on, call me that. If you change your tone, see how I deal with you. Yes, husband. I'm upset about him always calling me by my name. Then you go ahead and do your thing. I'll go cook. Watching her cheerful figure, Su Yongchuan squinted. The kitchen was cleaned, spotless, and shiny. Lin Lon was very satisfied. As the saying goes, illness enters through the mouth, so kitchen hygiene is very important. This man was quite interesting. Not to mention ancient times, even in modern days, few men do household chores. This made her even more pleased with him. First, she crushed the cucumber, peeled a few cloves of garlic, and threw them into a mortar. She quickly mashed them into garlic paste, then chopped some chili and added it in. She went to her space to get some seasonings, mixed them casually. Of course, she only dared to add salt, sugar, and a little MSG. She didn't dare add anything else. In their kitchen, besides coarse salt, there was only a jar of sugar, nothing else. After mixing the cucumber, she took out some green beans, snapped them into sections. She took a piece of meat about the size of her palm, sliced it thinly, and stir-fried it in a pan until golden and crispy. Then she added the green beans and simmered everything together. When the dish was ready, the porridge in another pot was also done. Lin Lon called out, "Wash your hands and come eat." Okay. On the main table in the hall, there was a plate of seasoned cucumber and another of stir-fried meat with green beans, looking delicious and fragrant. The porridge in the bowl was full of grains, thick with soup, just perfect. Why are you just standing there?
Come eat.
Try my cooking. Su Yongchuan nodded, quickly looked away, and took a bite. His expression was a bit strange. Why was this cucumber so sweet? And this sweetness was different from sugar. He couldn't quite describe it. Is it tasty? Not bad. I used to think I'd have to take over the kitchen for the rest of my life. He kept scooping cucumber and eating, feeling that the flavor was very different. Are you stupid? I grew up wild. If I couldn't cook, I'd be starving. Lin Lon rolled her eyes at him, eating gracefully with each bite of food and porridge. She had thought of this excuse early in the morning. And she wasn't lying. She really could cook, and she often went to town to buy meat. Besides, he wasn't close to the original owner. So how could he know if her cooking skills were good? So she wasn't worried about revealing the truth at all. That's true. Su Yongchuan nodded, but a faint glow flickered in his eyes. After finishing their meal and tidying up the dishes, the two lay side by side on the bed. The sun shone brightly overhead, emitting a blinding white light. It was the hottest part of the day, but the tiled house stayed cool. A breeze occasionally blew through the window, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Lon took out a blanket and draped it over her stomach. The natural breeze was much more comfortable than modern air conditioning. Looking at the orderly tiles on the roof, she felt sleepy. But, remembering the matter of the land she hadn't told him about, she gathered her energy. Su Yongchuan, I plan to take back the land and grow crops myself. Our family has no land, and buying food all the time is quite inconvenient. Land? Who did you lease it to? To the Big Nose family at the east end of the village. The Big Nose isn't because he actually has two big noses. When he was a child, he often had two runny, pus-filled noses and ran around the village. Everyone found it funny and gave him the nickname Big Nose. It's said that now their children have inherited this trait. A few kids, when slightly cold, always have two big, thick noses running. Did they agree? Of course not. Su Yongchuan, you don't know how annoying they are. They say such irritating things. They're clearly the ones taking advantage, saying our land isn't good, and even complain that the rent is too high. Why don't they just seize it? Anyway, I don't care. I've already notified them. They have to move, whether they want to or not. She was so angry she grabbed a fan and fanned herself vigorously. A big paw rested on her chest, pretending to comfort her. Why are you so hot-tempered? Relax a bit. They haven't done much to you yet. Don't get yourself worked up. Soo-young Chwan, take your paw away. I'm just trying to comfort you. Stop it. We're talking about serious matters. No more interruptions. It's okay. Later, I'll spread the news so people won't say you didn't tell them first. That's right. With those shameless folks, what can't they do? Lin Lon thought about the weeds in the vegetable field and said, by the way, we need to pull the weeds in our vegetable garden. When it cools down a bit, I'll do it. I'll go too. You. What's that look for? I really enjoy planting vegetables. Soo-young Chwan's eyes kept fixed on her, making Lin Lon feel a bit guilty. Well, the original owner was known for being lazy, so this explanation is hard to believe. Lin Lon argued, can I like planting vegetables now? Of course, why not? Sleep. Soo-young Chwan embraced her and closed his eyes first. About 15 minutes later, he got out of bed and went straight to the village carpenter's house. Young Chwan, why are you here in the middle of the day? Come sit, said the carpenter's wife, quickly pulling out a small stool and placing it in the corridor where the breeze was coolest. Is Uncle Tan at home? I want to order some furniture. Yes, he's here, she called loudly into the house. Master Tan, come out, Young Chwan is looking for you. Tan the carpenter had already heard their conversation. As he stepped out, he asked directly, Young Chwan, what furniture do you want to order? A carved big bed, 2 large wardrobes, and custom-made tables and chairs.
Tan nadith.
News of Soo-young Chwan getting married and moving out with his new wife had spread throughout the village. But no one said anything. Zhang Daju is his uncle, and being able to support someone is already good enough. Splitting the family assets is a kind act. Not splitting is also normal. Young Chwan, this is a big job. Yes, if it weren't a big job, I wouldn't come to Uncle Tan. You're a clever talker, huh? Uncle Tan, can you help us make the tables and chairs first? The others could manage, but they couldn't settle for just anything. He couldn't eat with his wife every day sitting on the ground. Should I come to your house to do it or do it here? The carpenter asked carefully, as there was a reason behind the question. If he went to the homeowner's house, it meant they provided the materials and the carpenter only needed to do the craftsmanship. If there were no materials, the carpenter would usually make the furniture at his own place, which would naturally cost more. Let's do it here. We don't have the materials, and there's no space for you to work. That works. I happen to have 2 sets of elm wood, perfect for tables and chairs, said Tan the carpenter, taking a long puff of dried tobacco and starting to think. Then it's a lot of trouble for you, Uncle Tan, but about the wages. Bring me a charcoal pencil. I need to think it over, said the carpenter's wife, hurrying to the room to get a charcoal pencil. Tan Mujung picked up a charcoal pencil and marked on the ground, finally giving a number. A total of 1,500 big coins. Soo-young Chwan watched carefully as Tan Mujung counted each one. Since Tan's fee was not high, Sue handed over a small bag of money. This is the deposit. Okay, then I'll start making the table, said Tan Mujung. He called into the house. Boss, second brother, come out and work. I'm coming. When Soo-young Chwan arrived home, Lin Lon was sitting on the bed, waking up. Seeing him come in, she asked, where did you go? To Tan Mujung's to order some furniture. How much silver do you need? About 1,500 big coins. Then I'll give it to you when we move the furniture. Good, Sue said, then went to the corner to get a hoe. Going to pull weeds? Yes, the sun is getting cooler now, so it's a good time to work in the fields. Take your straw hat. No, I should go with you. 2 people can finish faster. They both put on straw hats. Lin Lon carried a basket, and Soo-young Chwan carried 2 hoes. They walked side by side. Lin Lon, are you going to the fields? Lin Lon rolled her eyes. How new? With her outfit, was she going just to play instead of working? Though she thought this, she acted as if nothing was wrong. Yes, to pull weeds in the vegetable garden. The sun is cloudy now, so it's a good time. As soon as she left, a bunch of gossip started behind her. Did you see that? Lin Lan actually went to the fields. Yeah, I saw. Su Yongchuan is pretty clever. They just got married, and Lin Lan is already changing. Wasn't Lin Lan chasing after the Bai family boy before? What's going on? When they reached the vegetable garden, Su looked at the thick weeds and the yellow, unhealthy seedlings. He joked, even the seedlings are tough. Surrounded by weeds, but they still managed to fight through. Impressive. Su Yongchuan, shut up and do your work. Lin Lan snapped at him, giving him a cold look. Use the hoe to dig. It's a good chance to loosen the soil too. The garden was small, about 2 or 3 acres. They both dug up the entire area. Lin Lan spat into her palm, acting skillfully. But she had never done much work before. When they finished, her palms were blistered. And her back was hurting. Lin Lan decided once again that this land should be rented out for farming in the future. She truly couldn't manage it herself. After pulling out the weeds, the vegetable field looked much tidier. Su Yongchuan watered the plants and picked 2 eggplants. On the way back, she also spread the news that she planned to reclaim the land. Now, the villagers became more curious. They had been envious of the Debita family for a long time. Seeing Lin Lan want to take back the land, they all hoped to get a share. Lin Lan, are you planning to farm this land yourself or rent it out? Lin Lan smiled slightly. Andy, we plan to farm it ourselves. You know our situation. We have no land or fields. Relying only on the income from the mountains, it's not enough for 2 people to eat and drink. Plus, the mountains' income is unstable. Small game doesn't sell for much, and it's dangerous work. So, I want to take back the land to farm myself, just to make sure we have enough to eat. Su Yongchuan glanced at her, noticing how talkative she was. That makes sense. The women put aside their own thoughts and looked at her with sympathy. Su Yongchuan is capable, and although marrying a hunter means having food, Lin Lan was right. It's not very stable. Hunting isn't easy, and they often go hungry. Farming is more reliable. All right, Auntie, you all chat. I'm going back first. At home, after washing her hands, Lin Lan asked, is it okay to have noodles for dinner tonight? I'm not picky.
You decide, her husband replied.
Lin Lan kneaded the dough at the table, while Su Yongchuan sat on a small stool, lighting a fire. Together, they quickly made hand-pulled noodles. After eating, they sat in the yard to relax. The sky was a clear blue, stars twinkled, and the moon rose over the treetops. Su Yongchuan, do you think my brother has offended someone? She wondered. Being forced to run away and immediately married off. What did he do wrong? Honestly, from the original owner's memory, Lin Bai wasn't a wicked person. He looked fierce but was actually quite reasonable. He probably didn't cause any big trouble. I don't know. I'll ask someone to find out in a few days, he said. You have connections for that. Let's try. But right now, the situation is uncertain. For safety, you shouldn't go to town alone. Stay in the village for now, Su Yongchuan said vaguely. Got it, I need to go to town too, so I have to go with you. This sentence pleased Su Yongchuan very much. He pulled her onto his lap and rested his chin on her neck. Did you sleep well this afternoon? Su Yongchuan, be more restrained. Tomorrow, my uncle and them are coming to help us fix the house. I also need to prepare breakfast for them. No need. They will probably eat first before coming. But since we've separated the households, we should act like it. They shouldn't work for free and then have to pay for their own meals. There's no need to be so formal with your uncle and aunt. Being too distant might hurt their feelings. All right, I'll listen to you. She grew up with her grandmother and didn't have many contacts. After her grandmother passed away, she lived alone and didn't really know how to get along with others. Sit down, I'll boil some water. After your bath, go to bed early tonight. He emphasized the word sleep strongly. The moonlight softened his face, but his eyes were unusually bright. Lin Lan's face suddenly turned red. That night, after some playful teasing, he went asleep. According to village rules, you shouldn't do certain things at someone else's house, not even at your own family's. Lin Lan smirked and looked at him sharply. Su Yongchuan, you know a lot. Tell me, have you slept with many women? How is that possible? What do you think I am? I haven't done that. Su Yongchuan looked a bit shy. Lin Lan was surprised. Indeed, he hadn't been very clear last night. In the end, she got impatient. So, how do you know so much? Army guys are rough, and when they have free time, they like to tell dirty jokes to pass the time. After hearing them a lot, you learn some. Is that all? Su Yongchuan nodded. That's all. All right, go to sleep. Lin Lan pulled the blanket over her head. The next morning, when she woke up, she could already smell the aroma of food. After eating, the two of them went to the old house. The Zhang family had already brought a full cart of straw, shovels, and wall plastering tools. Uncle, aunt, and cousin, thank you for your hard work. Hey, you're such a polite kid. Have you eaten? If not, come to our house. Xiaoyan will cook for you. Lin Lan quickly waved her hand. I've eaten already. You all can go home early for lunch. I'll cook for you. No need, your sister-in-law is at home. We can just eat there, Zhou Lanhua said, thinking that since they just got married and have no land, they have to buy everything, which isn't easy. Your family has already helped us a lot. We can't ask you to cook for us too. All right, Mom, listen to Xiao Lan. Zhang Diju thought more, and more that Lin Lan was a good girl. She is grateful and polite, which makes people feel very comfortable. He really wants to try Lin Lan's cooking skills. Next, they started working together, mixing mud and blending straw. Xiao Lan, if there's no vegetables at home, just go to our field and pick some. Zhou Lanhua called out from afar. Okay, since we're out of green onions, I'll go pick a couple from the field. Seeing her sincere and straightforward attitude, Zhou Lanhua felt even happier. This girl's personality really suits her. Lin Lan knocked on Zhang's door. Xiaoyan, are you home? Yes, came Zhang Xiaoyan's voice from inside. What are you doing? Not going out. I like doing some sewing when I have free time. Right now, I'm mending shoes. Sister-in-law, do you need any? I can help mend a couple for you, Lin Lan said. She wasn't short of money and wasn't the type to feel wronged. She bought her things from shops in town. She wasn't sure if Lin Lan looked down on her sewing skills. Not right now. Seeing her a bit disappointed, Lin Lan said, but when I need help, I'll come to you. You can't refuse then. Okay, just ask. Oh, I came to pick some green onions from your place. Come on, I'll take you to the backyard. Zhang Xiaoyan led the way, guiding Lin Lan through a small gate over the wall into the backyard. The backyard was about 5 acres of land, planted with cucumbers, pumpkins, loofahs, eggplants, peppers, and other seasonal vegetables. The land was very tidy, with no weeds, and you could smell the scent of farm manure. Sister-in-law, I'll help you pick some, Xiaoyan said, worried she might dislike the dirt in the garden. She took the basket from Lin Lan and jumped into the vegetable patch. I'll do it myself. I actually enjoy picking vegetables, Lin Lan replied. Xiaoyan, don't cook lunch today. The whole family should come to our house to eat. Can you cook? Zhang Xiaoyan immediately regretted saying that. It sounded like she was looking down on others. No wonder her mother always said she was smart but lacked common sense.
Lin Lan.
Who was she looking down on? I think I can cook. Come over for lunch and you can try my cooking. All right, I'll go help you. No need, just focus on your work. I can handle the cooking myself. If she was there, she wouldn't forget to add the seasonings. Okay, then I'll wait to eat the ready-made food. Lin Lan carried a basket full of green vegetables back home. She washed the vegetables, sorted them into a basin, and after washing, took them to the kitchen. When Su Yongchuan saw it was time for lunch, he called a stop to work and led his family to Lin's house. But before they reached the yard, a strong, tempting aroma wafted into their noses, making everyone salivate. Bai Xiaoling came to see Lin Lan make a fool of herself, but when she smelled this delicious scent, her mood became complicated. What is Lin Lan cooking? It smells so good. Zhou Lanhua quickened her steps. Mom, my sister-in-law is really good at cooking. When they arrived at the yard, seeing the blue bricks and green tiles, Bai Xiaoling felt a twinge of envy. It's so luxurious. Lin Lan was truly lucky. Even after getting married, she could go back to her parents' house whenever she wanted. Plus, she didn't have a proper mother-in-law, so she could do whatever she pleased. She also wanted to have her own family and go back to her parents' house anytime. Sister-in-law Su Shi glanced around the yard and then went to the kitchen. Lin Lan, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Not much, just some simple dishes. You'll have to make do, Lin Lon called out to the outside. Uncle Annie, wash your hands. Lunch is ready. After everyone washed their hands, several big bowls of food were already on the table in the main room. There was a bright red braised pork, cold eggplant salad, spicy stir-fried shredded meat, and a bowl of greens. Seeing those dishes, the Zhang family members salivated and also felt a bit sad. Lin Lon, you should save some of this meat and vegetables. Zhou Lanhua sighed and started giving advice. When you were young, it was okay to be a bit wasteful, but now that you're married, you need to save for the future and take care of the children. Su Yongchuan's eyes didn't blink. Auntie, the weather is hot now, and the meat can't be kept for long. Eating it now is just right. Frying it and putting it in a jar with oil can make it last a long time. Enough, stop nagging. The kids treat us like family, so they are willing to make so much meat for us. If you keep nagging, you'll hurt the child's good intentions. Having come from hard times, Zhang Dezhu naturally feels sympathy. But thinking that they have already separated their households, they shouldn't interfere too much. Moreover, Yongchuan is a thoughtful person. If he thought something was wrong, he would secretly teach his wife. If he openly said something in front of so many people and Lin Lon felt embarrassed or upset, what would happen? The head of the family gave the order, so Zhou Lanhua couldn't say anything more. Xiao Lan, don't mind Auntie's nagging. Lin Lon waved her hand. No, I understand that Auntie is only trying to help us. Let's eat first. If the meat cools down, it won't taste as good. Eat quickly after the meal, and then get to work. I think in one more day, the house will be ready. Let it dry for a few more days, and once the mud is dry, you can move back. Zhang Dezhu and his wife said this. Lin Lon waved her hand. No rush, take it slow. The Zhang family, with 8 members plus Su Yongchuan and his wife, sat tightly around the table. Older sister-in-law, how did you make this braised pork? It's so delicious, Zhang Xiaoyan asked as she picked up a piece to taste. It's just a simple recipe. Maybe I added a bit more sugar. I cooked it until the sugar caramelized, so it tastes quite fragrant. Really? Just adding more sugar can achieve this effect. Zhang Xiaoyan was eager to try. Her mother also made braised pork, but it was pale and only salty, without other flavors.
Lin Lan not that confident.
Yes, when the sugar melts, it not only colors the meat but also enhances the flavor. Actually, she added some spices, but modern people are used to various seasonings, so their taste buds are less sensitive. But ancient people were different. Food was scarce, and just filling their stomachs was good enough. When cooking, they mostly just added salt for flavor. They didn't dare to add much because salt was expensive. So even though she only added a little seasoning, they quickly noticed the difference. Su Yongchuan looked at her and helped explain, we still have some soy sauce left from the day of the banquet. She probably added a bit of soy sauce. Lin Lon took the opportunity to agree, yes, I saw some and just put it in. No wonder. Others were fine, although they liked meat, they ate politely. Bai Xiaoling turned her sadness into hunger. Her chopsticks seemed to have eyes, always poking at the meat and vegetables, which made Zhou Lanhua glare at her several times. This second daughter-in-law really has no manners. Even in someone else's house, she behaves so badly. Like a starving ghost, just after she scolded Lin Lon. This daughter-in-law was holding her back. Second daughter-in-law, eat more greens. Eating too much meat is salty. No. Before she could finish saying, salty, Bai Xiaoling felt her mother-in-law's sharp gaze like a knife, stabbing at her. Suddenly, her chopsticks turned and went into the bowl of greens. Lin Lon found it funny. Sure enough, in this world, one thing can suppress another. People like Bai Xiaoling, who cause trouble, also have moments of fear. Tuanzi, has the carpenter said when the furniture will be ready. When they were painting the house, Su Yongchuan had already told the Zhang family about making furniture. About half a month. Then during this half month, stay here first and move back after the furniture is done. Otherwise, we'll have to clean again, which is troublesome, Su Yongchuan said without looking up. Lin Lon looked at him in surprise. Has he changed? Wasn't he unwilling to stay at her parents' house? I heard Xiao Lan plans to reclaim the land. Yes, to farm it herself. As for the rest, I'll wait until my brother comes back. That makes sense. Renting out the land isn't as good as farming it yourself. A few years ago, Lin Lan rented out good land and only collected a small rent. Everyone in the village knew about it. Back then, people said she was a fool. Now that she's reclaiming the land, the Zhang family feels quite pleased. Once we finish tidying up the fields, we'll come help you plant, Zhou Lanhua also said. Good, then thank you, uncle and auntie, Lin Lan said. She didn't plan to farm herself. When she reclaimed the land, she already decided to hire others to do it. Since the Zhang family has this intention, it's the same to ask them later. As the saying goes, good water doesn't flow into other people's fields. The Zhang family finished their meal and left with their family members. Lin Lan hurriedly said, Uncle, Auntie, it's noon now, and the sun is very hot. Don't be in such a hurry. We're not in a rush to move into that house. Let's go back and rest first. It's not good to get heat stroke. It's not that hot. Zhang Deju waved his hand and said, when we harvested wheat before, it was even hotter. But we still worked in the fields. Besides, this work isn't tiring like farming. Seeing that she couldn't persuade them, Lin Lan quietly arranged some tea. She wanted to make a pot of mung bean soup, but thinking about how frugal the Zhang family was, she decided not to push it. Sister-in-law, I can stay and help you. Zhang Xiaoyan looked at her eagerly. No need, you go and do your own work, Lin Lan replied. The Zhang family had many members and livestock, so there was a lot of work at home. Lin Lan was glad they had separated from the others. With her generous nature, she was afraid she wouldn't get along well with the Zhang family. No need. I finished the same amount of work in less than an hour. I'd be bored just sitting alone at home, and I also want to keep you company and chat, Zhang Xiaoyan said without waiting for her to reply. She quickly took the bowls and chopsticks to the water basin, rolled up her sleeves, and started working. This girl was quite quick.
All right.
Xiaoyan, thank you for your help. It's so hot today. I'll go to the kitchen and boil some tea for them, Lin Lan said. She washed the pot several times until it was spotless before adding water to boil. Zhang Xiaoyan looked around the yard. Sister-in-law, your yard is really spacious. Why don't you raise a few chickens? When they lay eggs, you can exchange them for oil and salt. I've thought about that too. Once the house is repaired, I plan to buy a few chicks from the town to raise, Lin Lan replied. Of course, it wasn't just for exchanging eggs for oil and salt, but mainly for having eggs to eat. You don't need to go to town to buy chicks. Seeing that she listened to her, Zhang Xiaoyan was even happier. She thought her sister-in-law had really changed, and for the better. I can hatch chicks. When the weather gets cooler, I'll help you hatch a batch, she said. You have that skill? That's amazing. Lin Lan looked at her in surprise. Oh, I just tinker around every day. I don't make much money, just passing the time, Zhang Xiaoyan said shyly with a smile. How can you not make money? If you hatch chicks, you can sell them in town. I think chicks are quite expensive, Lin Lan said. Where there's so many eggs? Exactly. Once the water in the pot boiled, Lin Lan threw in some tea leaves. After a few minutes of boiling, she poured the tea and water into a large iron kettle. She took out 2 bowls. One person poured a bowl of tea, then put it into the water tank to cool with ice. If Zhang Xiaoyan wasn't around, she could have put it in the fridge to freeze, and then she could enjoy iced tea later. When the tea cooled down and no longer steamed, both of them drank a bowl each. Lin Lan said, I'm going to deliver tea to your cousin and the others. Do you want to go? Yes. Both of them put on straw hats. One carried the teapot, and the other held a basket. They went together to the old house. Why are you here? Su Yongchuan was kneading mud. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared at his temples, running down his face and dripping into his clothes. His shirt was soaked in a large patch, sticking to his chest muscles, which moved up and down with his breathing. I'm here to bring you some tea, Lin Lan said, waving the teapot and pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Su Yongchuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He slightly crouched down, letting her wipe his face. Zhang Xiaoyan. She felt unnecessary. She was standing there, but her cousin seemed to ignore her completely. Take a break first. Uncle, and the others too. Why are they so stubborn? Working in the middle of the day. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I caused trouble again. No, Uncle already said they wanted to do it themselves. Plus, he said you're generous. You made a big pot of braised pork for them at noon. It's just a bowl, not a whole pot, Lin Lon said helplessly. Was she being criticized for not being loud enough in the village? I meant a bowl. Uncle said you're generous, and you made a big bowl of braised pork for them. Su Yongchuan scratched the back of his head. But there's no need to rush, she said. Look at how hot it is today, the sun is blazing. Yes, but Uncle and the others are mainly worried. If you stay at your house for too long and refuse to move, what will happen? Will I have to marry into your family? Lin Lon burst out laughing, glancing at him playfully. Actually, marrying into your family could work. We have a house and land already. As long as I act a little spoiled, those things would be mine. Stop joking. I definitely won't marry into your family. We will live in this house for now. Once I visit the mountains a few more times, we will build our own house, a big brick and tile house. There is also land, and we will take it slowly. I will earn enough to buy it back someday. Su Yongchuan spoke confidently, with a bright look in his eyes. What's the point of caring about appearances? What's wrong with relying on others? It can save a lot of trouble. I was born stubborn and can't accept being soft. Some things just can't be skipped, no matter how much trouble they cause. I have to do them. Lin Lon frowned, not understanding but respecting him. Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't stand staying there any longer. She raised her voice and said, "Cousin and his wife, you're busy. I'll go call my parents to come have tea." She was mainly worried they wouldn't hear her if she spoke quietly. Thanks for your effort, Xiaoyan. Lin Lan's forehead was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. She tugged Su Yongchuan and said, "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you hot?" "I think it's okay," he replied. "You're just stubborn." Lin Lon rolled her eyes at him. Her skin was shiny and darkening from the sun, so she was definitely hot. "Let's go sit under the shade." "I'm crazy for standing in the sun with you, and it's been more than half a day," Lin Lon said, ignoring her and walking toward the shade. "All right, let's hide under the shade. I like your fair skin. So white and smooth, it feels nice to touch," Su Yongchuan whispered in her ear. "But I don't like dark skin. Can we change?" She shot him a look and deliberately contradicted him. "You woman, your skin's itchy, huh? You can't say things like that casually," Su Yongchuan said through clenched teeth, pretending to raise his hand. "You want to hit me?" Lin Lon lifted her chin confidently, not afraid. Who would hit you?" "I'd hit myself," he said. At the front of the old house, Zhang Xiaoyun's voice rang out. "Parents, older brother, second brother, come quickly. Your sister-in-law brought tea for you." "Still, my sister-in-law is thoughtful." "I'm thirsty." Zhang Qianshan suddenly jumped down from the roof. "Let's go have some tea." Zhang Dezhu looked toward the shade and saw them joking around. "Mother, let's go. The kids are thoughtful. This girl knows how to care for others." "Yes. Actually, she's not that bad. She respects elders and treats Chuanzi well." "I don't know who spread those rumors, but isn't that damaging her reputation?" "Zhang Dezhu, didn't you disagree with this marriage before? And you always had opinions about her. So what? People can change. Change then. Come on, let's go have some tea." When the elderly couple arrived, Zhang Qianshan and Zhang Qianhu had already drunk 2 big bowls of tea together. "Uncle, aunt, tea." Lin Lon quickly poured a cup of tea for each of them. Good. The Zhang family members moved quickly, finishing their work early the next morning. Lin Lon wanted to invite them for a meal, but they refused. The roof was covered with thick thatch, held down tightly by bamboo strips. Even if it was windy, it probably wouldn't blow off. The damaged parts of the wall had been repaired, and the surface was smoothed with yellow mud mixed with straw. Behind the thatched house was a bamboo forest. The two of them went inside to look around. It was quite cool, just as good as a tiled house. But it was empty and looked a bit uncomfortable. "Once the furniture is ready, we'll move back." "That's fine." "Yongchuan, are you going into the mountains?" "Yes, our family has no work for now. I want to take a walk in the mountains." "Can I go with you?" Lin Lon blinked eagerly. "Want to go?" "Yes, I'm bored at home alone." "I can keep you company in the mountains." Su Yongchuan's mouth twitched. He knew she wanted to go play in the mountains, but she was using his name as an excuse. All right, you can come with me, but don't run around. The mountains are quite dangerous. Are there tigers?
Soo Jong-chun.
Aren't you afraid? The villagers were terrified of tigers, but they wouldn't go into the mountains knowing there were tigers there. Because I have you. Soo Yong-chwan knew she was flattering him, but he felt pleased. Let's go home. I'll make pancakes for you. Soo Yong-chwan didn't say anything. When they got home, he sat silently by the stove, helping to light the fire. Lin Lon took a small bag of fine flour from the cupboard. Due to rough grinding, the flour was gray. She poured all the flour into a large wooden basin, chopped some green onions, and sprinkled a few grains of salt. She looked at Soo Yong-chwan and asked, "Can you go to the field and help me pick some garlic?" Soo Yong-chwan looked at her deeply. Sure. He remembered that there were some old garlic bulbs hanging from the beam. I don't know if she forgot or simply doesn't know about this matter at all. Only after his figure disappeared did Lin Lon take some chicken essence from her space and add it to the flour. The matter of her space was not something she intentionally kept secret. For her own benefit, her close relatives could harm her, and who knew whether the person she had known for only a few days was truly human or something else. Her space was her greatest reliance and secret, so she had to be careful. If she couldn't earn her full trust, she would never tell anyone about it. Soo Yong-chwan was holding a clove of garlic, about to step into the kitchen, when he saw her sprinkling some white powder into the flour. While adding the powder, she kept looking outside the door, acting cautiously, as if afraid of being seen. There were only the two of them in the room, so was she guarding against him? His pupils suddenly shrank. For some reason, a few rumors flashed through his mind. It was said that in a certain place, there was an ugly man named Wu who married a beautiful and talented wife. Not only was his wife pretty, but she was also very capable. While he was busy with his business, she kept the house in perfect order. Since marrying her, he felt happy and proud, working even harder than before. He thought their life was good, but in the end, he met a tragic fate of being poisoned by his wife. Poisonous wife. A surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. He clenched his fingers around the garlic, almost crushing it. Lin Lon sensed the gaze outside the door, and her smile immediately froze. When did he come? Hadn't he gone to the field to harvest garlic? Lin Lon smiled awkwardly. She had truly forgotten about this matter. Soo Yong-chwan no longer insisted on discussing it, and wanted to see what she was really planning. Should I peel it? Yes. Soo Yong-chwan sat on a small stool, took a bowl, and peeled a few cloves of garlic. Finally, he mashed the garlic into a paste and added it to the flour. Lin Lon quickly mixed the garlic paste into the flour. Soo Yong-chwan took the chance to look into the basin. The flour was still grayish-white, with no other colors appearing. He kept a calm face and went to the kitchen front, watching her knead the dough, then took the oil can, poured some soybean oil into the pot. Soo Yong-chwan asked, "Is the fire okay? Make it a bit smaller, or the pancakes will burn soon." Hearing this, Soo Yong-chwan took out a few pieces of firewood from the stove and quickly placed them into the ash pit. The firewood was covered tightly with ash, with no smoke showing. Lin Lon pinched off a lump of dough, kneaded it in her hand, then placed it at the bottom of the pot, pressing it down with a spatula to make it thinner, so it would fry golden and crispy, tasting better. Meanwhile, one person was in front of the stove, occasionally glancing at her. The other was focused on the pot, worried she might burn the pancakes. They kept saying, "Make the fire smaller, even smaller." Okay? This continued until the flour in the basin was used up. By then, a tall stack of pancakes had already piled up in the basket beside her. As Lin Lon got busy, she forgot about the awkward moment earlier. She instructed Soo Yong-chwan, "Take a few pancakes to the uncles and try them. There's no need, right?" "Why?" Lin Lon looked at him in surprise. Wasn't he usually close to her uncles? She was just thinking that the Zhang family had helped them for 2 whole days, and besides hosting them for a meal, she hadn't done much. So, she thought, since they were making pancakes, she could give some to her uncles to taste, as a small gesture of gratitude. I mean, they've already eaten since there's so little left. Lin Lon looked up and peered through the crack in the window at the sky. Sure enough, the bright red sun had already set, disappearing behind the mountain top. The remaining light in the sky was fading fast, about to go dark. It was her fault. She got busy and lost track of time. Let them eat it tomorrow morning. It should be fine if it sits overnight. No need. Next time then. All right, let's eat by ourselves. If there's any leftover, we'll take it up the mountain tomorrow. Okay. Lin Lon washed her hands and scooped 2 bowls of porridge from another pot. She said, maybe we should eat outside in the yard. Su Yongchuan glanced at the pancakes in the basket and nodded. Sure. As the sun set and the moon rose, the sky was clear and bright blue. It was obvious that tomorrow would be a good day. With the last bit of light on the horizon, the 2 of them carried their bowls and the basket to the yard. Su Yongchuan, come and have a pancake, Lin Lon said, offering him one from the basket. He hesitated for a moment, but finally took it, though he didn't take a bite. Lin Lon had been busy all afternoon and was very hungry, so she didn't mind whether he ate or not. She took a pancake and bit into it, saying, it tastes okay, but eating too much makes it a bit dull. It would be nice if we had a small dish of pickles. Watching her eat the pancake eagerly, Su Yongchuan's eyes flickered briefly. In the end, he brought the pancake to his mouth and took a small bite. It was indeed very fragrant. Compared to the pancakes his aunt used to make, this one was much tastier. So, he guessed that what she had added wasn't poison, but some kind of seasoning. You want to eat pickles? I can go to my aunt's house and get some. No need. We only have a little left, so no need to bother them. When I have time, you can go to town and buy 2 jars for me. I want to make my own pickles. In the past few days, she had been busy in the kitchen and noticed that the Lin family didn't have many jars. It seemed the original owner really didn't know how to do these things. Okay. After eating, Lin Lon put the leftover pancakes into the cabinet and locked it carefully. She had used a lot of oil when making the pancakes, and they smelled very good. But these things also attracted mice. If not stored properly, mice would come and bring their whole family along. They finished washing up early and lay down on the bed. Whether it was because they were tired or something else, Su Yongchuan was very peaceful tonight. As dawn broke and the sky turned pale, the 2 of them got up. Lin Lon washed up and went to the kitchen. There were still many pancakes left from last night, so she only needed to cook a pot of porridge. Su Yongchuan got up early to clean the yard and fetch water. Seeing everything was the same, he kept going without stopping. When everything was packed, Lin Lan's porridge was also ready. Su Yongchuan, breakfast is ready. Okay. After eating, Lin Lon packed the remaining cakes into a bag, used a bamboo tube to fetch a few buckets of water, and put everything into her basket. She also took a sickle. Su Yongchuan took down his bow and arrow from the wall, strapped it on his back, then took out a small knife and attached it to his waist. He carried the basket on his back. Let's go. While the village still had smoke rising from the chimneys, the 2 of them had already headed up the mountain. The forest was damp. Su Yongchuan picked up a stick and tapped the leaves to shake off the dew before leading her toward the mountain top. The air on the mountain was cool, filled with the scent of grass and trees, and a faint mist lingered. Along the way, they often heard the flapping of wild chickens flying through the grass. Su Yongchuan, are there wild chickens? Yes, let's check the traps first to see if there are any. They continued climbing until Su Yongchuan led her to a smooth stone wall. He jumped onto a stone platform, pushed aside thick vines, revealing a dark cave. Put your things inside. We'll eat here at noon. Is this place? I found it by chance. It's safe here, big animals can't get in. Sometimes, I stay overnight if it's too late. It turned out to be a secret hideout, so there was nothing to say. Okay. Inside the cave, near the stone wall, there was some dry straw and black ashes at the entrance, showing it had been used for a fire before. Lin Lon put her things down, carrying only an empty basket and 2 bamboo tubes of water. If you're tired, rest here for a while. It's very safe, Su Yongchuan suggested, noticing her flushed face and rising chest. The mountain path was steep and difficult. It took them over half an hour just to reach the cave. Honestly, Lin Lon was a bit exhausted. The original owner was used to a comfortable life. The farthest she had been was the town, and she traveled by ox cart. Climbing the mountain was quite challenging for her. But Linlon was curious about the mountain and found everything new and interesting. She also wanted to see if there were any mountain products. No need, I'll go with you. All right then. Su Yongchuan led her directly to the trap. As he opened the hole, the bright light startled the small creatures inside, and the trap immediately made chirping sounds. They both peeked inside and saw 2 wild rabbits. Linlon exclaimed happily, "There are rabbits, 2 of them. Today's harvest is pretty good. Rabbits aren't worth much," Su Yongchuan said as he jumped into the hole, took out the rabbits, tied them up, and put them into his backpack. "That's quite modest." Then, Su Yongchuan took her to check the other traps they had set earlier. Without exception, they all contained small animals like rabbits and wild chickens. The most valuable catch was probably a roe deer. "Su Yongchuan, why aren't there any wild boars?" she asked. She had read many stories where wild boars were important for the main characters to get rich. Honestly, she was a bit disappointed not to see one. The man rolled his eyes at her. "You think wild boars are like cabbages in the field, easy to pick?" Linlon paused, a little confused. "Are wild boars hard to catch?" "It mostly depends on luck. Many people don't want to see wild boars. I think we had pretty good luck today. We caught 4 rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and a silly roe deer." By the way, why do they call it a silly roe deer? Because they're very curious about everything. If you set a trap, they'll come over to check it out. That's pretty silly. Can it walk? Yes. Then I'll take you to see other places, Su Yongchuan said, leading her to a few more traps. Just walking around these traps took about 2 hours. Honestly, Linlon was starting to feel tired, her legs trembling. "Are you tired?" "No," Linlon said stubbornly. "Let's go back and rest first. It's still early. Want to keep walking? I'm hungry." The man glanced at her and turned to walk ahead. Linlan's legs shook as she followed behind. When they passed a small valley, she saw something brownish growing on a dead tree fall into the ground. "Su Yongchuan, look at what's growing on that dead tree. Probably wild mushrooms." "What wild mushrooms?" "That's wild shiitake." Su Yongchuan looked at her in surprise. First, this was deep in the mountains and only hunters or very few people could come here. Second, even if the villagers were poor, they had never eaten this thing. He wondered how she knew it was edible. "Not only can you eat it, but it also smells good," Linlon said, suddenly feeling less nervous. She felt energized and quickly slid down the hillside toward the withered tree. "Take your time. That thing has been growing there forever and won't run away. You don't understand the fun of searching for mountain treasures." "I know it won't run, but seeing it makes me excited." Seeing her excited expression, Su Yongchuan squinted and finally followed her to the withered tree. They both worked together to pick all the wild mushrooms from the tree.
Linlan smiled happily.
"When we go back, I'll cook chicken with these mushrooms. It will be so tasty." Su Yongchuan opened his mouth. "How do you know these are edible? You can't just pick things from the mountain randomly. You might get poisoned. I read about it in a book." "Can you read? It seems you don't know much about me." "Don't forget, my parents can read." Linlon wasn't lying. The original owner's family was from elsewhere and had come to escape hardship. Her parents could read, which everyone in the village knew. But they died early and didn't have time to teach her much. Still, she used her parents' knowledge as a shield. That's also why the original owner didn't like the village men. She believed that since she could read a little, she deserved to be with someone educated. Does the book also teach how to recognize mushrooms? Of course. There's a saying, "Not only are there beautiful women in books, but there are also houses of gold." "But I don't see any books in your house," Su Yongchuan said. The main purpose of books is to teach people to read. Once you know all the characters, whether you have the book or not doesn't matter much. Su Yongchuan felt she was treating him like a fool. "All right, pick the mushrooms. I'm hungry and want to go home to cook chicken." Seeing that she didn't want to argue, Su Yongchuan didn't press further. He quickened his pace to gather the mushrooms. After finishing, they passed by a pond.
Su Yongchun said.
"You rest here for a while. I'll clean the wild chicken." "Okay, you do that. I'll go dig up some wild vegetables." Before he finished speaking, Linlon ran off with bright eyes. Because she had already seen the lush, green wild water celery growing by the pond. The pond always has water, and the wild water celery is thick and tender. It can be used for salads or stir-fry. She pulled out a big bunch of water celery and casually dug up some wild scallions from the muddy bank, then washed everything at the water's edge. You didn't know what you were digging up, did you? You thought you found a treasure. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Su Yongchuan chuckled as he packed up the wild chicken. Isn't this a treasure? I think even if we don't farm, just guarding this big mountain range is enough to keep us from starving. Lin Lan was happy inside, knowing she had found so many good things on the mountain's edge. Now you think I can support the family, and you're not forcing me to become your son-in-law anymore? Su Yongchuan teased with a smile. That's different. In the mountains, you're definitely more capable. But once we go down the mountain, it might be different. But I'm a hunter. I belong in the deep mountains. You can't hunt forever. When you're old, you'll have to come down the mountain eventually. Lin Lan looked into the distance through the trees. The mountain range stretched endlessly, and she wondered how big it really was inside. Su Yongchuan, have you been to the other side of the mountain? Of course I have. What kind of good things are there? There are many good things, but it's also very dangerous. There are many large wild animals, not comparable to the outskirts. In our village, besides me, fewer than 3 people can go deep into the mountains. You're so impressive. Su Yongchuan snorted, clearly pleased with her admiring look. While they were talking, he finished preparing the wild chicken and dug a small hole to bury the internal organs. Lin Lan quickly stopped him. Don't bury the organs. I need them. Do you want to eat chicken organs? Of course. Better not. They don't have much meat, and if you don't wash them well, they'll smell fishy. There's no good taste, Su Yongchuan said with a look of disgust at the chicken organs. Lin Lan wanted to say that it was because he didn't know how to cook them. If prepared well, they would be more delicious than meat. She suddenly remembered the spicy and sour flavor of chicken offal. The tangy aroma made her saliva increase just thinking about it. First, she washed the chicken offal thoroughly and chopped it up for later use. He heated oil in a pot, then added chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic to stir-fry until fragrant. Next, he added chicken offal and continued to cook together. Once the water evaporated, he scooped half a bowl of pickled peppers and chopped pickled vegetables to stir in. The aroma was amazing. He thought, I can't keep thinking about it. I'm getting hungrier. When they return, they must prepare the jar so that they will have pickled peppers and vegetables ready. She looked at the pile of chicken offal, feeling a bit reluctant. There were some things in her space that could be washed, but it wasn't convenient to take them out. They could also wash with salt, but they didn't have much salt left from their mountain trip. If they used it all, Su Yongchuan might become suspicious. She looked around and saw a brown shell-covered 4-legged creature relaxing in the water, not afraid of people. She said, anyway, don't bury this. I need it. He asked, what do you want to do with it? She pointed at the pond and asked, what do you see inside? Su Yongchuan looked in the direction she pointed and said, of course, there are fish in the pond. She added, and turtles too. So, she said, are you planning to use wild chicken organs to catch turtles? He replied, catch? I don't have that much patience. Su Yongchuan, can you make a trap? He said, a little bit. She told him, then get to work. Why are you just watching me? He hesitated, but there's no bamboo here. She looked around and pointed at the vines hanging from the nearby rock wall, saying, try using these vines. Even if you don't catch anything, it's no loss. Su nodded and went down to the cliff, cutting some thin vines. He used a dagger to trim the leaves and sat on a large stone, starting to make a trap. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but soon he became more skilled. Before long, the trap was almost finished, one big, one small, with a small switch on the big end. Once the turtle went in, it wouldn't be able to escape. Su Yongchuan said, not bad, Su Yongchuan. Though it looked rough, it was similar to the traps she had seen in her later life. She said, some villagers have made these before. I just watched a few times and remembered how. Just watching a few times and she could do it, she felt a bit ashamed. When the trap was ready, Su Yongchuan threw the chicken organs into it and placed it in shallow water. They returned to the cave. Su explained, We can't cook in the deep mountains, so we can only eat roasted chicken with herbs. She nodded in understanding. The area has dense vegetation and few people. Large animals probably live in the mountains. If the smell of food attracts big animals, it could be dangerous. Steamed chicken with herbs is also very good. Su Yongchuan coated the chicken with salt all over. He stuffed some fragrant mushrooms into its belly and picked a few large leaves from a tree to wrap the wild chicken tightly. Then he covered it with a layer of yellow mud. When sparks appeared, he placed the chicken into the fire and buried it with stones. Lin Lon boiled some water in an iron pot, blanched wild celery and wild mushrooms, then took them out. She added a little soybean oil and salt, mixed them together. Although only simple seasonings, the ingredients were fresh, so it tasted very good. About an hour later, Su Yongchuan uncovered the fire, took out the mud, and cracked it open. A strong aroma immediately spread out. Su Yongchuan, it smells so good. Lin Lon took a big sniff of the scent. If it smells good, eat more. Su Yongchuan tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her. Eat some too. Outside the cave, the two sat on the ground. The steamed chicken with herbs, cold wild vegetables, and a flatbread, combined with the cool mountain breeze, made for a perfect meal. Su Yongchuan, are the mushrooms tasty? Yes, tender, sweet, and fragrant. They have a fine texture. If I see more in the mountains, I'll pick them. If you pick too many, you can dry them. Dried mushrooms are also delicious when stewed. Got it, I'll remember. After eating, they dug a hole and buried the chicken bones. Then they lay down in the cave for a while. Su Yongchuan took his bow and arrow and said, "Maybe you shouldn't go. The deep mountains are far away. No, I don't want to stay alone here. I'm afraid." Plus, she wanted to see if she could gather some things using her space ability. "All right, let's go together. If it gets late, don't come back." He looked at her thoughtfully. With her pace, it might be hard to get back to the cave before dark. Spending the night in the mountains? Yes, don't worry. I used to spend nights in the mountains all the time. It's safe. They walked and talked as they went. Su Yongchuan, do you know about medicinal herbs? I know some simple ones. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yongchuan pointed to a plant with small yellow flowers nearby and said, "That's chai hu." After carefully observing, Lin Lon immediately squatted down, took out a hoe, and dug out all the nearby herbs, placing them into her basket. Along the way, Su Yongchuan kept telling her about the medicinal plants. Unknowingly, she had dug up half a basket of herbs. "Stop digging now. If you keep going, you won't be able to carry it all." Lin Lon thought for a moment. Since these were simple herbs and probably wouldn't sell for much money, she decided to stop. As they moved further, the plants and thorns grew thicker, making it harder to walk. Gradually, the trees became huge, almost as wide as two people holding hands. Nightfall slowly came, tightening like a pocket, covering the dense forest. Su Yongchuan climbed a large tree, about as wide as two people's arms, and cut some thick branches. He wove vines into a simple mat. He then made the mat flat and wrapped it around the tree trunk, creating a basic treehouse. Once it was ready, he reached out his hand to her. "Come up." Lin Lon was pulled into the treehouse. They sat on a wooden plank, surrounded by lush treetops, with the forest dark and silent. Su Yongchuan, I can't see the stars. Lin Lon looked up at the sky. The trees were so dense that she could only see the occasional flicker of light, but not the stars. The forest is too thick. We'll see the stars when we go back. Forget it, let's eat first. Lin Lon took out some baked flatbreads from her basket and handed him a water bottle. Are you hungry? Eat something first so you can rest afterward. Yes, the forest is so dark at night. Is it really safe? I have a plan. Don't worry. As the night deepened, the forest grew darker, and it was hard to see anything. Lin Lon leaned against the inside of the treehouse, feeling sleepy. Suddenly, she heard a loud howl from the forest. The sound was sharp and penetrating, startling the birds returning to their nests, causing them to flutter wildly. Lin Lon was startled awake. Just as she was about to speak, a large hand covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. It's a tiger. Hearing that it was a tiger, Lin Lan's whole body stiffened. Oh my, this is so exciting. In modern times, she had only seen tigers at the zoo. She never thought she would see a wild tiger on her first day in the mountains. No, when we first arrived, I looked around and saw no signs of tigers living here. I don't know what happened, but a tiger came to this place, Su Yongchuan whispered in her ear, speaking softly so only they could hear. Suddenly, with a roar, a large black figure shot out from the other side of the forest at high speed. Wow! It sounded deep and powerful, more intimidating than the tiger.
Lin Lan Shiver.
Oh my, if she guessed right, this thing is a bear? It seemed they had arrived at the scene of a fight between a tiger and a black bear. Su Yongchuan looked serious. He often walks in the forest and has good eyesight. Although the forest was dark, he could see clearly through the gaps in the trees what was happening below. There was an adult tiger facing off against a black bear as tall as a person. Both animals were crouched low, ready to pounce and fight. He quickly covered Lin Lan's mouth, worried she might scream out of fear and disturb the fight. The roar of the tiger and the bear echoed as they fought. The tiger was not as strong as the bear, but was more agile and had powerful jaws. The black bear's thick fur and tough skin meant a single slap could daze the tiger. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. Suddenly, the tiger spun behind the bear and launched a quick attack, leaving bloody claw marks on the bear's body. Angry, the bear swung wildly, but couldn't hit the tiger. It roared loudly, smashing several big trees in frustration. For a moment, a gap appeared in the forest canopy and moonlight shone through. Even Lin Lan could clearly see what was happening in the forest. But when she saw the size of the bear, her pupils shrank involuntarily. Oh my, this thing is so huge. The tiger kept sneaking attacks from the side, making the bear look quite helpless. Blood streaked across the bear's body from the tiger's claws, making the bear even more furious. The tiger used its tactics to keep the upper hand and press the bear in the fight. Suddenly, in a burst of rage, the bear charged straight toward their treehouse. Su Yongchuan's pupils shrank sharply. Oh no, the bear's sense of smell is very sharp. It probably detected their scent. Hold tightly to the tree trunk. Do not let go, Su Yongchuan said as he pulled out several arrows from his quiver, holding them ready.
Lin Lan not dead.
Although she was very scared, she knew the situation was urgent and didn't want to disturb him. A black bear charged straight toward their treehouse. Its large body hit the tree trunk with a loud crash, causing the tree to shake. The two of them clung tightly to the trunk to avoid being thrown off by the powerful impact. The black bear missed its attack and, seeing these tiny humans challenge its authority, became even angrier. It roared loudly and started climbing the tree. Su Yongchuan, it's coming up, Lin Lan said. Don't be afraid. Just hold on to the trunk, he replied. Suddenly, a large black paw reached the wooden platform and tore off a piece of the treehouse. Su Yongchuan quickly aimed his arrow at the paw and stabbed it forcefully. The black bear yelped in pain, growing more furious and wild. It leapt with great strength, hanging two paws on the treehouse, ready to climb up. In her fear, Lin Lan quickly grabbed Su Yongchuan's arm, trying to pull him into the space. This was a matter of life and death, so they no longer cared about whether revealing the space was safe or not. Suddenly, she remembered her phone. Most animals are afraid of bright flashes or lightning. Maybe bears are too. It was worth a try. Since they had the space, if things got worse, they could hide inside. It should still be possible. In an instant, she grabbed her phone. She aimed it at the bear's head and took several quick photos. In the darkness, the flash went off repeatedly, brighter than lightning. The bright light shone directly into the bear's eyes, temporarily blinding it. The tiger, about to attack, was stunned by this sudden change. Quick as lightning, Su Yongchuan raised his arrow and drove it deep into the bear's head, wedging it into the gap of the skull. The bear let out a loud roar, then suddenly released its grip and fell straight down. With a loud thud, the impact shook the tree, causing it to sway. The tiger, startled by the bright flash and seeing its enemy dead, became afraid. It tucked its tail, crouched, and let out a loud roar before rushing out of the forest. Lin Lan was overjoyed. Her plan worked. She quickly threw her phone into the space. Su Yongchuan had been watching from the tree for a long time, observing the huge creature below as it twitched and struggled. But it never stood up. After a while, he jumped down to check. The black bear was breathing heavily, with little strength left to fight. How is the bear? Is it dead? Lin Mon peeked out from the tree, cautiously looking down. Almost there, Su Yongchuan replied with a complicated look. Then you should come up first. If the black bear suddenly fights back at the last moment, it would be bad. It won't happen. It only has one last breath left. That's good, Lin Lon sighed in relief. Then she asked, how much do you think a black bear can be sold for? About 100 taels of silver. Bear gallbladders can be sold to medicine shops, for paws to restaurants, and the meat should be sellable too. Lin Lon lay on the treehouse, eyes shining, counting on her fingers.
Yeah.
Will there be other big animals coming here tonight? She still felt nervous. She was very scared. No, the bear's scent will scare them off. Other large animals won't dare come close, Su Yongchuan said as he jumped back onto the treehouse. Fortunately, although part of the treehouse was damaged by the bear, it was still mostly intact. 2 people could lie down comfortably. Seeing her bright eyes, Su Yongchuan quietly asked, by the way, what was that white light just now? Probably lightning? It's rainy in the forest area, so it might rain soon. Really? That lightning came just in time, he thought with some doubt. He had been focused on dealing with the bear, but he also kept an eye on her. He clearly felt that the white light was coming from her hand. Yeah, maybe it's what the old people call good luck from heaven, Lin Lon yawned. I'm really sleepy. Then go to sleep. Knowing there was no danger, Lin Lon slept well through the night. Until a cool breeze blew, leaves rustled, and a thin mist rose in the forest. Only then did Lin Lon gradually wake up. Su Yongchuan, where are you? She opened her eyes and didn't see him. Fear crept into her heart. Down by the tree. What time is it now? It's the hour of the rabbit. Lin Lon instinctively translated the time into modern hours. In other words, it's probably around 5 to 7 o'clock now. It's almost dawn. Are you going to town? She asked.
Su Yongchun note that.
Yes. I need to sell the bear early. The longer I wait, the lower the price. Lin Lon touched the bear. It was still warm, so it must have died not long ago. Let's go down the mountain, Su Yongchuan shook his head. No, I want to take a shortcut through the mountain to get to town faster. Go straight through the mountain? With that size, the bear weighs at least 300 pounds. Can you carry it? She was a bit worried because the mountain path was rough and difficult. It's okay. I have strong strength. 300 pounds isn't hard for me. Then I'll go with you to town. Not for any special reason, just thinking it would be helpful to have some company. Su Yongchuan hesitated for a moment, then finally said, all right, let's go to town together. Let's also check the water pond. Maybe there will be a surprise. She still remembered the trap. She couldn't leave without seeing for herself. Okay. While speaking, Su Yongchuan threw the bear over his shoulder. Lin Lon watched carefully and saw he didn't look tired, so she felt relieved. She carried her basket and tools, following behind him. Thinking for a moment, she secretly took out an old scarf from her space when he wasn't paying attention. It was her grandmother's, old-fashioned, perfect for covering her face. Su Yongchuan led her straight through the woods. He had a good sense of direction, turning left and right until they reached the water pond. Lin Lon hurried to the trap and looked inside. When she saw a big black object the size of a sea bowl, she exclaimed happily, Su Yongchuan, we really caught a turtle. There are 2 of them. Yes, your method works well. Of course, Lin Lon said proudly, her face showing a bit of pride. Luckily, we arrived in time. Otherwise, the turtle would have bitten through the vine and escaped. It won't happen. The cage is sturdy. They can't run away. Su Yongchuan put down the bear and cut some vines from the cliffside. He made a basket, took the turtle out of the trap, and put it into the basket. Do you know of other water ponds? It doesn't have to be a pond, even a puddle is fine. She thought maybe this could be another way to make money. There are others, but they might not have turtles. Fish would be good too. This is deep in the mountains, a place rarely visited by people. The fish here are definitely big, and even without turtles, catching fish can bring in a good amount of money. Next time, I will take you somewhere else. Lin Lon took out some cakes from her basket. Since she would be going home after selling her things, she decided to eat them now. Let's eat a little to fill our stomachs. Carrying such heavy loads is really tiring. Su Yongchuan nodded, and he ate a few bites of a cake quickly. After eating enough, the man carried the bear. Lin Lon put on her basket, and she held the cage. The two of them followed a small path toward the town. The path was not easy to walk. It was on a steep cliff, slippery, and in some places, only enough space for 1 foot. It was quite dangerous. But it was close to the town, and going this way saved more than half an hour compared to going through the village. When they reached the town, Lin Lon put on a scarf that covered half her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Su Yongchuan looked at her, not sure where she got the scarf from. She didn't seem to have brought anything else up the mountain. Why are you looking at me? I just don't want people to recognize me. Yes, being cautious is wise. Let's go. Su Yongchuan didn't say more and led her confidently into a quiet alley. He signaled for her to knock on the door. When the young man saw him, he quickly welcomed him into the yard. Wow, Brother Su, you're really skilled. Looks like you've got a big catch this time. The young man circled the bear, eyes shining, and made a few admiring sounds. Just good luck. All right, wait here. I'll go get the shopkeeper. Lin Lon understood from his attitude that they knew each other. Su Yongchuan explained, this shop has a good reputation and they offer fair prices. Most of the things I caught in the mountains were sold here. They don't just run a pharmacy. They also operate a restaurant. It's easy to sell these things. Lin Lon understood that this shop is a diversified business. Soon, a middle-aged man, tying his belt, came from the backyard. As he walked, he said, Is that Su, little brother? I heard you caught a bear. Shopkeeper, you can see for yourself. The shopkeeper immediately looked down at the ground. Wow, it really is a bear. Su, little brother, you're amazing. He gave Su a big thumbs up. Just lucky, the shopkeeper reached out and touched the bear. It was warm, and it had just passed away. The bear's skin wasn't complete. It was covered with claw marks, some deep enough to see the bone. Such a pity. If the bear's skin were whole, it would be worth more. Those claw marks, if I'm not mistaken, are from a tiger. Su Yongchuan nodded and said plainly, Yes, 2 animals fighting, we got a good deal. And the tiger. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. It got away. The shopkeeper looked a bit disappointed, but catching the bear and the tiger was already a big luck. Shopkeeper, you can give me a price. Don't worry. We've worked together for many years. I definitely won't cheat you, Lu the shopkeeper said, stroking his beard. Brother Su, our shop always deals honestly. Besides, we've known each other for so long. You know my character. Shopkeeper, I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't think of you first when I find good things. The shopkeeper smiled. He was sharp-eyed, and he saw that Su was capable. There are many hunters on the mountain, but it takes skill to catch such animals. Few people in the town dare to go deep into the mountains. He didn't need to offend a big customer for a little money. Seeing this, the young man wisely handed him an abacus. The shopkeeper picked up the abacus, shook it, and moved the beads quickly while muttering. Bear bile, I value at 20 taels of silver. Bear paws, 10 taels each, for paws make 40 taels. Bear meat is warm and good for health, both edible and medicinal. I value it at 500 won per jean. Brother Su, do you think this price is acceptable? Su Yongchuan thought for a moment, and it was about what he expected. All according to the shopkeeper's price. The shopkeeper smiled and called to the young assistant. Go, bring the scale. The young assistant immediately went and soon returned with another worker, carrying the scale back to the backyard. The 2 young men carried the scale, and Su bent down and reached in to put the black bear into the basket. The shopkeeper was adjusting the string of the scale. When it balanced evenly, he announced the weight, a total of 358 jeans 6 liang. Brother Su, come and take a look. Su looked at it and nodded. The 2 workers carried the bear away, and the sound of the shopkeeper clicking the beads on the abacus echoed in the yard. After he finished counting, Lin Lon interrupted, Shopkeeper, I have some herbs here. Do you want to buy them? Who is this lady? My wife. Oh, Brother Sue, you're quick. It's only been a few days and you're already married. It's all fate, Su Yongchuan said modestly, smiling. The shopkeeper looked at the herbs in Lin Lan's basket and said, Lady Lin, I won't hide it from you. Our shop has a special supply channel, and we usually don't buy unprocessed herbs. But you're an exception, since you're Brother Sue's wife. We'll take these herbs. If you find more later, feel free to bring them. Just a heads up, the price might not be very high. The shopkeeper glanced into the basket and said, All right, I can give you 5 coins per jean. The shopkeeper spoke honestly, so Lin Lan naturally agreed. She understood that the price was probably about 5 coins per jean, mostly because of Su Yongchuan. Shopkeeper, wait, I also have soft-shelled turtles. Do you want some turtles? Lady Lin, if you find good things, just tell me early next time. The shopkeeper was interested as soon as he heard. It wasn't that turtles were very rare, but the shopkeeper liked this kind of talk. It's not too late to say now. Good things are usually saved for the finale, Lin Lan said as she untied the vine basket from her body. The shopkeeper laughed loudly. Lady Lin, you're quite funny. Oh, just a rustic village woman. I speak whatever comes to mind. Su Yongchuan looked at her deeply. Her headscarf covered most of her face, but her eyes were lively, completely different from her previous arrogance and stubbornness. Shopkeeper, look at this. My husband and I just caught these this morning. It took us a lot of effort, Su Yongchuan's mouth twitched. He had only discarded some chicken innards and cut a few vines to make a small cage. Actually, it didn't seem to be much work. The shopkeeper looked into the cage and said, That's quite big. How about 60 coins per jean? Lin Lan looked at Su Yongchuan, who nodded at her. All right, since you're so straightforward, I won't hesitate. Let's do it your way. The shopkeeper. He clearly saw her looking at Brother Sue. But he chose not to say anything. It's human nature to avoid trouble. Here they come. The 2 turtles weighed just under 4 jean in total. The shopkeeper decided to count it as 4 jean. They earned 240 coins this time. The shopkeeper wrote a receipt, and Su Yongchuan took her to the accountant to get the money. After receiving the money, Su Yongchuan handed it all to her. Here, keep this. Lin Lan weighed the money bag. It was a heavy bundle. It felt good. This was earning money. She poured out some small coins from the bag. Su Yongchuan, keep these. We'll need them for shopping later. Okay. So, what should we buy now? Or should we just look around? Lin Lan shook her head. Forget it, no more browsing. Let's go home. By the way, do you want to buy anything? The matter with Lin Bai was like a ticking time bomb. It's better to be cautious. I don't need to buy anything.
Then,
let's go to the grain and oil shop first. We don't have much food at home, so we need to buy some. Lin Lan pulled her headscarf up, revealing only her eyes. While Su Yongchuan wasn't looking, she threw some money into her space. This big bag of silver was heavy. She wouldn't be foolish enough to carry it on her body. What if someone snatched it? She'd be furious. All right, Su Yongchuan put the money into his purse, knowing she was impatient to pay. There was a grain and oil shop ahead, so they went straight in. Good evening, what do you need? The shop assistant greeted with a smile and led them to the rice and grain section. Lin Lan quickly said, We want fine rice, fine flour, and some cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. On the surface, their family didn't own land. When they split up, the Zhang family gave Su Yongchuan some grain, enough to last about a month. And it was mostly coarse grain.
Lin Lan disliked eating coarse grain.
Now that they had money, she didn't want to eat plain, rough food. Su Yongchuan didn't say a word and let her decide. This made Lin Lan very happy. The shop assistant was delighted. Following her instructions, he weighed the grain and helped pack it into a basket. But these things were very expensive, costing about 1 or 2 silver coins. Lin Lan's mouth twitched. It seemed that no matter the era, money was hard to earn and easy to spend. This strengthened her resolve to reclaim the land. Su Yongchuan, let's go buy some meat again. We ran all day in the mountains yesterday, and my legs are worn out. When we get back, we should have a good meal. Su Yongchuan, all right, I've thought about it. Since we have nothing to do for now, after eating, let's go for another walk in the mountains. She's still thinking about the injured tiger. Su Yongchuan raised an eyebrow. Are you not afraid anymore? Yesterday, I was pretty scared, but today, she weighed the silver in her hand. With money to earn, it doesn't seem so scary anymore. Seeing her greedy look, Su Yongchuan smiled slightly. They went straight to the meat stall by the roadside. Young man, young lady, want some meat. How much per jean? 30 coins per jean. Boss, you're not being honest. I see others selling it for 28. Lin Lan stopped, considering the meat. It looked pretty good. Young lady, since ancient times, you get what you pay for.
Our pork is very fatty.
Look, it's 2 fingers thick with fat. When you take it home, it will be perfect for your family to enjoy. The boss pointed to the fatty part with 2 fingers. Let me tell you, you won't find such fatty pork in any other stall in the market, the butcher said, patting the meat with his big hand. The white fat jiggled and shined. At this time, everyone was hungry and liked fatty meat. Clearly, this meat was top quality. Although Lin Lan wasn't short of oil, her grandmother once said that the fattier the pig, the tastier it is. She believed it wholeheartedly. She looked over the meat and asked, Boss, if I buy 5 jean, can you give me a better price? How much more? The butcher hesitated a little. Since everyone was not wealthy, meat was usually sold by 2 jean. This young lady wanted 5 jean at once.
He was surprised.
Seeing their clothes, they didn't seem very rich either. I want 5 jean. Boss, since we're buying so much at once, can you give us a discount? Lin Lan repeated. All right, how about 26 coins per jean? 26. If you agree, cut it. If not, we'll go to the next stall. You young lady really know how to bargain. Fine, 26 it is. Honestly, I don't make much profit at this price. It's mostly about selling volume. It's so hot today. I want to sell everything quickly and go home early. Next time I buy meat, remember to think of me. Sure. Next time you buy meat, we will definitely think of you first. The shop owner smiled, and his chubby face shook as he cut a piece of pork. He threw it onto the scale, and the balance tipped just right, exactly 5 pounds. Boss, you're amazing. Lin Lan gave him a thumbs up. It's nothing. We've been selling pork for generations. This is just basic skill. Lin Lan looked around the meat stall and pointed to the pork liver and intestines, asking, Can you give me some of this? You want some? Yes. All right, I'll give you all of it. Since it wasn't very expensive, the butcher was happy to give her a favor. Thinking about it, he decided to give her the whole small basket of intestines. Su Yongchuan couldn't hold back anymore. With so much, when would they have time to wash it all after they got home? Honey, you don't need so much. Just a little to taste. I want it. I need it. Lin Lan pointed to the bucket of pig blood and said, Boss, about that blood. The butcher's forehead veins bulged as he patiently explained, Miss, I really can't give you that blood. I need to sell some to the next customer. Boss, you misunderstood. I'm not asking for it as a gift. I want to buy the pig blood from you. You want to buy it. The butcher wiped the sweat from his forehead. If she had said she wanted to buy it earlier, he wouldn't be so nervous.
Yes.
I want to buy the whole bucket of pig blood. All right, young lady, you're straightforward. I don't need much from you, just 5 cents is enough. Since it was just a small gift, selling it was a good deal. This time, Su Yongchuan's veins bulged with frustration. Honey, isn't that too much? Will we be able to eat it all? You said I can spend money however I want, right? I did say that, but we shouldn't waste it. Don't worry, I won't waste it. Lin Lan smiled at him. When we get home, I'll cook something delicious for you. Miss, do you still want the pig blood? The butcher was worried the couple hadn't agreed yet and hesitated to bring it up. Yes, but I don't have a bucket, so I can't take it now. Then take this bucket away. When you have free time, help me deliver it. The butcher looked a bit troubled. This was his first sale, and although he wanted to develop big customers, he was worried. He knew he could make a good profit from this deal, but what if the customer took the bucket and didn't return it? Would he have to buy a new bucket then? Lin Lan understood his worry. She took out 20 coins from Su Yongchuan's hand and handed them to the shopkeeper. Consider this my deposit for borrowing the bucket. When I return it, you can give it back to me. Ah, young lady, you're very clever. In that case, I'll just accept it with a thick face, the butcher said with a big smile. Keep it. Lin Lan threw the meat and other items into her basket, then nodded at Su Yongchuan, signaling him to carry the bucket of pig blood. Young man, young lady, take care. Come back next time when you're hungry, and I'll keep some for you. Okay? In the end, Su Yongchuan sighed and carried the wooden bucket, muttering silently about the spendthrift woman. Su Yongchuan, are you scolding me? Lin Lan suddenly turned around, her eyes looking a bit dangerous. No, I was praising you. Oh, praising me? Tell me what I did. I praise you for looking the same before and after marriage. You're not pretending to be someone else. He firmly established her reputation as a spendthrift woman. So, you're calling me a spendthrift woman, Su Yongchuan. They walked along the street until they saw a shop selling jars. Lin Lan needed to make pickles, so she went in to pick a few jars of suitable sizes. Looking at the jars, Su Yongchuan frowned. Wife, I only have 2 hands. Lin Lan laughed loudly. Let's leave our things here first. When we buy everything, we can hire a cart to carry it all home. That's the only way. By the way, where are you going next? To the pharmacy. Why do you need to go to the pharmacy? Are you sick? No, I need some medicinal herbs to remove the fishy smell and make the pig blood taste better. She still had some common sense. In ancient times, there were no special seasonings, and these ingredients were used as medicines. Oh, then let's go. They found a nearby pharmacy and bought some spices like star anise, cinnamon, grassfruit, Sichuan pepper, and cloves. She didn't have very detailed recipes, but she knew a few simple ones. The 21st century is an age of information explosion, where you can find almost anything online. Seeing that they had bought enough, Lin Lan said, Su Yongchuan, go find an ox cart and let's head back to the village. Su Yongchuan nodded and called for an ox cart outside. The old man driving the cart agreed to 10 coins for the trip. He was sharp-eyed and saw they had bought a lot, so he helped load everything onto the cart immediately. Thank you, sir. The two of them got on the cart and left the town, slowly heading toward the village. As the sun rose higher, there were only a few people on the road, mostly familiar faces from their village. Lin Lan, why are you guys out so early? Yes, I didn't see smoke coming from your chimney. Where have you been these days? On the cart, it was just the two of them, so it was obvious they had hired a private ride. But everyone knew Lin Lan's personality, so no one found it strange. We went up the mountain. Lin Lan tucked her short hair behind her ear and smiled. You? Up the mountain? The women looked a bit doubtful. I married a hunter. Hunters rely on the mountain for their livelihood. There's nothing strange about me going up there with him. The women pouted. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be strange, but with Lin Lan. Oh, by the way, you guys came back so early from town. Did you sell some game? Show us what good things you bought. Some nosy women tried to peek into her basket. Su Yongchuan quickly grabbed her hand and pushed her away, coldly saying, Auntie, do you tell us what you bought? Embarrassed, the woman said, I just wanted to see, I mean no harm. Lin Lan rolled her eyes at everyone. They were getting more and more brazen, so she ignored them. When they got home, Lin Lan carefully picked out the things from her basket one by one. Su Yongchuan looked at the large pile of pig organs and frowned tightly. He had to accept it and walked over to the water jar. Don't worry, help me start the fire first, Lin Lan hurriedly said, noticing he was quite capable. Su Yongchuan sat by the stove and started the fire. Lin Lan took a small bag of flour and scooped some into a wooden basin. Casually, she asked, How many bowls can you eat? 2 or 3? 2 bowls. Yes, I know you can eat 3 bowls. Su Yongchuan paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. At his uncle's house, he was used to eating less, thinking that if he ate one more bite, others would eat less. So, he usually reported his portion as smaller. Unexpectedly, she seemed to notice. Lin Lan kneaded the dough until it was smooth, then set it aside. She took out the sausage casing, squeezed out the white sticky liquid, rinsed it with water, and placed it on the cutting board. She grabbed a knife, ready to cut. Su Yongchuan felt his stomach turn. Wife, do we need to wash this again? Or should I do it? No need to wash, just eat it as it is. Can I not eat it? Su Yongchuan stopped talking. Focus on cooking. Do you think I would poison you? The iron pot was already steaming. Lin Lan poured some soybean oil into it, added chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic, and sautéed until fragrant. Immediately, a strong blue smoke rose up, blocking her face and blurring her features. The kitchen looked darker. Su Yongchuan looked at the wall. Her shadow was just like anyone else's. Lin Lan didn't care what he was thinking. After the aromatics were fragrant, she added some water. When it boiled, she added the rolled-out noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, she cleaned the pot and repeated the sautéing process. This time, when the water boiled, she added sliced sausage and pig liver, cooked for a few minutes, then scooped everything out. She sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. It smelled so good. Su Yongchuan, turn off the fire. Come eat. Earlier, he had just eaten a pancake, so now his stomach was growling with hunger. Although the hand-pulled noodles smelled wonderful, Su Yongchuan felt a lack of appetite. Why are you just standing there? Not hungry? I tell you, once you add my special sauce, it will be so delicious you'll want to swallow your tongue. Lin Lan carried the bowl to the main room. She quickly prepared 2 bowls of noodles, scooped some sauce onto each, and placed them on the table. Come and eat. Su Yongchuan walked to the table expressionless and sat down blankly. Seeing her eating happily, Su Yongchuan involuntarily swallowed. He picked up a strand of noodles and tasted the broth. It was incredibly flavorful. Then, he tentatively took a piece of sausage into his mouth. Soft and tender, really tasty. Lin Lan saw his actions and laughed loudly. Su Yongchuan, what kind of expression is that? Don't think I don't know. You dislike pig intestines. How about now? Do they taste better? Su Yongchuan. It's not my fault. I haven't eaten them like this before either. Lin Lan leaned in a little and asked with a smile, do you still dislike them now? After we finish eating, I'll help you with chores. Lin Lan looked like a teachable child, happily adding another spoonful of pig liver and intestines. I'm telling you, if the pig intestines are washed too clean, they won't taste good. Our ancestors have always eaten them like this. Su Yongchuan looked up in surprise and glanced at her. Lin Lan quickly added a spoonful of pig liver to herself. Here, try some. Pig liver is also very tasty. Before long, they finished eating all the noodles and soup. Sweetheart, do we have more pig intestines? Not enough yet, Su Yongchuan nodded. No, but we have small intestines. Tonight, we'll try something different, Lin Lan said, touching her stomach, feeling full. Then I'll go wash the small intestines. Lin Lan waved her hand at him. Go ahead, go ahead. Make sure to wash them well. You don't need to wash the pig intestines, but the small ones must be cleaned thoroughly, you know what I mean? Su Yongchuan took the small intestines to the water basin. Lin Lan first cleared the dishes in the kitchen and then poured out the pig blood. After so long, the pig blood had solidified into lumps. She needed to use hot water to melt it before using. She ground the spices into a fine powder in a bowl, then added it to the melted pig blood, along with some salt, and mixed everything well. Su Yongchuan did a good job cleaning the small intestines. They were very clean. Lin Lan added some salt and rubbed the small intestines again. They became spotless, with no strange smell. Finally, after cleaning a bunch of small intestines, Su Yongchuan asked, what do we do now? Help me open the small intestines. I'll stuff the pig blood inside. Su Yongchuan found a funnel for pouring drinks and Lin Lan gave him a thumbs up. She took the bowl and poured the pig blood into the small intestines, one bowl at a time. When her arm was almost tired, she tied a knot with cotton thread and continued filling the intestines with pig blood. This way, she finished filling one basin of pig blood, and there were only a few small intestines left. Can we eat them now? Of course not. It needs to be boiled in a pot until fully cooked before eating. Su Yongchuan silently went to the stove to start the fire. Lin Lan added a few ladles of water to the pot and threw in some spices. She put the blood sausage into the pot, poking it occasionally with a skewer, and simmered it gently, turning it now and then. She waited until the skin slightly puffed up and no blood came out when poked, then considered it cooked. Lin Lan took out a piece from the pot, cut it into sections, and prepared a dipping sauce with chili, scallions, and garlic. She dipped the blood sausage into the sauce and offered it to Su Yongchuan, saying, "Here, try this." Su Yongchuan chewed and said, "It smells good." I didn't expect ordinary pig blood to taste this delicious, but he didn't ask where she learned these recipes. Take some to your uncle and aunt to try, Lin Lan said, scooping some blood sausage into a wooden basin and handing it to him. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yongchuan finally accepted it. He carried the basin to the Zhang family, who were having lunch. Chuanzi is here? You haven't eaten yet? Come, have some here. Sister-in-law Su quickly stood up, ready to go to the kitchen for bowls and chopsticks. Big sister-in-law, don't bother. I've already eaten. I'm here to bring some dishes, Su Yongchuan said with a smile, handing her the basin. What is this? Zhou Lanhua looked at the basin and asked. She naturally recognized it as small intestines, but they looked swollen and she didn't know what was inside. It's called blood sausage, a new dish my wife came up with. You can use it in soup or dip it in sauce. It's quite good. I've never seen this way of eating before. Zhang Dezhu looked at the food in the basin and said with a smile. Interesting. Lin Lan doesn't like to cook snake, but she can come up with new dishes. Amazing, Bai Xiaoling said disdainfully. Whispering again, it seems you're not hungry. Don't eat it later. Zhou Lanhua shot her a sharp look. I'm going to make the dipping sauce now. Zhang Xiaoyan trusted Lin Lan completely. Soon, a bowl of chili dipping sauce was ready on the table. Su Yongchuan showed them how to eat it. After everyone tried it, they said, Chuanzi, your sister-in-law's cooking skills are really good. Yes, the pig blood and small intestines that no one wanted are surprisingly delicious together. Little Blue is really clever. I don't know where she learned this, but it's really tasty. White Xiaoling did not speak, but she kept picking at her food with her chopsticks. Someone said your sister-in-law can't make good dishes. Why are you eating like you don't dislike it? Zhang Xiaoyan looked at White Xiaoling with disapproval. It's just a little pig's blood. It's not, White Xiaoling instinctively retorted. But when she saw everyone looking at her, she quickly shut her mouth. Second sister-in-law, if you don't like what my wife made, then don't eat it, Su Yongchuan said coldly, looking at her. This is a matter for her mother. Chuanzi, you know that's not what my sister-in-law meant, Zhang Qianhu said awkwardly. Second brother, you heard it too. She and my wife haven't gotten along for a long time. My wife didn't argue with her, but she keeps muttering. Besides, this is my wife's gift to her uncle. She eats plenty of it and honestly, I don't understand why people get so upset over eating and then curse after putting down their bowls. After hearing this, White Xiaoling felt very embarrassed. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Who cares? Anyway, White Xiaoling was already full. She threw down her chopsticks angrily and got up to leave. Second brother, look at her attitude. Does she even act like a woman? Zhang Dezhu criticized. Zhang Qianhu lowered his head in shame. White Xiaoling was domineering, and he was an honest man who couldn't control her well. Enough, don't talk about her. It just ruins everyone's mood. It's all because you insisted on letting her come in. Otherwise, how could our family have such a troublemaker? Zhou Lanhua was always unhappy with his daughter-in-law. All right. It's been so long. Stop nagging, Zhang Dezhu said irritably, knowing his wife was bringing up his second son's marriage again. This marriage was arranged by the old master while he was still alive, and he couldn't oppose it. Okay, uncle, auntie, you eat by yourselves. I have something to do, so I'll leave first, Su Yongchuan said, not wanting to get involved in the Zhang family's affairs. He had already separated from the Zhang family. Besides showing filial respect, he didn't want to interfere and didn't have the time. Chuanzi, wait. Have you gone into the mountains these past 2 days? I passed by your house and didn't see you open the door, Zhang Dezhu called out to him. Yes, we went into the mountains. Where's your wife? Did she go to the mountains too? Well, she's bored at home, so she decided to go into the mountains with me, to have some company. If she's bored at home, why not invite her to our house to keep your cousin company? Zhou Lanhua thought that Lin Lan's family probably couldn't help Chuanzi much. Maybe after going into the mountains, she might even hold Chuanzi back. Right now, their family relies on Chuanzi hunting to make a living, so they can't afford any delays. That would be great if my sister-in-law could come and keep me company. Lin Lan is a good cook, and over the years, I haven't had such delicious meals. No need. Even if she goes into the mountains, she can still help me. He remembered the white light that appeared at just the right moments. Really? What can she do to help? With her small arms and legs, she probably can't even climb the mountain, Zhou Lanhua doubted. Lin Lan isn't very strong or athletic. Even when they go to town, they always ride a bullock cart. Uncle, auntie, she's not as bad as you say. She's very good, Zhang Dezhu.
Zhou Lanhua.
They didn't say she was bad, just questioned her a little. Chuanzi, we didn't mean it that way. Uncle, auntie, you can eat slowly. I'm going back now. After Su Yongchuan left, Su Shi said, Father, Mother, Chuanzi is right. You shouldn't always doubt her. My sister-in-law is really clever. Just look at this blood sausage. Who would think of such a way to eat it? If Chuanzi says he can help, then he definitely can. Besides, the two of them love each other and want to go into the mountains together. That's a good thing. Su Shi now somewhat regrets agreeing to split the family. It would have been better if Chuanzi and the others hadn't been separated. With Lin Lan's cooking skills, even if she didn't do any work, she would still be willing to support her without question. Father, Mother, my wife is right. In the future, don't always interfere with them. Since we've split the family, we should let them handle their own affairs. Chuanzi is capable. If he says it will work, then it will. Zhang Qianshan unconditionally agreed with his wife. Su Shi, as the eldest daughter-in-law of the main household, and her family, the Zhangs, have always valued this eldest daughter-in-law. Her words carry weight at home, unlike Xiaoling, Mother, we're old now and can't manage all this. Let them handle things themselves. Yes, young people have their own ideas. We should worry less in the future. When Su Yongchuan returned home, Lin Lan was sitting by the water basin, washing jars and pots. Let me do it. I'm so tired and I don't even know when to rest. I want to eat pickled vegetables, tangy, sweet, and tasty. Her spicy chicken offal, pickled chili snails. Just thinking about it makes her drool. Su Yongchuan chuckled. Then I'll go pick some vegetables from the field. Actually, go to my aunt's place. Don't go to ours. Let the fruits and vegetables rest a bit, Lin Lan said shyly. Ha ha ha, got it. I'll pick a little of everything, Su Yongchuan said, grabbing a big bamboo basket and heading out. Lin Lan sighed. No, a basket is enough. That big basket. Are you planning to take all the vegetables from my aunt's place? My aunt's field has plenty of greens, and they can't finish them all anyway. I can pick a bit more without any problem. Just after Zhang's family finished clearing the dishes, Su Yongchuan went to their door again. He explained his purpose, and Zhang Xiaoyan didn't wait for everyone to react. She happily ran to the backyard. Cousin, I'll help you pick. She quickly picked a lot of red and green peppers, green beans, eggplants, bitter melons, and loofahs before stopping. When Su Yongchuan returned with a full basket of vegetables, the jars had already been washed. Wow, you picked so much? We can't eat it all, right? Sharon heard you wanted to make pickles, so she ran straight into the field to pick vegetables. She's quick, and I couldn't stop her. That girl is quite enthusiastic. Lin Lan poured the vegetables from the basket into a wooden basin, preparing to wash and dry them. Su Yongchuan carried a bucket out, washing and scrubbing, which used a lot of water. Soon, the water in the basin was empty again. Lin Lan asked, Is there a water source behind our thatched cottage? Su Yongchuan thought for a moment. Do you want to bring water into the yard? Yes, then we won't have to fetch water every day, and I won't have to worry about running out of water. Plus, fresh water is cleaner and more hygienic. I'll go check the back mountain later. Su Yongchuan was someone who liked to take action, and Lin Lan was very pleased with that. After washing the vegetables and letting them dry in a breezy place, Lin Lan felt a bit sleepy. Lying on the bed, she asked casually, Do you think the tiger was badly hurt? The fight between the bear and the tiger had been so intense that it made her heart race. Although the bear couldn't defeat the tiger, it was strong and probably caused some injuries to the tiger. If they could find the tiger's den, they might have a chance to get something valuable. Su Yongchuan thought for a moment. It's hard to say. The forest is too dark, and no one knows exactly how badly the tiger was hurt. He knew very well that the tiger was definitely scared away by those several streaks of white light. Without those white lights, the situation might have been very different. Lin Lan turned sideways, her eyes shining. Maybe we should go try. Okay, but you can't push yourself too hard. Lin Lan nodded. She was cautious and listened to advice. Although hunting the tiger could make them a lot of money, tigers are hard to control. If they made a mistake, it could be dangerous for their lives. All right, you go first. I promise to hide well. Su Yongchuan glanced at her. She was both cautious and greedy. Su Yongchuan, when we get to the mountain, take me to the pond nearby, she said. She still wanted to catch some freshwater crabs. Those are low risk and profitable, very addictive. Also, check if there are any wild chickens or rabbits.
I need to bring more seasonings up the mountain.
Salt alone isn't enough. Sure, you can bring them, but I have to warn you, in the deep mountains, cooking in the deep mountains is not allowed. Lin Lan snapped, then turned over. All right, you're so nagging. I've heard this so many times. My ears are getting calluses. Still calling me nagging? If it were someone else, I wouldn't want to say it. What answered him was the steady sound of breathing nearby. When Lin Lan woke up, Su Yongchuan was gone. He probably went to check the water source behind the mountain. Lin Lan didn't mind. She went straight to the yard and carried the jar into the kitchen. The jar had been hanging out in the sun all afternoon, and now there was no water left inside. She added some ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and chopped chili peppers with stems, then finally placed long beans into the jar. After putting the vegetables in, she added a big handful of salt, poured in clean water, and also added some rice wine. This makes the pickles taste better. To prevent the pickles from floating and ruining the flavor, Lin Lan took a handful of clean straw, tied it tightly, and pressed it down into the jar, making sure the pickles stayed submerged. Finally, she covered the jar with a lid, filled the rim with clean water, and placed it in a shady spot. It should be ready to eat in about 7 days. By then, she could start her stir-fry series. As the sky gradually darkened, it was time to prepare dinner again. Lin Lan picked up a bag of flour, poured half of the gray flour into a wooden basin, and added some seasonings. Just as she was about to light the fire, Su Yongchuan entered the room and went straight to the stove. Let me do it. I'll start the fire. Lin Lan stepped back behind the stove and asked, Is there a water source behind the thatched hut? There is, but not much. When I have free time, I'll dig around to see if the outlet is blocked. Good. Once the pot was hot, she added oil. Like last time, she cooked more than 20 pancakes. Su Yongchuan, what did you eat in the mountains before? She asked out of curiosity. Pancakes, steamed buns, rice balls, anything. If none of those are available, I eat roasted chicken. Sounds easy to take care of and not picky. Su Yongchuan grinned silently and chuckled. Just like before, the next morning before dawn, the two of them got up. Lin Lan boiled all the remaining blood sausage and served it with fried bread for breakfast. After eating, she peeled banana leaves, wrapped the remaining fried bread, and packed it into a cloth bag. She also put salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings into a basket. Su Yongchuan slung his quiver over his shoulder, pulled up his bow and arrow, and quietly locked the door as they headed into the mountains. As usual, they first checked the traps. Today, there wasn't much. Only one wild rabbit in the trap. Su Yongchuan picked up the rabbit, took it to the pond, and skillfully killed it. Then he sat by the pond and began to weave a trap. The pond was quiet, with leaves floating on the surface, creating ripples. Lin Lan asked, Do you think there are turtles in this pond? I'm not sure. Maybe we should try another place? Su Yongchuan nodded, and they went to explore in the forest. Are the other ponds far from the cave? The events of that night scared her. She thought it would be safer to stay overnight in the cave. After all, the cave was on a cliff, and as long as they blocked the entrance, it would be safer than being in a tree. Far, Su Yongchuan looked at her. But it's still early today. Whether we find anything or not, we should head down the mountain early. Okay? While talking, Su Yongchuan took her to another trap where there was also a wild chicken. He took the chicken out of the trap, and Lin Lan smiled happily. Actually, having wild chickens and rabbits every day isn't bad. Why bother with a bicycle? Which bike? Lin Lan's smile froze slightly. Oh no, she had revealed too much by being too casual. It's nothing. I mean, having some income every day is already good. It's not every day, though. When it gets cold, the animals on the mountain get lazy, and it's harder to catch them. Anything can be overdone. People need a break, right? If we catch animals every day, we might run out. That's true. Su Yongchuan's eyes flickered with something. Could that fierce Lin Lan really say such things? And what exactly was that white light? He led her through the forest, turning left and right. From afar, they heard the sound of flowing water. There was a small waterfall ahead. It had rained a few days ago, so the water flow was strong. Lin Lan couldn't wait and ran toward the waterfall, excited. What do you think is in that pond? I don't know. Maybe similar to the one in front, Su Yongchuan replied without much more to say. He went on to kill the wild chicken and took out the internal organs. He set up a trap again, throwing the organs inside. Lin Lan continued to pick wild vegetables near the pond. This place had water all year round, so the wild vegetables grew lush. Besides wild celery, there was also a type of vegetable called yongkai. Lin Lan thought this mountain was like a treasure mountain. Her ability to grow vegetables didn't seem so important anymore. Su Yongchuan, do you know this vegetable? She asked, holding up a hollow vegetable.
Su Yongchuan not that got sive.
No, I don't. It's called qiankai. You can eat it cold, stir-fried, or boiled. Su Yongchuan looked at her with a more complicated expression and asked, where did you hear about these? He was the hunter, after all. This was deep in the mountains, his territory. Shouldn't he know more? Just. From a book, Lin Lan replied calmly after a brief pause. Let me see that book someday. I go into the mountains often. Knowing more about things is good. If I go alone someday, I can bring back some good stuff for you. The book was torn into pieces and used as firewood. You're such a spendthrift woman. During the following time, both of them remained mostly silent. Su Yongchuan focused on weaving the vine cage, while Lin Lan was busy picking and washing vegetables. Finally, everything was packed away. Let's go back to the cave. Before it got dark, the two returned to their previous cave. Su Yongchuan went into the woods to gather some dry firewood and started a fire. When the flames were steady, he threw in the chicken covered with yellow mud. Lin Lan blanched some vegetables, mixed them with soy sauce, salt, and chicken seasoning she had taken from her space, and stirred everything together. While there was still some light in the woods, they leaned against the stone wall, eating flatbread and delicious roasted chicken, the smell making their mouths water. Oh, and today they also added a dipping sauce. Lin Lan had brought it in a bamboo tube from the mountain. The roasted chicken was tasty, but a bit bland, and the dipping sauce made it much better. If my aunt knew we eat meat every day, she'd probably scold us again. Older folks are used to being frugal and don't like seeing young people eat and drink without restraint. It's okay. She won't care if she doesn't see it. Lin Lan chuckled softly. You seem honest, but inside, you're quite tricky. Not at all. I always show my true self, he emphasized the words, hinting at something. When the last bit of light disappeared, the woods became pitch dark. When they went to sleep, Su Yongchuan sealed the cave entrance tightly with a large stone. Lin Lan tried to push it, but the stone didn't even wobble. Now, she wasn't worried about tigers. But the cold environment was good for snakes, and Lin Lan was a little worried. If a snake crawled in during the night, it would be a very scary scene. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. It was scarier than meeting a tiger. Su Yongchuan, are there snakes in this cave? There might be. Before he finished speaking, Lin Lan rolled into his arms, clutching his clothes tightly, her eyes carefully watching her surroundings. Maybe we should stay in a tree instead, but tigers can climb trees. Su Yongchuan's lips curled up slightly, a happy tone in his voice. I'm more afraid of snakes than tigers, but I think snakes are much cuter than tigers. Su Yongchuan chuckled. You're still laughing. Lin Lan looked at him with annoyance, thinking harshly that if a snake came in the middle of the night, she would hide in her space and see if he still smiled. Don't worry, the snake won't come in. I buried some medicine around the cave to repel insects, so the snake won't dare enter. Why didn't you say that earlier? Lin Lan suddenly broke free from his embrace and moved far away in anger. You're so quick to turn hostile. Su Yongchuan's large hand roughly grabbed her a couple of times. Just as Lin Lan was about to protest, he suddenly loosened his grip and said, Go to sleep. You've had a tiring day. Lin Lan found him a bit strange. A few days ago, he was very eager about that matter, but now he seemed less urgent. Could it be to stay alert at all times? But Lin Lan didn't dare ask, making it seem like she was very anxious. While listening to the rustling wind in the woods, Su Yongchuan's mind was filled with the white flashes that scared away the tiger. The two of them fell asleep with their own thoughts. In her dream, Lin Lan saw a tiger. She had just started climbing the mountain when the tiger, with graceful steps, appeared before her. The tiger's fur was shiny and smooth, like fine silk. It had no injuries at all, and behind it, a group of tiger cubs followed. Yes, a group. Each cub was about the size of a small calf, drooling and hissing at her. Lin Lan was terrified. She wanted to use her tricks again, take out her camera, and scare them away. Suddenly, Su Yongchuan appeared out of nowhere. He snatched her phone, fiddled with it, but of course, he didn't succeed. He was so angry that he finally threw the phone aside, grabbed her wrist fiercely, and said she was a monster, planning to find an open space to burn her alive. Lin Lan struggled desperately, but she was no match for him. In the end, in her panic, she kicked him precisely where it hurt most, and Su Yongchuan was also dreaming. As they passed through a lush forest, the injured tiger ran out and blocked their way. He protected Lin Lan behind him, eyes full of killing intent. He drew an arrow from behind and aimed at the tiger, ready to shoot. Suddenly, he felt a strong gust of wind behind him, and something furry was rubbing against him. Stop messing around, catching the tiger is the priority. But the person behind him showed no sign of stopping and instead pushed him forward. It was as if they were pushing him toward the tiger. Su Yongchuan was unhappy, thinking Lin Lan didn't know her limits. He believed she should know when to cause trouble and when to stop. But when he turned around, he nearly fainted from shock. There was no sign of Lin Lan behind him. Instead, there was a huge tiger, much larger than the one in front, about twice its size. The scariest part was, the tiger was speaking to him. "Husband, haven't you been looking for Bai Guang? I tell you, your suspicion was right. Bai Guang is actually me." As he listened, the tiger grinned and then spat out a stream of white light, like lightning, with sparks flying, making him dizzy. Monster. Monster. He instinctively aimed his arrow at her head, but he couldn't shoot it. They had worshipped heaven and earth and entered their wedding chamber. Even if she was a tiger, she was still his wife. And after marriage, they had a good life. She would cook delicious food for him, making sure he was full, more than ever before. They would go up the mountain together, help each other come up with ideas, and earn money to support their small family. "Husband, I'm hungry." The tiger lifted her big head, looking adorable, and spoke again. Su Yongchuan's heart tightened. Was she planning to eat him like a snack? He was also very conflicted. He definitely didn't want to be eaten. But if he didn't feed her, he might hurt her, and he didn't want that. While he was worried, another tiger roared loudly and charged toward them, carrying a strong, foul wind. Without thinking, Su Yongchuan grabbed Lin Lan's paw and pulled her to run. "Wife, run quickly. You're lazy, greedy, and not willing to move. You're no match for it. Be patient if you're hungry. I'll go catch wild chickens on the mountain later for you. If you don't like chickens, rabbits are fine too." "Hey, Su Yongchuan, let go. I'm a tiger now. You're dragging me to escape. Does that make sense? Show some respect. I'm the king of beasts. If I see a fellow, I shouldn't run away. I should at least show my claws, right?" The tiger refused to let go, struggling hard and muttering nonstop. Su Yongchuan refused to loosen his grip and kept running forward. Suddenly, for some reason, the tiger raised her paw and kicked him between the legs. Ouch! Both of them opened their eyes at the same time. "Lin Lan, where are you kicking?" In the darkness, Su Yongchuan clenched his legs tightly, curling up like a shrimp, with anger blazing in his eyes and gritted teeth. "Did I really kick you?" Lin Lan was a bit confused and unsure. "You old tigress. Ouch, that hurt me so much." "So, does it hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you?" Lin Lan awkwardly said. Wasn't it Su Yongchuan from her dreams trying to burn her? So, resisting was not wrong, right? Su Yongchuan looked at her with a deep gaze. "I dreamed you turned into a tiger." "Me? A tiger? The man gritted his teeth. No, you didn't turn into a tiger. You are actually a tigress, Lin Lan. Well, she felt guilty, so she stayed silent. Come on, have some water. Lin Lan lit a fire stick, lit an oil lamp, and immediately, a small light illuminated the narrow cave. She took out a bamboo tube, poured a glass of water for him, and gently patted his head. Take a sip, no need to be scared, Su Yongchuan. No, I am 20 years old, not 2. After Su Yongchuan felt better, Lin Lan moved away from him, worried she might sleep restlessly and cause him more pain. Su Yongchuan remembered that dream and couldn't help but smile. It felt quite real. They had a small quarrel last night and woke up quite late in the morning. The two went to the creek to wash up. Lin Lan casually plucked some wild vegetables. In the morning, a thin mist floated in the forest. The leaves unfolded, with dewdrops hanging on the edges. The woods were damp and fresh. As soon as the insect poked its head out, a bird with a long beak pecked and pulled at it. Before it could react, the insect was pulled into the bird's belly through the tree hole. Morning wild vegetables are the freshest. When pinched, the roots and stems break, and juice flows out. Back in the cave, Lin Lan boiled the vegetables, added seasonings, and mixed well. Then she took out some oil cakes, and they had a simple breakfast. After eating, both took their tools and went to check the water pool. As expected, in the water trap, besides a few fish about the length of chopsticks and some small shrimp, the water was clear. The fish and shrimp were still lively after being kept in the trap overnight. Looking at these fish and shrimp, Su Yongchuan felt a bit disappointed. Lin Lan was very happy. For her, any catch was good, regardless of size. When she saw the fish in the trap clearly, she suddenly cheered up. Su Yongchuan, today we are really lucky. Do you know what kind of fish this is? What's it called? Su Yongchuan glanced at the fish in the cage. The fish is flat, mostly yellow, with a snow-white belly. Fish are usually not worth much. Villagers prefer to eat meat if they have money. Although he knew it wouldn't sell for a high price, he still asked politely. This is a mandarin fish. Its flesh is tender, and it tastes delicious. It's best for making pickled fish. This kind of wild mandarin fish, naturally caught in the wild, can't be bought in the 21st century. Even if you could buy it, it would be very expensive. Pickled fish. Yes, by the time we go back, the pickled vegetables should be ready. I will cook pickled fish for you then. And these shrimps, coated in flour and fried in oil, smell so good they'll make your mouth water. Now you've got me craving it. After we sell the catch, I must go buy some good wine. Nothing can compare to your cooking skills, Su Yongchuan said as he neatly stored the fish and shrimp. Su Yongchuan, you're good at talking. A sweet-tongued person never loses out. Su Yongchuan laughed loudly. Let's go. As usual, first check the trap, okay? The two arrived at the newly dug trap. From afar, they saw that the cover on the trap was gone, and a big hole had appeared on the ground. Looking at this, there's no doubt something big has been caught. That they've caught something large. Su Yongchuan, let's go see what's inside the trap. Hold on, don't be in a hurry. Stand behind me. Lin Lan quickly got into position behind him and urged, Come on, let's go, Su Yongchuan. His speed was impressive. He carefully took his bow and arrow and approached the trap. Inside, they saw a large wild boar, about 200 pounds. It had a long snout, dense, hard bristles, and looked very alert. The boar had been pierced by bamboo splinters into a major artery. Blood was everywhere, and it had already lost its breath. However, the blood hadn't coagulated yet, showing it had died not long ago. Lin Lan clenched her fists excitedly. It's happening. In stories, the male and female protagonists often get rich from their tools, and finally, the wild boar made its grand appearance. Su Yongchuan, if we keep going like this, it won't be long before we can buy farmland and become landowners, she said. That's not so easy. This thing is not very stable, but honestly, we've been very lucky lately. Su Yongchuan jumped out of the trap and took the wild boar out. Should we go to the lake again? Yes, let's go and see. After carrying the wild boar back to the mountain top and hiding it in a cave, he covered the entrance with a large stone. They traveled straight for 2 days, heading directly to the small lake. When they reached the place where they set the traps, they moved aside the water plants. Inside, everything was quiet, and the rabbits' internal organs lay intact in the trap. However, neither of them looked disappointed. They already caught the wild boar and gained something. They weren't greedy. Let's go back to the town. They returned to the cave. Lin Lan helped carry the tools, and Su Yongchuan bent down and carried the wild boar on his shoulder. Following the small path they used before, they headed straight to the town. Su Yongchuan said, "When we get back, let's make a cart. Carrying everything yourself is tiring, and if you're not careful and hurt your back, it won't be good." "Okay, I agree. When we get back, I'll make one myself." Su Yongchuan was not stubborn. If there was an easier way, he would definitely choose it. Also, they now had some silver coins, so there was no need to save that little bit of money. When Lin Lan got down from the mountain, she wrapped her head with a torn towel, only revealing her dark eyes. Su Yongchuan looked at her and said, "When we get to the town, buy a new headscarf." That old, worn-out headscarf didn't suit her at all. No need. The main purpose of the headscarf is to cover the face. Be obedient. Buy a new one. When they arrived in town, the shops had just opened. Su Yongchuan confidently knocked on the back door of Jinji Restaurant. "Hey, Brother Su, did you find something good again?" Since Su Yongchuan's game was sold at the restaurant, the shop assistant was quite familiar with him. "Not really good stuff, just a wild boar. I wanted to ask if you want it. If not, I'll take it to the market to sell." Yes. Brother Su, you're so modest. You caught a bear the day before yesterday, and today it's a wild boar. Honestly, your skills are amazing." The shop owner said that from now on, all his game would be bought by the restaurant. "Whenever you catch something, just bring it in." The shop assistant spoke confidently. Jinji is not just the only shop in town. Their business has already expanded to the capital city and is spreading to nearby counties. They can eat any kind of wild game. "Brother Su, I'll sell you this wild boar for 35 cents per jin. What do you think?" The young shop assistant, who is also the cook's nephew and handles procurement, has some authority in the shop. Su Yongchuan nods. "All right, at that price." They weigh the boar, which weighs a total of 205 jin. Lin Lan is surprised. Su Yongchuan is indeed strong. Carrying over 200 jin and walking such a long distance, his face shows no signs of fatigue. He's definitely stronger than those fragile modern men who look good but are weak inside. After selling the wild boar, Lin Lan asks, "Little second, do you still want what's inside the boar's stomach?" The young assistant shakes his head. "No, I don't want to bother." "Can I have it then?" He looks at her in surprise. Usually their hunting family wouldn't lack meat. And from Su's appearance, he doesn't seem stingy. It's probably about household expenses. Lin Lan notices his thoughts and says straightforwardly, "Actually, I really like that kind of stuff." She enjoys eating offal, pork organ soup, stir-fried kidney, spicy intestines. But she stops herself. Thinking about it makes her mouth water. The young assistant understands and says, "All right, you can go outside and look around. When we're done, you can come back and get it." "Thank you, little second. Let's go. We need to buy a headscarf." Su Yongchuan is very insistent about this, so Lin Lan agrees. They first go to the pork stall and return the wooden bucket they brought to the vendor. "Boss, we brought you back your bucket," Lin Lan says happily. "Good," the vendor replies cheerfully, counting out 20 copper coins and handing them to her. "Young lady, are you buying meat today? How many jin do you want?" While walking, a tall young man suddenly jumped behind Su Yongchuan and patted his shoulder. When Su Yongchuan turned around, the young man quickly hid his hands in a place where Su couldn't see. "Qian Shui, come out." The young man smiled and stepped out from behind him. "Cousin, are you here to sell game again?" Su Yongchuan's eyes and face showed a slight smile. "Qian Shui, you're back?" "Yes, I finished my work. I was about to go to the shop to buy some things to take home. Want to come along?" Zhang Qian Shui tilted his head and invited him. Lin Lan stood on Su Yongchuan's right side, smiling as she watched the two brothers chat. Su didn't respond immediately, but looked at Lin Lan. Seeing no reply, Zhang Qianshui followed his gaze and realized Lin Lan was standing beside his cousin. The distance between them seemed surprisingly close. Even more worrying was that his cousin subtly moved closer to Lin Lan. Although she was wearing a headscarf, living in the same village, he recognized her at once.
Oh hat, Lin Lan.
Why do you look like that? Wasn't she usually very showy and proud? But that wasn't the main point. The main question was, why are you here? I've been here all along, Lin Lan smiled confidently. Zhang Qianshui felt uneasy. When had Lin Lan ever been so polite to others? His eyes flicked back and forth between the two, confused about what was going on. And watching how she talked to his cousin, Lin Lan didn't seem to mind standing close. This feeling was very strange. He tugged at Su Yongchuan's sleeve and gave him a look, signaling him to say more. Su Yongchuan pushed his hand away. If you have something to say it here, Zhang Qianshui. When did his cousin become so oblivious to signals? Still, he pulled him a few steps aside and lowered his voice. Cousin, do you think Lin Lan is trying to get close to you, Su Yongchuan? Cousin, listen, don't be fooled by Lin Lan. She may look a bit better than other village girls, taller and fairer, but Lin Lan. Now she could see clearly that this person and Zhang Xiaoyan were truly siblings. They were both talking behind people's backs, not knowing how to speak quietly. With such loud voices, why didn't they take a few more steps away? Su Yongchuan interrupted him and said, Qianshui, I agree with everything you just said. Zhang Qianshui wanted to finish speaking, but the main point was still coming. Big cousin, I haven't finished yet. Su Yongchuan cut him off again. Qianshui, call your sister-in-law. What? Zhang Qianshui's eyes widened, and his mouth was open, so wide it almost could swallow an egg. He understood what his cousin meant, but he also felt like he hadn't fully understood. Lin Lan was always proud. Besides the young man named Bai, she never paid much attention to other men in the village. How could she suddenly marry his cousin? He had only worked at the dock for a few days, so how did Lin Lan become his sister-in-law? Big cousin, this. It's true. I am now your sister-in-law. And thank you for the compliment, Lin Lan said with a smile, waving kindly at him. Zhang Qianshui felt embarrassed. It seemed his words had been heard clearly. I didn't say anything bad about you, he stammered. Actually, he just hadn't had the chance to say it. Lin Lan nodded. I know. I heard everything. Zhang Qianshui was at a loss. We just got married a few days ago. Su Yongchuan coughed lightly and looked at Zhang Qianshui. You go buy some things by yourself. We need to go to the cloth shop. Big cousin, we haven't seen each other in a while. Zhang Qianshui felt complicated inside. He thought his cousin was very impressive, and the village girls weren't good enough for him. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would give Lin Lan a chance. Maybe you should go with him to buy things. You don't have to buy a headscarf. Su Yongchuan frowned and looked at Zhang Qianshui. A grown man, so fussy. You can go alone to the dock to work, but you can't go alone to the shop to buy things? What's the matter? Can the shopkeeper eat you? I just want you to go with me to buy a jar of apricot blossom wine. It would be nice for everyone to have a drink at noon. Qianshui, we've already divided the household. I'll go home for lunch. Zhang Qianshui was hit hard again. Why so sudden? He instinctively felt that this must be related to Lin Lan. His gaze at Lin Lan was tinged with some dissatisfaction. All right, go buy your things. I'll go with your sister-in-law to buy a headscarf. Su Yongchuan waved his hand and left with Lin Lan. In the end, Lin Lan bought a headscarf. It was indigo blue, embroidered with a lily flower, and was a very modern style. Is it good looking? After leaving the shop, Lin Lan put on her new scarf. Yes, it looks nice, Su Yongchuan nodded confidently. After buying the things, they returned to the restaurant, where Lin Lan quickly cleaned the wild boar's internal organs and stored them away. Lin Lan looked at the items: pig intestines, liver, lungs, and kidneys. They didn't buy much, so on the way back, they naturally didn't take a car and walked home. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, but the fields were full of hard-working people. Su Yongchuan, let's check the time. It's probably time to clear our land. Lin Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked. Probably about right. When we get back, I'll go see the fields. If we've cleared the land, we won't go up the mountain for a few days. We should plant the crops first, she said. Okay, Su Yongchuan looked at her. You shouldn't go to the fields. Just stay at home and cook for us. Lin Lan knew her limits, Working in the fields wasn't her strong suit. All right, I promised to prepare 3 different meals a day for you. When they got home, she first poured a bowl of cold water to drink and washed her face before heading to the kitchen. Su Yongchuan took the wild boar's organs and went to the river. Zhang Qianshui also returned to the Zhang family. Third brother, you're back. Zhang Xiaoyan jumped up happily to greet him. Here, this is a headpiece I brought for you. Take it and wear it. Zhang Qianshui took out 2 silk flowers from his bag. Thank you, third brother. Sit down, I'll pour you some water. Zhang Dazhu and his wife also heard the voices. Old third is back. The eldest daughter-in-law. Add more rice at noon. His third uncle has returned. Zhou Lanhua immediately went over and took the bag from Zhang Qianshui. Good, Su's voice floated out from the kitchen. Zhang Dazhu's dark face was also full of smiles. Old third is back. Zhang Qianshui took out the wages he earned this time and handed them to Zhou Lanhua. She counted the money and threw the change back to him. Parents, when did my cousin get married? Why didn't you tell me? And did you take any benefits from the Lin family? As soon as Zhang Qianshui entered, he asked 3 questions in a row before the Zhang family could respond, leaving them all stunned. Child, what are you saying? Who took benefits from the Lin family? Are we the kind of people who do that? Zhou Lanhua gave his arm a firm pat and shot him a sharp look. Zhang Dazhu was also surprised. Then, Zhou Lanhua quickly explained the reasons behind Su Yongchuan and Lin Lan's marriage. Zhang Dazhu said, "You're busy with work, and traveling back and forth takes several days. We didn't want to bother you. Old Sen has a good relationship with Chuanzi. If he heard the news, he would definitely come back quickly." Zhang Qianshui works at the dock. He used to carry heavy bags, but after gaining the boss's favor, he got a lighter job. Most villagers do odd jobs, but he has been working there for many years. In fact, he's a bit more capable than the young men in the village. But this was Yongchuan's own decision. What could he do if he came back? Since he couldn't stop him, there was no point in arguing. So, the couple didn't tell him. Zhang Qianshui was silent for a moment, then asked, "Why did you split him away? Didn't you say before that you treated him like your own son? His older brothers got married, but they didn't split the family." Zhang Qianshui's words carried a hint of doubt. "It was your cousin's own choice. You know his personality. Once he makes a decision, he doesn't change it," Zhou Lanhua sighed. "Splitting up and living separately might be for the best. They weren't Chuanzi's biological parents, and with Lin Lan's personality, things probably wouldn't be peaceful after marriage. Living together might cause friction, and he might feel caught in the middle. Yongchuan is sensitive and thoughtful. He always feels he owes their family, which she understands. Over the years, Yongchuan has not been comfortable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the battlefield to fill in for the second son. Splitting up is good. She raised this child, and she hopes he can be happier. That's why Su Yongchuan suggested they live separately, and the couple agreed. Chuanzi is capable. His hunting skills are just as good as farming. If he were in another family, after raising the children, they would keep him to help support the family. But they're different. Although they have their own worries, they always hope for the best for the children. They've been together for so many years, and their feelings are real. It's not entirely your cousin's idea. It's also the second sister-in-law. She can't stand the second wife. Zhang Xiaoyan rushed in, looking angry. If it weren't for the second sister-in-law, they wouldn't have split from their cousin. Without the split, she could still enjoy the meals Lin Lan cooks every day. Second sister-in-law, what trouble are you causing now? Zhang Xiaoyan, ignoring her parents' glances, quickly told them about Bai Xiaoling's actions to force her parents to split the family. Zhang Qianshui immediately exploded. "Mother, I have to say, you really should control my second sister-in-law. Every family splits up eventually. When the elders are around, the daughter-in-law should follow their rules. And my cousin once fought on the battlefield under the name of the second brother. Because of that, the second household should treat my cousin with respect. But they not only show no gratitude, they keep trying to push my cousin out. Doing this might even hurt my cousin's feelings. Mother, father, I'm making this clear today. When I get married, I will split from the family and live separately, just like my cousin." Zhang Qianshui looked down on his second sister-in-law. She was useless at everything and sneaky, the worst kind. Having such a troublemaker in the family would only cause problems. Qian Shui, do you really want to abandon us? Zhou Lanhua was a bit sad. She had raised her children with so much effort, and now they wanted to leave them behind. Mother, I don't want to leave you. It's just that I can't live with my second sister-in-law. If we don't split up, we'll have to share everything, and over time, disagreements will happen, making things difficult for my second brother. For a peaceful future, we should separate. The future depends on our own abilities. Qian Shui, 18 years old, was ready to marry. He had already decided this on his way back. Third brother. Zhang Dezhu moved his lips, feeling sad. Besides Chuanzi, the third brother was the most promising child in the family. Now, both promising children wanted to leave, and it made him very sad. By the way, where are my second brother and second sister-in-law? Qian Shui looked around the house. Knowing Bai Xiaoling's personality, once she heard he was back, she might come out to see if she could get some benefits. They went back to their parents' house. Bai Xiaoling said her mother wasn't feeling well, and since the land was almost harvested, she went to check on her. Zhou Lanhua sighed, looking unhappy when mentioning Bai Xiaoling. She also shot a quick glare at Zhang Dezhu. It was his idea to get married back then. Zhang Dezhu felt guilty, but had no choice. The Bai family had helped them before, and the old master valued reputation, so opposing them was useless. Her mother is sick 300 days a year, and most days she doesn't feel well, but I still think her loud voice is louder than anyone else's, Zhang Qianshui sneered. Bai Xiaoling has to visit her parents' house at least once a month. Every time she goes, she brings big and small packages. And the money for it still comes from the public funds. It's because the old master left a will before he died, saying they should help support the relatives. I don't know what the main family couple is thinking, but I feel very upset about it. I work hard outside earning that money, and it's not for her to waste like this. Qian Shui, her mother's loud voice is just natural. Father, only you believe that. Zhang Qianshui shook his head helplessly. His parents are honest people and can't imagine how tricky people's hearts can be. Married already. What can we do? Are we going to divorce your second sister-in-law? Zhang Dezhu said quietly. Zhou Lanhua had nothing to say. She also didn't like the Bai family, but she never thought about divorcing her. Qian Shui, feeling annoyed, scratched his head. Anyway, I don't care. When I get married, I'll be like my cousin and live separately. Do whatever you want. You're going against us. Your parents haven't said anything, and you want to cut us out? Besides, your older brother and sister-in-law haven't spoken, so who gave you the right to talk so much? Zhang Dezhu slammed the table, looking serious. That's because my older brother and sister-in-law are kind-hearted. Parents, you just spoil the Bai family. When my older brother and sister-in-law get tired of it, see how you handle it. Qian Shui sat down heavily angry. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the room, Zhang Xiaoyan didn't dare to speak freely and quietly handed her third brother some cold water. All right, Xiaoyan, go help your sister-in-law in the kitchen. Zhou Lanhua waved her hand. His words left a mark on her heart. According to village rules, their future retirement should be taken care of by the eldest couple, but they must not let them feel cold-hearted. Maybe they have indeed spoiled the Bai family too much. Meanwhile, at the Lin family courtyard, Su Yongchuan carried washed wild boar organs into the yard. Wife, I want to eat the pig liver and noodle dish we had last time. Can we make that for lunch? Is it too greasy now? I saw your expression last time, and if someone didn't know better, they'd think I fed you poison. It's only been a few days, and he's already changing his mind. TSK men. Lin Lan laughed loudly, still remembering how Su Yongchuan looked disgusted and annoyed the last time he saw pig intestines. Is it really that exaggerated? I've had pig intestines prepared that way before. Besides, I didn't say anything bad about it at the time. Su Yongchuan was very good about this. Even if he didn't agree with Lin Lan's way, he still tried to do his best with his own tasks. All right, today we'll try something different, Lin Lan said, looking at the bucket of offal with a new idea in mind. It's a pity the pickled vegetables in the jar aren't ready to eat yet. Maybe we can make a stir-fry dish instead. But making pig offal soup also sounds good. It's hot outside, and a bowl of warm soup would be nice. Without delay, She poured everything from the bucket into a basin. First, she filled the pig lungs with water, then squeezed and rinsed them several times to wash out the blood foam until the water ran clear and no more foam appeared. Then she cut them into pieces and set aside. Next, she split the kidney and cleaned out the white parts inside. Then, she prepared the pig intestines and liver, cutting them into pieces as well. Finally, she put everything into a pot to simmer. She added shredded ginger, garlic, some wine, salt, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices. Meanwhile, Su Yongchuan went to the field and picked a few cucumbers and some greens. After simmering for an hour, the kitchen was filled with a fragrant aroma. Lin Lan took a deep breath, scooped out a piece of pig intestine from the pot, and held it near Su Yongchuan's mouth. "Try it and see if it tastes good. Try yourself. Only then will you really know if it's salty enough," he replied. Lin Lan rolled her eyes. "I'm afraid it's hot, Su Yongchuan." He was tough-skinned and thick-skinned after all. Silently, he put the piece of pig intestine in his mouth, chewed, and said, "It's pretty good. The broth is flavorful and the pig intestines are soft and tasty. All right, I'll make a bowl for my aunt and her family. You can take it to them to try." Su Yongchuan nodded. Lin Lan's cooking always made him think of his aunt and her family. That was what pleased him most. Although he and his aunt's family had separated, they weren't strangers. Lin Lan, on the other hand, kept things simple. They were cooking such a big pot and 2 people couldn't finish it all. For someone who loves cooking, knowing others enjoy what they make is the greatest compliment. When Su Yongchuan delivered the food, the Zhang family's meal was just set on the table. In the middle of the table, there was a large bowl of saltwater boiled green beans, cooked until very soft. The broth was dark and clear, with no oil or floating bits. In front of one person, there was a bowl of sweet potato and brown rice, ready to eat. "Yongchuan, what good things have you brought us this time?" Mrs. Su looked at the bowl he was holding and guessed what it was. "It's pig offal soup. We bought it in town today and made a big pot. My wife said she wanted to share some with you all," Su Yongchuan said with a smile as he placed the bowl of pig offal soup in the middle of the table. The white broth was thick, topped with bright green scallions. The steam rising from it carried a strong, inviting smell. The Zhang family members all swallowed hard. It smelled so good. Everyone except Zhang Qianxue looked serious when they saw the bowl of pig offal soup. His cousin's family was so poor they ate organ meats just to satisfy their cravings. He took out some copper coins that hadn't even cooled down and said, "Cousin, take this money and buy some meat to eat, Su Yongchuan." "Qianxue, no need. We have money," he quickly added. "Really, we do." Zhou Lanhua couldn't help but give him a light tap. "What are you thinking? Your sister-in-law is good at cooking and she likes eating organ meats," but inside, she was thinking that this kid knew how to live well. Buying these things to satisfy cravings was more cost-effective than buying meat. Plus, with her good cooking skills, even organ meats that no one wanted could be made tastier than meat. "Mom, why are you hitting me? Who likes eating organ meats? They're too gamey and smelly. Nothing beats real meat," he said. Zhou Lanhua didn't reply. She simply picked up a piece of pig lung from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, everything was quiet. Zhang Qianxue wanted to vomit, but the smell was so tempting and sweet that he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. He chewed instinctively, then, under the curious gazes of everyone, awkwardly said, "Yes, it does smell good." Silently, he put the money back into his pocket, realizing that they truly didn't need it.
"See?
You won't be so talkative next time, huh?" Zhou Lanhua said with a victorious smile. She was happy to see him get a taste of his own medicine after complaining all day. "Can I just eat in peace without talking?" Zhang Dezhu nodded in agreement. Yongchuan was lucky to have found such good food. The villagers didn't recognize true value. They had a good girl, but spread rumors that made her look bad. Only Yongchuan had good judgment. Thinking this, he felt secretly pleased. "Damn it, such good dishes, I want to have a drink. All right, I'll get some wine." "Big brother, third brother, you all drink with your father." "Yongchuan, sit down and have a drink too." Zhou Lanhua stood up to go to the room to get the wine. Big brother and third brother both pulled Su Yongchuan to sit and have a drink together. Su Yongchuan refused. No, Uncle, Annie, my wife is waiting for me to go home for dinner. You all eat slowly, I'll leave first. Yongchuan, wait a moment, I'll give you the bowl. Su's mother quickly stood up. Just eat first, you can return it next time. So, the Zhang family once again enjoyed Lin Lan's cooking. This time, without Xiao Ling causing trouble, the Zhang family ate happily. Zhang Qianxue took several bites before saying, "Isn't Lin Lan good at everything? How come she has such great cooking skills? Did Lin Lan really make this?" Zhang Xiaoyan said, "I think those people are just jealous of my sister-in-law, so they spread lies to slander her." Really, Zhang Qianxue thought, where there's smoke, there's fire. There must be a reason behind it. Otherwise, do you think my cousin has these skills? Zhang Xiaoyan was happily eating and couldn't stand anyone doubting Lin Lan. You girl, when did you become so close to Lin Lan? Ha ha ha, I know. Since I ate a few meals made by my sister-in-law, I've been won over by her. Su's mother laughed loudly. Not only Xiaoran liked it, she also liked Lin Lan's cooking. Big sister-in-law, I'm not just eating for fun. I mainly think our sister-in-law is a good person, Zhang Xiaoyan said shyly. Really? Then you must have remembered wrong. After eating, Lin Lan went to rest in her room. All day long, she was running up and down the mountain and town, going back and forth between the village and town, and she was quite tired. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep. Su Yongchuan only closed his eyes for a moment before getting up and going to the old house. He remembered there were a few pieces of dried fabric left by Grandpa. He wanted to make a handcart, just as Lin Lan said. Carrying these things to town was too tiring. Cousin, are you moving? Zhang Qianxue had already found out the details of this matter. He also knew they were temporarily staying at Lin's house. Now, seeing Su Yongchuan go to the old house, he hurriedly ran over from the Zhang family. Su Yongchuan shook his head. No, we're waiting for the furniture to be ready before moving back. Then, do you need help now? I really don't have much to do anyway. I want to make a handcart so that it will be easier to move things in the future. Our family already has one, so you can just use that if you need it. Zhang Qianxue was a bit confused. Our houses are not far apart, so just use whatever is available. You all need to use it too, or maybe just make a couple of your own. Their cart is mainly used for carrying game, and it's usually kept at the foot of the mountain, so it's not good to keep borrowing from others. Seeing Su Yongchuan's lips often curl up and his face look rosy, Zhang Qianxue couldn't help teasing him. Cousin, it seems like life is pretty good for you now. Look at your lips, always turned up. If you didn't hold back, they might even reach the sky. Su Yongchuan paused, lowering the corners of his mouth a bit. Really? You should find a mirror and take a look. Zhang Qianxue shook his head. His mother was right. After the family split, cousin has been much happier. The two brothers chatted while working. Soon, they found some dried wood pieces inside the house. Then, they carried them to the Lin family's place. Just as Zhang Qianxue was about to push the door open, Su Yongchuan stopped him. Be gentle, someone is sleeping at home. Su Yongchuan didn't turn around or look back, carrying the wood carefully and quietly into the house. Cousin, I heard she went up the mountain with you? Zhang Qianxue lowered his voice. Before, he always went up the mountain with his cousin, but now, he couldn't quite tell how he felt inside.
Yeah.
Did she cause you any trouble? No, actually, she helped me a lot. What can she do for you? Just not holding you back is good enough. Where did Su Yongchuan go? Lin Lan, hearing the voice outside, blinked her eyes, yawned, and her long hair was spread behind her. We went to the old house to find some wood. Later, I'll go to Uncle Tan's to borrow a few tools, and then I can make a small cart. Lin Lan looked at the wood on the ground. You didn't rest much, are you tired? I took a little nap. Cousin, I'll go to Uncle Tan's to borrow the tools. Zhang Qianxue felt it might be better not to stay here. Zhang Qianxue, you're here? Lin Lan finally noticed someone standing next to Su Yongchuan.
Came with my cousin.
He didn't know why he felt so unnoticed, standing there all big and tall but feeling so invisible. Older cousin, I'm leaving now. Go ahead and do your work first. I'm going to pick some vegetables in the field. Tonight, Zhang Qianxue can come to eat at our house. She took a basket from the kitchen, gave a quick instruction, then put on her straw hat and headed to the field. She also looked at the Lin family's land. It was well kept and flat. It seems they can start planting tomorrow. Wow, the young lady is working in the field too? I wonder if the sun today is coming from the west. Aren't you worried about getting your skin too dark? Came a teasing voice from nearby. Lin Lon looked over and saw a girl about 15 or 16 years old, holding her chin high, looking at her with a mischievous smile and a hint of hostility in her eyes. Wu Qianyun. The girl was the village chief's daughter. They were the same age and had been rivals since childhood. They competed over clothes and food, and both liked the local scholar. Wu Qianyun's father was the village chief, so she had a strong background. Lin Lon had a rough brother who was tough with his fists. Because of this, neither of them ever backed down from each other, but they never had bad intentions either. Are you crazy? I'm working on my own land. What does that have to do with you? Nothing. It's just strange. You always looked down on the villagers, thinking you're better. Now you've become one of us. TSK. Wu Qianyun, you really know some words. She could read, but not much, unlike Lin Lon. Hurt by the words, Wu Qianyun was angry. She crossed her arms and shouted, Lin Lon, don't be so proud. Just because you can read doesn't mean anything. In the end, you married a hunter with no land or property. You spend all your time in the mountains. Your pale skin must be hanging in pieces. TSK, how miserable. Wu Qianyun, have you been secretly practicing? You've used several idioms in a row. That's impressive. Your pig brain must be working hard. Lin Lon, who are you calling pig brain? Wu Qianyun, why are you here? Not visiting your brother Qing'an, but coming to bother me? Of course, I just want to see how miserable your life is. I'm doing very well, and I've disappointed you. Have you really let go? Wu Qianyun looked at her with suspicion. Lin Lon said, I wish you success in everything you wish for. I heard that the Bai family owes a lot of money. If you really... She looked her up and down, clicking her tongue. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. If she married into the Bai family, she would be responsible for paying off the debt. Sure enough, Wu Qianyun's expression changed. That was the reason she hesitated. She wasn't stupid. Bai Qing'an was indeed a promising person. But the initial investment was large. Although she didn't know many characters, she had heard many plays. What if she worked hard to support him, and later he became successful and ignored her? She felt that besides Lin Lon, her only rival, there wasn't much to be happy about. It showed that Lin Lon was truly her nemesis, always hitting her sore spot. Lin Lon, you're too proud. Now you're working in the fields. Is your family about to run out of food? Really? Do you want to borrow money from me? Lin Lon blinked. Wu Qianyun. Is this still the same Lin Lon? Why is she so quick to give up? With her personality, shouldn't she be stubborn and suffer? Even if they run out of food, she shouldn't embarrass herself in front of others. Is your family really about to run out of food? Lin Lon was too lazy to pay attention to her. She reached out to pick some greens. Although the sun had already set, the field still felt hot. She stood there for a while, and sweat started to appear on her forehead. Wu Qianyun saw she ignored her, but she thought she hit a sore spot. After hesitating for a long time, she took out her purse. This is all I have. Use it to buy some rice to cook. Don't buy refined rice. A jin of refined rice can buy 3 jin of brown rice. Living carefully is necessary. No more wastefulness. Your brother has already run away, and no one will spoil you anymore. Don't be so willful in the future. Lin Lon looked at the purse in her hand, feeling puzzled. No, girl, you're too honest. Her dowry was 20 taels, which was well known. Wu Qianyun, I have money. Really, seeing her serious face, Wu Qianyun suddenly remembered her dowry, and her face turned bright red. Lin Lon, are you joking with me? I didn't. Keep spending recklessly until that dowry is gone. Starve if you want. Let's see if I care about you, Wu Qianyun said, stuffing the purse into her pocket and walking away angrily.
Lin Lan.
What did she say wrong? The vegetables in the field are growing much better than a few days ago. The cucumber vines are blooming with many small yellow flowers, and the pumpkin vines are sprouting new shoots. Overall, the vegetables are doing much better than before. Lin Lan pulled out the weeds that had just appeared in the field and watered the plants. Then she carried her basket back home. When they got home, the two brothers were already busy working. They set up 2 stools about a meter high, fixed onto a wooden frame. There were lines drawn on the wood, and each brother was holding one end of a saw, cutting along the lines with effort. With a cracking sound, wood shavings fell all around, creating a thick pile on the ground. The shavings could be collected and used to smoke cured meat in winter. Wow, you're quick. You've already cut so much, Su Yongchuan smiled. Why did it take so long? I pulled some weeds and watered the field, so I was a bit late. Are you hungry? He had argued with someone earlier, but he didn't think it was necessary for him to know. No. Su Yongchuan rolled up his sleeves, wiped his sweat, and showed his strong waist. Big beads of sweat ran down his stomach and into his pants. Lin Lan looked away. All right, you guys keep working. I'm going to cook. By the way, Qian Shui, you can eat at our place tonight. She thought it was only fair to invite him since he helped out all afternoon. Okay, Zhang Qian Shui replied hesitantly. Lin Lan went to the kitchen, put down her basket, and saw the fish and shrimp in the bucket swimming happily. Tonight, I'll serve you as the main dish. She rolled up her sleeves, reached into the bucket, and knocked out a fish to stun it. She cut open the belly, took out the guts, removed the gills, and scored the fish with a knife. The mandarin fish has tender meat and few bones, making it perfect for cooking with pickled vegetables. However, the pickled vegetables and chili in the jar weren't sour enough, so the fish dish didn't turn out quite right. But for fish of this size, braising is also very tasty. First, she sprinkled salt, soy sauce, and rice wine on the fish, then massaged it with the pickled vegetable water and let it marinate for a while. When the green onions, ginger, and garlic are fragrant, she will put the fish in the pan, fry until both sides are golden, then add some water and simmer on low heat. When the dish was almost ready, she sprinkled 5-spice powder and added perilla leaves. Immediately, a strong, fragrant aroma filled the kitchen. The 2 people in the yard smelled it and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Zhang Qianshui secretly glanced at the kitchen. This woman is quite skilled. I didn't expect her cooking to be so good. Su Yongchuan remained calm, as if this was just normal. When the fish was out of the pot, she poured in some soybean oil. After the oil heated up, she quickly added the small shrimp, covered the pot immediately, and waited until the sizzling sound stopped. Then she uncovered the pot. She fried the shrimp until they turned bright red and crispy before taking them out. There weren't many shrimp, about a bowl's worth. She also reheated the leftover pig offal soup from noon, and the porridge in another pot was ready too. Now is the season when sweet potatoes are ripe. Every household has plenty of sweet potatoes. Lin Lan made sweet potato porridge. The rice grains were plump and bursting, and the sweet potatoes were soft, sticky, and sweet. The smell was very inviting. Time to eat, she called out to the yard. Okay. Su Yongchuan stopped what he was doing, nodded to Zhang Qianshui, and said, Qianshui, come wash your hands. The delicious smell drifting from the yard made Zhang Qianshui swallow hard. Cousin, her cooking smells really good. Su Yongchuan raised an eyebrow, with a clear smile on his face. If it smells good, then eat more. The 2 brothers washed their hands and went to the main room. When they saw the dishes on the table, Zhang Qianshui's heart sank. There was fish and shrimp, but the bowls were filled with a layer of oil and water. Oh my, no wonder it smelled so good. With so much oil, even if you threw slippers into the pot to cook, it would still smell wonderful. Suddenly, he felt that Lin Lan's reputation as a spendthrift was well-deserved. Looking at his cousin, he seemed completely used to it, calmly sitting down without a single frown. Why are you just standing there? Sit down, Lin Lan called out when she saw him staring at the food. Zhang Qianshui silently sat down. Suddenly, he thought that raising such a spendthrift woman made his cousin's future life quite stressful. But seeing his cousin like that, it seemed he was actually quite enjoying it. He couldn't understand. Do you want a drink? Or have some alcohol? With such good food, it would be a shame not to. Lin Lan got up and went to her room, bringing out a jar of apricot blossom wine. She also took 2 cups from the kitchen. You two haven't seen each other in a while, so drink more. No work tonight. Su Yongchuan smiled as he poured more wine into the cup. Lin Lan picked up a shrimp to taste. The water in the mountains is clear and sweet, free from worldly pollution. The fish and shrimp raised here have no fishy smell. When you bite into one, only fresh flavor remains in your mouth. Su Yongchuan, next time we go into the mountains, let's catch some more shrimp. They taste really good. If we can't finish them, we can dry them and add a little to soup. It's delicious, Lin Lan said while eating and commenting. Okay, I'll go up the mountain early tomorrow to check. If I find some, I'll bring them back, Su Yongchuan agreed, also thinking the shrimp were tasty, especially for serving with wine. Zhang Qianxue hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't think these shrimp are that good. There's not much meat outside the shell. Plus, frying them uses a lot of oil. The oil used for one meal of shrimp could make several dishes. In the village, people usually catch these shrimp to feed chickens and ducks, not fry them so greasy like we do. Honestly, the shrimp do smell good. But seeing how much oil it takes makes him feel a bit sad. I agree. Frying uses a lot of oil, Lin Lan nodded. Yes, tonight they fried fish and shrimp, using up most of a bowl of soybean oil. With this method, they'd need to buy more oil from town in a few days. Lin Lan bit her chopsticks, thinking it would be great if she could find a way to reduce the oil used. Even though these shrimp don't have much meat, they are very nutritious. Eating more shrimp is good for you, she said. Shrimp are rich in protein and contain many minerals, which are good for the body. But they didn't really understand these benefits, so she just emphasized that shrimp are nutritious. Zhang Qianxue was unimpressed. What's so nutritious about them? Nothing beats meat. In the village, people believe nothing tastes better than meat. It's different. Meat has its flavor, and shrimp have theirs. Green vegetables and radishes each have their fans. I just like this taste, Lin Lan replied. Lin. Sister-in-law, you should eat less shrimp in the future. It's quite greasy, and you need to save some. It's okay for just the two of you now, but if you have children later, Lin Lan laughed. Zhang Qianxue is only 18, still in high school by modern standards, but in this era, he's already so sensible. However, she didn't like being lectured. She glanced sideways and said, Zhang Qianxue, you're wrong. My brother used to raise me like this. I can't just marry and have my quality of life get worse, right? Marrying a man, dressing, eating. I believe your cousin is capable. He will surely take good care of me. He won't treat me any worse than my brother did. Su Yongchuan had no hesitation. Yes, whatever was done before is still fine now. I have no objections. Zhang Qianxue. The little clown of feelings is actually himself. Fine. He won't care anymore. At night, stars twinkled in a clear sky, and the moon hung high in the sky. Lin Lan sat on a chair, lazily fanning herself with a large palm leaf fan, gently stroking her belly. She was a bit full from eating. If she kept eating like this, she was worried she might become very round. She didn't have strict parents-in-law or elders, and since she just married and moved out on her own, plus the good reputation of the original owner, she could do as she pleased. She was carefree in her actions, and no one would nag her. Thinking about the 2 pieces of land, Lin Lan said while fanning, let's start planting winter wheat tomorrow. While picking vegetables, I passed by the fields and saw that most people's sweet potatoes have already been dug up. Some families with less land have already started planting. If we don't plant soon, it might be too late. I'll go check the fields tomorrow. The uncles and aunts are probably almost done planting. I'll ask them to help. You just stay home and cook for us. She hadn't done much farm work. Last time, she pulled weeds in the vegetable garden for a little while, and her hands got red and sore. Even blisters appeared. Seeing her discomfort, he decided she shouldn't do it anymore. Anyway, there wasn't much housework, and he could work a bit harder. All right, I'm good at this kind of work, Lin Lan agreed readily. She wasn't skilled at farm work, but she could cook well.
Su Yongchun smiled.
She wasn't really a farm person. Go to bed early. We have work tomorrow. After washing up, the two lay on the bed. Su Yongchuan simply rested his arm on her, with no other actions. Lin Lan felt confused inside. She always felt something was strange about him. People say newlyweds should be close and affectionate, but they really didn't match that description. But that was fine. They were still getting to know each other, and it was good to take it slow. As she was lost in her thoughts, she heard steady breathing above her.
Lin Lan.
Forget it, no more thinking. Just sleep. One night passed without words. When Lin Lan woke up, there was no sign of Su Yongchuan in the house. He probably went into the mountains. Lin Lan shook her head. This person is really disciplined. He never sleeps in. His biological clock is incredibly accurate. After getting up and washing up, she went to the kitchen to cook. Their family has a good habit. There are never leftovers. Every time she finishes eating, Su Yongchuan always finishes the remaining food. She cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge and fried 2 pancakes. It was a simple meal. The bright red sun rose from the horizon, breaking through the clouds with its glow, spreading golden light over the land. Su Yongchuan, broad-shouldered and long-legged, with a shining aura, entered the house wrapped in mist. Lin Lan went to greet him, her face full of anticipation. Did you catch anything good today? Su Yongchuan shook the wild chicken in his hand, his voice clear. Does this count? Of course it does. Lin Lan smiled happily. I'll make mushroom chicken stew for lunch. We still have some mushrooms we picked last time. Great, I'll get ready in a bit. When she heard about the mushrooms, Lin Lan suddenly slapped her forehead. She had been running around all day and completely forgot about them. She hurried into the room, took out the bag of mushrooms, and spread them on a bamboo basket. Fortunately, the temperature was low at night, so the mushrooms only felt a bit warm, but there was no other problem. After spreading the mushrooms evenly, she placed the basket on the roof. It's hot now. Perfect weather for drying things. Watching her busy and hurried movements, Su Yongchuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Life is really becoming more hopeful. He put down the basket and took out things one by one, stacking them neatly in the basket. What did you bring back? Let me see. Lin Lan finished her chores and squatted beside him, her eyes bright as she watched him take things out. She looked like a child waiting eagerly for her parents to come back from market, hoping they'd bring her favorite snacks. I picked some wild celery and a type of vegetable. I think the cold dish you made last time was really tasty, more flavorful than the vegetables from the field. Good taste. Lin Lan lifted her chin, smiling. I also caught 2 mandarin fish and some rice shrimp. Let's keep the mandarin fish and shrimp for ourselves. I don't want to hear more complaints. They already have a good reputation. It wasn't that she was stingy, but cooking fish and shrimp used too much oil. The Zhang family had always been thrifty, so seeing how much oil she used made them feel uneasy. All right, we'll keep it for ourselves. I think there's still some meat left from last time. Let's cook it with green beans for lunch, Su Yongchuan said as he started taking things out. He was holding 3 items with purple skins, shaped and sized like bananas. Lin Lan thought she had seen them before but couldn't remember their name. Su Yongchuan, what kind of wild fruit is this? This is called Baiuezha, August fruit. I found it while I was in the mountains and picked a few. Try one and see if you like it.
Lin Lan suddenly zembet.
Yes, when it ripens, the purple skin splits open, revealing the white flesh inside. Her hometown had them too, and seeing them made her feel warm and nostalgic. Su Yongchuan handed one to her.
Try it.
Is it good? Lin Lan quickly peeled off the skin and took a bite of the white flesh inside. It was sweet, soft, and fragrant, truly delicious. Seeing her finish, Su Yongchuan offered another. Have one more. If you like it, I'll pick more tomorrow. Lin Lan shook her head. No, I'm too full after lunch. Give it to Xiaosheng instead. He'll probably like it.
Su Zongchun note that.
He often went into the mountains, and this time of year, there were plenty of fruits. If they wanted more, he could always pick some later. All right, I'll take a few to Xiaosheng. That little guy's always craving something. Xiaosheng was the eldest son of the Zhang family's first branch and their only grandson. He was 4 years old, at the age when children are full of energy. As soon as he woke up, he was either catching fish in the river or climbing the hills to find birds and eggs. He was never still for a moment. The area at the foot of the mountain had long been picked clean by the children, and only the deeper parts still had fruit left. Otherwise, these fruits wouldn't have lasted this long. All right, take them all, Lin Lan said with a wave of her hand. Su Yongchuan continued unpacking. Among the things he took out, a small bunch of black, finger-sized fruits caught her attention. Wild grapes? Where did you find these? I didn't see any the last few times I went into the mountains. On the rock wall near the lake. I saw them when I came back after catching some perch, so I picked a few bunches. Are there more?
Plenty.
If you like, I will pick wild grapes for you every day in the future. Yes, I like that. Lin Lan quickly picked a bunch of wild grapes to wash. They were covered with a white sugar frost and looked very fresh. It would be nice if there was sugar so they could make grape wine. However, from the original owner's memory, she knew that sugar was quite expensive, so it's better to be cautious. After breakfast, Su Yongchuan carried a basket and went to Zhang's house, filled with August melons and some wild grapes. Yongchuan is here. We were just about to go to your farm. Zhang Dezhu, holding a hoe, was leading his family out. Uncle, I brought some wild fruits for Qiaosheng. By the way, where is Qiaosheng? He's like a monkey jumping around all day. He doesn't rest. As soon as he opens his eyes, he runs out. He only comes back when he's hungry, Mrs. Su said with a smile, showing her dislike when mentioning her son. All boys are like that. When we were young, we were the same. It'll be better when they grow up and understand, Su Yongchuan said with a smile. When his mother was around, he was just as wild. All right, let's go now before it gets too hot. Zhang Dezhu waved at them and led his family out. Their family was many and skilled at farming. In just a few days, they finished harvesting the sweet potatoes and planted wheat. They just wanted to help Su Yongchuan's family. Dezhu, you're going to the fields? Haven't you finished planting your land? You've been working so long without taking a break. Why are you still carrying a hoe? A neighbor woman asked curiously. We're going to plant at my sister-in-law's house, Zhang Xiaoyan said quickly. She was the best at throwing wheat seeds. Zhou Lanhua said that the way she threw the seeds was like measuring with a scoop. Each batch was about the same size and very even. Are you talking about Lin's land? Didn't Abiti's family plant theirs already? If you wait a couple more days, they might finish planting. Are you going now? Is it a bit late? What? The family looked at Su Yongchuan. Didn't they say they would harvest the land? What's going on now?
Su Yongchun Frauen.
We agreed long ago to harvest the land. Everyone in the village, old and young, can testify to that. Yongchuan, I saw them planting with my own eyes. They're still planting now. If you don't believe it, go see for yourselves. The neighbor scratched his head, having heard about the land clearing, but the Dazichui family said there was no such thing. They didn't pay much attention and thought Lin Lan was just acting up again, and her husband had calmed her down. Yongchuan, look at this. Zhang Dezhu looked at Su Yongchuan. I'll go check. Su Yongchuan said and strode off, with the Zhang family following behind. Sure enough, when they reached the land where the Lin family lived, the two elderly people from the Dazichui family were planting. One was carrying a basket, tossing wheat seeds into a prepared nest. The other was pouring farm manure into the soil. When they saw Su Yongchuan, they greeted him with smiles. Yongchuan, you're out working in the fields. Su Yongchuan's face darkened. He had already suspected the land wouldn't be easy to take back, but he didn't expect them to be waiting for him. My wife already told your eldest son that starting the season, we will farm the land ourselves and won't rent it anymore. Didn't she tell you? Lu Tsuehua, the elderly woman from the Dazichui family, rolled her eyes innocently. We didn't hear about that. This is known by everyone in the village. Only you don't know? Where is your eldest son? Tell him to come out, I want to talk to him. Su Yongchuan was sure they were deliberately pretending not to know, trying to keep the land. We really don't know. My son and daughter-in-law had to go back to their parents' house for an emergency. It's been several days. So, only us old folks are left to farm, she said. Now that you know, you can leave. We will farm the land ourselves, and you don't need to worry about it, Su Yongchuan said coldly with a smile. The elderly couple looked at each other. The old man squinted his eyes. Yongchuan, this situation is getting complicated. Since we've almost finished planting, why not let us keep the land for the season? Don't worry, the rent will be paid as usual, not a penny less. Next season, we won't farm it anymore and we'll return the land to you, he said. No, that's not right. We agreed that once the land is cleared, it must be returned. Besides, this has already been spread around. If we don't get the land back, what will others think of us? He was sure that if they farmed it this season, they would find other excuses to keep it next season. Yongchuan, you're being unfair now. We've worked hard for several days, and it's almost time to finish planting. And now you come out and ask us to give back the land? Isn't that like picking a ripe fruit? Lu Tsuehua said stubbornly, refusing to plant the seeds anymore, with her hands on her hips and a stern look. Stalemated, Zhang Dezhu stepped forward to mediate. Uncle, I want to be fair. How about this? We won't take advantage of you. Since you've already planted crops on this land, let's consider it a gift from Yongchuan to you. We'll pay you daily wages for working here. How does that sound? Everyone is a farmer and they all understand how hard farming is. Zhang Dezhu is honest and suggested a reasonable plan. It's also strange. They own land on the other side of the mountain, a bit far from the Lin family's land. They've been busy working lately and didn't notice this situation. But Lu Tsuehua's goal isn't just about the wages. Not good enough? Since we planted the crops, the harvest belongs to us. You didn't clarify this clearly, Su Yongchuan smiled. Everyone in the village knows this. Are your ears blocked or what? It doesn't matter. You didn't tell us directly. Since we planted here, the harvest should belong to us. Lu Tsuehua didn't care how much they scolded her. She was determined to keep the land. Aren't you just bandits? There are so many fields in the village, and you only want to farm the one you like. Don't forget, this land has an owner. It's not wasteland. Zhou Lanhua was furious. She had never seen such shameless people. She quietly whispered to Zhang Xiaoyan, signaling her to find Lin Lan. Zhang Xiaoyan understood immediately and ran off. Without Lin Lan, this matter wouldn't be clear. Who is occupying someone else's land? This land is ours to rent. We paid rent, so it's fair, but now we want it back. Lu Tsuehua sneered at Su Yongchuan. This is Lin family's land. You're Su, so why do you say you want it back? Are you the son-in-law of the Lin family? The commotion woke up the villagers. Everyone stopped working and gathered around to watch. This family is a bit unreasonable. Lin Lan already said she wouldn't farm this land anymore, but they come up with this trick. You don't understand anything. Lin family's land is good. They rely on it, and they've been well fed these years. If it were you, with all the fat you eat, would you be willing to spit it out? But they shouldn't forget their conscience. If the land belongs to Lin, they can't just stop farming it. Conscience? Can conscience fill your stomach? Just watch. There's more to this story. Lin Lan is now smarter and no longer stubborn. She wants to take back the land. What's there to argue about? That person gave his companion a naive look. Zhang Dezhu was also angry. He was honest, but even a clay figure has some spirit. Su Yongchuan and his wife raised them. They haven't even scolded anyone before, so how can others look down on them? Auntie, we're trying to reason with you. Why are you insulting people? What did I say wrong? I just said that the land belongs to Lin. Why does Su Yongchuan come to take it? Lu Tsuehua spoke louder and louder, trying to intimidate with her tone. Do you still remember that the land belongs to Lin? I thought you had farmed here for years, and the land already belongs to your family. Lin Lan stepped out from the crowd and calmly walked in. The onlookers saw Lin Lan and made faces. The main person is here now. Let's see how Lu Tsuehua and her family will continue. Lin Lan, you're here. The elderly couple looked a bit guilty when they saw her. This girl acts on her mood and isn't very reasonable. I didn't want to come, but I was afraid my husband wouldn't look good if I didn't. I couldn't invite you two big figures. Lin Lan adjusted her sleeves and stood in front of everyone, facing Lu Tsuehua and her husband directly. I didn't know I married a son-in-law. Auntie, can you tell me more? I don't even know where you heard that. Lin Lan's smile was faint, and her eyes swept over everyone present, pausing. The crowd shrank under her gaze. They had all heard rumors about this. The reason was simple. They moved back to their parents' house on their wedding day. This was unheard of in the village. They had been so happy before, but now that the main person is watching, they feel cold all over. They were afraid Lin Lan would go crazy and fight with them. Lin Lan, the Dazue family wants to snatch your land. You can't let them succeed. And Auntie boldly tried to divert her anger. Lu Tsuehua. Damn it, they are all bastards, using their family to shift Lin Lan's anger. Don't worry. Whoever dares to take my stuff, I will tear them apart. Lu Tsuehua. Lin Lan, I was just joking. Besides, I didn't spread this rumor. Lin Lan withdrew her gaze. All right, I'm here now. We can talk about the main issue. Lin Lan, look, we've already planted the land. It's your family's fault, Su Yongchuan being unreasonable. Blaming others? I remember I personally talked to the big-nosed couple about this. So, are you planning to deny everything now? Lu Tsuehua wanted to say they thought that way, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. No, of course not. We just didn't know. Stop the nonsense. Return the land, as my uncle said, and I'll pay you for the work. Lin Lan lifted her chin confidently, snorting through her nose. Lu Tsuehua said, I can't decide this. You seem to be in charge just now. So proud and confident. Don't forget, we're the ones working your land, Lin Lan said with a slow, sarcastic smile. These people, typical bullies who pick on the soft. Isn't this urgent for us? Anyone in our position would be anxious. Lin Lan waved her hand impatiently, tired of arguing. Anyway, I've said my part.
You can leave now.
You'll get your wages. Lin Lan, what you just said doesn't count. Oh, so you're saying I can't get my land back today? Lin Lan's face grew more cheerful despite her anger. It's not like that. We're not unreasonable people. Think about it. This land belongs to the Lin family. Lu Tsuehua looked at her with a sly smile, a bit proud. So, what do you mean? Lin Lan narrowed her eyes. She understood. They wanted to use her daughter's marriage status to argue. I mean, since the land is owned by the Lin family should come and talk to us. Lu Tsuehua's smile grew bolder, afraid Lin Lan might not understand her words. She continued, and you, now married and bearing the Su surname, don't have the authority over this land. The onlookers were shocked when they heard this. Oh my, the big-nosed family's schemes are really deep. Everyone knew Lin Bai had run away and hadn't come back yet. According to their plan, as long as Lin Bai doesn't return, the land will stay with them forever. Everyone looked at Lin Lan, worried she might be. But Lin Lan simply smiled brightly. I've seen shameless people before, but I have never seen anyone as shameless as you, claiming to be so pure and noble while occupying someone else's place. But you also need to think about who I, Lin Lan, am. Do you think you can act recklessly in front of me? Haven't you checked the calendar before coming out? My brother wouldn't even call me an outsider. Why do you think you can say such things? She stepped closer, grabbing Lu Tsuelan's collar, and slapped her twice across the face. The onlookers were stunned. Wow, Lin Lan is still Lin Lan. She won't change just because she got married. Her quick temper and readiness to fight are truly unmatched. Lu Tsuehua couldn't keep her composure in front of so many people. She screamed and roared. Lin Lan, how dare you hit me? I'm an elder, and you're just a young girl. How can you hit me? Lin Lan clapped her hands casually, as if dusting off, and said, I only hit you. You disrespectful old woman, living so long and still acting like this. No, comparing you to a dog is an insult to dogs. It looks like you've been eating well these days, your skin is getting thicker, and your conscience is almost gone. You must have forgotten who made you eat so well. Let me tell you, today you will pay back what you owe, whether you want to or not. If you speak nicely, I might even pay you some wages. But if you act stubborn, I, Lin Lan, am the master of stubbornness. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Lin Lan, how dare you pick my peaches? I will fight you. Lu Tsuehua charged forward. Good. I want to see if you can fight anyone. Su Yongchuan stepped in front of Lin Lan, blocking her and pushed Lu Tsuehua, causing her to stumble. Su Yongchuan, you hit a woman. Zhou Lanhua led Su Shi forward. It's better for women to handle such matters. It's not good for a man to fight a woman and spread rumors about it. Lu, are you bullying our Zhang family because no one is stopping you? Zhou Lanhua, stay out of this. This is between Lin Lan and us. Lin Lan is my niece-in-law. Do you think this doesn't concern me? Oh heavens, don't be so unfair. Our family is bullying the two elders. Please, help us get justice. Strike down these wicked people. Lu Tsuehua saw her side was weaker, so she quickly sat on the ground, patting her thighs and crying out. If the thunder really comes, it will strike those who lack conscience, Lin Lan said coldly, giving her a sharp look. All right, go away. Stop howling at our land. I'm worried you'll scare my crops. That is our land, our land. Lu Tsuehua said, upset not just because she was beaten, but because losing this land hurt her the most. Without this land, their family would have to go back to the days of not having enough to eat or warm clothes. As the saying goes, it's hard to switch from luxury to simplicity. They had gotten used to eating 3 meals a day, but now they could only have 2. How could they bear this?
Lin Lan's na.
She thought it was shameless. After farming for so long, they really started to think the land belonged to them. She scratched her ear, annoyed by the noise. Then, she nodded towards Zhou Lanhua and Su Shi. Auntie, sister-in-law, please, thank you. Zhou Lanhua and Su Shi looked at each other and understood. Each of them lifted Lu Tsuehua and threw her back onto the land. Zhang Dazhu was stunned. When did his wife and eldest daughter-in-law become so fierce? Sure enough, when women rebel, they just need a leader. The 2 women clapped their hands and went back to the field, standing on either side of Lin Lan, looking very commanding.
Su Jong-chun.
Did his wife manage to turn both her mother-in-law and sister-in-law against him? The onlookers quietly stepped back. That girl was too fierce. If you didn't leave, she would just throw you out. The Zhang family had really hit a wall now. With Zhang's support, Lin Lan's strength would only grow stronger. Then, Lin Lan approached the old man. You can leave on your own, or I can have someone throw you out. The old man, with a dark face, picked up his tools and silently walked out of the field. He looked back at them with a sinister gaze. Old man, what should we do now? They've taken our land. The crowd was shocked. It seemed they really considered that land their own. Luo, this isn't fair. That land belongs to the Lin family. When did it become yours? Exactly, that's shameless. Next time, if they go to work on someone else's land, won't they be just as polite? The crowd chattered, annoyed with the Nosedive family for a long time. Relying on the land owned by the Lin family, they lived comfortably. However, Lu Tsuehua loved to show off. Whenever times were hard, she liked to go to poor families to seek attention. She also often burped loudly in front of others, which people found hard to accept. Because of this, everyone had long been tired of her family. Now that they were being punished, it was natural for others to mock them. Get lost. All of you, get lost. I don't want to hear your sarcastic remarks, Lu Tsuehua shouted, grabbing a clump of dirt and throwing it at the crowd. She clearly understood that these people were jealous of their good life. Mrs. Lu, throwing dirt won't help. That land isn't ours, and what we say doesn't matter, someone said. Of course. Even if you go and beg Lin Lan now, she won't rent the land to you again, another added, and the women laughed and left. Old man, say something, Lu Tsuehua cried, tears streaming down her face, her white hair messy, her face filled with tears. The old man only glanced at her with disgust and looked away. Go home. Are you still not ashamed enough? You just yell at me. If you have the strength, use it on others, she snapped. The old man ignored her and walked away, carrying his hoe. After everyone left, Zhou Lanhua was both excited and a little nervous. Xiaolan, did they really chase people away? Their family was honest and rarely fought with others in the village. They didn't expect that today, without saying a word, they would start a fight. It was a very new experience for them. Yes, and you were the ones who drove them away, Lin Lan smiled playfully. So, now this land belongs to us, Zhou Lanhua said, glancing at the large piece of land around her, her face full of excitement. With these assets, life for her and her husband could get better. Although hunting in the mountains provided enough meat, the mountains were dangerous. Living at the foot of the mountain, they often heard the howls of tigers, leopards, and wolves. Entering the mountains meant facing these dangers directly. That's right. This land now belongs to us, Linlon said with a smile, speaking as much to herself as to them. Xiaolon, we still need to pay the workers. Otherwise, people will talk, Zhang Dajua said, putting down his hoe and starting to work the land. I understand. When we go back, I'll give the money to them, she replied. Su Yongchuan said, the sun is too hot. You should go back first. We'll handle things here. No need. I came here, so I might as well help you plant. I'll go back when it's mealtime, said Linlon. After a fight, her relationship with the Zhang family became a bit closer. Su Yongchuan helped her adjust her headscarf and said, wrap it up better. Mrs. Su smiled and said, Yongchuan has become more caring now. Linlon was not shy. Big sister-in-law, look at what you're saying. Isn't big cousin also very caring? Girl, you're learning to tease us now. Mrs. Su laughed loudly. The girl was quite fun. Unknowingly, she had become the one giving orders to her mother-in-law and herself. But she wasn't angry. She was happy to take advantage of the situation and stand up to Lu Tsuehua. Big sister-in-law, you're really impressive today, Zhang Xiaoyan said, clenching her fists with excitement and admiration. Today, she didn't dare say a word because of her big sister-in-law's commanding presence. She didn't expect her sister-in-law to be the one leading the charge, quickly suppressing everyone with just a few words. If only she had that ability. It's because we stand on the right side. As the saying goes, with reason, the world is yours, Linlon said, grabbing a handful of seeds. But she didn't know how many seeds to sow in one spot. By the way, how many seeds should we plant in one spot? The Zhang family's smiles started to freeze. Well, it seemed she had never farmed before. Linlon awkwardly rubbed her nose. Neither the original owner nor she had ever done this before. Xiaoran, give me a look. Okay, Linlon quickly got the hang of it. In no time, she mastered the technique, tossing seeds quickly and evenly. Seeing her skillful, Xiaoran handed over the task of sowing seeds to her and went to scatter ashes.
It was almost mealtime.
Linlon clapped her hands and said, you all keep working. I'm going home to cook. You should come back early, big sister-in-law. When she heard Linlon was going home to cook, Xiaoyan's mouth watered, mainly because the food she cooked smelled so good. Linlon gave her a reassuring look. It was very hot that day, and even the breeze was dry and hot. When Linlon returned home, she washed her face. She first checked the pickled vegetables in the shade and dug out a bowl of spicy and sour peppers. After preparing the wild chicken, I cut it into small pieces, blanched it in water, cleaned off the foam, and added ginger slices, garlic, star anise, and cinnamon to stew a wild chicken and mushroom soup. Linlon usually adds fermented black beans when making soup, but it seems that the people here don't eat that. When I have free time, I want to experiment and see if I can make it myself. I took out the fish and prepared it properly. I heated some oil in a pan and fried the fish until both sides were golden. I kept some of the oil in the pan, then added chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, and pickled peppers to stir fry until fragrant. A strong, sour aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. Finally, I boiled some water and threw in fresh wild celery for about 2 minutes. I quickly took it out and rinsed it with cold water, adding a few drops of sesame oil to keep its color. Then I stir-fried some garlic with vegetables, and everything was ready. Having both vegetables and soup made the meal quite hearty. I also cooked a big pot of sweet potato porridge. Just as Linlon turned off the stove, the workers in the field carried their hoes back home. Su Yongchuan helped everyone wash their hands. Zhang Xiaoyan blinked and called out to the kitchen. Sister-in-law, I can already smell the delicious aroma. What did you cook today? It smells so good. It's nothing special. Your cousin went up the mountain this morning and caught some wild game. Since it's hot, I just stewed it. Zhou Lanhua opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She had already realized today that this girl was quite clever. She didn't bother anyone. However, Su's family helped out today and got closer to Linlon. She joked, sister-in-law helping her family with chores, We're really earning a lot. Sister-in-law, that's not true. We didn't pay you for work, just treated you to a good meal. Isn't that right, third brother? The person named Old Third was pointed out. Indeed, Lin Lan's standard of living clearly exceeded what his wages could cover. But he was also surprised by Lin Lan's skills in the field today. When she got serious, she was much better than the women in the village. She could fight and throw things without hesitation, tough and fierce. He didn't dare to say much, afraid she'd get angry. It wasn't that he was afraid she'd hit him, but mainly worried about his cousin being caught in the middle. Su Yongchuan washed his hands thoroughly and went to the kitchen to help serve the food. Looking at the plate of crispy, golden fried fish and shrimp, I joked, "Didn't you say you were afraid your aunt would complain if you didn't make anything?" Lin Lan snorted, "I'm happy today, so even if she scolds me a little, I don't mind. Of course, after winning a battle, how can you not be happy?" Su Yongchuan shook his head. "This woman is just as good at arguing as a man." "I'm not being unreasonable or claiming to be right," Lin Lan raised her chin to clarify. "Yes, you're right." During the meal, the Zhang family was amazed by Lin Lan's impressive cooking skills. There was a big bowl of wild chicken stew with unknown mushrooms. The chicken was soft and flavorful, falling off the bone with a single bite. The mushrooms were tender and sweet, with no extra seasoning. Just a few pinches of salt made it delicious. There were also 2 plates of braised fish and a large plate of fried shrimp, sizzling with oil and fragrant, with a tangy aroma that made everyone's mouths water. They were already hungry, and now their stomachs were growling even louder. Wow, the amount of oil used was almost as much as their family used in a month. Zhou Lanhua was so distressed, she kept turning her face away, afraid she might start lecturing. Mrs. Su also exclaimed in surprise, saying her sister-in-law was really generous with the oil. There were also 2 plates of wild vegetables, prepared simply and refreshingly to cut through the greasiness. Zhou Lanhua looked at the vegetables and said, "Xiaolan, if you don't have enough vegetables to eat, you can go to our field and pick some. We have plenty this year, and the greens are growing well. Just go and pick what you want. Andy, I know. I just think these wild vegetables are really tasty. They grow by the water and are very tender, different from the ones we grow in the field. You all should try some. Yes, they are delicious. There are benefits to going into the mountains too," Zhou Lanhua agreed after taking a bite. Lin Lan's cooking skills are good. She can make simple dishes taste great. After everyone finished eating, Zhang Dezhu said, "Yongchuan, after dinner, go and get the wages from them. Don't forget, include the seed money too. We should pay what we owe, and not delay. We don't want them to think we're bullying them. We do things openly and honestly," he added. Su Yongchuan nodded. "Got it. I'll deliver it to them later." His father, "How many days' wages do you think are appropriate? And how much should we pay per day?" Zhou Lanhua, who didn't usually get involved in such matters, asked because she wasn't very clear about these things. They have 5 acres of land in total. Big Nose's family has already planted over 2 acres, so let's calculate the wages for 4 days. Working small jobs in town earns at most 20 coins a day. Based on their speed, I think paying them 10 coins a day is fair. 2 people working for 4 days will earn 80 coins. Including seed money, the total is about 300 coins. Zhang Dezhu thought this over and gave a reasonable estimate. They are unkind, but we cannot be unjust. Of course, he could only offer advice. Yongchuan has already divided the family, and how to handle things depends on the 2 children's opinions. Yongchuan, Xiaolan, what do you think? Is my pay okay? I think it's fine. Let's do as my uncle suggested. Given their speed, 10 coins a day isn't low. But they didn't want to argue over a few coins. With that time, they'd rather go up the mountain to hunt more game. After dinner, I'll go get the money for you. Lin Lan also thought this way. Less trouble is better. Living in the same village, small problems that can be solved with the little money they have aren't really problems. Everyone ate happily. The table was cleaned out. Even the plates were rinsed with porridge and drunk. The Zhang family rubbed their round bellies, looking content. Mrs. Su smiled, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is better than the town's chefs. I think if you sold food in town, business would be good." Zhang Laoda picked a small stick to pick his teeth. "When did you start eating out in town?" I didn't know. Mrs. Su rolled her eyes. That's just an example, understand? Besides, I work in the fields every day, so I don't have time to eat out. Zhou Lanhua also thought her eldest son was simple-minded. Why do you eat so much? Your brain isn't sharp to begin with. Eating too much and you'll lose what little brain you have. I was just saying, Zhang Laoda said. Since my mother and wife helped my sister-in-law today, I feel different. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had become quite bossy. I think sister-in-law's words make sense. Sister-in-law with your skills, it's a shame not to make money from it, someone said. Zhang Qianxue suddenly interrupted. He works in the county and sometimes eats out. But he never ordered expensive dishes, just whatever was cheap. Still, he's been to restaurants before. He also thought the food in restaurants wasn't as good as Lin Lan's cooking.
Lin Lan.
Now, I won't talk about her wasting her cousin's fuel anymore.
Haha man.
I'm quite interested in this comment, but when I think of Lin Bai's troubles, I shake my head. Forget it, I know my limits. My cooking skills are good enough for making meals at home. But if I try to sell food outside, it wouldn't work. People are used to good food and would be picky. I don't want to embarrass myself. Older sister-in-law, I think you're capable, Zhang Xiaoyan said confidently. Xiaolan, you have skills. Starting a business is also a good way. Going up the mountain isn't very stable. Zhou Lanhua also said this. She always thought the mountain was too dangerous, and it's better not to go up if you don't have to. Yes, older sister-in-law. Last time, your blood sausage, pig offal soup, and today's braised fish were all so delicious. If you start a business, it will definitely be very popular. Zhang Xiaoyan counted the tasty foods she had eaten one by one. Mrs. Su also looked at Lin Lan with anticipation. If her younger sister really started a food business, she wouldn't miss out on her share of the food. Of course, she wouldn't just sit back. She would help with the work. Encouraged by her mother and sister, Lin Lan's heart was stirred. She was born in the South where everyone loved rice noodles, and there were all kinds of noodle shops on the street. First, cook the rice noodles, add a few slices of thinly sliced roasted meat, a spoonful of lean meat sauce, a spoon of soft, cooked soybeans. Then add pickled bamboo shoots, cold seaweed, half a spoon of spicy red oil, and some cilantro. Mix everything with chopsticks, take a bite, and the flavors explode. The fragrant red oil, the crispy bamboo shoots, the savory seaweed. That taste is amazing. If she could open a noodle shop, it would be great. But thinking of Lin Bai's troubles, her enthusiasm was completely extinguished. Mother-in-law, let me think about it some more, she said without making a final decision. All right, think about it. There's no need to think too much. She won't start a business, Su Yongchuan interrupted the lively atmosphere. Yongchuan, why not? Making money is a good thing. Zhou Lanhua looked at him in confusion. She wants to go up the mountain with me, so she doesn't have time. You're so stubborn. If Xiao Lan starts a business in the future, you won't need to go up the mountain. You can change your line of work. I still prefer staying in the mountains, peaceful and quiet. And besides, as a woman, it's better not to show herself too often. Zhou Lanhua pouted. Yongchuan, why are you becoming so old-fashioned now? What's wrong with women? I see many female shopkeepers in town. They manage their shops well, and their families don't think it's bad for women to be out in public. Auntie, we can't interfere in others' affairs, and there's no need to compare. It's not old-fashioned. I believe I can support my wife and children. I don't need her to work hard for the family. We trust your ability, but that's enough, Uncle and Auntie. You've been working hard all day. Go home and rest, Su Yongchuan said, not wanting to continue this topic. Lin Lan agreed. Yes, go rest for a while. Today, you shouldn't go to the fields so early. If you ignore this advice, I won't call you to work anymore. It's not right for them to work in the fields at noon while she sleeps at home. All right, we'll go back now. Don't worry, we won't go so early today. Zhang Deju stood up and led his family home. When they arrived home, Zhou Lanhua couldn't help but say, his father, I think Yongchuan is getting a bit proud. He went to the border and learned how wealthy families do things. Now, he won't even let his wife go out in public. Such behavior. How can you say that? You're his aunt. It's their business, and they should discuss it privately. Why are you interfering? Zhou Lanhua felt wronged. I only did it for them. Do you think the mountain is easy to go to? Don't worry about it. Yongchuan has his rules. Besides, his wife didn't oppose it. After the Zhang family left, Su Yongchuan said, "Give me some money. I'll pay them back." Lin Lan understood and went to the room, counting out 300 coins. She told him, "Just give them the money and come back.
Don't argue with them.
We're in the right about this, and I always say that wherever I go. Got it? You rest now." Lin Lan couldn't help but yawn. "Yongchuan, I actually think doing business is a good idea. You know why I oppose that?" Su Yongchuan looked directly at her. His words about not wanting her to be out in public were probably fake. The real reason was because of Lin Bai. "Let's not think about this now. We can talk about it later. Right now, we have enough money to spend." The bear was sold for a good price, enough for us to take some time off. "That's true. We'll discuss it later." Lin Lan has a habit of taking naps. If she doesn't rest for a while, she won't have energy the whole afternoon. Su Yongchuan took the money and went to Dabita's house. "Yongchuan, where are you going at noon?" A villager leaning against a big tree asked casually as he passed by. "I'm going to pay Dabita's family their wages. Although they want to take over our land, we've thought it over. They are unkind, so we can't be unjust. We're not that kind of greedy people, so we plan to pay them their wages." He shook his money bag as he spoke. It was a big bag, very noticeable. When the villagers heard he was going to Dabita's house, they immediately became excited. If they guessed right, there would definitely be some excitement to watch. Since they had nothing to do, why not go see? Soon, word spread, and a large crowd followed Su Yongchuan. In the yard, Lu Tsuehua was angrily scolding her grandson. She had been humiliated today and was in a bad mood. She scolded everything she saw. Even the passing dog seemed like it deserved a scolding. Su Yongchuan pushed open the slightly open door and said directly, "I'm here to give you your wages and seed money." "Wages?" "Su Yongchuan, who are you trying to embarrass? You're just a poor hunter, pretending to be a rich landowner. A grown man who eats and drinks at his wife's expense. How embarrassing." Lu Tsuehua looked at him with disdain, not hiding her contempt. She crossed her arms and scolded openly, almost saying that Su Yongchuan was a freeloader. "It seems you don't want the money anymore," Su Yongchuan said with a cold smile. Is he afraid of her throwing a tantrum? No way. "Yes, I want it. Why wouldn't I? Want to boss me around for free? No way. But how much are you planning to compensate us?" "Compensate?" Su Yongchuan squinted, confused by her logic. "Why should I give you compensation? We already told Dabitu and his wife that once you harvest this season's crops, the land will be taken back. It's your fault for insisting on planting there. Who can you blame? I can settle the seed money and wages because we're being kind." Lu Tsuehua sneered disdainfully. Kind? That's a nice word. Everyone in the village knows that Lin Lan sometimes loses her temper. Who knows if what she said is true? If she delays and misses the deadline, who is responsible? Is it our fault that she cares about her feelings? Fine, just tell me, do you want the money or not? Lu Tsuehua says, "Yes, I want it." Why shouldn't I? Losing the land is bad enough, but losing money is even worse. Since you say you're acting kindly, I need to carefully count this bill. My husband and I worked for 10 days, each day earning 20 coins, totaling 400 coins. There's also seed money, so altogether it's about 800 coins. Aren't you the one who brought us the money? Then just give it to us. Lu Tsuehua's eyes darted quickly as she reached out her hand. Su Yongchuan put the money pouch into his pocket and turned to leave. "You all are too expensive. I can't afford it. I'm just a poor hunter. I can't pay the Lord's prices." Lu Tsuehua was stunned, trying to block her own words. "Su Yongchuan, stop. Didn't you say you would pay us? Why are you running away?" The onlookers found this amusing. "Madam Lu, you're really asking for too much. Which family can afford 20 coins a day? Have you asked around how much it costs to carry a big load for a day? Plus, it's only 3 acres of land, and 2 people worked for 10 days. Aren't you just wasting time? Actually, she's extorting money. Yongchuan, I think you shouldn't pay her any attention." Lu Tsuehua was furious. She pushed open the big door and snarled at the crowd. "Why is everyone always meddling? You're just bored and nosy. We're just concerned. Then close your eyes." Our family's affairs have nothing to do with you. Why are you chattering? While she was speaking, Su Yongchuan had already returned home. Lin Lan yawned and moved closer to the bed. Why are you back so soon? The money wasn't sent out, Su Yongchuan said, taking the money out and placing it on the bedside table. What happened? They don't want it? Are they going to keep bothering us? Of course. Who wouldn't want more money? But their price is too high. I can't afford it, so I just won't give it. How much do they want? 20 coins a day per person, and they said they worked 10 days on 3 acres of land. Lin Lan widened her eyes and asked, are they really that poor? With their speed, is 20 coins a day enough? Who says it isn't? Su Yongchuan replied with a look of innocence, though he secretly sneered. They want too much money, and I can't afford it, so I just won't pay. Trying to control him is just a dream. If I can pay them, it's because they're honest. But if they want to ask for a lot, then let them wait. I won't give them a single coin. They think they are right, so what are they afraid of? Alright, don't bother with them. Sleep a little more. When you wake up, I'll go to the fields with you, Lin Lan said, turning over and ignoring him. At the east end of the village, at the house with the big nose, Lu Tsuehua wanted to act tough and make things difficult for others, but the person simply ignored her and walked away. She was scolded by the villagers, and now her heart and body hurt, mainly because she was so angry she felt off balance. Old man, what should we do about this? She asked. Aren't you capable? Why are you asking me? The old man shot her a glance. She was a useless woman who caused trouble. You should talk properly, not be sarcastic. Now, they just refuse to pay. Maybe we should ask the older couple to come back. The land is being taken away anyway, so what's the point of hiding at your parents' house? Yes, this was their family's plan. They lied, saying the daughter-in-law of the Big Nose family had something to do at her parents' house, so the couple hurried back and stayed there for a few days. The old couple pretended not to know and kept farming Lin Lan's land. If they met someone shy, they wouldn't mention this issue. Or they might flatter Lin Lan again later. With her kind of mind, this problem would probably pass. But this time, Lin Lan was so firm that she insisted on reclaiming the land. Of course, maybe the Zhang family was behind the scenes encouraging her. The old man nodded and called his younger son. You're quick on your feet. Go call your older brother and the others. Tell them the land was taken away and ask them to come back and think of a plan. The younger son nodded and ran off quickly. When Lin Lan woke up, Su Yongchuan had already left.
She didn't mind.
She thought they had been working for a while, and now they might be thirsty. She went to the kitchen, boiled a pot of hot tea, and added some honeysuckle, which is good for cooling and clearing heat. After the tea cooled down, she placed the kettle in the basket, carried a few bowls, and gracefully headed toward the fields. Other people's fields on the hillside had already been planted with wheat. Only their field was still empty. In the field, Su Yongchuan and the Zhang family were busy with hoes, working hard. Everyone take a break and come have some tea to cool off, someone called out. Sounds good, I'm thirsty. Zhang Xiaoran was the first to run over. That girl, she's not usually so eager to work, Zhou Lanhua said with a smile, shaking her head. Mom, you can't say that about me. I work hard too. Unlike my second sister-in-law, who runs faster than a rabbit when she sees something tasty, but when it's time to work, she makes all kinds of excuses to slack off, Zhang Xiaoyan said stubbornly, lifting her teacup. Whenever they mentioned Bai Xiaoling, the Zhang family looked a bit more distant. She wanted to run home and hide, but she didn't realize they didn't care if she worked or not. Without her causing trouble at home, the family would be much more peaceful. All right, drink your tea. Young ladies shouldn't be so stubborn, Zhang Deju softly scolded. If he let her keep arguing, soon Zhou Lanhua's resentful gaze and complaints would be directed at him. After drinking tea, everyone rested for a while before continuing their work. Lin Lan also worked in the field for a bit. As the sun was about to set, she went home early to prepare dinner. On her way, she stopped by the vegetable garden, pulled weeds, watered and fertilized. The vegetables grew much better. The bean vines were full of big and small beans, hanging down heavily. She also picked 2 cucumbers, a few eggplants, and pinched off some pumpkin tips. Back home, she first dumped the beans on the ground. While it was still light, she sorted the beans. She cut the beans into small pieces, discarding the parts with worms. She washed the tender beans, dried them, and put them into the pickling jar. She soaked the cut beans in water and then started preparing the pumpkin tips. They tasted delicious, with a fresh aroma when stir-fried, slightly chewy, but hard to prepare. She had to peel the skin from the vine and remove the roots from the tips before eating. It took her a while, but she finished preparing everything. The setting sun was like glowing lava, hanging on the horizon, turning the sky orange red. Birds flew home, flapping their wings, and a gentle breeze carried the smell of dinner. Lin Lon carried the washed vegetables into the kitchen. Dinner was simple. There was some pork left from the market, which she fried and scooped into a jar with oil. Now was the perfect time to use it for braised green beans, making a big bowl. She also made a cucumber salad, stir-fried eggplant, and prepared garlic with pumpkin tips. Then she cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge. Dinner was ready. The Zhang family ate at their house. After 2 meals of plain rice, they were used to it. Mrs. Su looked at the pumpkin tips in her bowl and asked, "Sister-in-law, what kind of vegetable is this? It has a fresh smell and is crunchy and tender. Is it wild greens?" If it really was wild greens, she would like to go up the mountain to pick some. She thought it was very tasty. "Older sister-in-law, maybe you should look more carefully? Perhaps you recognize it." Lin Lon smiled playfully. The Zhang family looked up at her, hoping she would reveal the answer. "Really?" Mrs. Su picked a leaf and looked closely at the fuzzy surface. It looked familiar. Finally, she tentatively asked, "Is it pumpkin tips?" "Yes, I saw the pumpkins in the field growing well, so I picked some," Lin Lon replied. To prevent the Zhang family from worrying she was wasteful, she explained, "Actually, as long as you don't pick too much, it won't affect the pumpkin's growth. Cutting some side shoots might even help the pumpkins grow better." "Yes, I heard about this method when I was in the army," Su Yongchuan nodded in agreement. Lin Lon glanced at him and quietly smiled. He was quite supportive. Mrs. Su. Never mind. She shouldn't have asked. Knowing the answer would make her think about it often. But she knew her in-laws wouldn't agree to her picking pumpkin tips to eat. Even she was reluctant. Those were food supplies. When food was scarce, she relied on them to survive. Although Lin Lon said that picking a little wouldn't affect the harvest, what if it did? She couldn't bring herself to do it. The others in the Zhang family got the answer, but kept eating without saying anything. Did they not want to talk? No, they knew it wouldn't help. Lin Lon was stubborn and wouldn't listen. Forget it. People teach others hard, but lessons leave a deep impression. Building a good home is not easy. They should experience these things themselves in the future. Zhang Qianshui's eyes twinkled slightly as he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you have so many clever ideas. It's a pity you don't sell food." Lin Lon just smiled without replying. When they had almost finished eating, Zhang Dezhu asked, "Yongchuan, how is the furniture coming along? Have you been to Tan Mujiang's place to see it? Once I finish the work in the fields, it should be almost done." "Great, after the field work is done, I'll go with you to move the furniture." Zhang Qianshue is always eager to help and likes to stick close to Su Yongchuan. He's been looking forward to them moving back to the old house. Lin's family lives a bit far away, and since it's her maternal home, he can't visit often. Zhang Dezhu also said he would help when the time comes. "By the way, uncle, I want to bring a spring of water down from the mountain, so we won't have to carry water. Do you want to collect some too? If yes, we can do it together. Since the two families are not far apart, just across a few ridges, working together would be easy." "That's a good idea, but during the dry season, there might not be much water on the mountain." Zhang Dezhu hesitated. "I checked last time. The water flow is quite strong, but the opening is blocked by stones. We need to chisel it open," she explained. "Cousin, I'll go with you to do it. We won't have to carry water, and it'll save us a lot of trouble." Zhang Qianshue was the first to support the idea. "All right, you two can try. If it works, it's better to bring water into the house," Zhang Dezhu said, not minding much. The field work was almost done anyway, and there was no harm in checking out the mountain. After dinner, Lin Lon tidied up the dishes. Su Yongchuan brought in water from the yard that had been sun-dried, perfect for a bath. As a man, he didn't need hot water, but Lin Lon did. They washed up thoroughly and then lay on the bed talking. How many more days until our land is dry enough to harvest? Su Yongchuan raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? No, I just want to go up the mountain again. I want to pick mountain treasures and dig wild vegetables. The mountain is cool, and even sleeping in a cave feels comfortable. She already liked the feeling of being on the mountain and having a harvest. But if you go up the mountain, you can't set up a stall in town, Su Yongchuan said playfully with a teasing tone. Aren't you the one who doesn't want me to go? Is it me who's stopping you? His fingers brushed her ear, making her feel ticklish, and his voice was warm and teasing. After planting the crops, the furniture should also be ready. When that's done, we can move back. You like mountain spring water, right? After we finish planting the wheat, Qian Shui, and I will go up the mountain to cut bamboo and bring back spring water. Then it will be easy for you to wash whatever you want. Even if I'm not at home, you can use the water freely. His eyes shone brightly, like two flashes of light in the dark night. Actually, before she could finish, Su Yongchuan quickly interrupted. We must move back. Living here is not convenient. Lin Lon laughed loudly. This is a brick house. Isn't it more comfortable than a thatched hut? Even if it's more comfortable, it's not our home. His gentle voice came from above, making Lin's family feel like he was just a son-in-law visiting. But he clearly wasn't. All right, you make the arrangements. I'll go along with whatever. One more day later, the land at Lin's finally finished planting. Lin Lon said, Su Yongchuan, I want to go to the mountain with you tomorrow. I'll be back soon. I need to fetch water too. You should sleep in more at home. Lin Lon thought about it and realized her pace would only slow him down. His legs were so long that she had to walk at least 3 steps for every 2 of his. So, the next day, when Lin Lon woke up, Su Yongchuan had already returned from the mountain. What did you gather today? A wild rabbit, a nest of wild eggs, a sugar jar, and some kiwi fruit. Wild kiwi fruit?
Lin Lanchi.
This mountain was truly a treasure. She loved wild fruits. Su Yongchuan smiled and took out 2 fuzzy, brownish-yellow things from his basket. They felt soft, so I picked a few. Lin Lon hurried to take them. Sure enough, they were soft to the touch. She peeled the fuzzy skin to reveal yellow-green flesh. Biting into it, the juice was full and sweet, with a soft, tangy flavor. Very tasty. So delicious. You should try some too. I don't like these sour things. Come on, try it. It's not sour. I tell you, these kiwi fruits are very nutritious, full of. Forget it, he wouldn't understand, even if she explained. Lin Lon simply didn't say anything and pushed the peeled kiwi fruit toward his mouth. Su Yongchuan looked helpless but finally took a bite. They were playing and joking when suddenly, the front door was pushed open and they heard Zhang Qianshui's voice. Cousin, are you ready? Can we go up the mountain now? Before I finished speaking, he had already run into the yard.
Huh.
Am I coming at the wrong time? Looking at these 2 people, one feeding, the other opening his mouth eagerly for food. Zhang Qianshui felt his eyes start to sting, and not just his eyes, his heart felt sour too. Zhang Qianshui, good morning. Lin Lon turned around calmly and greeted him. Still early? The people in the village are already working in the fields. Lin Lon impatiently cut him off. Do you want to eat some kiwi fruit?
No, he doesn't eat that.
Su Yongchuan picked up a few peaches. I'll take some to Qiaoxing later. Zhang Qianshui. Seeing him standing there without moving, Su Yongchuan tilted his head. Come on, aren't we going to the back mountain to carve stones? Zhang Qianshui. Is it because he doesn't want to go? Or is it because they're so close that they're reluctant to leave? His older cousin, who used to be a strong, brave man, now seems so clingy. When did he become so attached? Let's go. Why are you just standing there like a fool?
Su Jongchun Flawen.
By the way, did you bring all the tools? All set. I borrowed these from the stonemason's house. I begged him for a long time and even gave him a jar of good apricot blossom wine as a thank you. Zhang Qianshui felt a little guilty. He had bought that wine but only drank a little. All right, don't be so stingy. That's their stuff for eating. It's good enough that they're willing to lend it to you. We have wine at home. You can take some back later. No, no need, cousin. I wouldn't argue over such small things with you. Zhang Qianxue quickly waved his hand. Then let's go, Su Yongchuan said without further words, walking ahead. The two headed straight for the back mountain. The back mountain was a rocky area with short trees scattered along the cliffs and a bamboo grove nearby. They went directly to the water outlet. Clearing away the dry branches and leaves at the cave entrance, they saw a small stream flowing gently. Cousin, is this water enough for our two families? Let's see. Look at this forest. Its leaves are greener than elsewhere, so it must have plenty of water. I guess there's a water source down the mountain, Su Yongchuan said, beginning to clean the water pool. Zhang Qianxue held the chisel and hammer, ready to carve the stone. After the two people left, Lin Lan washed the bowl, then went to her room to find a bag of pea seeds and spinach seeds. She locked the door and carried her hoe to the field. It was already autumn. The leaves of the fruits and vegetables in the field started turning yellow, the vines withered, and the vegetables wouldn't last much longer. At this time of year, it was the right season to plant winter crops like peas. In a few days, when the weather gets colder, she could enjoy pea tips and spinach. The morning breeze brushed her hair, making her feel a little itchy. Lin Lan reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear and looked at the mountain. She had already finished planting winter wheat. There were few people in the field now. Everyone had taken their sickles and bamboo poles and gone up the mountain to prepare firewood for winter. After some time, when winter arrived, they could burn the firewood to keep warm. Lin Lan, are you going to the field? From afar, a group of women, chatting happily, was walking toward her. Among them was Lu Tsuehua and her mother-in-law. But as soon as they saw her, their faces changed and their expressions became unfriendly. Lin Lan didn't pay much attention to them. She just greeted a kind-looking aunt. Yes, I'm going to check the field. Gendama, are you going up the mountain to cut firewood? This aunt was from the same village as Zhou Lanhua and had a close relationship with her. At first, she didn't like Lin Lan much, but since she married Su Yongchuan, her attitude softened. The aunt liked her own family, so she smiled when she saw Lin Lan. Yeah, there's no work in the field now. We're going to the mountain to look around. By the way, your family should also prepare firewood. Otherwise, when it gets cold. Got it, Gendama. Once Su Yongchuan finishes his work, we'll go up the mountain too, Lin Lan replied politely. After Lin Lan walked away, some women in the group said, now Lin Lan is getting more diligent. She even goes to the field now, and she doesn't just smile at people anymore. Yeah, and she doesn't mind the sun anymore. I saw her working in the field all afternoon. TSK, I heard Zhou Lanhua say she's quite good at saving wheat seeds now. The wheat seeds that slip through her fingers all look the same. Speaking of which, Yongchuan is lucky. Once this woman gets married, she becomes more sensible. After saying this, the women looked at Lu Tsuehua and her mother-in-law with a knowing smile. Everyone knew that their family used to treat Lin Lan like a fool. They used a small rent to fool her, gaining benefits for several years. Lu Tsuehua and her mother-in-law looked displeased. She snorted coldly from her nose. What if she loses the seeds? Who knows if her method is right? Maybe the seeds she plants won't even grow. After saying this, Lu Tsuehua's lips curled into a strange smile. Nonsense. Seeds don't just fail to grow unless they are cooked first, the older woman said with a sneer. Her words sounded bitter. Let's wait and see. I want to see what kind of crop she can grow. Maybe the harvest from her land won't be as good as ours. The older women all made faces, unable to find anything to say back. They had good land, and whatever they planted, it would produce more than just a little crop. But right now, everyone was busy working, so no one argued about it. However, Grandma Jin kept glancing at them a few more times. Lin Lan carried a hoe and headed to the field. First, she turned over the vegetable patch, watered the soil, and sowed some peas and spinach seeds. Then she covered it all with a thin layer of straw. Looking at a small remaining patch of land, Lin Lan thought that someday, when she had free time, she would visit Zhou Lanhua's house to see if she had some scallion seeds. She planned to plant some too. Whether for cooking or making soup, adding some chopped scallions would make everything taste better. She also plucked some green beans, both old and tender ones, and under the pumpkin vines, she saw a large pumpkin about the size of a basin that was turning yellow. Lin Lan casually picked it, planning to make pumpkin porridge. When she had time, she could also fry pumpkin pancakes. Near the vegetable patch, wild scallions just sprouted, sparse and fresh. Lin Lan was very happy. These newly sprouted wild scallions smelled wonderful. They would be perfect for stir-frying with wild chicken eggs. Passing by her own wheat field, she took a quick look. The land was very flat, but there was no sign of any green sprouts. Lin Lan chuckled at her impatience. It had only been 2 or 3 days since she planted the wheat seeds. How could they sprout so quickly? Nearby, in another field, some tender shoots had already appeared, small and green, like grass. On the back mountain, Zhou Lanhua and her mother-in-law also went up the hill, but they didn't gather with others. By the way, Bai Xiaoling had also returned from her parents' house. When she heard that her whole family went to help Lin Lan plant the fields, she felt very proud. She had the foresight to leave early, so she didn't have to help Lin Lan. Later, she heard from Zhang Xiaoyan how well Lin Lan's family was eating. She didn't get to enjoy delicious food, and now she felt restless and anxious. The mother-in-law and 2 daughters-in-law were busy chopping, collecting, and tying up firewood. Just then, Grandma Zhen was carrying a bundle of firewood down from the mountain. When she saw the 3 women, she put down her firewood and smiled, saying, "You seem so relaxed. Bringing along 2 daughters-in-law means you don't need to mingle with others. Hey, am I late again? Come on, I know you. You just dislike those noisy old women." Zhou Lanhua smiled but didn't argue. Suddenly, Grandma Zhen remembered something. She waved to her and said, "Lanhua, come here. I want to tell you something." "What is it?" "Just say it." Zhou Lanhua kept working. Grandma Zhen looked at her 2 daughters-in-law and then pulled Zhou Lanhua to a quiet spot. "Come here. I won't hurt you, will I?" All right, just say it." "What's the matter?" Seeing no one around, Grandma Zhen lowered her voice. "If you have time, go check out Lu Tsuehua's land." "What do you mean?" Zhou Lanhua's heart skipped a beat, noticing her serious expression. "Nothing special. I just said it. Anyway, if you're free, go take a look. It won't take long," Grandma Zhen said vaguely. She had no proof, just a suspicion that Lu Tsuehua and her mother-in-law were acting suspiciously. She wanted to warn her. If it were someone else, she wouldn't say anything. Without evidence, just guessing was spreading rumors. If it got out, she wouldn't be able to go out anymore. But this involved her good sister. They're all villagers, relying on the land for a living. If someone was causing trouble, what would happen? "Did you hear some gossip?" Zhou Lanhua wasn't stupid. Seeing her expression, she guessed what was going on. "Don't ask anymore. If you have time, just go check it out." "I need to go home," Grandma Zhen said, and hurriedly carried her firewood away. "Mom, what did Grandma Zhen tell you?" Bai Xiaoling's eyes twinkled as she moved closer to ask. "Just do your work." "Why are you asking so much?" Zhou Lanhua shot her a glance. She wasn't very eager to work, but whenever something was happening, she cared more than anyone. "I'm just doing my chores," Bai Xiaoling replied, responsible for bundling the firewood. She wasn't chopping wood herself. She was just pretending to be busy, while Zhou Lanhua went to talk to someone nearby. Since no one was chopping, there was no firewood to bundle, and she was just taking a little break. "You call that work? Look at your sister-in-law." Zhou Lanhua shook her head. "Truly, without comparison, there is no harm." Su was responsible for gathering the chopped firewood into bundles. When Zhou Lanhua walked away, she automatically picked up her axe to continue. Unlike Bai Xiaoling, who said she would do the same, but did very little. She only did a little. "Didn't I just tie up the bundles?" Enough. "Stop talking. Take the bundled firewood back and we'll chop some more." "Mother, what exactly did Annie Jin say just now?" Bai Xiaoling was still curious. Seeing their expressions, she knew it was something secret. "Zhou Lanhua, why do you always meddle in other people's affairs? Just do your work. You're so energetic." "I think you shouldn't eat at noon, after being scolded," Bai Shaoling felt embarrassed and had to carry the firewood down the mountain. Behind the thatched cottage, the two brothers had been digging for a while. The ground was piled with a large heap of broken stones. The deeper they dug, the stronger the water flow became. Zhang Qianxue looked excited. "Cousin, this really works. Look, the deeper we dig, the more water flows. With this, our two families won't run out of water. It's good if we can't finish it. Later, we won't need to carry water, and they won't have to wash by the river." "That's great. Cousin, when I get married, I will split off and build my own house. Then I can use this water channel too," Zhang Qianxue said happily, scooping up some water to drink. "Are you aiming for something?" Zhang Qianxue, now of marriageable age, was not surprised by this remark. "No, my mother is looking for someone to marry me," he shook his head. "By the way, did your aunt agree to split the family?" Su Yongchuan knew well. Zhang Qianshui's situation was different from his. He wasn't a biological child of the Zhang family, so splitting off and living separately made things easier for everyone. But Zhang Qianxue was a real son of the Zhang family. Wanting to split off wouldn't be so simple. It's not that the Zhang family wanted to keep him close to support the other two branches. It's because, under the Xia dynasty's household tax system, not splitting meant saving on taxes. And if they split, they would need to build a new house, which costs money. "I don't care. I've already decided. When I get married, I will split off. I won't live with second sister-in-law," Zhang Qianxue said with a full of resentment whenever Bai Shaoling was mentioned. "Then you should talk to them properly, don't argue. My uncle and aunt are reasonable people. I think they will agree." Zhang Qianxue stayed silent. He didn't say he had brought it up, but his parents hadn't agreed. "All right, just dig it. The sooner it's done, the sooner we can finish work. We haven't prepared enough firewood for winter," Zhang Qianxue pouted. "Just let her go up the mountain with my mother and them. Why do you have to worry about everything? Cousin, you always take on everything yourself and you're not even tired. Qianxue, you'll have to say that after you get married. Anyway, once I get married, I definitely won't be like you." Spoiled beyond measure, Zhang Qianxue sharply hit the chisel, which made a cracking sound as the stone broke into pieces. Lin Lan returned home. Zhu Shui washed her face and then carried a basket of vegetables to the kitchen. In the morning, Su Yongchuan brought back a nest of wild eggs from the mountain, perfect for pairing with wild scallions. She poured the green beans onto the ground, separating the tender ones from the old ones. The older beans, she pinched off the ends, blanched them in water in the kitchen, then spread them on a mat to dry. Dried beans are also very fragrant when used in stews. The tender ones are used for stir-frying or put into pickled vegetable jars. Speaking of pickles, they are ready to eat now. At noon, Gaudi took out a bowl to taste. She also broke open a pumpkin, revealing the bright orange flesh and small, plump pumpkin seeds about the size of a finger. These pumpkin seeds are very good, rich in nutrients, and beneficial for health. They can even help get rid of pests. In this era without pest control medicine, it's best to eat more of them. If raw pumpkin seeds get boring, they can be roasted. When eating watermelon, grab a handful of pumpkin seeds and enjoy cracking them open while eating the fruit. That's an amazing taste. Zhou Lanhua went straight to Lin's land with Zhang Dazhu as soon as she got home. They pulled back the soil to check the seeds inside the holes. They were still there, and in roughly good quantity. "What are you looking at? Why dig up the seeds just like that? I'm worried someone might do something bad." Zhou Lanhua told Zhang Dazhu what her good friend had said. Zhang Dazhu listened, but was half doubtful. "It can't be. We're just farmers. Who doesn't know that grain is precious? No matter how deep the hatred, you can't cut off someone's livelihood. All right, stop fussing. Since you're here, just take a good look. You know Jinjin, right? She wouldn't lie to me." "Yes. You two get along like real sisters, and she's not a talkative person, so we should pay attention to what she says. After checking around for 2 days, I didn't find anything unusual. But there is something. The only strange thing is that the wheat seed bed is a bit damp, not from dew, but it seems like someone deliberately watered the field." "Husband, come quickly." Lin Lan was about to cook when Zhang Dazhu and his wife hurried over, looking serious. "Uncle, Auntie, why are you here?" "That's great. We found a nest of wild eggs today. You can eat here. Food isn't urgent. Lin Lon, I want to ask you, did you water the wheat field? No? Such a big field, how long will it take to water it? Also, the villagers only watered the field when they first planted and used some farm manure. After that, they didn't do anything else. Zhang Dazhu and his wife looked at each other, feeling worried. Someone is causing trouble. Uncle, Auntie, why are you asking about the wheat field for no reason? Lin Lon became more cautious, sensing something was off. Someone watered your wheat field, Zhou Lanhua said directly.
Who?
Such kindness. Lin Lon was stunned. Who would go around watering someone else's field for no reason? From their expressions, Lin Lon understood. Someone was causing trouble in their field. I think the water wasn't normal. Lin Lon, tonight, you should tell Chuanzi to be alert and quietly check the field. I understand. Lin Lon thought to herself, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just as Zhang Dazhu and his wife left, Su Yongchuan came home. Hey, where's Qian Shui? Why didn't he come back with you? She had cooked for 3 people. He said he'd come home to eat because it's closer, Su Yongchuan said while washing his hands. By the way, how's the water flow at the spring? The further inside we dig, the more water there is. It's enough for our families. Families? Besides us and Uncle's family, who else? She thought Su Yongchuan had promised others to join in. Qian Shui. He said once he gets married, he'll split from us and build his own house nearby, so it's easier to look after each other. That's quite far-sighted. Lin Lon smiled and asked, does he have a partner now? No, but Qian Shui makes money and many families want him to marry their daughter. It's just that Annie has never approved. Did Auntie and the others agree to split the family? Su Yongchuan smiled slightly, always able to quickly get to the point.
No.
But Qian Shui is determined. I guess Uncle and Auntie can't change his mind. Zhang Dazhu and his wife are not bad people, though they tend to be slow in handling family matters. Overall, they are not wrong. Lin Lon didn't say anything, but she thought that splitting the family and living separately was a good thing. Those who are capable eat meat. Those who are not, eat porridge. Everyone gets what they deserve, and no one can blame others. If a big family shares benefits unevenly over time, conflicts will eventually happen. What about you? Did many families want to marry their daughters to you before? When soldiers return home, the court gives rewards based on their achievements, including money and travel expenses. Su Yongchuan received over 20 taels of silver. Zhang Dazhu and his wife said it was his hard-earned money and told him to keep it. With his hunting skills, even if he can't become very rich, he can at least have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. There are no proper in-laws above him. Lin Lon thought that, given Su Yongchuan's situation, he should be considered a good man. Me? I go to the mountains every day, so I don't know much about these things. Su Yongchuan suddenly splashed the face-washing water into the yard. After joking around, Lin Lon got back to the main point. Su Yongchuan, my uncle, and aunt just came to our house. They said. She repeated what they said, and also shared their guesses with him. Su Yongchuan immediately went to check the fields, but under the blazing sun, there was no sign of watering. I'll guard the wheat field tonight, Su Yongchuan said gloomily. If someone is causing trouble, he won't let them get away. I'll go too. I want to see what those people are really up to. After lunch, the two of them took a good nap. When they woke up, Su Yongchuan went back up the mountain to dig a well. Lin Lon, with nothing else to do, followed him to the back hill. They helped cut some bamboo, sat on the hillside, split the bamboo open, and used a chisel to break through the bamboo joints inside. Lin Lon had never done much work before. Her hands were soft and tender, without calluses to protect her, and she cut herself several times with bamboo splinters. Su Yongchuan noticed the blood on her hands and said, Enough, stop. Let me do it. It's okay, just a few small injuries. They'll heal in a few days. Lin Lon thought that when she returned, she would need to make double gloves. Zhang Qianshui looked at her and rarely stayed silent. After working all afternoon, the water well was beginning to take shape. Tomorrow, they would do some repairs and then build the bamboo trough. At night, the bright moon lit up the ground like daytime. Su Yongchuan and Lin Lon hid behind a large rock, occasionally glancing toward the direction of the wheat field. The village lights were gradually going out, and the whole small village was falling silent. The tall mountains looked like a cradle, and the small village slept peacefully inside. Su Yongchuan, do you think someone will come? The clear moonlight softened people's faces. Such beautiful moonlight seemed a shame to use for guarding against thieves. Lin Lon thought. Better if they don't come. That's true. The moon was high overhead, almost noon. Lin Lon felt a bit sleepy and yawned widely. Su Yongchuan, maybe we should go back. It's already midnight and I don't think they'll come. Yeah, let's go, Su Yongchuan agreed, thinking they might have been overthinking. They stood up, just about to step out from behind the big rock, when they saw two sneaky figures sneaking along the path. They moved one after the other, each carrying something. If Lin Lon wasn't mistaken, it looked like a teapot? Su Yongchuan, they're coming, Lin Lon showed some excitement. She had waited all night and finally saw them. At the same time, she felt angry. These people were really mean. In this time, everyone relied on their harvest to survive. If they harmed others and caused no harvest, people would starve. Su Yongchuan looked at the people walking toward their field with a serious expression. They really had guts. Big brother, maybe we shouldn't go, one whispered. If Su Yongchuan finds out, he might kill us. Why all this talk? They were unkind first. We planted the crops, and now they want to take them back, and they don't even offer a penny of compensation. Making me do all the work for nothing. How dare they? The big-nosed man looked at the trembling second brother with impatience and disdain. They were siblings, born of the same mother, but he wondered how the other could be so cowardly. Big brother, I think we shouldn't water the crops anymore. If no one finds out, we can just fix the damaged seeds quietly. This way, it will all be over without anyone knowing. Are you here to farm? Are you afraid of anything? It's late at night, and there's not a single shadow in the field. You just do it and no one will know. The big-nosed man kicked him hard. This useless person really ruins his own reputation by trying to act brave. But everyone knows, if you keep doing bad things, there will be consequences. I told you to stop talking. Are you still thinking about eating? The big-nosed man decided that if the harvest fails, Lin Lon will definitely get annoyed. Maybe this land will come back to us later. Even if they don't rent it to us, as long as Lin Lon trips up, he'll be happy. Anyone who dares to mess with him, humph. He reached the edge of the field, a fierce smile on his face, and poured water from a teapot into the hideout. Brother. The second brother tugged at his arm, voice trembling. Are you calling for spirits again? If you do it again, I'll bury you in the ground. Do you believe that? The big-nosed man impatiently shook off his hand. The second brother was very timid. He always looked down on him.
Brother, someone. Su.
They're all at the point.
Who else could it be?
You're probably seeing things, or maybe ghosts, the big-nosed man said without looking up, aiming to pour hot water into the hideout. A twisted smile appeared on his face. I told you to plant the crops. If I pour hot water on your seeds, you'll be finished. But before he could pour the boiling water, there was a loud thud behind him. Then, a burst of scalding wetness completely covered his right foot. Oh no, you useless person. I told you to water the seeds, not me. Oh no, my foot is going to be ruined. The big-nosed man shouted loudly and hurriedly pulled his right foot out of the hot water. In his carelessness, he tilted the teapot, and the boiling water poured all over his other foot. Suddenly, his screams echoed across the field. Big brother, are you okay? The second brother, panicked, turned around quickly to check on him. But unexpectedly, the big-nosed man staggered and accidentally bumped himself into the hot water container. Immediately, he let out a terrible cry. Lin Lon was stunned. They hadn't done anything yet, and this man had already scalded himself. It turned out the 2 water bottles contained boiling water. They are watering their fields with emotion. Great, really great. Lin Lon smiled, holding a hoe in one hand and a pot lid in the other. When they clashed together, the sound of metal hitting metal was as loud as a bell. Then she shouted loudly, "Someone's here. Catch the thief. Someone's stealing wheat seeds." Her loud voice echoed far through the quiet village, startling the dogs into barking. "Brother, let's go quickly. They've called people," the second brother said nervously, trying to help him. Big Nose, with his feet soaked and blisters forming, was about to peel off a layer of old skin with a quick pull. When the second brother touched him, Big Nose grimaced in pain. "Ouch. That hurts so much. Don't touch me. Go away." The second brother was frightened. If they caught him, what would happen? In his panic, he thought about running away, leaving Big Nose behind. Trying to run after doing something bad? That's not how it works. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way completely. "Su Yongchuan, let me go." "I didn't mean to do it," the second brother begged, kneeling and knocking his head twice. "That's not something I want to hear. You can explain yourself later," Su Jinchuan said coldly, smiling faintly. When they did something wrong, they didn't expect to get caught. And now, there's no such thing as a free pass. "Others," the second brother's pupils shrank as he prepared to continue begging. The sound of the pot lid being struck by the spatula continued, ringing out loudly and waking up the whole village. Before he could think further, a group of villagers rushed over, carrying sticks, hoes, forks, and knives, like a tide. "Where is the thief? Where is the one stealing seeds? Damn thief. How dare he steal seeds? I will beat him to death. If I catch him, I will beat him so badly his parents won't recognize him. If I find him, I will beat him so badly that his parents won't recognize him." Seeing the scene, Big Nose stopped crying, his eyes darting around quickly to find a way out. But no matter how he thought about it, he knew he couldn't escape today. The second brother was so scared he trembled like a leaf, lowering his head into his knees, like an ostrich. In his mind, he thought they're finished. The villagers quickly gathered around, as if following a trend, and arrived in front of them in no time. "Here," Su Yongchuan pointed downward, "is where they stole the seeds. The spot where the two brothers with big noses were lying was quite clever. It's at the boundary of 4 households' dry land." It was understandable to say they were stealing someone else's seeds. "We didn't steal any seeds," the second brother said nervously, seeing the anger in the villagers' eyes, waving his hands quickly. He was afraid that if he made a wrong move, the angry villagers might beat him to death on the spot. "Not stealing seeds? Then why are you out here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping at home?" the villager asked.
We
just can't sleep. So we came to the field to see if there's anything wild that might harm the crops," the second brother explained. The big-nosed brother clenched his teeth, trying to hold back a muffled groan, and quietly hid the water bottle behind his back.
Bah.
"During the daytime, you're not enough to watch, and at night, in the dark, what can you see?" "I think you're just trying to steal someone else's seeds," the villager said, but he hesitated. It was true that wild animals sometimes came down from the mountains at this time of year, so his words made some sense. "We really didn't steal anything. What are you holding in your hands?" A sharp-eyed villager saw the big-nosed brother hide something behind him, but it was too dark to see what it was. "It's nothing." "Show it to us," the villager demanded. For farmers, grain was very important. They dared to come into someone's field at night. What else could they be doing besides stealing seeds? It was truly hateful. "We really didn't do anything. We just wanted to go catch loaches in the pond, and we happened to pass by here," the second brother insisted. "Is that so?" The villagers looked skeptical, but their tone was less aggressive. "It's true. Seeing the villagers' attitude soften a bit, the big-nosed brother's face lit up with obvious joy. He was about to talk confidently and send these villagers away. But Su Yongchuan had other plans. He quietly circled behind him and skillfully took out the water bottle from behind his back. "Don't tell me you use a teapot to catch loaches," Su said. The big-nosed brother. He couldn't think of a good excuse at that moment. The villagers also realized what was happening. They were being played. Their anger grew even more. "Tell me, what exactly are you here for?" Why are we still arguing with them?" "Send them to the village chief's house. If they don't explain soon, just take them to the town office." "Please, don't take us to the office." Big Snot really started to fear this time. He wasn't so afraid when going to the village. At worst, he'd lose some face. But if they went to the office, ordinary villagers in this era are always afraid of the officials. He was worried he wouldn't come back. The villagers didn't care much and simply dragged him away, not being very polite. Along the way, Big Snot kept crying out in pain as blisters on his feet burst and bled slowly. Soon, they arrived in front of a grand house at the village entrance. This was the village chief's home, which was also the home of Wu Qianyun, Lin Lan's rival. Since their house was farther from the ground, they hadn't come out yet. Some impatient villagers knocked loudly on the village chief's door. People who didn't know might think bandits had entered the village. The village chief's wife hurried to open the door. "Stop knocking. If you break my door, see how I deal with you." The door was only slightly open, and the villagers pushed their way in. They reached the yard and threw Big Snot into the center. The village chief was a bit confused. What was going on? Village chief, brothers Big Snot, and his brother stole seeds from the field. "You have to help us settle this," the villagers said angrily before the village chief could ask. Stole seeds. The village chief's face also turned serious. They had just planted winter wheat and now this? That was serious. The village chief's face darkened as he slapped the table. "Big Snot, tell the truth. What's going on? If you don't explain clearly, I will skin you." The brothers trembled all over. Be honest. If you lie, I will kick you out," the village chief said sternly, looking at them with authority. "Please, they stammered. They couldn't rely on the second brother. He was too weak and almost couldn't stand, let alone speak properly. In the end, Big Snot had to endure the sharp pain and come out to answer. "Speak," the village chief roared loudly in the small yard.
"We really didn't go to steal seeds.
In the end, unable to hold back any longer, Big Runny Nose had to honestly admit. "We were upset and wanted to teach Su Yongchuan a lesson. So we took 2 pots of hot water to the field. Big Runny Nose, what can I say about you? You're really cruel to ruin someone else's work. Village head, this isn't entirely our fault. Su Yongchuan and his wife were too unreasonable." I was so angry that Hearing this, Lin Lan was unhappy. She stepped forward and pointed at Big Runny Nose, saying, "You're really like Zhu Beiji turning the tables unfairly. It was your family who tricked me into giving up my land first, took all the benefits, and now you're blaming me. And I told you in advance about the land collection. I didn't just take it without warning. Why are you so upset? Do you think I should support your family forever?" Big Runny Nose wanted to deny it, but under the villagers' disapproving looks, he couldn't. That day, Su Yongchuan spread the news about the land collection. He thought no one would believe him now, and the villagers wouldn't agree. Big Runny Nose's eyes flickered, and he came up with another plan. "At that time, my wife and I had urgent business at my parents' house and forgot to inform our family. But you all just watched my parents farm the land without stopping them. By the time they nearly finished planting, you suddenly came to take the land. Isn't that just taking advantage? Honestly, this is your fault. Wasn't it us who refused? Your parents asked for a lot, and I believe some people knew about this," Su Yongchuan said coldly, looking at them. "Who knows if your urgent matter was real? Maybe it was just an excuse to blame us for taking the land. We didn't expect anyone to cheat us. Besides, we have nothing to do all day but watch over you, right?" Lin Lan looked at him with disdain. "What are you talking about? Every family has urgent matters. Besides, what's so good about your land? Do I really need to steal your land? If our land was bad, why would you farm it for so many years and still be reluctant to give it up?" The villagers finally realized the truth. It turns out Big Runny Nose and his brother went to seek revenge on Lin Lan. However, it's quite disgusting that he wanted to pour boiling water on someone's seeds. Isn't that trying to ruin their livelihood? Fellow villagers, this is too cruel. People like this shouldn't be trusted. "All right, everyone stop arguing," the village chief said, rubbing his forehead. "He's getting old and doesn't sleep well." He had finally fallen asleep late at night, but was awakened by their noise. Now they were shouting and making a fuss, giving him a terrible headache. He just wanted to settle this quickly so he could go back to bed and rest. "Village chief, you must stand up for us. Big Nosed is acting terribly. If we don't punish him severely, villagers might start copying him." If small conflicts lead to pouring boiling water on each other's seeds, what then? If the seeds don't sprout, they'll starve. But that's not the main point. The real issue is if everyone does this, we can't grow enough food. How will we pay taxes? If we don't pay taxes, what will the emperor eat? And the soldiers at the border? If they don't eat well, how can they protect our great country? Lin Lan's words lifted the issue to a higher level, beyond what the villagers could imagine. Big Nosed was stunned. When did this woman become so eloquent? She just poured a few grains of wheat, and now she's talking about the royal family and soldiers at the border. How could he argue back? Such important figures could crush him with a single finger.
How could he fight that?
Could he refuse to give food to Jinshan? To the soldiers at the border? Su Yongchuan looked at her. Where did she come from? Her vision and demeanor were far beyond what a village girl should have. Her words made the villagers fall silent. This involved the nation and the world. They didn't dare speak up. The village chief also pondered, considering her words carefully. Food was very important, not just for individuals but for the country. Although he was exaggerating, the meaning was clear. Big Nosed, what do you say about this? I was wrong. Big Nosed realized arguing was useless. He lowered his head quickly. Then, you'll be punished. Replant the land for the Lin family. All the seeds you used will be considered yours. Big Nosed was happy. This was simple. They only poured water last night. Just a small pot of water. How much could it be? So, they worked all night but only managed to water a few wheat seeds. Regarding tonight, didn't he get his foot completely soaked? It's just a small matter to plant more. As for the missing seeds, he can consider himself unlucky. I'll plant them tomorrow. The village chief was about to make a decision and end this matter when Lin Lan said, "Village chief, I disagree. Lin Lan, do you have any other opinions?" The village chief frowned and looked at her. "Village chief, if you do something wrong, you should be punished. I already punished him," he said. Not only did he make him replace the damaged seeds, but he also expected him to help manage the land. Lin Lan looked at him, as if he was joking. How is a few seeds a real punishment? Do I care about those seeds? If I start to dislike their family in the future, can I pour boiling water on their seeds? As long as they replace them later, it's fine. Lin Lan, if you dare pour water on our seeds, I will beat you to death. Look, you don't agree with this punishment yourself, so why should I accept it? Big Nose. He was too anxious earlier and forgot. It's also his fault. His feet hurt so badly that he lost his reason. So, what do you want? The village chief squinted, secretly calling Big Nose an idiot. Lin Lan shook her head. Punishment isn't the goal. Stopping bad behavior is the ultimate goal. If it doesn't hurt him, how can the punishment work? The village chief's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Then what do you want? Lin Lan smiled brightly, looking at Big Nose with a mix of pity and sparks of fire. I want him to pay us 10 taels of silver. As soon as Lin Lan finished speaking, whispers spread around, along with gasps of surprise. How much? Did I hear right? You didn't hear wrong. She wants 10 taels of silver. Wow, not 10 cents, but 10 taels. 10 taels of silver is enough to save for 2 or 3 years without eating or drinking. Some families save all their lives, with a total of only 20 or 30 taels. Isn't this just extortion? Lin Lan, don't even think about asking for so much. I tell you, I have no money but I do have my life. No way. Big Nose was sweating coldly. Just a small matter, and he's trying to extort 10 taels of silver from their family? That's 10 taels of silver. They do have some, but it's half of their savings. Lin Lan, are you crazy for money? Really? Then let's go to the government office to settle this. I heard our county magistrate cares a lot about farming. Every spring, he personally plows the fields and even planted some vegetables in a small patch behind the county office. Imagine if he knew you went out at midnight to water someone's seeds. How would he deal with you? Honestly, I'd like to see whether it's your stubborn mouth or your stubborn backside that's harder. Lin Lan smiled faintly. I just wonder, if your feet go to the government office and you get whipped again, can you still stand firm? The village chief looked at her thoughtfully. So, this was her real goal. She wasn't really trying to get him to mediate. She wanted to use this as a threat to extort money. Just a small matter like this. Why do you need to go to the government office? When she mentioned the office, the big-nosed man immediately backed down. Since ancient times, common people don't fight officials, especially since he was at fault first and had hit the magistrate's taboo. Such bold words. Food is vital to the country's future. How can you see it as a small matter? Whether it's a small matter or not, you can't decide that. Let's go to the government office and ask the county magistrate to judge. Lin Lan tugged at Su Yongchuan's sleeve. Go ahead, take him to the government office. Looking at the time, by the time we arrive, it should be dawn. I like to be the first in everything I do. Let's see, if we leave now, we'll just catch the magistrate's first case. Su Yongchuan's face twitched. He was about to step forward, got to do the whole act properly. The village chief looked at them with complicated eyes. These two really are a mix, some talk, some fight. They're quite a match. Lin Lan, you dare. A loud shout came from the crowd. The big-nosed family pushed through the crowd and stood in front of her. Especially Lu Tsuehua and her mother-in-law, who rushed to the front, glaring fiercely at her, as if ready to eat her alive. Oh, so many of you came. Lin Lan crossed her arms and glared back without fear. Are you trying to bully us because you have more people? Su Yongchuan stood beside her, quickly shielding her behind him. What if we bully you? We're not even fully grown yet, and you want to fight us? Lu Tsuehua's loud voice rang out from afar as she reached out to push him. At this moment, another loud voice came from outside the door. Your hair is quite neat. Do you believe I might just cut it all off? Who is that? Who the heck cares about my family's business? Seeing the visitor, Big Nose's family froze in surprise. Outside, Zhang Dazhu and his wife walked side by side, leading their family proudly and confidently. Su Shi was even holding her 3-year-old son, Qiaosheng. Right now, he was curiously looking around with big, dark eyes, full of wonder. Of course, it's our Zhang family. Your family has been too mean, bullying others and even trying to fight. I tell you, our Zhang family is not to be messed with. The crowd automatically made way for the Zhang family, who walked straight to the center. Uncle, Auntie, you're here. Lin Lan stepped forward, holding Zhou Lanhua's hand, feeling warm inside. Xiao Lan Yongchuan, don't be afraid. We will get the compensation we deserve. If they dare to be aggressive, we're not easy to bully either, Zhou Lanhua said, patting Lin Lan's hand, but her words were directed at Big Nose's family. Zhang Dazhu, Zhou Lanhua, our two families are relatives. Are you planning to break off relations with us? Lin Lan was stunned. These two families, who are unrelated by blood, suddenly turned out to be relatives? But Zhou Lanhua rolled her eyes at them. When you bully others, did you ever think that we are relatives? Besides, we can't look up to such troublesome relatives. Lin Lan. So, these two families really are related. But she had no memory of this at all. Bai Shaoling tugged at Zhang Qianhu's sleeve, signaling him to step forward and say something. However, Zhang Qianhu only gave her a cold look, then decisively let go of her hand and moved to Su Yongchuan's side. Bai Shaoling glared fiercely at Lin Lan, this troublemaker. Lin Lan clearly saw their actions, so she knew that Bai Shaoling was related to them. What are you saying? This is a mess. It's a real family matter. We should discuss things calmly. Making a scene like this just makes us look bad. Since you're here too, let's sit down and talk properly. Lin Lan was too naive. How could she think that a small matter would lead to shouting and fighting? Li Tsuehua's face quickly changed, and she understood that with the Zhang family involved, her plan to suppress Lin Lan with force had failed. However, she was shameless and unbothered, and in an instant, she acted as if nothing was wrong, speaking softly to the Zhang family. She also shifted all the blame onto Lin Lan. Is it that our little Lan doesn't understand? I remember someone pouring boiling water on their seeds. In my opinion, paying money is the least we can do. Such wicked people should be sent to the government office, where they can be punished and exiled. Zhou Lanhua's words made the nose-dip family stiffen in fear. The onlookers also gasped, thinking, wow, she's even more ruthless. Zhang Dezhu nodded in agreement with Zhou Lanhua. He was not good with words, and his wife was his voice, representing his family's stance. The nose-dip family smiles froze, and they couldn't even fake a smile anymore. Are you really going to push us to the limit? Isn't it your family that first refused to give us a way out? Seeing this chaotic scene, the village chief's head hurt even more. He slammed his hand on the table. Calm down. Do you really think my family is a marketplace? All this shouting and arguing, and you still act like you want to discuss things? Can you even listen to me? Uncle Village Chief, if your solution is good, we will definitely listen, Lin Lan said with a sly smile. Her words implied that if his plan met their expectations, they would follow it. But if he was biased or too gentle, they wouldn't respect him and might embarrass him publicly. The village chief clearly understood her meaning. His face darkened further as he looked at Su Yongchuan and scolded lightly, Yongchuan, can you control your wife? Men are discussing matters, and a woman keeps interrupting. Lin Lan kept talking back, which made the village chief a bit annoyed. He also realized that the real troublemaker in the Su family was Lin Lan. No wonder she was known as a troublemaker. She was truly brave. There were so many elders and young men present, and she, a woman, was not afraid at all. She straightened her back and boldly retorted when things didn't go her way. She even dared to argue with him face to face. Just for that, she was 100 times better than the women in the village. If she hadn't been on the opposite side of him, he might have even admired her. Su Yongchuan stepped closer to Lin Lan, clearly showing his protective attitude. Our family, my wife, can make her own decisions. The villagers were stunned. The men looked at her with disdain. As the saying goes, when the woman is in charge, everything falls apart. Su Yongchuan is tall and strong, but he can't control his wife. What a useless man. The women, on the other hand, were all envious. Lin Lan really has some skills. She married just a few days ago and already has her husband wrapped around her finger, and she still eats well and dresses nicely just like before. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous of her. I envy her too. She's so lucky. The village chief cleared his throat. What do these women think of him? Supporting Lin Lan openly, isn't that a slap in his face? He took a deep breath to keep from losing his temper in front of everyone. Su Yongchuan really is useless, unable to control his wife. But with everyone watching, he had to handle this matter. If they caused trouble at the official office, where would he put his face? If this got out, it would ruin the village's reputation. All right, enough about whether to go to the office or not. Let's have Dabi Tue's family pay you a silver coin or two in compensation. That's enough to teach them a lesson. The Zhang family looked at Lin Lan, signaling her to decide. They saw that Su Yongchuan was firm but lacked cleverness, unlike Lin Lan. Of course, being clever mainly meant being thick-skinned. No choice, Lin Lan had to bear everyone's expectations. Village chief, even if you're asking for 10 taels of silver, and I'm willing to settle for just 1 tael, you're really cutting it too close. Lin Lan was unhappy. Did they think she was easy to fool? Lin Lan, we're all from the same village. Let's all step back a little and not push people too hard, the village chief said, rubbing his forehead as if his head hurt more. Lin Lan listened to him. They still needed to live in this village, and maintaining good relations with the village chief was important. 9 taels. For your sake, village chief, I'll reduce it by 1 tael. The village chief felt more at ease. Although the amount wasn't large, the compliment still made him feel better. The Big Snot family looked at the village chief with hope, hoping he would help speak on their behalf. The village chief sighed heavily. As the leader of the village, it was embarrassing to be bargaining with a woman in front of everyone. He waved his hand at the Big Snot family. You can discuss it yourselves. I'll just be a witness like everyone else. Their anxious hearts finally calmed down, and they decided to muster up the courage to negotiate. The family whispered among themselves. Finally, Lu Tsuehua made up her mind and said through clenched teeth, 101 copper coins. The village chief said, It's not that I don't want to help you, but they are not sincere. I think there's no point in continuing the talk. Lin Lan rolled her eyes. With their way of bargaining, she doubted they'd finish even by dawn. Honestly, she was tired. Su Yongchuan moved his wrist and smiled as he walked toward the two brothers. Don't come any closer. Village chief, please help us. The brothers shouted quickly. afraid Su Yongchuan would grab them and take them to the government office. That day in the woods, he saw Su Yongchuan carry a wild boar weighing over 200 jin easily. He thought to himself, their combined weight probably matched that of the wild boar. The village chief had no choice but to step in again. Yongchuan, if you're not satisfied, we can talk more. Don't just grab people like that, it's not good. His tone toward Lu Tsuehua was less friendly. The village chief's face darkened. Women should have some dignity. Always bargaining over small things.
What are you talking about?
Where is your husband? Come out here. Lu Guifang was unhappy. Lin Lan was also a woman and she was a young wife. She could stand up to the village chief. So why couldn't she negotiate? The village chief saw through her. You're not happy? Then you can negotiate yourselves. Neither side was happy, and the village chief felt like giving up. He worked so hard for whom? Going to the government office wasn't his problem. Please, village chief, can you help us negotiate? The big snot family didn't trust his mother. She was so stingy, and he was worried. If the negotiations failed, they might really be taken to the government office. Me? Do you all agree on the price? The village chief looked at them sharply, thinking it was better to be clear up front. We agree, but Big Snot spoke first. The village chief impatiently waved his hand and said, All right, I won't waste time talking to you. Finally, the village chief called his wife over, speaking in a commanding tone. You talk with her. We're all women, so it's easier. The village wife glanced at him, smiled politely, and said respectfully, Okay. Then she turned to Lin Lan and smiled. Lin Lan, you see, everyone in the village relies on the harvest from the land to live. Your aunt knows you're a good kid. The reason you're doing this isn't just for money, mainly because you're upset. But we shouldn't push too hard. We're all neighbors, and if everyone steps back a little, it will be fine. Don't you think? Lin Lan had met her before. The village chief's wife was well respected in the village. It was said that her family had scholars in the past, so she was one of the few literate women in the village. All right, Auntie, I trust you. Just tell me the real price. Well, it's already late at night. We shouldn't waste more time arguing. All this back and forth is just talk. How about 5 taels of silver? What do you think? 5 taels of silver. Big-nosed boy's family widened their eyes, feeling a bit regretful for trusting the village chief with this matter. The village chief's wife was known for being generous with money, not treating it as precious. She immediately offered 5 taels of silver. Lin Lan looked at the sky. It seemed to be around midnight. She was too tired to argue with them. 5 taels of silver was close to what she expected. More than that, Big-Nosed Boy's family probably wouldn't agree. Even the village chief might think she was greedy. She nodded. All right, I'll give you some face. 5 taels it is. You're a good kid who listens to advice, she praised Lin Lan. Before she could reply, she turned to the village chief and reported, Head of the household, I've agreed. The village chief twitched his mouth. Did she call that a negotiation? Usually good people negotiate by bargaining and trying to lower the price. But she just threw out 5 taels all at once. Fortunately, he had already agreed with Big-Nosed Boy's family earlier, or they might cause trouble again. Big-Nosed Boy's family looked at each other, wanting to say something but afraid to. Onlookers gawked and made faces, truly fitting for the village chief's wife. With a quick move, she raised the negotiation price to the highest level. At the same time, everyone secretly warned themselves not to let the village chief's wife interfere in their affairs in the future. If you encounter the village chief's wife, your family is likely to suffer misfortune. The village chief had many thoughts, but his face remained serious. He nodded at his wife with a solemn expression and waved his hand casually. All right, I understand. You can go now. The village chief's wife nodded silently and stepped back behind him, hiding her skills and achievements. The men in the village saw this and all gave thumbs up. It's the village chief, a real man. Look how obedient he makes his wife. She's afraid to go west when he says east. TSK, much better than Su Yongchuan, who's afraid of his wife. The village chief waved his hand again. That's enough, Lu Tsuehua. Hand over the money. Lu Tsuehua's eyes flicked around. If you dare say you have no money, I'll have someone take both of them to the government office right now. The village chief was impatient after waiting most of the evening. Lu Tsuehua. Her plans had been guessed. That was 5 taels of silver. How long would she have to save to get that? Just thinking about it made her feel heartache. Mother, just give the money.
My foot really hurts so badly.
If my foot is truly ruined, who will take care of you in the future? Big Nose's feet had blisters that had burst. Now his soles were bright red, and the pain was sharp. He cried like a big man, tears and snot flowing. So pitiful. His wife also felt sad. Seeing her husband suffer, she felt distressed too. She immediately knelt and begged, Mother, please give the money. If the family suddenly loses 2 people, how will we get through the future? The second wife finally realized the situation. Yes, her husband was involved too. If Lin Lan really refused to give in, her husband might be taken away. She hurriedly begged, Mother, please, give them the money. In the end, Lu Tsuehua reluctantly took out the money. The farce was over. Before leaving, the village chief also gave a warning to everyone. All right, go back now. When you get home, make your pillows higher. Remember tonight's lesson. If you do anything shameful again, don't blame me for personally sending him to the government office. No way, I absolutely won't. Everyone kept saying. After the visitors left, the village chief's wife lifted her head proudly and snorted through her nose. She then floated past the village chief without even giving him a glance. The village chief hurriedly ran to close the door, then happily followed his wife back to their room. The children, seeing this, quickly went back to their rooms, climbed into bed in the dark, and stayed silent the whole time. When the village chief entered the room, he eagerly said, Please don't be angry. We agreed that in front of others, you should give me face. Do I not already give you face tonight? His wife snorted coldly and turned her head away. Enough, enough. I have a lot of face tonight. Then, the village chief shamelessly stepped forward and massaged his wife's shoulders. Take your hands off. And tonight, you are not allowed to get into my bed. Wife, please don't be angry. I already apologized. What else do you want? Don't say good words twice. If you don't leave now, not only tonight, but you won't be able to come back tomorrow either. Tonight, the villagers, young and old, looked at the village chief with admiration and envy. He felt pleased and straightened his back cautiously. Let me tell you, don't push your luck. If you make me angry, I will. Before he finished, a pillow flew at him and hit him right on the head. Get out. If you keep talking, I won't let you have any face. I'm leaving, isn't that okay? Don't be angry. Can I ask why you're angry? The village chief, still trying to straighten up, bent down again with a familiar pleading look. For a moment, the small village yard was as quiet as a chicken coop. Even the dogs stopped barking. It was like an empty yard, except for the light in the main house still burning. I ask you, why do you always side with that family? They are the ones causing trouble first. What do you mean I side with them? It's just a few seeds. I've already punished them severely. Get lost. You're truly hopeless. The villagers led the way, with Lin Lan and the others walking at the back. When they reached the fork in the road, Su Yongchuan said, Uncle, Aunt, thank you for coming out late at night to support us. Zhang Dezhu waved his hand. You're such a good kid. We're family, so why be so formal? Yeah, they came knocking on our door. If we didn't say anything, they'd think we're easy to bully. Zhou Lanhua's voice was very loud. Bai Xiaoling shrank her neck. At first, she wanted to help explain. Qiao Sheng was asleep, and Mrs. Su was tired from holding the child. She hurriedly said, Mom, I have to go. This kid is as heavy as a stone. I can't carry him much longer. Let me carry him. That brat, I told him not to come, but he insisted on coming, Zhang Qianshan said, looking at his son with affection. Mrs. Su handed the child to him. Everyone likes to watch the fun. When you're older, you still like it. Zhang Qianhu looked towards Su Yongchuan and his wife, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. All right, everyone go back and rest. It's not long before dawn. Rest quickly. We need to dig the well tomorrow. Zhou Lanhua waved to them, and then led her family away. When they got home, Lin Lan put away the money. The couple immediately crawled into bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, most villagers woke up late. The sun was already high in the sky, and only a few people's chimneys were smoking. Everyone exchanged smiles when they saw each other, realizing they had been delayed by watching the fun. Fortunately, the crops in the fields had already been planted. Otherwise, they would have been very worried. The heaviest mood in the village was with the Da BT family. They really lost face trying to steal chickens but ending up losing rice. Not only did they lose face, but they also paid 5 taels of silver. Moreover, Da BT's foot was badly injured, and he probably needed to see a doctor for some herbal medicine. It's all about money. They are truly heartbroken. When Lin Mon woke up, Su Yongchuan was still nearby. Su Yongchuan, I can see you as soon as I open my eyes. It's really hard. Lin Mon blinked. She didn't know how his biological clock worked, but no matter the weather, he always got up on time. And he never lingered in bed. Lin Mon admired that. Got used to it. While speaking, Su Yongchuan got out of bed. Lin Mon quickly got up, washed up, and went to the kitchen. Su Yongchuan left a sentence, "I'm going to check the mountain," and then left. Lin Mon looked at the pickled vegetables in the corner and thought they should be ready to eat. Eagerly, she opened the jar of pickles. A fresh, sour aroma hit her face, and her mouth started watering. She lifted the straw on top of the jar. The water inside was clear, red, and shiny, with no foam. I quickly pulled out a green bean to taste. It was crisp, slightly sour, with just the right amount of tang and a hint of spicy aroma. Very tasty. I scooped a bowl of rice, picked out the small stones, and planned to cook some pumpkin porridge. We only ate a little of the last big pumpkin, so cooking a pot of fragrant, sticky pumpkin porridge was perfect. Once the rice was in the pot, I cut the pickled vegetables into small pieces and mixed them with some seasoning. Just as breakfast was ready, Su Yongchuan returned from the mountain. Lin Mon hurried to greet him and helped take down the basket. "What did you get today?" "A wild rabbit." "Oh, and 2 fish, 2 mandarin fish. Plus some wild fruits, very sweet. I think you'll like them." After lowering the basket, Su Yongchuan took out the items one by one. The rabbit was still alive and unharmed. Lin Mon thought they didn't have time to go to town now, so she decided to put the rabbit in a cage and deal with it later when they had more time. "What wild fruits did you pick? Kiwi or wild grapes?" Neither. Su Yongchuan smiled and took out a package. "It's wild sweet potato. I thought it was out of season, but surprisingly in the cool mountain I still found some." Hearing there was food, Lin Lan's eyes lit up immediately. She opened the leaves to reveal small, thumb-sized red-skinned tubers covered with white spots. She poured all the wild sweet potatoes into a wooden basin, washed them thoroughly, pinched one to remove the black stem, and then put it in her mouth. "Su Yongchuan, it's really sweet," Su Yongchuan smiled. "There are more in the mountain. If you like it, I can go pick some for you tomorrow. Once we finish tidying up the house, let's go up the mountain." She was eager to explore the mountain. "Wash your hands, let's eat. After we eat, I'll go with you to the old house." After breakfast and washing the dishes, the two left the house. They also took the sweet potatoes Su Yongchuan brought back from the mountain to share with the Zhang family. Along the way, they met a group of women chattering non-stop. Each carried a machete, some also carried a shoulder pole, probably heading up the mountain to cut firewood. Lin Mon planned to ignore them and walk past as she did before. But when the women saw her, they all greeted her warmly, looking quite friendly. "Lin Mon, what are you and your husband busy with every day? We haven't seen you around lately." "Yes. You work hard from morning till night. When there's a quarrel, you don't go stirring things up. You also don't go to the village entrance to gather news. And I haven't seen you with red eyes arguing with others. Nor have I seen you going to the town to cut meat or buy new clothes. And I haven't seen you." Being publicly exposed made Lin Mon feel a bit embarrassed. These are things the original owner used to do. She was always lazy, either eating sunflower seeds and gossiping in the village, arguing with others, or checking on Bai's son. All of these are open secrets in the village. But for Lin Mon, she always felt a little awkward, especially in front of Su Yongchuan. She secretly glanced at Su Yongchuan, who smiled slightly, seeming to be amused. Today, the sisters-in-law were overly friendly. Honestly, Lin Lan was a bit surprised. Weren't they usually indifferent to her? But was it really good to keep pointing out her faults all the time? She couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly interrupted the sisters-in-law, thinking if they kept talking, her face might be ruined. Sisters-in-law, we plan to dig a well behind the house to get mountain spring water, so we won't have to carry water anymore. In a village, there are no real secrets. Plus, this isn't a secret matter. Just ask around, and you'll find out. So Lin Lan didn't hide anything. Digging a well. No wonder I haven't seen you around. But is the mountain spring water enough? I heard that during dry seasons or hot weather, there's no water on the mountain. If there's no water, isn't all this just a waste of time? One sister-in-law kindly asked. I don't really know. I just thought it would save some effort. If there's no water, we'll deal with it then. Anyway, sisters-in-law, I have other things to do, so I'll go now. You all be busy too. After saying that, Lin Lan hurriedly left. She was afraid that if she stayed longer, she might be exposed again. Watching her hurried, slightly panicked figure, Su Yongchuan couldn't help but smile faintly, a clear look of amusement in his eyes. What a joyful day. He quickly caught up with her, taking a few steps forward. Why are you running? Slow down. Su Yongchuan, were you just laughing? No, you must have seen it wrong. Lin Lan looked at him with a, you think I'm blind, expression. When they reached the old house, they parted ways. Su Yongchuan continued digging wells in the back mountain, while Lin Lan went to Zhou Lanhua's house. She planned to bring some fruit to the Zhang family. As she reached the gate, she saw a child holding onto the doorframe, taking small steps to cross the big gate. The child was carrying a small basket on his back. When he saw her, he lifted his head and smiled. Annie, are you here to see Grandma? No, I'm here to see you. Lin Lan pinched the child's face and took out a package wrapped in tung leaf from her basket. This is sweet potato. Your uncle brought it back from the mountain.
You can eat it.
Sweet potato. Qiao Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. The mountain foot had already been picked clean by them. Thank you, Auntie. And, Uncle, go play now. By the way, where are you planning to go with the basket? To gather firewood. Today, Grandma and the women are going to cut wood in the mountain, and I need to help. You're such a good kid. Qiao Sheng, who are you talking to? Su Shi's voice came from inside the house. It's Auntie. She's bringing me sweet potatoes. Qiao Sheng turned around, speaking in a childish voice. It's Xiaolan. Come in and sit for a while. Su Shi smiled warmly and came out of the house. No, big sister-in-law, I still need to tidy up the old house. Xiaolan, how is the custom-made furniture coming along? Su Shi asked while picking up tools. Probably almost done. On the day we move the furniture, you all come to keep us warm in the house. Everyone should come. According to the rules, moving requires inviting people to keep warm, which means hosting a meal. Although she didn't really want to invite Bai Xiaoling, the Zhang family hadn't split up yet, so it wouldn't be good to leave her out. Plus, she could enjoy the meals Lin Lan cooked. Su Shi thought today was very nice and quickly agreed. Okay, we will definitely come. I'll ask Qiao Sheng's dad to carry the furniture. We'll make everything look beautiful. Su Shi looked up at the sky. It was clear and sunny, with a gentle breeze. She said, the weather has been good these days, neither cold nor hot. Perfect for varnishing the furniture. Varnishing? Lin Lan's foot, which had just lifted, put down again. Su Shi nodded. Yes, new furniture needs to be varnished. The varnish can prevent insects and moisture. That way, the furniture will last longer. She found it strange that Lin Lan didn't know this. In the village, families that got married and had good financial conditions usually bought new furniture, and they all painted it bright red. From afar, it looked festive. Lin Lan immediately thought of the newly renovated thatched house in her family, decorated with several bright red new pieces of furniture. Red cabinets, a red wardrobe, a bright red wooden bed. They were very eye-catching. Lin Lan shook her head. Modern trends favor simple and natural styles, and she didn't want such old-fashioned colors. Big sister-in-law, I won't bother you with work anymore. I'm going back first, Lin Lan said, and then ran off. Little Lan is getting more impatient. Why are you running so fast? Is there a dog chasing you? Mrs. Su shook her head and led her son up the mountain. Lin Lon hurried to the back mountain to find Su Yongchuan and asked, Su Yongchuan, did you tell the carpenter what color paint to use on those furniture pieces? The furniture is for the wedding, so naturally it should be painted bright red, he replied. Although these pieces weren't finished in time, they were still meant for the wedding. It was a common tradition that wedding furniture should be painted red. Su Yongchuan, I don't like bright red. Can we choose a different color? Zhang Qianxue was cleaning small stones with a scoop and muttered softly, but isn't wedding furniture supposed to be red? Why don't you like it? But we've already gotten married. Su Yongchuan stopped his work, straightened up, and looked at her. Then what color do you want? I don't want any color. I just like bright, colorful furniture. Minimalist style is the most fashionable, Zhang Qianxue said. All that messy stuff. Say something I can understand. Lin Lon. Why do you keep butting in? I'm not talking to you, she thought, annoyed. Su Yongchuan also looked at him. Zhang Qianxue swallowed hard. I just want to understand more. After all, I haven't gotten married yet. Maybe I'll need it in the future. They finally left him alone. Su Yongchuan said, if we don't paint it, the wood can get bugs or become damp, and the furniture won't last long. Plus, it looks plain and unappealing. Lin Lon thought for a moment. Maybe he can apply a layer of clear varnish or tung oil. Do you think that would work? Good idea. I'll go to Uncle Tan's house now. It's about time to apply the paint in the next couple of days. Su Yongchuan put down his work and strode to Uncle Tan's house. Carpenter Tan saw him and joked, Yongchuan, are you here to rush me? Su Yongchuan waved his hand. No, I just came to check. Don't worry, Uncle Tan is working hard. Are you still not at ease? I tell you, the furniture will be ready in 2 days. Look, I am just guiding them to paint the furniture. Tan's 2 young helpers also smiled and greeted Su Yongchuan, holding tools for adjusting the paint. Uncle Tan, I came to see you about this matter. Oh, if you have any suggestions, just tell me. It's not really a suggestion. My wife said she doesn't want to paint it red. She prefers a coat of clear varnish or tung oil. Don't like red paint. Hearing this, the 2 young helpers stopped their work. Yes, just a coat of clear varnish or tung oil is fine, Su Yongchuan reaffirmed. All right, then let's use tung oil. It has no strong smell. Uncle Tan waved his hand at the 2 helpers. Su Yongchuan finished giving instructions and was about to leave. Tan's craftsman called him back, his eyes flickering with 2 small sparks. He recognized that look. It was the same way his aunt and village women gossip. Yongchuan, I heard that last night your wife argued with the village chief, and she won. Then, a lot of chatter followed.
Su Yongchun.
On the mountain, Lin Lon sat on a hillside among broken bamboo, while Zhang Qianxue kept glancing at her from time to time. Finally, Lin Lon couldn't hold back anymore. She put down her bamboo knife. Hey, what are you staring at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? No, I just want to see what kind of spell you cast on my cousin. He's so obedient to you. Doing whatever she said, so obedient, he wasn't like that before. Lin Lon raised an eyebrow, planning to make him mad. Zhang Qianxue, you don't understand. That's called charm. Zhang Qianxue. He really has a thick face. But it's understandable, if he didn't have a thick face, how could he dare to face the village chief? Hey, Zhang Qianxue, what are you looking at? Nothing. Just then Su Yongchuan strode up the mountain. How is it? Did you catch up? Lin Lon was very concerned about this. Yes, I did. When I arrived, they were about to paint the furniture. I told them my requirements, and then I came back. In 2 days we can move. Good. I also told my sister-in-law that on moving day they should come to help us warm the house. Great. The well was almost finished being dug. Next, they needed to secure the walls. Lin Lon continued working among the broken bamboo. After fixing the well wall, Zhang Qianxue and Su Yongchuan tightly tied the bamboo trough with bamboo strips. They also used stones to make bridges over uneven spots. When the sun sets, mountain spring water flows through the bamboo trough into the house. In the corner of the old house, there is a large stone basin covered with moss, used to hold water. They cleaned the stone basin thoroughly, and the water flowed from the mountain through the bamboo trough into the basin. Su Yongchuan dug a small water channel beside the basin, so that used water could drain away easily. The water entered the house, and the Zhang family was very happy. They gathered around the water basin, excited. Wow, now that we have mountain spring water, we won't need to carry water anymore. It will be easier for cooking and cleaning, Zhang Daju said happily, watching the clear water. Xiaolan is really clever. Why didn't we think of this before? It's not that you didn't think of it, it's that you didn't want to put in the effort, Zhang Qianxue said bluntly. First, the villagers didn't want to work hard. Digging a well is hard work, and hard work means more eating. Second, they were worried there would be no water during dry seasons, so they didn't want to waste effort. You little brat, I was just saying that, Zhou Lanhua rolled her eyes and then looked at Daju. Dad, do you think there will be water in summer? Who knows? If there's no mountain spring water, just go fetch from the well. It's no big deal. We've managed all these years, so what's a few more months? Daju said casually. Mrs. Su was excited, pacing around the bamboo trough. With many people and animals at home, there are many places that need water. Just fetching water takes a lot of time every day. Now that mountain spring water is brought home, it saves a lot of effort. Only Bai Xiaoling frowned and looked down on it. Lin Lan often uses clever tricks to win people's hearts. Zhou Lanhua's face darkened, and she scolded. Second daughter-in-law, don't cause trouble when everyone is happy. She was in a good mood, so she didn't want her to get embarrassed in front of everyone. Bai Xiaoling. She subtly made a face, but her mother-in-law saw it. Anyway, she just didn't like Lin Lan. She couldn't get over this. Also, from now on, ignore that family at the east end of the village, she said. By that, she meant the family with the big nose mucus. Mother, that's my aunt, my real aunt. How can I ignore her? White Xiaoling protested. Why can't I even visit relatives because of Lin Lan? You've already married into our Zhang family, so you're one of us. Those who have lost their conscience should stay away. If you dare to get involved with them again, be careful. My mother will deal with you, Zhou Lanhua warned her. She wasn't trying to be a bad mother-in-law or set rules for her daughter-in-law. She just looked down on the dishonest people in the Bai Ti family. Second daughter-in-law, your mother is right. In the future, don't visit their house often, Chef Zhang said, taking a puff of smoke. White Xiaoling stomped her foot in anger and ran back to her room, slamming the door shut. Still daring to show your face to me? You can try. Second daughter-in-law, go find her and bring her here. Let her come up the mountain with me. She's just trying to be lazy. Zhou Lanhua had seen through her tricks. Zhang Qianhu looked awkwardly as he went into his room. When they had some free time, the two of them thoroughly cleaned the old house. In the past few days, they dug a well, and the back mountain was full of broken stones. They picked some medium-sized stones and carried them back to pave the yard. They built a small path from the main hall door straight to the yard gate, so even if it rained, their shoes wouldn't get wet. They also repaired the wall. Once everything was tidy, it was time to pick out furniture. After breakfast, Su Yongchuan pushed a cart and took Zhang's brothers to Tan Mujiang's house. Lin Lan waited at the old house. When the furniture arrived, she still had to decide how to arrange it. Yongchuan, you brothers are really early today. Tan Mujiang's family was having breakfast when Su Yongchuan and the brothers arrived. Well, these things need to be done early. The sooner it's finished, the sooner we can relax, he replied. Have you eaten yet? Want to join us? Tan Mujiang's wife gestured to the kitchen for bowls. Su Yongchuan waved his hand. No, thank you. We've already eaten. I'm just here to pick up the furniture. You all eat. We'll go on our own. Tan Mujiang finished the last bit of porridge in his bowl, set it down, and led them to the backyard. That's his woodworking workshop. He pointed to some furniture and said, 2 cabinets, a wardrobe, a bed, and some tables and stools are all there. Please check them over. If anything's wrong, point it out so I can fix it. Su Yongchuan carefully checked each piece of furniture and then said, Uncle Tan's craftsmanship is still as good as ever. These pieces are very solid. He then took out a small bag of money and handed it to Tan Mujiang. Uncle Tan, this is for the furniture. Please take it. Tan Mujiang accepted the money with a big smile and pointed to 2 new small stools in the corner. These 2 little stools are a gift for you. Thank you, Uncle Tan. No need to thank me. They are just leftover scraps. I couldn't make anything else with them, so I made these two small stools. I thought your house just moved in and you might need them. Uncle Tan, you really think ahead. I was worried about this, but now I have a pillow for my nap. Su Yongchuan happily placed the two small stools on the cart. Uncle Tan, today our family is having a warm gathering. Your family should come too. You've helped us a lot today, so come have some water and wine. Tan Mujiang waved his hand. No, we get paid for our work, so it's not right to bother you again. Besides, I plan to go up the mountain to find some materials, so I won't be able to come. By the time they finished talking, the Zhang brothers had already loaded the furniture onto the cart. The cart was padded with thick straw to protect the new furniture from damage. After they finished chatting, the brothers loaded the furniture and said, Uncle Tan, we're leaving now. Youngsters, if you need anything next time, come find Uncle Tan. I promise to give you a good deal. The Zhang brothers laughed loudly. Uncle Tan, you don't have to worry. We're all married now. Tan Mujiang shot them a sidelong glance. I already know you're married. I was talking about your third brother. Zhang Qianxue quickly said, All right, when that day comes, I'll definitely come find Uncle Tan. Then I'll give you a good deal. Uncle Tan, I'll remember that. Remember it well. I might not be able to cheat you. They joked and laughed as they pulled the furniture back home. Little sister-in-law, where should we place the furniture? Say something. Old Zhang called out loudly before they even entered the house. As the saying goes, a person's words are short, and like Su Shi, he was also convinced by Lin Lan's craftsmanship. When they left, his wife repeatedly reminded him to be careful and not scratch the new furniture. When Lin Lan came out, the cart had already entered the yard. Old Zhang said, The furniture is ready. Just load it and go. It won't take much time. Old Zhang's second son, third son, Su Yongchuan, and others. Is Big Brother in a good mood today? Otherwise, how come he responds so smoothly? Then, Lin Lan instructed a few people to arrange the furniture in the bedroom according to her habits. Just as they finished, Zhou Lanhua led her family to the door. She was carrying a big rooster, which looked lively and energetic, with a large, bright red comb and strong claws. From afar, she called out, Hey, Xiaolon, with the way you've tidied up the yard, I almost can't recognize it. Mom, why can't it be my cousin's idea? Zhang Xiaoyan asked. Zhou Lanhua looked at her with a silly expression. Your cousin has lived here for so many years. When have you ever seen him tidy up the yard like this? Lin Lan smiled and said, Annie, I was just about to call you. I didn't want to bother you, so I did it myself. Zhou Lanhua waved her hand and laughed. Oh, no need to call us. We have someone watching the door. Xiao Xing knew you were moving today, so he didn't leave the house. He sat on the doorstep early in the morning and watched. As soon as his dad came back, he immediately told us. Su Shi also smiled. That's because he knows there will be good food when Xiaolon moves. This greedy kid. Everyone in the yard laughed. Lin Lan patted the child's little head. Xiao Sheng is so well behaved. Go play now. There's still some time before lunch. Just remember to come back early. The child responded and ran off. Xiaolon, are your furniture all arranged now? Zhou Lanhua and her daughter-in-law went into the room to look. It wasn't bright red, just a simple coat of tung oil, and it looked quite nice. Yes, it's all set. Auntie, what do you think of the orientation? Zhou Lanhua only glanced casually and said, Hey, it's your home. Why ask me? As long as you think it looks good, that's fine. Then she called out loudly to Su Yongchuan, Yongchuan, go get your knife. Andy, what do you need the knife for? I'm catching a rooster to check its blood for the furniture. Andy, no need. This chicken is raised for the New Year feast. Killing it now isn't worth it. You kid, just do as I say. No more talk. There is more than one chicken at home. We will kill another one during the New Year. Without hesitation, Zhou Lanhua picked up a kitchen knife and started to cut the chicken's neck. Su Shi, who was observant, quickly stepped forward to help hold the chicken's legs so it wouldn't flap around wildly. This was to prevent her mother-in-law from getting hurt. Together, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked quickly, and in no time, they had slaughtered a chicken. They then carried the chicken into the new house, smearing a bit of blood on the new furniture, and finished their work. Afterward, they said, Why are you all just staring blankly? Go boil some water and prepare the chicken. Okay, Lin Lan hurried into the kitchen to start a fire and boil water. Zhou Lanhua was really quick and efficient. Honestly, Lin Lan felt she was growing to like her more and more. She thought about it and considered that maybe, in the future, Zhou Lanhua could come and live with them. But then she thought it was unlikely. The Zhang family had 3 sons, so there was no way she could live with her nephew. Su Yongchuan killed that rabbit too. Today there are many people, and I'm worried 1 chicken won't be enough. Alright, Su Yongchuan agreed without hesitation. Seeing them kill the rabbit, Zhou Lanhua wanted to stop them. Why kill the rabbit? We have chickens, and that's enough. You should keep the rabbit to sell for money. Auntie, today is moving day. We're happy, and it's not about the food. Let's just eat freely and enjoy ourselves. Alright, the children understand. Don't keep nagging, it only spoils the mood. Zhang Deju calmly tapped his cigarette and looked around the yard. Yongchuan Xiaolan, the house is all cleaned up. You can move back in today. Living in the Lin family's house all the time, would Su Yongchuan be laughed at? He nodded. Yes, I'll go pack up soon and I'll stay here tonight. Xiaolan, this yard is quite big. You can raise a few chickens and ducks. Don't waste the space. Okay, once we're done packing, we'll catch a few chicks to raise. Zhang Deju added. I remember there's a plot of land in the backyard. When you have time, you can dig it up and plant some vegetables. It's close to home, so it's convenient for doing anything. Annie, I understand. Alright, you're saying I nag too much, but aren't you the same? You keep talking without stopping. Zhou Lanhua rolled her eyes at him. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyan's voice rang out. Mom, the water is boiling. Zhou Lanhua waved her hand. Time to prepare the chicken. Su Yongchuan stopped mentioning killing rabbits. So, the family worked together to prepare the chicken, pluck the feathers, and clean the rabbits. The men in the Zhang family didn't get involved in the kitchen work. After thinking for a moment, they decided to carry a hoe and go to the backyard to clear the empty land. Lin Lan looked around. As the person in charge, she felt a bit helpless and couldn't get involved much. So, she had to stay close to Su Yongchuan. Yongchuan, I feel like, with my aunt around, I don't have much room to show my skills. Auntie is always busy and energetic, she's never free. Not just her. Even the eldest sister-in-law is quick and efficient. The eldest sister-in-law was chosen by Auntie. The two of them get along very well because they're both quick and capable. They both kept silent about Bai Xiaoling. Anyway, whether she came or not didn't matter to them. If she didn't come, it was even better. It wasn't until Zhou Lanhua and her mother-in-law finished chopping the chicken that Lin Lan finally joined in. Auntie, why don't you and the others go outside and rest for a while? Lin Lan planned to make spicy rabbit pieces. Since they moved into the new house today, she wanted to eat something she liked. She had been craving it for a long time, but making spicy rabbit pieces requires frying the rabbit first. She was worried the Zhang family members would feel sad seeing it, so she wanted to send them away. Sister-in-law, do you have a special secret recipe for cooking? Zhang Xiaoyan still wanted to learn, and she looked a bit disappointed. No, it's just... How should she explain? Sister-in-law, can I watch? Zhang Xiaoyan hesitated. Of course you can. Then I'll help you light the fire. Zhang Xiaoyan wanted to eat delicious food, but she also wanted to know how it was made. She's 14 this year, very clear about things. In 2 years at most, she'll get married. After marriage, it will be hard to eat her sister-in-law's cooking again. If she learns how to cook herself, she can have it every day in the future. Alright, then you help me light the fire, Lin Lan said reluctantly. She couldn't resist her pleading eyes. Su Sure also stayed behind. She wanted to see how Lin Lan cooked and why it tasted so good. Zhou Lanhua didn't mind. Her cooking skills were just average, better than some, worse than others. Since her 2 daughters-in-law moved in, she rarely went into the kitchen anymore. So, she wasn't interested in cooking and simply went to the backyard to help clear the land. Lin Lan first poured a large amount of cooking oil into the pot, enough to make both Su Shi and Zhang Xiaoyan stare wide-eyed. Older sister-in-law, this oil. Young sister-in-law, Su Shi suddenly understood why Lin Lan wanted to keep them away. She wasn't afraid they would steal the secret recipe, but worried that her mother-in-law would feel upset seeing so much oil. Not just her mother-in-law, at this moment she also felt like leaving. Mainly because she felt sorry. Such a big pot of oil. She could cook for a whole month and still not use that much. Lin Lan explained, I plan to make spicy rabbit cubes. This dish needs to be fried. But at first, it looks a bit scary. Actually, it doesn't use much oil. Think about it. Rabbits are meat and have fat, so they will release oil when fried. Su Shi had already lost interest in learning cooking. Lin Lan didn't pay attention to them anymore and focused on putting the rabbit meat into the hot oil, frying it on low heat until golden, then removing it. She scooped out some oil, leaving a little in the pot, then added green onions, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns to stir-fry until fragrant. Then she added the fried rabbit cubes. Lin Lan took a moment to say, Older sister-in-law, this dish is actually very simple. Su Shi. I don't believe you. Just the amount of oil at the beginning already seemed too much to her. Zhang Xiaoyan. Forget it. Even if she learned her sister-in-law's cooking method, she wouldn't have the chance to show it. As for chicken, it was easier, just stew it. When it was almost done, she added wild mushrooms she picked from the mountain. Young sister-in-law, what kind of mushroom is this? Wild mushroom. These mushrooms are not poisonous. Lin Lan picked a few to show them how to identify. Be careful when picking, don't pick unfamiliar ones. You can eat at home yourself, so why did you come here? Eat at home, and after you're done, you can feed the animals too. Zhang Qianhu felt very embarrassed and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Bai Xiaoling shot him a sharp look. Why should their family eat good food, while she has to eat plain rice and vegetables alone? Moreover, that big rooster was from their family. Since they haven't divided the property, everything in the Zhang family belongs to everyone, so she naturally can eat too. Her mind was full of thoughts, but she kept a calm face. Isn't Yongchuan moving to a new house? I came to help warm the place. Bai Xiaoling smiled sweetly. She could already smell the delicious aroma from the kitchen. Lin Lan really knew how to cook. But Lin Lan didn't even glance at her. Today she was in a good mood and didn't want to argue. Normally, she would have scolded her away with a broom. Ignoring Bai Xiaoling, she called out to the backyard, Uncle, Aunt, stop working, it's time to eat. The Zhang family members saw Bai Xiaoling and looked at her with disdain. This shameless girl. Bai Xiaoling was used to having a thick skin and didn't care about their glares. In the main hall, there was a big bowl of spicy rabbit pieces, a pot of big rooster stew with wild mushrooms, a plate of stir-fried beans, and a dish of garlic-marinated vegetables. Considering there were children, Lin Lan didn't make the food too spicy. Seeing such a rich spread, the Zhang family couldn't help but gasp. They hadn't eaten this well during the New Year. Come on, let's have a chicken leg for the children, Lin Lan said, picking up a chicken leg and placing it in the child's bowl. Thank you, Annie. Qiao Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw the chicken leg in his bowl. Zhang Qianshan and his wife grew closer to Lin Lan. Lin Lan then took out a jar of apricot blossom wine from the room and handed it to Su Yongchuan. Here, pour the wine. Xiao Lan, you really understand us. With such delicious food, it wouldn't be right without wine. Zhang Dazhua rubbed his hands eagerly, his eyes shining at the wine. Uncle's words make sense. Su Yongchuan, you're happy today, so drink a few more cups with Uncle and the others. Okay. Su Yongchuan quickly took the wine jar and poured drinks for the Zhang father and son. After 3 rounds of drinks, a commotion outside the door drew everyone's attention. They stopped eating and went outside to see what was happening. It turned out that a young boy from the village, craving meat, had sneaked up the mountain. But he was chased away by wild boars and was now being carried down the mountain by someone. Everyone's hearts were filled with worry, and the joy of moving had completely faded. Although this young man was reckless, it also showed that the mountains are truly dangerous. During the meal, Zhang Qianxue looked worried. Cousin, I think you all shouldn't go up the mountain. Sister-in-law is good at cooking. Why not sell food instead? I can't speak for other places, but at our dock, with sister-in-law skills, she could earn a lot in a day. It's not much different from going up the mountain. Zhang Dezhu agreed. We could also take 2 acres of land from home to farm. That way, life can go on. Zhou Lanhua nodded. Yes, listen to your uncle. The Zhang family members remained silent, clearly agreeing with them. Su Yongchuan and his wife ran into trouble, but Bai Xiaoling was secretly happy. However, Thinking they might have to split the inheritance made her a bit unhappy. Su Yongchuan firmly refused. Uncle, aunt, don't worry. I have experience going into the mountains. It will be fine. Lin Lan also said, yes, we won't have any problems. We've seen examples before, so we'll be more careful. Zhou Lanhua shook her head. Better safe than sorry. Su Yongchuan looked serious. Uncle, aunt, we are aware of the risks. They had even seen wild tigers before, so how could they be afraid of wild boars? The Zhang family saw they couldn't persuade them, so they quickly ate a few bites and left. Su Yongchuan and Lin Lan went to Lin's house to pack their things, stuffing them into a basket and loading it onto a cart. Lin Lan, moving house. Need help. The mountain is so dangerous. Aren't you afraid? You should know. Aunties gathered around warmly, but Lin Lan quickly declined. No need, just a little work. We'll finish it soon. We have experience, so we're not afraid. After tidying up, the thatched cottage finally looked like a home. The two lay side by side on the bed. Finally back in their own place, after a few drinks, Su Yongchuan felt restless. Since moving to Lin's house, they had been cautious about the rules and hadn't truly been intimate. Now that they were back home, how could they hold back? With drunken eyes, he looked at his wife, feeling more attracted to her. He reached out, pulled Lin Lan into his arms, and eagerly kissed her. His hand slipped inside her clothes. Suddenly, a warm flow burst out beneath her, and she felt surprised. She quickly pushed Su Yongchuan away. Su Yongchuan, you go out. Su Yongchuan looked confused. Everything's fine. Why are you angry again? I'm not angry. I have something to do. What is it? Tell me, I can handle it later. You can't handle this. Don't ask. Just go out first. She hurriedly pushed Su Yongchuan out of the door, locked it, then went into the space and took out a sanitary pad to change. Fortunately, this thing is useful in emergencies. After changing, she checked the kitchen. The hot pot base she used up earlier had been restored. So, this space can be restocked. Never mind, I'll wait until I'm alone someday to study it further. After finishing, she opened the door. When Su Yongchuan entered the room, he caught the faint smell of blood in the air and gradually understood what was happening. It turns out she was here. He quickly pulled Lin Lan into his arms and carried her to the bed. Su Yongchuan, today is not a good day. I know. I didn't mean anything. I just want to take you to bed. Do you understand these things too? Su Yongchuan nodded. Probably because of her period, Lin Lan slept very deeply. When she slowly woke up, the sun was already setting, and a cool breeze was blowing through the window, making the room very comfortable. Heard the sound of someone digging in the soil behind the house. While no one was around, Lin Lan went into the space again. The vegetables were growing well, fresh and lively. She picked some to take out. Anyway, they also planted these vegetables in the field, so Su Yongchuan probably wouldn't notice the difference. After tidying up, she went to the kitchen. She cracked 3 wild chicken eggs, chopped green onions, mixed them into the eggs, and made an egg pancake. She reheated the leftover lunch and made a cold dish with bean sprouts. Meanwhile, the sweet potato porridge in the pot was also ready. The meal was almost prepared. Just as she was about to call Su Yongchuan to eat, Bai Xiaoling came in. What are you here for? Lin Lan shot her a sidelong glance, showing she wasn't welcome. Her mood was already irritable because of her period, and seeing someone she disliked made her even more tense. Little sister-in-law, I have some free time now, so I came to see you. Now that you've seen everything, can you leave? Lin Lanxin is so annoying. I only saw her at noon, and we've never gotten along well. Why would she come to see me? Maybe she's just looking for trouble. Bai Xiaoling knows she's not well-liked, so she straightforwardly says, all right, Lin Lan. I won't beat around the bush. I'll be direct. I came today to talk to you about something. I don't think there's anything to discuss between us. Lin Lan, you might as well listen. It could be a good thing. Bai Xiaoling seems unaware of her reluctance and remains enthusiastic. Say what you need to say quickly. If you don't, I'll count to 3, and then you better leave. Bai Xiaoling. Gritting her teeth, Lin Lanxin feels she's being quite bold. But she really doesn't dare to turn against her, since she needs her help. Bai Xiaoling smiles as if nothing is wrong. Don't be in such a hurry. Listen, I just want to ask if you could teach me how to cook. The pig offal soup and blood sausage you made last time were really good. This was the plan she had been working on all afternoon. Lin Lanshin's cooking is quite good, but other dishes cost more to make. Pig innards are cheap, just a few cents, and you can buy a lot. After processing and selling them, the profit can be quite high. Lin Lanshin's cooking skills have been praised by Qian Shui. He often eats out, and he says she's good.
No.
Lin Lanshin firmly refuses. She's not crazy. Why would she help someone she dislikes to get rich? If the Su family asked her, she might consider it. Don't rush to refuse. Think about it. This is good for both of us. If you teach me, and we make money, our whole family will be grateful to you. And if this gets out, people will say you're kind and loyal. My in-laws didn't raise Yongchuan in vain. Lin Lanshin understands now. She's after her reputation, while Bai Xiaoling just wants the benefits. She has to admit, Bai Xiaoling is quite calculating. Lin Lanshin sneers. Bai Xiaoling, do you think I'm stupid? Can a good reputation bring real money? She thought she made her point clear, but apparently, she underestimated how thick-skinned Bai Xiaoling is. Lin Lan, I didn't say I want a recipe for free. I just think Qian Shui's words make sense. It's a pity to waste your skills. You know that's my stuff. Whether I waste it or not has nothing to do with you. My point is, we can negotiate the price. I know you need money too, since the mountain isn't easy to access. Of course, you also know I don't have much money myself. Can I owe you for now? When I earn some, I'll pay you back. Trying to get something for nothing? Lin Lan was also convinced. Bai Xiaoling, get out of here. She was rambling loudly, giving Lin Lan a headache. Lin Lan, as long as you teach me how to cook, I will forgive you and promise to be good to you.
Lin Lan.
She suspected Bai Xiaoling's mind wasn't quite right. She didn't know where Bai Xiaoling got the idea that she was eager to be friends. Bai Xiaoling, don't come to my house again. If you see me on the street, don't talk to me. I thank your whole family. Lin Lan pushed her toward the door. Bai Xiaoling clung tightly to the doorframe, refusing to leave. Lin Lan, think about it again. We're relatives after all. Not to mention, Yongchuan was raised by my parents-in-law. Just consider it repaying their kindness. If you don't want to teach me, we can work together. You stay home and prepare the food, and my second cousin and I will take it to sell. When we make money, we can split it equally. What do you think? No way. I won't work with you. Bai Xiaoling was not trustworthy. Lin Lan, why bother fighting over money? This is good for both our families. Bai Xiaoling had already planned her moves in her mind. If Lin Lan refused to share the recipe, she'd just hold on to it. Her goal was money, not the recipe. If one plan fails, she had others. There's always a way to persuade Lin Lan. Think about it, if you don't go out, you can still make money. That's great. When she stayed home and prepared the food, she and Zhang Qianhu could take it to town, or the dock to sell. A day's work like that would definitely be more profitable than farming. Running errands and earning money, just thinking about it made her happy. Basically, they would be like shopkeepers, and Lin Lan was like a chef in a restaurant. She would always have the upper hand. Just thinking about this possibility made Bai Xiaoling smile happily.
Get lost.
Talking to someone who doesn't understand a word is really exhausting. Bai Xiaoling didn't want to leave yet. She wanted to keep persuading her. Su Yongchuan, come back quickly. There's a thief in the house. Su Yongchuan looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and blue, and the sun was shining over the mountains. It was definitely daytime. In broad daylight, where could there be bandits? But there was a lot of noise ahead. Su Yongchuan quickly put down his hoe. Who's coming? I said there are bandits at home. Can't you hear? Lin Lan said impatiently. Bai Xiaoling. Lin Lan has a pretty hot temper and can boss men around. She hoped Su Yongchuan would give her a good scolding. When she saw Bai Xiaoling, Su Yongchuan's face immediately darkened. Second cousin-in-law. Why are you here at this hour? Not cooking at home and coming to our place?
I
came to talk to my sister-in-law about something. Su Yongchuan, she said she wants me to teach her how to make pig offal soup and blood sausage to thank uncle and his family for raising her, Lin Lan said openly, revealing her purpose. Su Yongchuan's face turned grim. He owed uncle for raising him, that was true, but he definitely didn't owe the second branch of the family. Anyone could say that, but they had no right to speak for the second branch. Bai Xiaoling's heart was pounding. She clearly thought of this too and hurried to explain. Well, Yongchuan, don't take it the wrong way. Sister-in-law didn't mean it that way. It's just talk. Actually, I'm just trying to be kind. You have no land or fields. Life is hard. Anyway, everyone's good. Was she questioning his ability to support the family? Thinking this, Su Yongchuan's face grew colder. Second cousin-in-law, you don't need to worry about our family. You better take care of yourself. Bai Xiaoling was still not giving up and wanted to say more. Su Yongchuan turned and headed toward the Zhang family. Bai Xiaoling panicked. Yongchuan, don't go. These were her private plans, and the Zhang family didn't know about them, including Zhang Qianhu. If they found out, they might beat her again. I'm going to talk to Uncle and Aunt about this. Su Yongchuan was tall and had long legs. He quickly reached the Zhang house. By the time Bai Xiaoling caught up, he had already explained everything clearly. As soon as Bai Xiaoling stepped into the house, she saw a tense atmosphere. Zhang Dazhu and his wife sat upright, and Zhou Lanhua was holding a feather duster. The Zhang brothers looked at her with unfriendly eyes. Father, mother, are you going to eat now? The Zhang family members were speechless. This shameless person, even now, was still thinking about eating? Had she not noticed the tense atmosphere in the house? Was it necessary to make such a fuss over a meal? Zhang Qianhu's head nearly drooped to his chest, feeling very ashamed. Zhou Lanhua picked up a feather duster and sharply hit the table. Tell me, where did you go just now? I just went for a walk. Sister-in-law and Xiaoyan are cooking in the kitchen. I couldn't help, so I thought I'd come out for a bit, Bai Xiaoling said awkwardly. Bai Xiaoling, you're getting more and more pretentious. You're starting to act like a rich family. After eating, you go for a walk. Our Zhang family is small, but you're acting like a big boss, Zhou Lanhua snorted. No, I'm not upset. I'll go help in the kitchen now. Bai Xiaoling knew she couldn't hide it anymore and wanted to slip away. Stop right there. Zhou Lanhua raised the feather duster, ready to hit her. She had wanted to do this for a long time. Mother, don't hit me. I'm doing this for the good of the family, Bai Xiaoling pleaded as she dodged. For the family? For the family? You go to their house and pressure Yongchuan and the others? And you say he owes us a favor?
How dare you say that?
Back then, your parents were afraid Qianhu would die on the battlefield and refused to let him go. Yongchuan couldn't bear to see us in trouble and took his place at the border. He was gone for 3 years, fighting on the battlefield. Dangerous and deadly. And now you don't even consider his feelings. When he finally comes back, you're scheming against him. Bai Xiaoling, are you still human? Is your heart made of stone? So hard? Don't you feel grateful at all? Yongchuan doesn't owe us anything. It's your second family that owes Yongchuan a life. Remember that forever. Zhou Lanhua shouted, hitting her and venting her anger. Mother, stop hitting me. I'm doing this for the family. We haven't divided the household. When I earn money, I'm just helping with the expenses, Bai Xiaoling said while dodging and arguing. We're not as shameless as you. Even if we earn money, we don't feel at ease spending it. The Zhang family members nodded in agreement. Their words made sense. If someone is willing to teach, it's out of kindness. If they're not willing, that's fine too. Nowadays, anyone with a skill keeps it tightly guarded in their hands. Moreover, that recipe belongs to Lin Lan, so it should be considered her dowry. Even Yongchuan shouldn't covet it. But you use kindness to pressure Lin Lan.
How bold of you.
Yes, your family is noble, but am I Bai Xiaoling the one with no shame? Do you think I work just for myself? It's not only for me. Shut up, Bai Xiaoling. If you dare to say that, I will divorce you. Zhang Qianhu's face turned red as he suddenly stopped her from speaking further.
Divorce me?
Fine, then do it. Living with a useless man like you makes me unhappy. Bai Xiaoling no longer hid her feelings. She straightened her back and retorted directly. What do you mean? Bai Xiaoling, speak clearly. How has our Zhang family wronged you? Zhou Lanhua stopped her hand and looked at her with a stern face. In the past 2 years, out of respect for Bai's family, the Zhang family has been very tolerant of Bai Xiaoling. She often visits her parents' home. Although the Zhang family feels uncomfortable, they haven't said anything. And every time, she brings back gifts in big and small packages. Logically, the Zhang family has done enough for her. I've been married into your family for 3 years, and I haven't had a child. Don't you want to ask why? Bai Xiaoling rubbed her sore spot where the feather duster had hit her, her face full of resentment. Damn old woman. She hit hard, and it hurt her badly. Zhang Qianhu's face turned pale and then dark, and he covered his face in pain, tears streaming from his fingers. Stop talking, I beg you, stop. No, I insist on saying it today. Say it. I want to hear what really happened. How has our Zhang family wronged you? Seeing Zhang Qianhu's expression, the old couple felt uneasy. Father, mother, I beg you, don't ask. Zhang Qianhu looked pained and embarrassed. There are brothers and sisters inside. If this gets out, how will I face people in the future? Zhou Lanhua waved her hand to the eldest and third brothers. All of you go out. We need to talk. The Zhang brothers obediently left and closed the door. The eldest son of the Zhang family was married. Seeing the expressions of the second and third, she guessed the situation was not far from the truth. After the brothers left, only the 4 of them remained. Zhou Lanhua asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" She also wanted to know why Bai Xiaoling, after so long, still hasn't had a child. Bai Xiaoling also gave up pretending and simply sat down heavily, feeling she was in the right about this matter. She shot a sidelong glance at Qianhu Zhang and said directly, "The reason we don't have children is because he's not capable." What? Zhou Lanhua's eyes widened as she looked up and down at Qianhu Zhang. Zhang Dezhu also put away his cigarette, no longer smoking. It shouldn't be like this. His son looked strong and healthy. His build was quite good, and in the village, he was no worse than anyone else. How could he be incapable? Hearing this, Qianhu Zhang felt hopeless, but didn't argue. It's just embarrassing. If Bai Xiaoling decided to leave him because of this, he thought he could finally look forward to a better life. Qianhu, say something.
Is what she said.
True, Zhou Lanhua asked, tears flickering in her eyes. Mostly, she felt heartache. Judging by Bai Xiaoling's arrogant attitude today, she wondered how she might be bullying her son behind the scenes. Qianhu Zhang nodded blankly. Since things had come to this point, there was no need to hide anymore. Was it from the beginning that you couldn't do it? Or did it happen later? Zhou Lanhua asked with difficulty. As a mother, she felt some shame talking about her child's private matters. At first, it was fine. Then it just stopped. Qianhu Zhang lowered his head, voice barely audible. Initially, everything was fine, and they were harmonious. But later, Bai Xiaoling's pregnancy didn't progress, and she seemed to have her own thoughts, even blaming him for it. They argued loudly over this, and then, Bai Xiaoling sat steadily, not even moving her butt. After such an incident, how could the old lady continue to bully her? From now on, if she made any more demands, would their family dare to refuse? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why hide this from us, you brat? If you're sick, we'll treat it. Dad, Mom, let me leave her. I don't want to delay her, Bai Xiaoling. No, she didn't want to leave him. She just wanted to use this matter to control the Zhang family. She knew very well that if she remarried, she might not find such a good family again. The Zhang family was well off, and she received better things from her mother each month. Her cousins all envied her, and she enjoyed that attention. She revealed this matter to make them feel guilty for wronging her, so they would submit to her wishes in the future. No, I won't leave him, Bai Xiaoling shouted sharply. Hearing this, Zhou Lanhua looked at Bai Xiaoling with a complicated expression. She naturally disapproved of Bai Xiaoling's character, greedy and frivolous. But now, since her son was involved in this, and she had this kind of heart, never abandoning him, Zhou Lanhua was moved. She sighed and advised, Qianhu, let's talk about this later. Right now, treating the illness is more important. If it's truly impossible to cure, then maybe you should leave him. They weren't a very cruel family, so there's no need to keep fighting. Mother, curing the illness costs a lot of money. Zhang Qianhu hesitated again. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get the money, Zhou Lanhua said. She felt guilty, for arranging this marriage. Zhang Deju also felt guilty, but as a man, he couldn't say warm words. Mother, maybe we should go find Lin Lan. As long as we get the recipe for pig offal soup and blood sausage, how much does it matter? In this situation, she thought it was best to act quickly. If Zhou Lanhua was willing to step in, it would be easier. With genuine gratitude for her upbringing, how could Su Yongchuan refuse? But unexpectedly, Zhou Lanhua glared at her sharply. Calm down. I told you, we won't try to take what belongs to others. If you think our family is living poorly, then just leave. We won't stop you. Mother, when did I say I was tired of our poor life? It's not like something happened to the family, and I'm just trying to help. Bai Shaoling was confused. Zhang Qianhu was not capable, and for appearances and for his future, shouldn't the Zhang family lower themselves and ask her for help? If she really asked for a divorce, Zhang Qianhu might never marry again. Bai Shaoling thought Zhou Lanhua hadn't considered this possibility, so she dared to behave this way. Feeling justified, she grew more confident. Bai Shaoling, a tree needs its bark, and a person needs face. That thing was thought up by Lin Lan. If she's willing to help us, we're grateful. But if she's not willing, no one can force her, including Yongchuan. Zhou Lanhua turned to warn her. Her tone was gentle but firm. You are really so old-fashioned and stubborn. Bai Shaoling stomped her foot and ran into the room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. She was so angry. That old woman will never give up. Inside the thatched cottage, Lin Lan picked up her chopsticks and ate half-heartedly. The food on the table was simple: a bowl of wild chicken eggs stir-fried with wild scallions, a small bowl of chicken, a bowl of cold bean sprouts, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Although simple, it smelled very tasty. What's wrong? Still worried about the plan? Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt are reasonable people. With them watching over, Bai Shaoling won't dare to act out of line, Su Yongchuan said with a frown. It's not that. I just don't feel hungry, Lin Lan replied. Is this happening every time? Knowing she was having her period, he asked carefully.
Lin Lan, not that.
She took a bite of the pickled vegetables, sour and crunchy, and finally felt a bit more hungry. Why don't you see a doctor? It's useless. It will get better in a few days, Lin Lan said, then put down her chopsticks after drinking a small bowl of porridge. In the end, it was Su Yongchuan who made the round ball of food. Tomorrow I plan to go up the mountain to chop firewood. You shouldn't go. Rest at home for a few days, he said. Okay, Lin Lan agreed without fuss. She really didn't have the strength to go up the mountain. After eating, Su Yongchuan carried hot water into the backyard. The water had been fetched in the afternoon and left outside in the yard all day. Now it was just the right temperature for a bath. Do you want to take a bath? Yes, Lin Lan replied. She had kept this habit since they got married. As someone from the south, even if it snowed heavily and was freezing cold, she still had to wash. At most, she would jump while washing. Otherwise, she couldn't sleep. After bathing, she also changed her clothes. Suddenly, Lin Lan realized she might have forgotten to bring her menstrual supplies. Su Yongchuan was very perceptive, if he noticed. So she called out loudly from inside, Su Yongchuan, help me get something. I forgot to bring it. What do you need? Just that thing. Finally, Su Yongchuan, blushing, pushed the item through the door crack to her. But his face wasn't exactly white to begin with, and since it was nighttime, even if he looked redder than a monkey's, but only he knew the truth. After Lin Lan finished tidying up, it was his turn to wash. I thought I could move back to the old house tonight and do something special, but it didn't turn out that way. Just thinking about it made me feel tense all over, especially in a certain area. After a long while, Su Yongchuan finally came into the house, shirtless and damp. He has broad shoulders, a strong waist, well-defined muscles, and a tall, powerful build. As he approached, his masculine scent filled the air. Suddenly, Lin Lan swallowed hard and felt her body heat up, with a surge of excitement beneath. She quickly looked away, grabbed a jacket from the bed, and threw it to him. Put on some clothes. What do you look like, just lying around naked? Su Yongchuan casually caught the jacket and tossed it onto the bed. It's late, we're sleeping. Why bother with clothes? Even when sleeping, you should wear something. If I fall asleep under the covers and you're just naked, you'll catch a cold. Su Yongchuan rolled his eyes at her, thinking she still knew what kind of person he was. Su Yongchuan, why are you taking so long to wash tonight? Lin Lan asked, feeling sleepy. He looked at her with a hint of sadness. Nothing much. I've been busy lately and haven't tidied up properly. Just go to sleep. The next day, Lin Lan was washing clothes by the sink when Su Yongchuan came in carrying a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. She glanced at them and said, Su Yongchuan, you should take these to sell in town. That rabbit's been kept in a cage for too long. It's thin from hunger and causes trouble too. The cage was chewed into holes and dents, and if kept like that, it would be destroyed. Okay, I'll take them to town after I eat. Do you want me to bring anything back? Just buy whatever you want. Whatever you feel like eating. She had already finished washing everything else, and was now cleaning that thing. Su Yongchuan only looked briefly, and then looked away. But why didn't he smell any blood? Last night, he clearly smelled it, so why wasn't it there now? Even if it had been rinsed earlier, there should still be a bloody smell in the water. He kept his expression calm. Did you go to the river this morning? No, I used the water at home. Why would I go to the river? Lin Lan continued washing without looking up. She didn't go to the river? Su Yongchuan started analyzing his wife again. Could she really be just a fierce mother tiger? That's why she's different from ordinary women. All right, let's go have breakfast. The pot is waiting for you. After eating, Su Yongchuan took some wild game and went to the town. Lin Lan washed the clothes and hung them in the yard, then took a hoe and went to the backyard. Yesterday, Zhang's father and son helped, and most of the backyard soil had been turned over, leaving only a small patch with weeds. But there's no need to use that much land right now, so Lin Lan didn't mind. First, she divided the land into small sections, then broke up the large clumps of soil and was ready to plant seeds. Lin Lan thought for a moment and went into her space. She remembered her grandmother used to save seeds. Inside the space, she found a bag of coriander seeds, spinach seeds, bok choy seeds, and radish seeds. Modern seeds have been improved. Whether in disease resistance or yield, they are better than old-fashioned seeds. These vegetables are also available in this era. Even if they grow a little better with careful tending, it should work out fine. She planned to scatter the seeds into the soil, water them, and then cover them with a thin layer of straw. Just as she finished, Su Yongchuan returned. Didn't you say you weren't feeling well? Why not rest a bit longer? I'm much better today. Anyway, I was free, so I went to the backyard and planted some seeds. What did you plant? I sowed coriander, spinach, radish, and so on. We can eat them in a few days. Lin Lan helped carry the basket. What did you buy? Was it heavy? Su Yongchuan poured the contents into a wooden basin, then picked up some pork intestines, pork liver, pork heart, and pork kidneys. Su Yongchuan, are you just filling up the pork shop's innards? Yeah, I thought your pork liver noodle dish last time was really tasty, so. Su Yongchuan rubbed his nose. Well, you don't need to do it yourself. Just tell me what to do. I have strength, and kneading dough is suitable for me. All right, then you first clean up the stuff. Su Yongchuan took the innards to the water barrel and started washing them. Watching him at the small stool, Lin Lan said softly, Su Yongchuan, I actually like Bai Xiaoling's idea. She had cooking skills. If she couldn't use them, it was like sitting on a treasure mountain but unable to spend the money. Are you planning to work with her?
No.
Bai Xiaoling is too scheming. I don't trust working with her. Are you saying that if this person were replaced by sister-in-law or Annie, you would agree? Am I understanding correctly?
Exactly.
But they haven't split the family, so if their business grows in the future, Bai Xiaoling will have reasons to get involved. At that time, you might not be able to stop her. Lin Lan had to admit that Su Yongchuan saw things very clearly. Let's wait and see. We're still living our lives fine now, and I won't go hungry.
Don't think too much about it. Lin Lan chúc cờ sốc ti.
Su Yongchuan, you always like to show off your big manly spirit. Of course. Which man doesn't want to support his family? Lin Lan immediately felt happier. Su Yongchuan, I'll cook dry hot pot intestines for you at noon. Not making pig liver and rice noodle soup anymore?
Lin Lan. She really cares about this.
Okay, we'll have pig liver and rice noodle soup for lunch, and dry hot pot intestines for dinner. It's decided. Lin Lan immediately got up and went to the kitchen, her eyes shining at the bowl of internal organs. Su Yongchuan suddenly asked, "Wife, do you usually eat raw things? Us?
Raw?
Why would I eat raw food?" Lin Lan felt a bit confused. Tiger eating, doesn't it usually chew directly like? Lin Lan's eyes widened. Are you saying I'm a mother tiger? I can't argue anymore. He's right this time. No, Su Yongchuan. How do you know I'm a mother tiger? Am I very fierce? Or did I hurt you? Su Yongchuan shook his head confidently. Neither. Could it be because he had a dream about a tiger? In the dream, Lin Lan was a big tiger. Then why'd he say I'm a mother tiger? Because everyone in the village says so. They say the wife is a mother tiger. Who are you fooling? I've never heard anyone say that about me. At noon, they ate pig liver and rice noodle hand-pulled noodles. They also sliced 2 cucumbers mixed with spicy sauce, and it was very tasty. Of course, they didn't take any to the Zhang family today. After all, Bai Xiaoling caused a scene yesterday. She was worried that the Zhang family might hold a grudge, making it hard to refuse. It puts Su Yongchuan in a difficult position. He also thought the same. Maybe it's better to stay low-key in the future. In the future, I won't tempt the Zhang family's taste buds anymore. If there's delicious food, I will eat it alone behind closed doors. When I cook meat, I will bring a bowl to my aunt and her family. After all, the meat tastes the same and isn't eye-catching. After dinner, Lin Lan washed the pork intestines and put them in a pot. She added some green onions, ginger, garlic, cooking wine, and salt, then kept simmering. Su Yongchuan went up the mountain alone. Winter is coming soon, but their firewood isn't ready yet. Cousin, let me help you. Qianshui, why are you here? I'm here to gather firewood. Alone? Yes, my mother and the others went up the mountain. I got bored staying with them, so I came here by myself. I didn't expect to meet you. Qianshui thought for a moment and asked, Yesterday, second sister-in-law went to your house. Was your wife angry? Yes, she was angry. Su Yongchuan told the truth. That has nothing to do with us. We didn't want to take her things. It was her own idea. Did your mother scold her when she got home? Although they didn't say what was discussed behind closed doors, it seemed they didn't treat second sister-in-law badly. Because of this, he and his parents felt upset again. I understand. But from now on, we won't allow her to come here. Will you then distance yourself from us? No, my uncle and aunt raised me like my own parents. I won't distance myself from them. As for the relatives, those who can walk around will visit, and those who can't won't. Qianshui sighed in relief. The brothers stopped talking. Su Yongchuan was strong and soon chopped a large pile of firewood. Qianshui helped gather it and used a vine to bundle the firewood on the ground. By the way, where is my wife? I haven't seen her come up the mountain, he asked. She had said she wanted to come up when they were digging the well. She's not feeling well and is resting at home. Lin Lan, who had been reminded, had already taken the cooked intestines out of the pot. Once cooled, she cut them into small pieces. While Su Yongchuan was away, she decided to prepare the intestines first. When he returned, she could just reheat them. She heated some oil in a pot, then added chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, and an onion she took from her space. When it was fragrant, she quickly removed the onion and put it into her space, worried she might forget later. Fried pork intestines until both sides are golden. She didn't dare add bean paste or hot pot base. Was Su Yongchuan too sharp? She only dared to add some soy sauce, rock sugar, and a little chicken essence to stir-fry. When it was almost done, she scooped out the intestines. In the evening, just heat it up and serve. Lin Lan tasted it and said, it's quite delicious. Although it didn't have the base or bean paste, it was spicy and very good with rice. The aroma had already drifted with the wind to the Zhang family. Bai Xiaoling lay on the bed, smelling the spicy scent, feeling restless and uncomfortable. If only she had cooking skills like that, she wouldn't have to bow her head to Lin Lan. But even though she lowered her stance so much, Lin Lan still ignored her. What's more annoying is that the Zhang family didn't help her either. They also didn't think about the fact that if things really happened, the whole family would benefit. Bai Xiaoling felt resentful, but couldn't find anyone to talk to. So she angrily ran back to her mother's house. This time, she didn't bring any packages, just 2 empty hands. Xiaoling, why are you back again? Mom, I need to talk to you. Oh, Mom is sick. What can I help you with? Her mother said, pretending to cough a few times. Come on, Mom. You don't have to pretend. Her mother said, pretending to cough a few times. Come on, Mom. You don't have to pretend. I'm not asking for anything. I just want your advice. You, my child, even though I'm sick, how can I be pretending? But I can give you advice. Bai Xiaoling immediately told her mother about Lin Lan, especially praising how delicious her cooking was. Her mother leaned back in the chair, eyes turning, and came up with an idea. Xiaoling, I knew you were smart. Even if your cooking isn't perfect and the taste isn't exactly authentic, we can sell the recipe. That stuff is so good. Selling it for a few dozen taels shouldn't be a problem. As long as you have money, even if you can't have children, the Zhang family can't do anything to you. Talking about having children, Bai Xiaoling felt guilty and hesitated. Mom, they can't do anything to me anyway. Our family has a deep gratitude towards old Zhang's family, a great kindness. If they dare to forget their roots, they will be looked down upon by everyone in the village. Xiaoling, let's not bring up that matter again. After all, Bai Xiaoling understands her mother's meaning. I haven't said anything outside. It's our own family here. What's wrong with talking about it? You did the right thing. This matter should be settled with your father-in-law and mother-in-law. When you go back, don't argue with them all the time. Find a way to make them happy. After all, you're family, and you can't let a nephew come between you. Bai Xiaoling agrees, feeling it's reasonable. At dinner time, Bai Xiaoling returns to the Zhang family on time. But when she sees the big bowl of saltwater boiled green beans on the table, she gets very angry. This afternoon, she clearly smelled that Lin Lan was cooking delicious food at home, including meat dishes. Lin Lan is so unfilial. She eats good food at home but watches us eat plain food. Zhou Lanhua glares at her. Eat your meal. What's all the fuss about? We've already separated the family. What they do has nothing to do with you. It does matter. Even if they separated, they should still respect you. How can a couple eat well behind closed doors and ignore the elders? That's so unfilial. Even if they want to be filial, they should respect us. We are both old, and we have no objections. Why are you so angry? Zhang Dazhu usually doesn't speak unless he can't hold back. His daughter-in-law is from another family, and she's a woman. As a grandfather, he shouldn't be arguing with his daughter-in-law. If word gets out, it won't sound good. The second wife's daughter-in-law is becoming more unruly. Father, mother, that's not how it is. When we separated the family, Yongchuan was very good. He will take care of us in old age. They didn't say they wouldn't take care of us. Why are you fussing here? If you don't shut your mouth, I swear I'll make you lose face. Zhou Lanhua looks at her warningly. She knows very well that she has upset Lin Lan. Mother, you always side with Lin Lan. In the end, we are your real son and daughter-in-law. In the future. Is that what you think too? Zhou Lanhua looks at the couple from the main house. Su Shi keeps waving her hands. No, I never thought that. Yongchuan was raised by you, and he's your nephew. He's no different from a son. Zhang Qianshan firmly supports his wife's words. Zhou Lanhua felt relieved and looked at her eldest daughter-in-law with increasing satisfaction, thinking she had good judgment. Compared to others, what kind of judgment do the Zhang family members have? Zhang Qianhu, who usually had little presence, suddenly slapped the table hard. Do you want to eat or not? If not, forget it. You're always complaining about nothing. Is the food worse than the wild vegetable porridge from your family? If you think your family's food is better, then go back there. No one's stopping you. Zhang Qianhu, what are you saying? I never disliked you for not being able to. Do you dislike me now? Zhang Qianhu wasn't stupid. You say you don't dislike me, but your words always hint at that. Bai Xiaoling, if life really becomes unbearable, just say the word. I'll write a divorce paper immediately, so you can remarry without delay. Zhang Qianhu's eyes turned red with anger. He couldn't stand this life anymore. Bai Xiaoling was like a fighting rooster every day, always causing trouble for Lin Lan. But strangely, Lin Lan never provoked her. How could he face Yongchuan? How could he face Lin Lan? Do you still dare to scold me? Why not? We don't have children anyway. Just sign the divorce paper and it'll be over. Saying this, Zhang Qianhu felt a bit proud. Our family has always been good to your Zhang family. Trying to use kindness as a reason? Think about it. Since you came into our home, how many things have you taken back to your family? Isn't that enough to offset your family's kindness? This hit the Zhang family members' hearts. Because of this so-called kindness, they had to swallow their pride and welcome Bai Xiaoling into their home. Then they tolerated her, indulged her. Even when she kept running back to her family, no one ever scolded her. Thinking of this, the old couple felt more guilty about their second son. Divorcing this troublemaker might be good, but if Bai Xiaoling is divorced, given Qianhu's situation, he might end up lonely forever. Everyone at the dinner table didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who would dare to speak up at such a moment? Xiao Sheng was about to speak, but Su Shi quickly covered his mouth. Then, quietly, they left the table without a word. In the end, Zhou Lanhua sighed and said, "I'd rather destroy 10 temples than ruin a marriage." Qianhu, you should say less. Mother, I really can't bear it anymore. I can't live like this one more day. As she spoke, Zhang Qianhu, a grown man, suddenly covered his face and started crying loudly. Qianhu, I know your heart is heavy. Zhang Dezhu also felt sad. This marriage was arranged by the old master before he died. He didn't want the old man to die with regret, so he clenched his teeth and nodded. But he didn't expect that Bai Shi was not an easy person. She was lazy, greedy, and cunning. She truly made Qianhu feel wronged. Father, mother, please let me divorce her. Even if I have to stay single for the rest of my life, I don't want to stay with her anymore. Zhang Qianhu, do you still have a conscience? Bai Xiaoling panicked. She thought that if she could catch Zhang Qianhu's weakness, she could control the Zhang family. But she didn't expect that Qianhu also had the courage to fight back. Moreover, Lin Lan's plan hadn't been obtained yet. How could she leave now? I'm not conscience-stricken. Dare you say that it was because of who? Zhang Qianhu's eyes turned colder, and he glared at her with gritted teeth. Bai Xiaoling felt guilty and avoided his gaze. This sudden change was well noticed by Zhou Lanhua. Qianhu, what exactly is going on? Tell us clearly. The reason is, Zhang Qianhu concealed the words not good and said, it's all because she kicked me. What? She dared to kick you. 1 year ago we had an argument and then she kicked me hard. That's how I ended up like this. Now that it had come to this, Zhang Qianhu no longer hid anything. He told everything openly. He and Bai Xiaoling had been married for over a year, but Bai Xiaoling's pregnancy showed no signs of progress. The Zhang family didn't say much, but Bai Xiaoling was anxious. She became increasingly paranoid, always feeling that the Zhang family was targeting her and trying to kick her out. Later, she even seemed possessed, dragging him into intimacy day and night. He was busy working in the fields during the day and was already exhausted, with no rest at night. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and complained a few times. During an argument, Bai Xiaoling kicked him. And then, Zhang Qianhu
Couldn't go on.
Wait, you ruined my son and dare to turn the blame on me. I will tear you apart. Zhou Lanhua was furious. She already felt wronged for her second son. Now, seeing him being bullied by Bai Xiaoling, she couldn't hold back her anger. He picked up the bowl in his hand and threw it at Bai Xiaoling. Bai Xiaoling tilted her head aside, and the bowl shattered on the ground into 8 pieces. These actions angered the wasps, and Bai Xiaoling immediately sat on the ground, crying and shouting, Old Zhang's family is bullying people. Our Bai family has helped your family before. Is this how you treat your benefactors? Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also mistreat your daughter-in-law. If you didn't want her, you could have simply refused. Get up. You're always throwing tantrums. Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Qianhu wanted to pull her up, but Bai Xiaoling was determined to make trouble for the Zhang family and refused to follow his lead. No, I just want everyone to see how cruel your Zhang family is. Maybe then no girl will dare to marry into your family. Zhang Qianxue. Is this woman targeting him? After all, besides him, everyone else in the Zhang family who is supposed to marry has already done so. Second sister-in-law. What do you mean? Do you want me to stay single forever? Qianxue, The crying and shouting from inside the house could be heard from afar. As expected, soon a crowd gathered to watch. One ant grabbed a handful of pumpkin seeds, running while quickly spitting out the shells. She found a spot on the wall and leaned against it, cracking pumpkin seeds and watching the Zhang family's yard with interest. Give me some pumpkin seeds, one ant asked, seeing her eating so happily and salivating as she asked for some. No. The woman rolled her eyes and clenched her hand around the pumpkin seeds. What's going on? Give me some seeds and I'll tell you, she replied. Reluctantly, the woman slipped a few seeds through her fingers and handed them over. All right, tell me. Then the two women whispered loudly, ignoring everyone around, and loudly shared what was happening inside the house. I think Bai Shaoling is just being difficult. The Zhang family is quite kind. She's been married into the family for years, but hasn't given birth to even a son or a daughter. Not only do they not give her a hard time, but they also let her visit her family often, and she even takes big and small gifts back to her parents' house. The aunt rolled her eyes. This person's words were so dull. Who wants to listen to such boring advice? She was here to join the fun, not to listen to lectures. She looked around, searching among the crowd. What are you looking for? I'm looking for Lin Lan. Shouldn't she be at the front now? In the past, the village was lively and Lin Lan was always at the front, watching the fun. She often liked to stir up trouble. When things were about to calm down, she would provoke others, and fights would start again. Auntie loved to join her in watching the chaos. Are you silly? She's already married into the Zhang family. How can she still come here to stir things up? Yeah, true. I don't understand why Lin Lan is so stubborn. Why does she have to get married? Annie rolled her eyes and said, as if you wouldn't get married either. I mean, after she got married, it's not convenient for her to cause trouble. That's true. Meanwhile, Lin Lan was sitting at the table, having dinner with Su Yongchuan. Hearing the noise outside, Lin Lan's eyes lit up. Su Yongchuan, it seems like Annie's family is causing a fuss. Probably, yes, Su Yongchuan replied calmly. He could tell from the sound that Bai Shaoling was causing trouble. Should we go see what's happening?
Don't go.
Let them handle it, he said. Auntie was sensible. She wouldn't shout if she wasn't really angry. You're so calm, Lin Lan said. Su Yongchuan raised an eyebrow. Want to go join the fun? Well. She hesitated. She didn't want to go, but she was bored, so she changed the subject.
Can I?
Su Yongchuan's mouth twitched. Sure, but you're not allowed to make things worse. I didn't. Lin Lan quickly denied. Su Yongchuan looked at her with a knowing gaze.
Lin Lan.
It wasn't her fault. It was the original owner's doing.
Who could she argue with?
In the end, Su Yongchuan took her to see the commotion. But instead of going to Zhang's house, they went to a big rock on the back mountain. It was not too close or too far from Zhang's house, but it was high up, giving a good view of everything. Lin Lan suspected he was worried she might cause trouble. When Bai Shaoling saw so many people, she started crying louder. Aunties, please help me. My mother-in-law is going to hit me. But the ants just rolled their eyes. Good. Only Zhou Lanhua has a temper that can tolerate this. If it were me, I'd have kicked her out long ago. A hen that doesn't lay eggs not only refuses to behave, but acts like she owns the place. Yes, she has to go back to her parents' house several times a month, and each time she brings a lot of things. Even if the Zhang family had mountains of gold and silver, they would have to give everything to her. Only Zhou Lanhua has a good temper, enduring until now. Honestly, this kind of daughter-in-law should have been dealt with a long time ago. Do you think Bai Shaoling and her family would really use their own food supplies to help others? Honestly, I doubt it. Their family is always the kind that only takes in, never gives out. Like a mythical beast that hoards everything. I don't believe they would give away their own food to help others. The ants were whispering, but their voices were loud enough to drift into the Zhang family's yard. The Zhang family members looked confused. Bai Xiaoling felt a sudden pang in her heart. She wanted these people to support her, not to question her. Now that they were going off topic, Bai Xiaoling was so angry she stood with her hands on her hips and pointed at the loudest ants, scolding them. You don't know what you're talking about. Our family's decision to use our food to help the Zhang family is set in stone. You can't question that. Bai Xiaoling, we were just talking. Why are you so upset? Yeah, are you feeling guilty? Bai Xiaoling replied. What do I have to feel guilty about? I'm just angry. You're being too mean. Mean? You're the daughter-in-law fighting with your mother-in-law. Is this because your Bai family has no manners, or because the Zhang family is too weak? Uncle Suing, you should say more if you have something to add. Exactly, our village can't let a daughter-in-law like this ruin our reputation. Bai Xiaoling was stunned. She was acting out to make everyone criticize the Zhang family, not for them to scold her. Aunties, I didn't mean to fight with my mother-in-law. I just can't take it anymore. Zhang Qianhu Zhou Lanhua cursed silently. Was this brainless woman trying to make the whole village laugh at them? Suddenly, someone shouted, interrupting her, Bai Xiaoling, do you really want to keep living like this? If not, I'll write a divorce letter right now. Bai Xiaoling broke out in cold sweat from fear. Yes, if this matter got out, the Zhang family definitely wouldn't accept her. Zhang Qianhu might be mocked, but she couldn't escape either. A woman who once badly hurt her husband, who would dare to on her now. White Xiaoling, what were you about to say? Why didn't you finish? A nosy aunt immediately widened her eyes and looked at her with interest. At the same time, she secretly thought it was a pity. If Lin Lan were here, she would surely force her to speak what she hadn't said. The Zhang family members all looked fiercely at White Xiaoling, as if ready to throw her out if she dared to say another word. White Xiaoling shrank back, still not wanting to divorce Zhang Qianhu. She felt that she could still continue her life now. At least, it was better than living at her parents' house. Moreover, Zhou Lanhua also promised to help Zhang Qianfu cure his illness. If he got better, they could go back to how things used to be. All right, you've watched enough excitement. You all can go back now. Zhou Lanhua closed the door, and the aunties on the wall could no longer see what was happening inside. It was boring to stay, so they left in small groups. Inside the house, Zhou Lanhua said calmly, White Xiaoling, do you still want to keep living this way? Just give us a clear answer. White Xiaoling bit her lip, but said nothing. Father. Mother. Zhang Qianhu wanted to speak. No matter what White Xiaoling thought, he didn't want to live like this anymore. Enough, Qianhu. Let's put this aside for now. The most important thing is to treat the illness. Zhang Dazhu and his wife sighed. On a big stone, Lin Lan asked, Su Yongchuan, don't you think the aunties have a point? Are you talking about them saving Grandpa? Yes. With White Xiaoling's family, do you really think they would use their own food to save your Grandpa? But Grandpa said himself that the White family saved him, and the two families are now connected. That's good. What's good? Su Yongchuan was a bit confused. Lin Lan clicked her tongue. It's good that they didn't make you marry White Xiaoling. Otherwise, you'd be the one living in deep trouble now. The White family wouldn't agree. That's true. White Xiaoling married into the Zhang family mainly because they had a good household. When they got home, Lin Lan also took a sickle. Come on, I'll go up the mountain with you. Just stay here. You're not feeling well, are you? I'm fine now. Let's go. Going together will be faster. I don't do heavy work, just help you gather firewood. All right. They locked the door and took their machetes as they left. Su Yongchuan, I think our yard feels too empty. Once the village has puppies, I'll catch one to raise. Yes, and I need to raise 2 more chickens. It will be easier to get eggs. What about pigs? Do you want to raise some? Lin Lan thought for a moment and quickly refused. No. Pigs eat a lot and need careful care. If I raised pigs, I'd have to stay home every day, and I wouldn't have time to go up the mountain. That's true. Since it's just the 2 of them, raising pigs would mean they'd have to stay home all the time to take care of them. At the end of the village, there's a big banyan tree with a small river underneath. When the villagers have free time, they gather there to chat and wash up. Lin Lan, heading up the mountain, a few women sat under the banyan tree, mending shoes and talking excitedly about the Zhang family's affairs. Why didn't you go see the festivities today? I tell you, the Zhang family's event was lively, but without you adding fuel, it quickly died down and didn't get very exciting. I even brought you some pumpkin seeds, but you didn't come. That's a shame, Lin Lon. Ladies, next time there's an event like that, don't wait for me. I don't like watching the excitement. The women looked at her as if they'd seen a ghost. Oh my, is this still Lin Lon? Does she even know what she's saying? She said she doesn't like watching the fuss or stirring things up. But when they saw Su Yongchuan behind her, the women relaxed. So she's just afraid of being scolded by her man. Even Lin Lon is afraid sometimes. They nodded meaningfully. We understand, we all get it, Lin Lon.
No, what do they understand?
It's complicated to explain, so Lin Lon quickly floated away. On the way up the mountain, Su Yongchuan acted as if nothing was wrong, very calm. The higher they went, the steeper the mountain became, and the denser the plants. Fortunately, many people had been up recently, carving out a path. They found a quiet corner and started gathering firewood. Su Yongchuan held thorny branches in one hand and a sickle in the other. He was strong and quickly knocked down a large pile. Lin Lon followed behind, gathering the firewood into a pile, then cut a vine to tie the firewood tightly. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from above her head. Lin Lon looked up and saw a few small bees flying around her. High up on a tree branch, there was a large beehive hanging.
Su Yongchuan, look.
There's a beehive over there. Su Yongchuan followed her finger and looked up. Wow, it really is big. Su Yongchuan, can you figure out how to get it down? It's so large. It must be heavy. Natural honey, sweet and fragrant, is great for making tea or cooking. Lin Lon was drooling at the thought. Yes, I could do it, but it's a bit hard. Such a big hive, there must be many bees inside. What if I cover you with something? With what? Wait a moment. Lin Lon took off her scarf, wrapped it around Su Yongchuan's face, and tied a pretty butterfly knot. The tall Su Yongchuan, wrapped in a flowery green towel, looked quite strange. No, I won't wear it. Su Yongchuan strongly refused and pulled the scarf off. The green scarf looked very uncomfortable. Be good, just wear it. It's just us here, no one will see, Lin Lon said, trying to persuade him.
Su Yongchun.
Wait, you're just covering my face. What about the rest of my body? Why are you wearing a coat up the mountain? Lin Lon rolled her eyes at his muscular arm. Working, why wear so much? Just like you, all wrapped up, with only your eyes showing. If someone didn't know better, they'd think the trees on the mountain had come to life. I like to be covered up. It's none of your business, Lin Lon said, starting to undo the buttons. She was wearing a coat underneath. If she took it off and gave it to him, it shouldn't be a problem. Su Yongchuan grabbed her wrist. No, don't take it off. Don't worry. No one's here. I'll take off my coat and give it to you, then you can go get the hive, Su Yongchuan. It was clear he was quite determined about the hive. But he didn't seem to care much about the fuss of wearing women's clothes. He shot her a sidelong glance. Do you think I, a big guy, can fit into your clothes? More importantly, he always felt strange wearing women's clothes. So, what should we do? If this big beehive is not found, then forget it. But if you find it and don't try to get it, how can you feel safe? Why don't you go? Su Yongchuan teased her with a smile. You're wrapped up so tightly, even if the bees want to sting you, they probably can't find a way, Lin Lon. I have short legs and can't run fast. Plus, I'm short, so I probably can't reach the edge of the hive. Su Yongchuan rolled his eyes at her. All right, step aside. I have a plan. He took a machete and chopped a long stick, then went to stand under a big tree. Su Yongchuan, are you planning to poke the hive with the stick? Yes. The ground is grass, so if it falls, it shouldn't be a problem. He tested the length of the stick, which was just right to reach the hive. Then he turned around and told Lin Lon, go find a place to hide quickly. What about you? Didn't you say I have long legs? Lin Lon quickly hid behind a big tree, hiding very well. She thought if it really gets dangerous later, she would hide inside a small space. After thinking for a moment, she ran over again and put her scarf back on his head. Then she threw him the basket. Don't take it off. If it gets too dangerous, just use the basket to block them. Although there were gaps, it could still provide some protection better than nothing.
Su Yongchun.
Thank you so much. Lin Lon finished her preparations and ran away. Once Lin Lon was hidden, Su Yongchuan picked up the stick, aimed at the hive, and gave it a strong poke. He thought, to do this right, you have to be quick, precise, and ruthless, strike before the bees can react. If you wait too long, they might attack en masse. With a loud crack, the large hive fell into the grass pile as he wanted. The hive dropped, and angry bees scattered and attacked indiscriminately. Su Yongchuan dropped the stick and turned to run, finally covering his head with the basket. Su Yongchuan, over here. Hurry, the bees are coming after us. With a box on his head, he couldn't see clearly, so he just ran toward her voice. In the last few steps, he leapt over a small hill. Su Yongchuan, don't jump. There's a slope below. You didn't say that earlier. In the end, the two of them rolled down the hill and buried themselves in the grass pile, just like the hive. The bee lost its target, circled around for a while, then flew away in frustration. When the buzzing of the bees disappeared from their ears, the two of them peeked out from the weeds, with some grass seeds and dry grass stuck on their heads. Su Yongchuan, did the bees fly away? Probably, I think so. Let's go and collect the hive. She grabbed Su Yongchuan's arm and started to walk. Ugh. A sudden cold breath sounded in his ear. Did the bees sting you? There was a big swarm of bees. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been overwhelmed. Let me see. Lin Lan pulled up his sleeve to look. There were some red spots on his arm. She gently scratched them. Does it hurt and itch a lot? It's okay. Come on, let's pick up the hive and take it home. When we get back, I'll help you treat it. Do you know how to treat it? I do. Let's go. The two of them slowly arrived at the place where the hive had fallen. Most of the bees had already flown away. Lin Lan took off her green headscarf and wrapped it around the hive. Su Yongchuan put the wrapped hive into his backpack. He then cut a tree branch, sharpened both ends, and tied a bundle of firewood to one end. Let's go home. On the way back, Lin Lan casually picked a few porcelain plants. This is pigweed. You want to eat it too? Pig eats it all the time, so it must be safe. Why not, Su Yongchuan? Forget it. She's always been a bit strange. When they got home, Lin Lan first took out some dried soap nuts, which Su Yongchuan had collected from the mountain earlier for laundry. She tore the soap nuts into pieces and boiled them in a pot. She washed the porcelain thoroughly and put it into a mortar with crushed garlic, mashing it into a paste. First, she used the soap nut water to rinse the areas stung by the bees, then applied the porcelain paste. Suddenly, a cool, refreshing feeling spread over her, and Su Yongchuan let out a comfortable sigh. On the way back, both of their arms hurt and itched terribly, making them feel miserable. How is it? Better now. You know quite a lot. Not much. This is experience I gained from being stung when I was a kid. She was referring to her childhood, when she often went up the mountain with the village boys. Picking wild fruits, exploring bird nests, she had been stung by bees many times out of curiosity. Every time she returns, Grandma always handles her in this way. She can also apply honey to the places where bees have stung. Did you get stung by bees when you were a child? Lin Lanxin realized she had spoken too much and quickly laughed to cover it up. Getting stung by bees, what's so strange about that? But I remember you didn't like going up the mountain. Lin Lan rolled her eyes at him. I don't go up the mountain. So how does the firewood at home get here? Su Yongchuan looked at her strangely. Isn't all the firewood you burn bought from the villagers? 5 copper coins for a bundle, more expensive than in town. It can be said that Lin Lan's reputation as a spendthrift was earned through her own efforts.
Lin Lan.
Is this something everyone already knows? This small village really has no secrets.
Lin Lan defended her say.
Sometimes I get bored and sneak up the mountain, but you guys don't know. Su Yongchuan looked at her deeply, but said nothing. He just took out a wooden basin, a strainer, a pestle, and other tools, and began to handle the honeycomb he brought back. First, he cut the honeycomb into pieces and put them into a clean, large wooden basin. Curious, Lin Lan squatted beside him to watch. Su Yongchuan cut off a piece about the size of a fist and handed it to her. Want to try a piece? Can it be eaten just like this? Yes, it can. Lin Lan took it and bit a small piece. The golden liquid inside the honeycomb flowed into her mouth. The sweet aroma spread from her lips and teeth throughout her body. Delicious, so sweet, Su Yongchuan smiled. It will be even sweeter when the honey is extracted. Such a big piece. How much honey do you think it has? Su Yongchuan estimated. Probably over 10 or 20 jin. With so much honey, are we going to sell it? No, we keep it for ourselves. Lin Lan had no objection. They worked so hard just to have a better life. If they couldn't bear to eat or wear nice things, what was the point of all their hard work? All right, you get ready. I'm going to cook. Tonight, I'll make something good to go with your drink. Lin Lan went to the kitchen. There were still 2 pig kidneys, a pig heart, and some large intestines in the basin. Thinking for a moment, she opened the pickle jar and scooped out a bowl of sour and spicy peppers, along with some sour beans. Remove the white fascia from the pig kidney, cut it into decorative slices, then stir-fry it with sour and spicy peppers. Next, clean the pig heart, blanch it in water, and cook it gently. A small handful of purslane was picked, and Lin Lan boiled it briefly to make a cold salad. While cooking, the pumpkin porridge in another pot was also ready. Lin Lan brought the food and drinks to the yard, combining meat and vegetables with appealing color, aroma, and taste. She took out the leftover wine from the room and offered it to him, saying, "Have a drink." Such politeness, Su Yongchuan joked as he took the wine jar. "Unless I take good care of you, you'll call me a fierce tiger behind my back again, right?" Su Yongchuan. The reason he calls her a fierce tiger is because of a dream about a tiger. "I think fierce tiger suits you well," Su Yongchuan said happily. Lin Lan rolled her eyes at him, eating gracefully and politely. "Honey, have a drink with me?" "Drinking alone isn't fun." "I can't drink these days." "Really?" "Okay, wait until you're better, then we'll drink together." As the sun set and the moon rose, hanging in the sky, birds returned to their nests and cool breezes from the mountains blew away the day's heat. Su Yongchuan, once the honey is ready, take some to your aunt and uncle. Older people should eat more honey. It's good for health, okay? After dinner, Su Yongchuan took a bowl, filled it with honey, and took it to Zhang's house. The honey was golden like amber, with a strong floral scent. "Uncle, aunt, I brought you some honey." Su Yongchuan placed the bowl on the table. "Did you go up the mountain to get the honeycomb? Were you stung?" Zhou Lanhua quickly got up to check. He had several red spots on his arm, very noticeable. "It wasn't on purpose. I just happened to come across a hive while chopping wood, so I poked it. I got stung a few times, but it's no big deal. My wife already took care of it, and it doesn't itch anymore." Zhou Lanhua looked at his arm with some concern, saying, "You kids, don't wear short sleeves when you go up the mountain next time." "Yes, I remember. I'll wear long sleeves from now on." "Why are you so eager to bring us honey?" "Just sell it. You have no land, so everything needs to be bought." "All right, Annie, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Su Yongchuan finished delivering the honey, said he had something at home, and left without mentioning the argument at the Zhang family's house during noon. Seeing the bowl of honey, Zhang Dazhu and his wife fell into deep thought. They thought that after Lin Lan came in, Chuanzi's days would be chaotic. But surprisingly, the couple's life got better and better. Lin Lan not only has good skills, but is also thoughtful. She often thinks of them when she has something good. In contrast, Bai Shaoling used to pretend to be obedient, but now that they've seen through her, she doesn't bother to pretend anymore. "All right, stop looking at it. Put it away. In the future, when you have free time, mix some honey water to drink." Didn't Chuanzi say that women drinking honey water is good for health? His dad honey water? I think that's a bit fancy. Zhang Dazhu glared. "What's so fancy about it? We're both this age. Worked hard all our lives. Why not enjoy some good things?" "That's true. After working hard all our lives and being cared for by the younger generation, we should be happy." Zhou Lanhua carefully poured honey into a jar. She also scooped some for her grandson to taste. In the following days, they honestly went up the mountain to gather firewood and did nothing else. They chopped firewood for 3 days straight, stacking a neat wall of firewood in the corner. Su Yongchuan, is this enough for a winter? Probably enough. If not, it's okay. We're always in the mountains. When we go home, just grab a handful.
Right.
So, the couple decided to put aside the task of chopping firewood for now. They hadn't been to the pond for a while, and Lin Lan still felt a bit itchy inside. That night, they went to bed early. Su Yongchuan looked at her sideways, with bright eyes. Are you done yet? Lin Lan turned over. Not yet. It'll take 2 more days. Why so long? Lin Lan rolled her eyes. How could I have suffocated you before? Stop pretending to be stupid. Are things the same as before? I didn't sleep with any woman before. Lin Lan quietly moved closer to the wall. These days, she felt nervous and anxious, as if Su Yongchuan had discovered something. But he remained calm and silent. Truly a hunter, patient and steady.
All right, come sleeping.
Staying close to the wall keeps you warm, not cold. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. I've tolerated this for so long. Just a little more won't hurt. There was no talk all night. The next morning, after breakfast, the two of them took their sickles, carried their baskets, and went up the mountain. The small mountain village in the morning was covered with a thin layer of fog. Dewdrops on the leaves looked tempting. They tapped the dew off with sticks to avoid getting their pants wet. They followed the same path up the mountain. As usual, they went to the trap site. Today, luck was on their side. They caught a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. Do you want to fish now? Su Yongchuan asked, since they had caught some fish earlier. Let's try. Even if we don't catch a turtle, catching fish and shrimp is still good. They reached the pond. Su Yongchuan killed the rabbit. Lin Lan was a bit bored, so she picked some wild vegetables along the pond. Water celery, water spinach, and purslane. She picked quite a lot, almost filling her basket. Su Yongchuan looked up at her. Why are you picking so much water spinach? We often go up the mountain. If we want some, we just pick a handful. I'm planning to make pickled vegetables with some. Water celery makes the best pickles. When the weather gets cold and there are fewer vegetables in the field, we'll eat pickled water celery, stir-fry it, or cook it in soup. Can water celery be used to make pickles? Yes, I tell you, this stuff is a treasure. All right, then you pick. Later, we'll put them in the mountain cave and bring everything back when we come down. The wind blew her beautiful hair, making her dark hair sway and dazzling his eyes. She tucked her loose hair behind her ear, rolled up her pant legs, and picked even more vigorously. Suddenly, between the roots of the water celery, something shiny and black appeared. What is that? A river clam? Lin Lan used her sickle to hook out the clam. Wow, this clam is really big, about a pound or so. The pond was deep in the mountains, almost isolated from the world, with few people around. That's why the clam could grow so large. Su Yongchuan, look what I found, Lin Lan said happily, waving the clam like a little girl. Such a big clam? Where did you find it? It was hiding under the water celery. I saw it after I cut the water plants. That thing isn't tasty. Its meat is tough and hard to chew. Better to leave it. Only when it's not well done does it turn firm. When it's properly cooked, it smells very good. Can you cook? When have I ever let you down? Lin Lan said, a bit annoyed. That's true. Okay, I'll wait for you to make something for me. Do you want me to help pick ingredients? No need, you just do your thing. I can handle it myself. The small amount of food wasn't enough. She was craving the taste of grilled river clams. Mountain areas aren't good for cooking, but she wanted to try at noon. Don't go into the water. The pond is cold, Su Yongchuan quickly warned as she rolled up her pants. I know, I'll just pick from the shore. I won't go in. Lin Lan shook her head. She didn't care for what those big men talked about every day. Anyway, Su Yongchuan knew a lot. Sometimes Lin Lan even felt he had a kind of fatherly vibe. Yes, a fatherly vibe. A kind of care she'd never felt before. Lin Lan picked up her sickle and cut some wild water celery nearby. Sure enough, at the roots of the water celery, she found several black river clams. She used the sickle to hook the clams onto dry land, then picked them up. After this, she collected about a dozen clams. Lin Lan thought these shells were enough to eat, so she didn't gather more. Near the pond, the trap she set earlier was still intact. Su Yongchuan emptied the trap, added fresh rabbit organs, and placed it in another spot with denser water plants. On the ground, fish and shrimp were jumping around, all just caught from the trap. There weren't any big fish, only small ones and shrimps. Lin Lan carefully collected the fish and shrimp. Su Yongchuan squinted and said, Small fish aren't very tasty. They have lots of bones. If you want to eat fish, I'll catch a few from the pond later. Lin Lon picked up a tiny, silvery fish about the size of her finger and said, "Small fish have their own way of eating. This kind is called whitefish. Just remove the guts and the black membrane, marinate it to flavor, fry it lightly in oil, then smoke it dry over straw. When you want to eat, stir-fry it with some chili. That taste is amazing. Once smoked, even the fish bones become crispy. When eating, you can chew the bones along with the meat. So delicious." Of course, these small fish aren't just whitefish. There are also small perch and shrimps. The same method applies, smoked and dried. They're sure to taste great. Where do all these strange ways of eating come from? Once you try it, you won't say that anymore. In just a short time, the basket was already full, with shells and small fish and shrimp at the bottom, and wild celery on top. Back at the cave, they had a simple lunch. After that, they went for a walk nearby, and then decided to head home. When they returned, the sun was no longer so hot. Lin Lon washed her face and poured all the things from the basket into a wooden basin. Su Yongchuan took a sip of water and carried his hoe out again. He needed to check how the wheat seedlings were growing in the field. Lin Lon scooped some water into the basin and used a brush to clean the shells. Then she boiled some water and poured it into the shell basin. These shells are hard to open when raw, but after boiling, they open easily. While waiting for the shells to cool, she rinsed some rice and cooked porridge. She didn't want to waste the rice water, as it was perfect for pickling wild celery. When it looked like the time was right, Lin Lon went to the water jar, pried open the shells, and took out the meat inside. She cleaned out the guts, and the meat looked plump and fat. She took a knife and sliced into the shellfish's belly, and faintly, a shimmer appeared inside. "What is that?" She widened her eyes and reached into the shellfish, surprisingly pulling out several small beads about the size of fingers. The beads were clear and shiny, smooth on the surface, round, and emitted a silvery glow. Pearls. Lin Lon was overjoyed. This was a wonderful surprise. She had only intended to satisfy her craving, but she found pearls too. She quickly opened the shells and took out all the pearls inside. The pearls varied in size, some as big as a finger, the smallest about the size of a rice grain, but all perfectly round. In modern times, Lin Lon had bought pearl jewelry, so she knew a little about them. The luster of these pearls was top quality. She opened more shells and found another with a few irregularly shaped pearls inside. She counted and found a total of 12 pearls. Su Yongchuan went to the field. The wheat was lush and green. However, their wheat seedlings were a bit shorter. "Yongchuan, didn't you go up the mountain today?" A villager greeted him, leaning on his hoe, taking a break to ease his aching back. "Uncle Da, I was pulling weeds. I just mentioned that your wheat seedlings are growing well, but they are a bit uneven. After all, they were planted at different times. Originally, your land was planted later, and then the biters accidentally damaged the seeds with water. When replanting, it was even later, so the wheat seedlings are of different heights. But it's not a big problem. They will grow taller soon." As the wheat seedlings grew, weeds also sprouted. Su Yongchuan bent down and pulled out the weeds from the field. Lin Lon dug out all the freshwater clams, using the back of a knife to tap around the edges of the clam meat. This helps make the clam meat softer, otherwise, it can be hard to chew. A little flour, vinegar, and salt were added to the clam meat, then it was rubbed and washed thoroughly. After rinsing several times, it was boiled in water. While waiting, she picked and washed wild celery, then tied it into a bundle and hung it on a hanger to dry. Once dry, it could be soaked in rice water for pickling. After finishing these steps, the clam meat was boiled and ready. She took out the clam meat, cut it into pieces, and set it aside. Looking at this big plate of clam meat, Lin Lon decided to make 2 dishes. One was stir-fried clam meat. She heated oil in a pan and once hot, added green onions, ginger, garlic, spicy peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns to flavor. She also secretly added a chopped onion to enhance the aroma. When the spices were fragrant, she removed the onion and secretly threw it into her space. Looking at the trash bin in her space, She thought that one day, when she went to the mountains, she would need to clean it out. Then she added the clam meat, some wine and salt, and braised it until flavorful. Finally, she added some chicken essence and took it off the heat. The other half of the clam meat was used to make soup. In the deep mountains, the water is clear and rich in minerals, making the fish and shrimp taste very fresh. The clam shells could also be used for soup, which should be delicious. When it was almost done, Lin Lon added some wild mushrooms. The wild celery had already been used to make pickled vegetables, so she used it to make a simple cold dish with purslane. A simple dinner was ready. As the sunset fell, farmers in the fields carried their hoes home, their shadows stretching long in the evening light. The village was filled with wisps of smoke, and the aroma of home-cooked food drifted through the air. People walking home occasionally sniffed the air. Whose cooking smells so good? That's because you're hungry now. Smell what? It's delicious. No, I've never smelled this scent before. Amidst teasing laughter, Su Yongchuan carried his hoe home. The food in the pot was ready, and Lin Lon quickly served the dishes. Su Yongchuan helped carry the food to the dining area. Under the dappled light and shadows, they sat at a square table for dinner. Su Yongchuan, try this. See if the river clam meat tastes good, Lin Lon said, scooping a piece of clam into his bowl, looking at him with anticipation. Su Yongchuan smiled, chewed carefully, and his eyes lit up. Fresh, fragrant, spicy, really tasty. I wasn't lying to you, Lin Lon said proudly. By the way, the river clam also gave us a surprise. What surprise? Wait for me, I'll go get it, Lin Lon said, setting down her chopsticks and running to the room. She returned holding something wrapped in layers of soft cotton cloth. She gestured for him to open it. Su Yongchuan opened it as told, revealing over 10 beads wrapped in the cloth. The room's light reflected off the beads, giving off a cool, white glow. Are these pearls? Yes, I took them from the clam meat. I tell you, each one is top quality, probably worth a lot. I never expected I'd find such treasures just by picking up some shells. It's true what they say, fortune favors the brave, and this foodie has a knack for finding good things. A doubt crept into Su Yongchuan's mind. How do you know these pearls are top quality? Lin Lan's eyes didn't blink. Isn't that obvious from the book? Look at the shine. So soft and gentle. And the surface of each bead is smooth and full, with no flaws. So I think they're high quality, Su Yongchuan. He just couldn't see it himself. Su Yongchuan, when you're free someday, let's go to the town and check things out. Okay. Su Yongchuan carefully wrapped the cotton cloth again and handed it back to her. Keep it safe. When we gather enough treasures, we'll go to town. After dinner, the sky was still bright. Lin Lon poured the fish and shrimp from the bucket. Can't we do it tomorrow? It's already dark now. Lin Lon shook her head. No, these fish are too stingy. If we leave them overnight, by morning they'll probably be dead. She was right. In just a short time, some of the fish in the bucket had already turned white on their bellies. Su Yongchuan also brought a small stool. Let's do it together. How do we do this? It's very simple. Lin Lon picked up a pair of scissors and demonstrated. Su Yongchuan only took a quick look and then did it confidently. When they finished, it was already completely dark outside. Su Yongchuan lit an oil lamp. Under the dim light, Lin Lon poured some soy sauce, salt, and pickled vegetable water into the fish basin to marinate for a while. First, wash the pot thoroughly and dry it. Cut open the ginger and use the cut side to scrub the pot vigorously so the ginger juice forms a protective film on the surface, which helps prevent sticking. Once that's done, pour in a little oil and use a spatula to coat the entire inside of the pot. Then, add the marinated small fish and shrimp and cook them gently over low heat. This process requires patience. It's best not to turn the fish too much to keep them intact and look good. During this time, Lin Lon also brought some straw and laid it in a rice sieve. After the fish are cooked, they can be moved onto the straw. Lin Lon was feeling a bit sleepy and kept yawning. Maybe we should just put the fish in the pot and do it tomorrow. No, if we wait until tomorrow, I guarantee the cats will smell the fish and won't stay quiet tonight. By the time we get up tomorrow, I doubt there will be a single fish left. Su Yongchuan was silent. The village had many mice and cats. but people were often hungry, and there wasn't much for the cats to eat. So, the cats were very eager for food. Anyone with some good stuff would hide it carefully. In the future, if we do this again, we should start earlier. Once the fish in the pot cooled down a bit, Lin Lan carefully picked out each one and placed them into the rice sieve. Su Yongchuan, look how beautiful. The small fish are intact and haven't fallen apart at all. Yes. Very nice. By the time they finished cleaning up, it was almost midnight. Lin Lan yawned and went to wash up. Next door, at the Zhang family's house, Bai Xiaoling kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She wondered what Lin Lan was doing. Why did it smell so good? Their room was closest to the old house. Plus, she had a keen sense of smell, and the aroma was making her suffer. Why are you tossing? Making pancakes? Do you still want to sleep? Zhang Qianhu snorted coldly, not very pleased with her. Qianhu, do you smell that? Zhang Qianhu regretted interrupting the conversation.
Just.
The smell coming from the old house, he said, sniffing the air. Are you that good at smelling? Go back to sleep. If you keep tossing and turning, just don't sleep, Zhang Qianhu said, pulling the blanket over himself. Zhang Qianhu, if I learn a skill. Hearing her mumbling, Zhang Qianhu pulled his blanket tighter. Anyway, Bai Xiaoling usually doesn't understand what people say, and Zhang Qianhu didn't bother to explain. The next day, Lin Lan woke up late. When she got up, Su Yongchuan had already prepared breakfast. There was a fragrant chive pancake, a bowl of porridge, and a small dish of pickles. Eat up. After breakfast, we'll go up the mountain and then take the small path to the town. He also took the rabbit from yesterday along to the mountain. Lin Lan went to her room and took out a bag of beads, planning to have someone estimate their value in town. Su Yongchuan moved quickly and went alone to check the trap. Lin Lan went to the water pool nearby, which was not far from the cave and on the mountain's edge, so it was generally safe. She first lifted the trap out of the water. Inside, there were only small fish and shrimps, nothing else. It seemed the turtle was no longer clever, or perhaps there were no turtles left in the pond. Thinking about going to town later, these small fish and shrimps wouldn't be easy to carry. So, she built a small pond around the water pool and poured the fish and shrimps into it. Next time she went up the mountain, she could bring them back together. Soon, Su Yongchuan returned, carrying 2 wild rabbits that were hopping lively. Only 2 rabbits, not much of a harvest, he said. Lin Lan smiled. That's good. We rely on the mountains for food. Everything is a gift from nature. Su Yongchuan's lips curved into a slight smile. Let's go to town. When they arrived, they first went to the tavern and sold the rabbits for 150 coins. Then they went to the meat stall. Miss, how many jin of meat do you want a day? The butcher asked, holding a knife and pretending to cut. 2 jin, please. Do you want the organs too? No, I don't want them. Eating them every day gets boring, she said, mainly because it was hard to clean. There wasn't much work in the fields anyway, so the 2 planned to go up the mountain in the coming days. Soon, the weather would get colder. They need to work harder and take advantage of the time before the prey hibernates to gather more supplies. After cutting the meat, the 2 of them planned to visit a jewelry shop. As they turned the corner, they saw Zhang Qianhu and his wife heading toward the pharmacy. Come on, why are you dawdling? Bai Xiaoling pushed him. Maybe we shouldn't go. It's quite expensive. Not going in? Where else would the kids go? That thing of yours. Bai Xiaoling's voice was a bit sharp, drawing the attention of nearby people. Zhang Qianhu frowned and quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. Is this something to be proud of? Bai Xiaoling stomped her foot and muttered quietly, if I can't even talk about it, what's the point? So frustrating. Bai Xiaoling, if you don't want to stay, just leave. I won't stop you, Zhang Qianhu said angrily, with a cold look. She also didn't think about who caused him to become like this. Instead of feeling guilty, she kept teasing him about it every day. Bai Xiaoling. No, she could still go on with her life. She was still thinking about the recipe Lin Lan had. She wouldn't give up until she got it. All right, since things are like this, arguing over the past won't help. Let's go see the doctor first. Zhang Qianhu's face changed from red to dark, then to black, but in the end, he went into the pharmacy. Su Yongchuan, what's going on with those two? They were a bit far away and couldn't hear clearly, only catching something about children. Su Yongchuan, with good hearing, heard by Xiaoling clearly. But, a man of his stature, how could he gossip like a woman? I didn't hear clearly. Let's go to the jewelry shop first, he said. On the way back, let's buy some rice. The rice jar at home is empty again, Lin Lan sighed. Without land, there's no harvest. Recently, they seemed to earn quite a bit, but their expenses were high too. In this era, productivity was low, and rice was very expensive. It seemed they needed to buy some land to make a proper living. Su Yongchuan thought for a moment. Let's buy some in the village. Some families have extra grain, and it'll save everyone some effort. That's true. But if we keep going like this, it's not sustainable. Maybe we should ask at the pawn shop about the land market and see how things are.
Lin Lan calculette.
Recently, they had been working from dawn to dusk and had saved some silver. Using it to buy farmland is still a good idea. Let's wait a bit longer, and when I have more silver, I'll buy some, Su Yongchuan thought. With the silver they currently have, they can't buy much farmland. Let's go to the jewelry shop, Lin Lan said. She secretly took some beads out of her space pocket, hidden under her sleeve. As soon as they entered the shop, the young clerk greeted them warmly. What would you like? We have jewelry made from all kinds of materials. Do you have pearl jewelry? Lin Lan decided to test the waters first to see the prices of pearl accessories. Of course, the clerk led them to the counter and showed them several pearl pieces to choose from. Lin Lan looked at the pearls. Most were either too small or not very shiny, far below the quality of the beads in her hand. She had a good idea in mind. Do you have any that catch your eye, young lady? The clerk asked enthusiastically. Honestly, the pearls here are quite average, Lin Lan replied. Oh, have you seen better ones? The clerk was not upset. The shopkeeper had told him that there are always better things elsewhere. Their shop in the town was decent, but if they went somewhere else, it wouldn't be impressive. Of course, Lin Lan said confidently. Are you talking about the capital city? Or perhaps the city of the noble estate? Neither. Then where? On me. The clerk was momentarily stunned. Lin Lan continued. I have some beads here. Are you interested? The clerk understood. She wasn't here to buy jewelry, but to sell beads. Please wait a moment, I'll call the shopkeeper. The clerk was polite and thoughtful. Lin Lan had a good impression of the shop. Soon, a graceful woman came out. Lin Lan unfolded her handkerchief, revealing her beads. The woman picked up the largest bead and examined it carefully. She said straightforwardly, "It is indeed a top-quality piece, but there are too few. Honestly, we are mountain hunters. We found these beads by chance and wanted to ask about the price. If it's suitable, we might gather more in the future," Lin Lan said with a hint of cleverness in her eyes. The shopkeeper understood her meaning. This young lady meant that similar beads could still be found in the mountains, and whether she would buy from their shop in the future depended entirely on her sincerity. This was a quick sale, but she knew this was a long-term business. She understood how to handle this deal. Currently, she gave up on lowering the price and looked more seriously at Lin Lan. All right, I'll sell you the 2 biggest ones for 8 taels of silver each. As for the rest, how about 2 taels of silver for all of them? Shopkeeper, why not make it a round number? How about 20 taels in total? Su Yongchuan. Have you ever seen such a straightforward deal? The shopkeeper smiled slightly. Young lady, you're good at bargaining, Lin Lan confidently said. Shopkeeper, I've seen your pearl jewelry. None of them are as good as these pearls I have. If you take 20 taels for these pearls, you won't lose out. In the end, Lin Lan sold the pearls for 20 taels. After leaving the shop, Lin Lan weighed her purse, which felt quite heavy. I didn't expect this to be worth so much. Once we get back, I'll go to the pond and see if there are more pearls. Su Yongchuan suddenly thought that Lin Lan might be more suited for the mountains than he was. Yes, I'll go with you. By the way, we're one step closer to becoming landowners. As soon as they stepped out of the jewelry shop, they ran into Zhang Qianhu and his wife. Yongchuan, are you selling game? Zhang Qianhu forced a smile. The doctor said his illness wouldn't be cured overnight. He needed to prepare for long-term medication. Taking medicine costs money. He knew his family situation well. Where would they get so much money for a doctor? Yes, I caught 2 rabbits this morning. I sold them quickly while they were fresh, and it's good to exchange for some rice. Su Yongchuan guessed that his situation wasn't very good from his smile. Seeing Lin Lan come out of the jewelry shop, Bai Xiaoling's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, are you buying jewelry? No, I just happened to go in and look. Lin Lan wasn't very willing to talk to her. But Bai Xiaoling didn't seem to notice. Really no purchase. Bai Xiaoling didn't believe her. Lin Lan wasn't the type to feel wronged. If she went in, she would definitely buy a few things to indulge herself. You want to buy jewelry? Then go ahead. Lin Lan moved aside. Sister-in-law, you're joking. I don't have money to buy jewelry. My second cousin and I are just farmers. After a year of hard work, how much money can we save? Lin Lan curled her lips, uninterested in her act of suffering. We don't even have land yet. White Xiaoling secretly felt pleased. As the weather gradually cooled and heavy snow covered the mountains, wild animals wouldn't go out. When that time comes, let's see what they will eat. They might even starve to death. White Xiaoling pretended to sigh and said, Sigh. Every family has its own problems. Life is hard for everyone. Younger sister-in-law, I think we should work together. Before she finished, Lin Lan immediately refused. We need to go up the mountain, no time. You guys don't have time, but my cousin and I, even if there's no time, we can find some. Zhang Qianhu's face darkened almost to the color of a pot bottom, and he was so embarrassed he almost dug into the ground. This woman really has a thick skin. She can't tell that he's clearly refusing, can she? All right, let's go home. There are things to do at home. When she heard they were going back to work, White Xiaoling pouted. We finally came to town. I want to look around the shop. Zhang Qianhu rolled his eyes at her. Do you have money? Any savings she had were taken back to her parents' house. Now their second household was really empty-handed. White Xiaoling clenched her teeth and glared fiercely at Lin Lan. If Lin Lan had agreed to work with her, she wouldn't be so embarrassed.
Lin Lan.
White Xiaoling, are your eyes broken? Do you need me to help you fix them? Lin Lan, you're always bossing around and rolling your eyes. Can you stop bothering me? Zhang Qianhu pulled her back. Yongchuan, younger sister-in-law, we're leaving now. I'm not leaving. I want to look around the jewelry shop. White Xiaoling. Under Zhang Qianhu's murderous gaze, White Xiaoling finally left reluctantly. Her appearance didn't seem to affect their mood. The two strolled along the street and saw a shop selling wine ahead. Lin Lan smiled. Su Yongchuan, go buy a jar of wine. When we get back, I'll cook spicy fish for you. The spiciness makes the wine taste better. The more you drink, the better it gets. Sounds good. I've been wanting to try that fish, the man said, his gaze softening. Life is really good now, full and warm, and sometimes there's wine to drink. They bought a jar of apricot blossom wine for 100 coins. Su Yongchuan, I can also brew wine, Grandma joked. Having a little wine now and then can help you live to 99, so when the old lady had free time she would have a small drink, just a little, nothing more. She didn't buy wine. She brewed her own. Lin Lan saw this often and learned how to do it too. Can you also brew wine? Yes. Did you learn that from a book? That's right, Su Yongchuan. Forget it, whether he's a troublemaker or not. Just leave it be. He is quite happy with his current life. Living life a bit simply isn't a bad thing, after all. Young lady, by a hairpin. Look at this one. The carving is so fine. The flower looks real. It will look great on you. An older woman at a small street stall enthusiastically called out to attract customers. Come on, Su Yongchuan, let's go see, Lin Lan said, standing in front of the stall, curious and picking through the items. The hairpins are made of wood, but the grain is beautiful, shining softly in the sunlight. If she wasn't mistaken, these hairpins are made from yellow rosewood. More precisely, from leftover pieces of yellow rosewood. Su Yongchuan, which one do you think looks good? Just as Su Yongchuan was about to speak. Boss, where do you think Lin Bai has gone? Hearing these words, a smile froze on Lin Lan's face. Are these people his enemies? Or fellow craftsmen? She instinctively pulled her scarf up a bit and listened carefully. Who knows? But I can tell you, he's definitely far away from the county town. Honestly, without that crazy dog causing trouble, I think life is pretty dull. I think you're just itching for trouble. Without him biting you, You're probably feeling uncomfortable, right? By the way, someone actually likes that crazy dog. TSK, TSK. What's that? Are you jealous? Jealous? No way. Just thinking about that crazy dog being pressed down and mistreated by Lu Yuanwei makes me feel excited. So thrilling. That person laughed loudly, looking lewd and mischievous. Are you crazy? Do you think we can just joke about that person? Behind them, the cricket's sound softened a bit. I heard that the guy with a big belly who looks like a pig, honestly, I kind of feel sorry for the crazy dog. You know, we usually clash with him, but I never thought the crazy dog actually looks quite handsome. Nonsense. If he didn't look good, how could someone like him be interested? I heard that Lin Bai has a younger sister who looks just like him. If she gets involved with that sibling pair, the benefits would flow like a river. Lin Lan clenched her fists tightly. Su Yongchuan lowered his hands by his sides, his whole body tense and blood boiling, with a fierce look in his eyes. Forget it. Everyone knows that the crazy dog cares most about his sister. If you hurt her, he might come back and fight you. But he'd have to come back first. With that person around, I don't believe he dares to show up here. The group laughed and walked away. So this is why Lin Bai ran away. Miss, do you want to buy this? The older woman saw the hairpin in her hand, looking a bit worried. She was afraid that if she pressed too hard, the hairpin might break. Yes, I'll buy it. How much? Lin Lan took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. 20 coins. Lin Lan took the money from her purse and placed it on the stall, no longer bothering to bargain. Don't worry, they won't dare come here, Su Yongchuan said softly but firmly. If those people dared to come, he would make sure they never returned. Lin Lan shook her head. I'm not afraid of them. With space to protect herself, she felt capable of defending herself, but she was still worried about Lin Bai. Su Yongchuan, we need to find out more about that person. No need. I already know, he replied. Too many years around. Let's go back and talk, he said. Is it really going to end like this? Lin Lan felt a bit unwilling. Everything depends on timing, Su Yongchuan hinted. Lin Lan's eyes lit up. You mean, secrets of the heavens can't be revealed. First, let's eat. You said you'd cook fish for me at noon. Okay, I'll start cooking. Feeling relieved, Lin Lan hummed a song as she went to the kitchen. After a night of smoking, the small fish turned golden yellow and had a faint aroma of straw. Lin Lan picked out a bowl of dried fish and took it to the kitchen. She heated some oil in a pot, added chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic, then finally poured in a bowl of spicy and sour peppers, along with a few Sichuan peppercorns to release their fragrance. When the aroma filled the kitchen, she added the dried fish. After stir-frying for a while, and once it was almost done, she added seasonings and a little water. The water was added to help the fish and seasonings mix well. When it was ready, she sprinkled chopped green onions on top. Suddenly, the aroma of fish combined with spicy and numbing scents filled the entire kitchen. She then stir-fried some garlic-flavored water spinach and reheated the leftover clam soup from yesterday. Su Yongchuan took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Lin Lan was very pleased with his reaction. See? I told you it would be delicious. Yes, it's really good. At old Zhang's house. The wooden table was packed. There was a big bowl of saltwater boiled long beans, a bowl of pickles, and everyone had a bowl of coarse rice pumpkin porridge. Everyone was eating quietly. Bai Shaoling ate without much interest. Compared to the fragrant aroma from the next table, her food seemed like pig feed. Dad, Mom, Yongchuan is so inconsiderate. The house smells so good, but he didn't bring anything to share with you. That's so unfilial. Just eat your food. Why all these words? Zhang Qianhu frowned and shot her a look. Bai Shaoling glared back defiantly. Of course. Just smell that aroma. It must be meat dishes. When we split the family, they said it was for taking care of us later. I think they're just talking nicely. It's only been a few days since we split, and he's already eating alone. Zhang Dezhu and his wife exchanged glances, about to speak. But Zhang Qianxue spoke first, second sister-in-law. Why doesn't your cousin bring food to the family? Don't you have some idea? He really disliked this troublemaker of a second sister-in-law. Bai Shaoling scoffed. What does that have to do with me? Did I make them disrespect my parents? Because my cousin dislikes you and doesn't want you to eat their food, right? Zhang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, unaware that she herself was disliked. You rude girl, how can you talk like that? I am your second sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaoyan replied, I never said I wasn't. It's true. If you hadn't been causing trouble all the time, how could my cousin become distant from us? He and we are estranged because he's ungrateful. He also should think about it. Without our parents, could he have lived so long? Now he's married and forgets his parents. The couple closes the door and enjoys their life, not thinking about us still eating plain food. Bai Xiaoling kept talking. Second sister-in-law, you can't even keep your mouth shut during meals. Mom, I'm just standing up for you. Zhou Lanhua rolled her eyes. Enough. Stop showing off your little schemes in front of me. I know you well. You're just jealous, but you keep bringing us into it. Yongchuan was raised by us.
We know his character well.
If he were ungrateful, he wouldn't have gone to the battlefield under your husband's name back then. Zhang Dezhu nodded, looking at Bai Xiaoling with deep disappointment. It really wasn't right to let this troublemaker into the house, making everything chaotic day by day. Zhang Qianhu looked ashamed and shouted at Bai Xiaoling, Shut your noisy mouth. If you keep bothering us every day, go back to your parents' house. Zhang Qianhu, are you insulting me? I do all this for whom? Bai Xiaoling felt wronged. Her scheming was only for their little family. For whom else? It's for yourself. Zhang Qianhu, how can you be so unkind? I did all this for you. Don't you realize your own problems? The doctor said you need treatment for your... Seeing her speak recklessly and expose his faults in front of so many people, Zhang Qianhu couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped her hard.
Get out.
Leave the Zhang family. Zhang Qianhu, you'll regret this. Bai Xiaoling warned fiercely, then covered her face and ran out of the Zhang house. Qianhu, Mom, stop. I really can't live like this anymore. Do whatever you want, he said, then threw down his chopsticks and went back to his room. Everyone else in the house looked at each other in silence. The couple from the main house. Mrs. Su was soothing her son to sleep while softly saying, Head of the family, maybe we should split the household. I don't mean anything bad. I just can't stand how the second daughter-in-law behaves. Zhang Qianshan sighed. I wish we could split too. But the second son is also upset. He's sick now, and if we split, how will he manage? But, enough, let's not talk about this anymore. In the old couple's room. His mother, have you asked? Is there any hope to cure Qianhu's illness? The doctor said it can be cured, but it will cost money. If it can be cured, then that's good. Zhang Dezhu felt relief. As long as he could be cured, he was willing to spend any amount. His father, look at how things are going. Maybe. We should split the household. Nonsense. If we split, how will Qianhu live? According to village rules, after splitting, the elders usually stay with the main household. Listen to me. After we split, we can stay with the second household. Without their pressure, the second son might not be able to control Bai Xiaoling. This is their fault, and they have to bear it. Is that possible? Zhang Dezhu hesitated. I'm just worried that all this fuss will break the family apart. When that day comes, there will be no feelings left. Zhang Dezhu was silent. After a long while, he said, but the third son isn't married yet. It's not hard. I've already found a candidate. I'll go talk to Sister Lu later. Ask her to visit the girl's family for a match. Who is it? It's the village chief's daughter, Qian Yun. Will that work? Do you think she will agree? Zhang Dezhu felt uneasy. She's the village chief's daughter, just because of her status. Many families would want to marry into theirs. Will she even like their son? Why not? Our Qian Shui is quite capable. Not many young men in the village are as promising as him. Zhou Lanhua looked confident. Qian Shui was clever, sociable, and good at managing relationships. Otherwise, with so many people working at the dock, why would they choose him to oversee things? Besides, what's there to ask? A man should marry when he's of age, and a woman should marry when she's ready. If she refuses, then so be it. All right, let's try then. Zhang Dezhu tapped his pipe, looking thoughtful. But what about the second son? Should we let Qianhu come back? Zhou Lanhua rolled her eyes and said, Don't mention her to me. It just ruins everyone's mood. If she wants to go to her parents' house, let her go. I wonder how long she can stay there. I'm not going to rush Qianhu to pick her up. If she wants to come back, she will. If not, that's even better. She has a big mouth and talks without thinking every day. She wants everyone to know her business. Does my son care about face? Zhang Dezhu sighed silently. The Bai family was becoming more and more unreasonable. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoling, who was being talked about, was hugging her mother and crying loudly. Mom, I can't go on like this. What's wrong? Did the Zhang family bully you again? Yes, they all bully me. Zhang Qianhu even hit me. Look at my face. The 5-finger marks are so obvious. Bai Xiaoling pointed to the marks on her face. Lu Tsuelan was angry. That's too much. Did they forget that our Bai family saved their old man? Mom, stop talking. Bai Xiaoling quickly interrupted her.
She hated hearing about this.
Why not? It's common knowledge. That old man is dead now. Who knows what will happen? Mom, I told you not to say it. Fine, I won't. But tell me, why did he hit you? How else? Zhang Qianhu isn't capable, so he took it out on me. Bai Xiaoling was full of resentment and didn't think she was at fault.
What?
You said Zhang Qianhu. No way. He's pretty strong. Turns out he's just a show-off. No wonder you guys haven't had a child after so long. Bai Xiaoling felt guilty for a moment. Could she really say she was kicked like that? Did you see a doctor? What did the doctor say? The doctor said to take medicine and see. So, what do you think now? Lu Tsuelan blinked and started to think. Bai Xiaoling muttered. What else can I think? Just treat it. Fortunately, the Zhang family didn't split up, and the money for the treatment came from the family fund. Otherwise, just the cost of medicine would make them worry to death. Lu Tsuelan said softly, what if it doesn't get better? The doctor didn't say it wouldn't. Bai Xiaoling replied. Are you stupid? If the doctor said it was hopeless, how could they make money from you? Lu Tsuelan poked her several times with her finger. Mom, do you mean? The doctor is cheating us out of money. Lu Tsuelan waved her hand. That's not important. I just want to ask you, if the treatment doesn't work, what do you plan to do? Bai Xiaoling falls silent. Xiaoling, I think anyway the Zhang family doesn't treat you well. Zhang Qianhu is acting so badly now. Why stay with the Zhang family? Mother, what do you mean? Bai Xiaoling feels confused and doesn't understand her mother's words. You should leave them. Take this chance while you're young. I will help you start fresh.
But
although Bai Xiaoling is unhappy with the Zhang family, she still feels reluctant to leave Zhang Qianhu. The Zhang family is fairly well off. They may eat simple food, but they eat 3 meals a day. And the family is generally kind. Even though they often criticize her, they haven't really hurt her. Xiaoling, I do this for your own good. You're still young and should think about your future. But her mother's words make sense. For a moment, Bai Xiaoling feels confused. One voice says she should listen to her mother. Her mother wouldn't harm her. Another voice says, what if she finds someone better than the old Zhang family? Mother, let me think about it. This is a big decision. What are you still thinking about? If Zhang Qianhu isn't good enough, do you want to waste your life in the Zhang family? What if he can cure her? You said it's just a possibility, 1 in 1,000.
Bai Xiaoling.
Mother, I can't leave right now. Why are you so stubborn? If I leave now, I won't get the recipe.
Yes.
So, even if I want to leave, I need to get her recipe first. Lu Tsuelan's eyes shine brightly. Xiaoling, you're clever. If you get her recipe when you go home, our family can work together. We won't have to worry about money. Once we have money, I will find you a better match, someone 100 times better than Zhang Qianhu. When that time comes, I will prepare a generous dowry for you, so you can marry happily and proudly. Bai Xiaoling looks longing. She also wants to be like Lin Lan, making all the village girls jealous. This makes her even more determined to get Lin Lan's recipe. Alright, go back now. Remember to apologize to the Zhang family. Mother, I don't want to. Recipe. Money.
Dowry.
Every time Lu Tsuelan says these words, the light in Bai Xiaoling's eyes grows brighter. The old woman smiled proudly, thinking, you can't handle me, little one. When Bai Xiaoling returned to the Zhang family, everyone except Zhang Xiaoyan was not at home. Bai Xiaoling knocked loudly on the door. These people were too unreasonable. Not one of them cared about where she had been. Since you don't care about me, don't blame me for leaving you. Hearing the noise inside, Zhang Xiaoyan sneered dismissively. From this, she concluded that in the future, when she got married, she would either not cause trouble or, if she did, she wouldn't be as shameless as Bai Xiaoling. Zhou Lanhua went to the matchmaker's house at the village entrance. They chatted back and forth happily before finally discussing the main matter. The matchmaker hurried to the village chief's house to pass on the message. After the matchmaker left, the village chief's wife asked, "Sir, what do you think about this?" "I think it's good. Qian Shui is a capable young man. I heard the person in charge trusts him, so we won't have to worry about food in the future. If Qian Yun really marries him, it wouldn't be a bad match. Plus, our two families live in the same village, so we can look out for each other. I think it's fine." Just as the village chief's wife was about to speak, Wu Qianyun hurriedly entered from outside, saying as she walked, "Dad, Mom, I don't agree. You're rebellious. Marriage is always decided by parents and matchmakers. Do you want to turn the world upside down?" The village chief's face darkened as he prepared to scold her. "Enough, if you want to show off, go do it somewhere else." The village chief immediately changed his expression. "Look at you. I'm trying to teach the children." His wife glared at him, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, You say. The village chief's wife ignored him and turned to Wu Qianyun. "Go ahead. Why don't you agree?" Wu Qianyun moved her lips slightly, hesitating. Are you still thinking about that Bai guy, Mom?" Qianyun, think carefully. "If you really marry the young man from the Bai family, you'll have a tough time in the future." The village chief's wife didn't pressure her, just spoke straightforwardly. "Our family isn't rich, but we've never let you go hungry or cold. If you've made up your mind, we won't stop you." "Mom, let me think about it." Wu Qianyun felt very confused. She was the same age as Lin Lan, but this year Lin Lan successfully got married. Before, she had a reason to hold back.
But now.
"What are you thinking about? You often argue with Lin Lan and show favoritism. In my opinion, you're not better than that girl. In the past, many liked the surname Bai. Once you fell into the water and froze your head clear. Then you married Su Yongchuan. Now, the two of them live happily together. Sometimes, you are actually less straightforward than Lin Lan." The village chief's words had a hint of meaning to her. He said she was not as good as Lin Lan. Wu Qianyun was unhappy. "Dad, I am your real daughter. Is it right for you to always suppress me? I'm not insulting you. If I put you in Lin Lan's place, you might not do as well as her. Enough. Didn't you also suppress her last time? Praising her secretly, like a flower. I really don't understand how to say you're a good person. What is there to say? I am the village head, and I must sit upright. I can't be like you women, favoring whoever I like. That's it, I can't talk to you anymore." The village chief stood up. "Where are you going?" "Where else?"
"To the fields."
"With such a big family, everyone is at home, waiting to starve. Old man, speaking nicely won't kill you. Wait for me, I'll go with you." The village chief's wife told Wu Qianyun a few more words. "All right, take your time to think about it. It's not urgent. Since we're the women, we can be a bit reserved." After saying that, she took a hoe and left with the village chief.
Strauhat.
"Not very old, but how come you have no memory at all?" The village chief took down his straw hat from the wall and put it on his wife. Watching the two walk side by side, Wu Qianyun was deep in thought. After dinner, Su Yongchuan said, "You pack up first. I'll go to the town." Going to the town again. To find someone? Lin Lan understood. He was going to find someone to settle this matter. "All right, go ahead." Su Yongchuan nodded. "You rest in the room. I'll handle those things when I come back." Lin Lan waved her hand. "Go ahead. Don't worry about me." Su Yongchuan headed into the mountains. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was going hunting. He took the small mountain path. First, it was cooler. Second, the path to the town was shorter, saving some time. He arrived at the town easily and went straight to a martial arts school to knock on the door. "Who are you looking for?" A head peeked out from inside the door. Su Yongchuan did not speak. He took out a wooden token and said, "I want to see your boss." The gatekeeper took the token, looked at it carefully, then respectfully invited him inside. After resting for a while, Lin Lan got up and went to the kitchen. She rubbed salt on the pork and hung it on the beam of the house. Although it was autumn, the weather was still very hot. If she didn't prepare the meat properly, it might spoil. After finishing, she put on a straw hat and went to the backyard vegetable garden. In the garden, the seedlings had already sprouted from the soil. They were bright green and growing well, which made her feel that her daily watering was worth it. The only problem was that weeds were also growing very well, even better than the seedlings. She first pulled out the weeds from the ground to prevent the weed seeds from stealing nutrients from the plants. In a few days, she could enjoy some fresh pea tips. Later, she planned to check the field again. She wondered how the wheat seedlings were doing and if there were any weeds. Little sister-in-law, busy with something. When she heard this voice, Lin Lan's smile disappeared. Annoying people were visiting again. She really wanted to raise a dog, preferably a fierce one. What do you want? I remember your parents are working in the fields. Despite Lin Lan's cold expression, Bai Xiaoling still smiled. I just returned from my mother's house. She gave me some persimmons. I brought them for you to try. No need. If I want to eat, I can pick some from the mountain myself. No need to trouble you. Bai Xiaoling was the typical person who only used others' resources and didn't like to borrow from others. We're family, no need to make such a fuss. Lin Lan looked at her with a half smile. Bai Xiaoling was very enthusiastic. Here, take these. I tell you, these persimmons are very sweet, without any bitterness. This is my mother's secret recipe. Others can't get them even if they want to. Seeing that she didn't take them, Bai Xiaoling placed the persimmons on the stone table in the yard. I've left them here. Don't forget to eat them later. Just when Lin Lan thought she was leaving, Bai Xiaoling walked into the backyard on her own. Little sister-in-law, I have to say your backyard is really well kept. It looks nice, even better than ours. Do you have something to say? Not much. I'm just bored at home, so I came to visit and chat with you, but I see that my aunt and they're all working in the fields. Don't you want to help out? Hey, I'm just tired, so I want to rest. Bai Xiaoling squatted down and helped pull out some weeds. All right, Bai Xiaoling, I won't trouble you with such small chores. You should go back and do your own work. Little sister-in-law, you've been here for a while. Have you heard that my mother isn't feeling well? Lin Lan didn't respond to her. What does her mother have to do with her? Bai Xiaoling secretly glanced at her. I went back at noon today. I happened to mention that you're good at cooking. My mother heard and kept saying she wants to eat. So, could you teach me how to cook? No, that's my secret recipe. Sure enough, she was still scheming about the recipe. Little sister-in-law, I know this is a bit difficult, but as children we should respect our parents. Go and respect your own parents. It has nothing to do with me. Little sister-in-law, you shouldn't say that. You probably don't know the connection between our family and the Zhang family. Lin Lan paused her work, her eyes flickering. I know. It's said that during the escape, your father gave the old master half a bun. When they returned, your family used this favor to have the old master arrange a marriage for you and the second cousin. After marriage, they used this relationship to come and go freely between their families. Bai Xiaoling's eyes flickered and avoided her gaze. Little sister-in-law, you haven't lived through those hard times. You don't know how precious that half a bun was. It was a life-saving kindness. So what? The old master was grateful. Before he died, he told my father and mother to help support our family, so, Bai Xiaoling said while watching her closely. Wasn't he always helping? If it weren't for the Zhang family, how could your family be so well off? Little sister-in-law, my mother's health has been getting worse these days. She just wants to eat something good. Wanting good food is easy. There are so many restaurants in town. Surely they have something she likes. So, if you truly want to show filial piety, take your mother out to eat. Bai Xiaoling clearly understood her implication and looked embarrassed. Little sister-in-law, you know, we don't have much money. How can we buy anything? So, you just talk about it and hope others will help you show filial respect. White Xiaoling. She really speaks quite bluntly. Sister-in-law, that's not quite right. Yongchuan may not have the surname Zhang, but he grew up in the Zhang family and is part of it. So, you mean we should also be grateful and obedient to the Zhang family, just like you are to the White family? Her words sound a bit serious. White Xiaoling admits it's not entirely true, but also doesn't deny it. Sister-in-law, calling it obedient and grateful is a bit much. We are all relatives, helping each other is normal. Pfft. You're so calculating. Uncle, aunt, and second cousin, do they know about this? It's not a big deal. Even if they knew, they would agree. Such arrogance. You use other people's things so casually. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by others? You're also part of the Zhang family. The old masters will apply to you too. After arguing for a while, Lin Lan got tired. She casually scooped up a bowl of water and said, "You can leave now. If you don't, I'll splash you. Lin Lan, how dare you? Better look more pleasing. In the future, don't keep talking about connections. It's fine if we just stay like this." White Xiaoling stubbornly refused to leave. Lin Lan scooped another handful of water and poured it in front of her, splashing her shoes. "Lin Lan, you really splashed me. Get out. Don't come to my house again." Lin Lan picked up a persimmon and threw it at her. "I don't dare eat your family's things. I'm afraid I'll get poisoned." "Lin Lan, this persimmon was made by my mother herself. How can you throw things that belong to elders? That's too much. Even your sister-in-law, I don't want to acknowledge, let alone your mother." "You." White Xiaoling picked up a persimmon, furious, and left. As soon as White Xiaoling left, Su Yongchuan came home. "Who are you arguing with? Such loud noise. With who else?" "Your good sister-in-law." Lin Lan shot him a glance, showing she didn't like him anymore. "Why did she come here again?" Lin Lan mimicked White Xiaoling's tone. "She said her mother's health is getting worse, and she misses my cooking. She wants me to teach her how to cook." "Su Yongchuan, should I teach her?" "Ignore her. She's acting crazy every day. Later, I'll go find uncle and aunt. They say this matter is getting out of hand." Lin Lan pouted. "Uncle, if my aunt really could control her, she wouldn't keep coming to plot against me. Uncle and aunt are both kind-hearted people. Kind-hearted but too soft." Su Yongchuan didn't argue with her. "Today, Bai Xiaoling reminded me of something. She said that in that kind of situation, half a steamed bun could save a life. Do you think, with their kind of character, they would really risk their lives to help?" "But Grandpa said so." "How old was your grandpa then?" "Maybe he was getting old and confused, or too hungry and mistook someone." She almost showed her distrust of the Bai family openly. Su Yongchuan seriously thought for a moment. "Actually, that's possible. Grandpa was very sick then, barely holding on. Before he died, he told uncle and aunt to always remember to repay the Bai family's kindness." Lin Lan clicked her tongue. "A kindness that lasts 3 generations, even after people are gone." Su Yongchuan cleared his throat. "That was Grandpa. Be more polite." Lin Lan shrugged. "Su Yongchuan, when you have time, you might as well secretly visit them."
Maybe.
"There will be a surprise." After talking about the Bai family, Lin Lan changed the subject. "By the way, did you find the person? What did they say?" "Just wait. I've handed the matter over to him. We'll wait to hear the news. By the way, the rice jar is empty. You said you were going to buy some grain? Then go ahead. Honey, can I have a break? Do cows get bossed around as much as you?" After settling a big issue, Su Yongchuan felt much more relaxed and was in the mood to tease. Lin Lan poured him a glass of water. "All right, you've worked hard. Rest more. Or I can handle this myself. How much can you carry, Lin Lan?" "Fine, you go then." She took some money from the room and handed it to him. Su Yongchuan rested for a while, then got up and left the house, heading to Shunzi's house at the east end of the village. "Yongchuan, why are you free to visit? Everyone else is working in the fields. Only Shunzi's mother is at home." "Ma'am, a few days ago, I told Shunzi I'd come buy some grain from you." "Buy grain? My memory isn't good anymore." "Sigh, I'm getting old and useless." Shunzi's mother slapped her forehead. "I was just thinking that since you plan to sell it and I need to buy some, we might as well make a direct deal. That way, we can save the trouble of going to town." "That makes sense. How much do you need?" "I can help you weigh it. I need 200 jin of rice and about 20 jin each of cornmeal, flour, and sweet potatoes." "Yongchuan, you're buying quite a lot." "Ma'am, you know we don't have land of our own. We just planted this season, so we have to buy everything." "That's true. You should save more money to buy some land. That's the right way. We want to, but our family doesn't have enough savings right now. Yongchuan, don't worry. As long as you live well, everything will be fine. While they were talking, the lady quickly opened the granary and took out 2 bags of grain. Yongchuan, I see you don't keep chickens. Do you want the bran? We're about to go thresh rice. If you don't want the bran, you can sell it to us. We'll deduct the price from your grain money. Yes, I want it. My wife said a few days ago she wanted to catch some chicks to raise. After weighing the grain, Su Yongchuan counted the money and carried the grain onto the cart. Passing by the mill, everyone was working in the fields. The mill was empty now. Su Yongchuan just finished milling 100 jin of rice. On the way back, he happened to see Lin Lan rolling up her pants and going to the creek. Where are you going? I'm catching freshwater snails in the creek, Lin Lan said, holding up a handful of snails and waving it at him. Are you going to eat those? Yes, they taste very good when cooked. Su Yongchuan had been fooled many times before and no longer doubted her. Let me help you gather some, he said, putting down his cart and stepping into the river. He scooped up some water and poured it over himself. Su Yongchuan, I seriously suspect you're just using the snail gathering as an excuse to play in the water. Nonsense. I'm here to gather freshwater snails. Su Yongchuan opened his hand and reached into the cracks between the cobblestones. He grabbed, rinsed, and soon held a big handful of snails. Su Yongchuan, you're pretty good at this. With Su Yongchuan's help, a short while later, a bucket was filled with a thick layer of snails. The setting sun cast a golden glow over everything. Villagers carried hoes and tools, walking back home in groups from the fields. Yongchuan, are you fishing? Nonsense, I'm actually catching snails. That thing doesn't taste good, with a thick shell, and if not cooked well, it has a strong fishy smell. Uncle, it's okay. We eat the meat inside. But it's so small, how much meat can there be? The villagers shook their heads and walked away. Let's go. It's getting dark, and we should head back, Su Yongchuan said, lifting his bucket. Lin Lan followed behind. When they reached the shore, they placed the bucket on the cart. Su Yongchuan pulled from the front, and Lin Lan pushed from behind. After storing the grain properly, Su Yongchuan said, I'm going to my uncle's house. Go ahead. Remember to tell the truth. At Zhang's courtyard, Zhang Deju's family had just come back from the fields. When they saw him arrive, they hurriedly asked, Yongchuan, I heard you went to Shunzi's house to buy grain. Yeah, we're out of rice at home. Buying from the town is tiring to carry back, so I decided to buy from the village instead. It's easier. Buying rice is fine, but in the future, you can just come here for other grains. Zhou Lanhua sighed, looking worried. Without land or fields, life is hard. Zhang's harvest was barely enough to keep the family from going hungry. Now Zhang Qianhu was sick again, and they had to help Bai's family from time to time. Their life was also tough, but it's okay to support some grains. No need, Auntie. We only need to buy for this season. Once the local harvest is in, we won't need to buy anymore. Su Yongchuan was eager to go home and quickly told about Bai Xiaoling's visit to pressure Lin Lan. Zhou Lanhua's face immediately darkened. She shouted toward the second room, Bai Xiaoling, your family needs that food. You have to be brave and ask for it. As soon as Su Yongchuan entered, Bai Xiaoling was so scared she hid in her room. Hearing Zhou Lanhua shouting, she didn't even dare to breathe. Bai Xiaoling, come out. If you're brave enough, admit it. Why are you so shameless? Our whole family's pride isn't as thick as yours. Mom, it's really just because I want to eat. I was just asking. Bai Xiaoling refused to admit her true feelings. Enough, stop hiding. I know you. You've been eyeing your sister's share for a long time. Zhang Qianhu added. Bai Xiaoling was furious. Yes, I have my reasons. I want to make money, a lot of money. My mother is sick, and you are sick too. If we don't have money, how can we get treatment? Zhang Qianhu hesitated. I don't need it. Besides, if you want money, earn it yourself. Why are you always scheming against your siblings? What do you mean by scheming? We're relatives. They eat well every day and watch us stay poor. What's wrong with helping us? Bai Xiaoling said firmly. Zhang Qianhu, I told you again, that's someone else's property. Why are you so jealous? Someone else's. She married Yongchuan, and we're all family. If we get along, wouldn't that make us look good too? Bai Xiaoling didn't hide her little thoughts. White Xiaoling, you're really unreasonable. Zhang Qianhu clenched his fists. Are you going to hit me? Go ahead, hit me if you dare. White Xiaoling, I won't hit you. I want to divorce you. Zhang Qianhu said clearly, unable to bear it anymore. This wife of his acted like she was crazy, causing trouble all the time. She didn't want to work in the fields either. He was ashamed to face his older brothers. Bai Xiaoling sneered, I won't mention divorce. You, a useless man, brought it up first. Zhang Qianhu, you've grown some backbone. Fine, let's divorce. Everyone stop arguing, Zhou Lanhua shouted loudly, feeling her head hurt. Her eyes looked distant. Bai Xiaoling, Qianhu, have you really thought this through? Zhang Qianhu didn't hesitate. Yes, if I divorce her, I can't go on like this. Bai Xiaoling made a firm decision. There has to be a reason for the divorce. What kind of reason do you want? Zhang Dezhu asked in a deep voice. If they really divorced, it might be for the best. Qianhu could be free too. I want 20 taels of silver as compensation, Bai Xiaoling said. The Zhang family members all gasped. Bai Xiaoling was really asking for a lot. That's impossible. We don't have that much money. Zhang Qianhu was the first to oppose. Over the years, Bai Xiaoling had taken many things from the family.
He knew it well.
In fact, their second branch had taken advantage of the common household. Now, he was still using family money for his illness. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. If we don't have the money, I won't divorce. Bai Xiaoling raised her chin and sneered. She refused to be pushed aside. All right, then let's just continue living together. I'm already a useless person anyway. If you don't mind me, then let's spend our lives like this. Zhang Qianhu's eyes looked dark and sad. Bai Xiaoling shivered. Yes, she was a woman. If they kept delaying, she would get older. As she got older, she wouldn't be able to have children. Who would want her then? Her mind raced, and she changed her mind. Forget it. We've been sharing a pot of food for so many years. I can't be that heartless. I only ask for one thing in return. Zhou Lanhua asked, what's the condition? I want the recipe for Lin Lan's pig offal soup and blood sausage. You're dreaming, Su Yongchuan sneered. Even now, he was still scheming. Su Yongchuan, we're having such a big fight today, and it's all because of you. If you hadn't stirred things up, would we be getting a divorce? So, you have to take responsibility. Bai Xiaoling, do you think people are fools? When second cousin mentioned divorce, you agreed right away, and even brought up your conditions. Are you sure you didn't discuss this with your family beforehand? Bai Xiaoling denied it. No, I was just talking offhand. Zhou Lanhua shook her head. Bai Xiaoling, don't even think about the recipe. That's Xiaolan's thing. None of us have the right to decide for her. Aren't you afraid people will say you're ungrateful and forgetful? Just a small bowl of porridge, and we've been helping for so many years. Isn't that enough? Zhang Dezhu looked very sad. He really shouldn't have been so blindly obedient. Not only did he harm Qianhu, but he also harmed the entire Zhang family. When Su Yongchuan returned home, Lin Lan had already prepared the meal. There was stir-fried pork with green peppers, wild chicken eggs with wild chives, a plate of cold cucumber, and a bowl of porridge. Why did you go out for so long? To settle the divorce, Lin Lan was serving rice when she heard this. She paused, using this as an excuse. Su Yongchuan wasn't surprised by her cleverness. Yes, Bai Xiaoling demanded 20 taels of silver as compensation before she agreed to the divorce. Her uncle and aunt refused, so she changed her mind and asked for your pig offal soup and blood sausage recipes. Lin Lan snorted coldly. She's good at finding the right moment. But these are my things. What do they have to do with the Zhang family? We are no longer living together, and I don't understand how her mind works. She's always accusing others without reason. I plan to visit Bai village tomorrow. Lin Lan nodded. Go ahead. It's good to find out what's really going on. At first, she was just curious, but since it involved the Zhang family's affairs, she wasn't sure if she should get involved. But if it involved her, the situation would be different. Although she wasn't afraid of a bad reputation, she wouldn't let others unfairly blame her without reason. The next day, Su Yongchuan finished his meal and set off for Bai village. Bai Village is deep in the mountains, surrounded by thick forests, accessible by only one mountain road. The dense woods mean many routes, and since the village isn't big and the land isn't very fertile, the harvest has always been poor. There are hunters in the village, but few dare to go deep into the mountains. For girls in Bai Village, getting married outside the village is considered a good match. Su Yongchuan hiked for nearly an hour over the mountains before he saw the outline of Bai Village. As soon as he entered, he saw a young woman working in the fields with her child. Seeing a stranger, she quickly stopped her work and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Su Yongchuan looked and smiled because he recognized her. Her husband was a good friend of his. They went to the border town on the same day, and since they were from the same hometown, they were quite close. They often kept in touch. Unfortunately, her husband died at the border. When Su Yongchuan returned home, he thought about returning to his roots, so he brought his husband's belongings to give to his family. The woman and her child were crying loudly. Su Yongchuan felt sad inside. Before leaving, he gave them some silver coins. It wasn't much, but it could buy some rice and food. "Sister-in-law, don't you recognize me? I'm Su Yongchuan, the one from Baihua village. I visited your home a few days ago to bring you some things." The woman paused, looked him over carefully, then smiled. "Oh, really? Look at my eyes, getting worse. Brother Yongchuan, are you here on some business in our village?" "Sister-in-law, I want to ask you about something." "Go ahead," she said, not stopping her work in the fields, just chatting with him as she held her hoe. "I want to ask you about my family," he said. The woman smiled. "Brother Yongchuan, the whole village is called Bai." "I don't know which family you're asking about," Su Yongchuan said. "They have a daughter who got married. Her name is Bai Shaoling. I want to ask about their family." Hearing this name, the woman's eyes flickered twice. "Why do you want to ask about her? Who are you to her?" "Honestly, Bai Shaoling is my second sister-in-law. I just have some old stories I want to know about." "Sister-in-law, do you know her?" "Of course, she is my cousin too," but when she mentioned Bai Shaoling, the woman looked indifferent. Su Yongchuan was surprised. "What a coincidence. Sister-in-law, can you tell me about their family?" "What do you want to know?" "I grew up with Bai Shaoling, and I know everything about their family." The woman appreciated that he brought back her husband's belongings and became a bit more friendly. "Sister-in-law, do you remember what happened 10 years ago? About the escape during the famine?" When he said this, the woman's face changed a little. "Why do you want to ask about that?" "Sister-in-law, you're not a stranger. I won't hide it from you." Then, Su Yongchuan told her everything Bai Shaoling did at Zhang's house. "Sister-in-law, I just want to be clear. Did their family really do that?" Meanwhile, Lin Lan washed the bowls and chopsticks, changed the water for the snails, and watered the vegetable field. Thinking that Su Yongchuan was busy today and couldn't go up the mountain, she decided to take a walk in the mountains since she was free. She didn't go deep into the mountains, just to the pond nearby. She remembered that yesterday she had put some fish and shrimp into a puddle, and it was a good chance to pick some wild vegetables on the way to the pond. So, she picked up her sickle, carried her basket, and headed up the mountain along the trail. The warm sun shone on the ground. After a night of rest, the crops were lively and fresh, with dewdrops on the leaves sparkling. Insects chirped, birds called, and the forest was full of life. Recently, they had been wandering in the mountains a lot, and Lin Lan's stamina had improved. When she reached the pond, she didn't feel tired. The muddy ground by the pond had many animal footprints, but they didn't seem to be from large animals. The wild vegetables grew well, and Lin Lan picked some to put in her basket. Seeing the wild celery, she remembered Pearl. Lin Lan took off her shoes and socks and stepped into the pond. The water was cool, and the chill went through her feet into her bones. She let out a gasp. So cold. While touching the water by the pond, she found a few clam shells about the size of a palm and casually threw them into her basket. She also caught some fish and shrimp from a small puddle, took out her trap, and collected the catch inside. As she was busy, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from the woods behind her. Her face lit up with happiness, thinking that Su Yongchuan had finished his work and came up the mountain after seeing she was not at home. However, the more she listened, the more strange the footsteps sounded. Su Yongchuan's steps were steady and strong, but these footsteps were a bit messy and seemed hurried. Could it be another hunter? Lin Lan thought, realizing she was just a girl, and this was a mountain forest. So she quickly picked up her basket and hid behind a big tree. Soon, she saw a young man walking straight toward the water. He looked around first, didn't see anyone, and muttered, "Where is she? Where did she go? Strange, I saw her come here." Lin Lan's heart skipped a beat. This person was here just for her. Thinking quickly, she decided to hide in her space. The man searched nearby, but didn't see Lin Lan's shadow. He was so angry, he kicked a tree and shouted outside the woods, "Come out and help me find her." But there was no response from outside. "Do you still want money? I told you if I didn't see her, I wouldn't give you a single coin." After a while, someone stepped out from behind the tree. Sure enough, it was Big-Nosed. "I was just helping you find her. I never said I'd help catch her." "Stop talking nonsense. Where is she?" "She definitely came here just now. Didn't you see the footprints near the pond?" "I'm not blind. I can see the footprints. But footprints are useless. I want the person alive. A real person. Stop wasting time. Find her for me. If you don't, I'll skin you alive." The two searched around the water, even checking the bushes, but still couldn't find Lin Lan's shadow. "Keep looking. I don't believe a little girl can slip out of my hands," the young man said angrily, kicking a big tree again. "With so much forest, where should I look?" Maybe Lin Lan went deep into the mountains. Deep into the mountains? Then let's go in too. The thug pushed Big-Nosed aside and told him to scout ahead. Big-Nosed person looked scared and kept stepping back. "You can't go into the deep mountains. There are tigers, bears, and wolves, dangerous animals that eat people. Only hunters dare to go there. So what should we do? We can't just let this good opportunity slip away. Today, her tough guy isn't home, and she's just a woman. We can easily control her." Lin Lan kept watching outside. Was there anything she didn't understand? It turned out these two people had been following her, trying to kidnap her while Su Yongchuan was away. Big-Nosed person was an accomplice, and the rough man was probably Lin Bai's enemy. "I know that too. But I can't find anyone. We saw her go up the mountain ourselves." "Who knew she'd be so alert?" Big-Nosed person said helplessly. "Stop wasting time. Go into the woods and find her. Keep looking until you do." Big-Nosed person shook his head in fear. "No, I won't go. I don't want to feed the wild animals." "Not going? Fine. Pick a spot then." The young man grinned wickedly, his eyes shining coldly. "Pick a spot? What do you mean?" "Where to bury her. Tell me which place you like, and I'll make sure your last wish is granted." "Please, let me go." "Let you go? Don't forget, you came to us first. If you don't hand her over, we're not finished with you, but her legs are on her body." "How can I control that?" Lin Lan was anxious. So, Big-Nosed person had been watching her all along. No wonder he knew Su Yongchuan wasn't home today. "Go into the deep mountains and find her. If you can't find her, see how we deal with you." Big-Nosed person felt bitter inside. He wished he hadn't messed with these thugs. Lin Lan kept making them suffer setbacks. They weren't happy and wanted to teach her a lesson. Yesterday, she went to town to get medicine for her foot injury. She overheard them talking about how to cause trouble for Lin Bai. He got excited and went over to join in. But unexpectedly, he got himself caught in the mess. "Why are you just standing there? Let's go." Finally, the two of them walked into the deep mountains one after the other. After they were far away, Lin Lan came out of her space. She stared at the deep mountains for a long time, but decided not to go in. First, she had been living in a society with laws for a long time, so she wouldn't hurt anyone. Second, the mountains were very dangerous. She'd leave those two to the wild animals. And then there was Su Yongchuan. The woman looked at him with a troubled expression. This matter concerned her family's reputation, but the man had also helped their family before. She felt very torn. Seeing her expression, Su Yongsheng understood she probably knew some secrets. "Brother-in-law, just tell me." Because of this, Bai Shaoling has caused chaos in our home. And if she wants to leave her husband, let her do it. But she's also blaming us, accusing us unfairly. "Don't you think that's wrong?" "I really don't know anything." The woman looked evasive. Su Yongchuan took out a handful of copper coins and handed them to her. "Sister-in-law, Take these to buy some meat for the children. Brother Yongchuan, you shouldn't do that. Take it. It's a small token of my kindness. Since our older brother passed away, life has been hard for you and the children. It's just that I am not capable enough to help more. Sister-in-law, we are very grateful that you thought of bringing back my husband's belongings. Sister-in-law, just tell us the truth. If you tell me, I will never forget your kindness. As he spoke, Su Yongchuan pushed more coins into her hand. The woman hurriedly refused. Brother Yongchuan, enough, enough. Don't give me any more. The children looked longingly at the coins in her hand. The woman felt a lump in her throat. Without her husband, she was a woman leading her children through tough times. They hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in a long while. She patted her child's head and finally, in her heart, she apologized to her ancestors. Ancestors, it's not that I don't value family ties. It's just that he was my benefactor, and he helped us with money. I really can't bear it anymore. Finally, the woman clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. Brother Yongchuan, I really don't know what happened with that matter. But every time I mention it, my family members act secretive. I suspect there's more to it. If you ask who is the kindest person in our Bai family, it would be Uncle San. The most cunning one is the second household by Xiaoling's family. I also suspect something, but it's just guesses. I can't be sure. If you want to know the truth, you should ask my third aunt. Your third aunt. Su Yongchuan understood her implication. She was saying that the second household was probably not involved and it was most likely the third household. I'm going to find my third aunt and her husband to ask clearly. After he died, the third aunt had a hard time and decided to remarry with her daughter. The woman sighed. Remarried? Where did she go? It seems she remarried in the town. Brother Yongchuan, if you trust me, I can help you find out. Others might not know, but our old lady definitely does. Then I'll leave it to my sister-in-law. The woman waved her hand. I should be thanking you. Sister-in-law, next time you pass by our village, please come in and visit. Su Yongchuan walked home feeling relaxed. When he arrived, he saw Lin Lan hurriedly coming down from the mountain. Why did you go up the mountain alone? And what were you doing? Su Yongchuan, someone is trying to catch me. Hearing this, Su Yongchuan looked serious.
Who?
Who is trying to catch you? It's Big-Nosed. He's working with people from the town to catch me and sell me. Su Yongchuan's face darkened like a pot's bottom. He turned and headed up the mountain, also touching the dagger at his waist. This dagger hadn't been used for a while, but it was time to sharpen it again. The forest was huge, stretching endlessly. He wandered for 2 hours but didn't see Big-Nosed or anyone else. So he had to go back home. As soon as he arrived, Lin Lan asked anxiously, Did you find anyone? Su Yongchuan shook his head. No, I saw them go deep into the mountain myself. That's brave of them, going deep into the mountain, Su Yongchuan sneered. Yes, they should be eaten by tigers for all I care. The 2 people on the mountain. Although the thug forced Big-Nosed into the deep woods, he still listened to what he said. Knowing the forest was dangerous, they only looked around the outskirts and then left. They didn't believe Lin Lan, a woman, would dare go deep into the mountain. When they couldn't find anyone, the thug had no choice but to give up. Keep a close eye on her. If she gets separated, you know what to do. The thug threatened Big-Nosed fiercely before leaving. From now on, no one is allowed to go up the mountain alone. It's too dangerous. Su Yongchuan frowned, his eyes deep and serious. I've been up the mountain many times. I thought it was safe. Lin Lan's gaze was firm. She wouldn't let them get away with it. She couldn't catch the thug for now, but she could deal with Big-Nosed. No talking back. Su Yongchuan has returned, and Lin Lan suddenly feels more confident. She is no longer afraid. Hearing this, she smiles and says, Su Yongchuan, do you know what you look like just now? Like what? Like my dad. Stop talking back, Su Yongchuan says helplessly. By the way, did you go to Bai's village? Did you find anything? Yes, there is some inside information, but it's just a guess. We need to find the right person to uncover the true face of the Bai family. Who are we looking for? Someone from the 3rd branch of the Bai family. Once we find the person, we can settle the score with the Bai family. But I'm worried that my aunt and others might not handle it well. Su Yongchuan sighs. My uncle and aunt are kind people. They wouldn't expect such bad intentions from others. It's understandable that the old master might mistake the brothers for each other because they look alike. I hope she behaves herself in the future and doesn't bother me, Lin Lan says with a slight smile. If life gets too dull, she wouldn't mind taking care of her early. Seeing that she is fine, Su Yongchuan says, let's not talk about them. When I was passing through the wheat field, I saw the weeds already sprouting. If we don't pull them out, they'll compete with the wheat for nutrients. He then goes to the back of the house to get a hoe, and before leaving, he reminds her, stay at home and don't go out. I'll be back soon. Got it, go ahead. With so many people in the village, as soon as she calls out, someone will come over. Even if they are a bit arrogant, they wouldn't dare to steal during the daytime. And the Zhang family lives right next door, so she isn't afraid at all. After Su Yongchuan leaves, Lin Lan empties the contents of her basket onto the ground and sorts them. First, wild celery, perfect for stir-fry at noon. Next, a few clam shells with a small basin of small fish and shrimp at the bottom. She plans to clean the fish and shrimp first, then fry them after lunch. Then, she begins to clean the clam shells. She boils them in hot water until they open their mouths, revealing the fat, juicy clam meat. Lin Lan first opens all the shells. Today, these shells are ordinary. There are no pearls inside. While busy, she hears Zhang Xiaoyun's voice. Cousin-in-law, are you at home? Yes, the door isn't locked. Just push it open. Zhang Xiaoyun carried a basket into the house and saw Lin Lan tidying up some shells. She asked, sister-in-law, do you like eating these? Yes, they are quite tasty. Once I prepare them, I'll send you a bowl. Good. Xiaoyun, why are you here? Zhang Xiaoyun suddenly remembered something and felt a bit embarrassed. She was curious when she saw Lin Lan cooking, so she forgot her main reason for coming. The chicks are back. I brought a few to send to you. She put down her basket as she spoke. Chicks? Let me see. Lin Lan put down her work and leaned her head to look into the basket. Inside, a few tiny chicks about the size of a fist were squished together, chirping happily. They all had soft, golden feathers and looked very cute. Wow, they grow fast. Hey, I didn't hatch them. It was my sister. I heard she was incubating some eggs, so I took some to her house. Now they're ready, and she's bringing them back today. What about your sister? Why didn't she come to visit us? It was her husband who brought the chicks. He said they were busy at home, so he just left them and left. Next time you see your sister, tell her thanks for me. No need. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. She'll bring her family back then. You can tell her yourself. That's fine. When she returns, invite her to our house for a meal. Su Yongchuan carried a hoe and went to the fields. Passing by the hillside, he saw the Debita family working the land from afar. The Debita family saw him, and their noses weren't noses and their eyes weren't eyes, very angry. Only Debita's eyes looked a bit shy. Su Yongchuan smirked, thinking he was quick to run away. When Su Yongchuan returned, Lin Lan had already finished cooking. The table had stir-fried shell meat, a plate of wild celery salad, and a dish of fried rice shrimp. After washing his hands, he received a bowl from Lin Lan. Take this to Uncle and the others. Let them try it too. Are you worried that Bai Xiaoling will miss us? Lin Lan rolled her eyes at him. There's no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days without being caught. If we're afraid she'll miss us, should we just stop living? Should we stop seeing Uncle and the others? Su Yongchuan pinched her face with a smile. Right. We live our own lives. We respect those we should, and what she thinks doesn't matter. In short, my things are not worth her concern. By the way, Sharon brought some chicks today. I think they probably won't want to accept payment for the work, but we can't let them lose both their wages and eggs. Are the chicks hatching? Yes, I kept the chicks in a basket and placed it in the backyard. After dinner, we still need to build a cage for them. Su Yongchuan nodded. Okay, I'll deliver them all together. Then he took his bowl and went to the other side of the field. Uncle, Annie, my wife cooked some clam meat and brought it to you to try. Great. Thank you, Zhang Dezhu sighed. Because of Bai Xiaoling, Lin Lan had distanced herself from them a few days ago. Luckily, this girl is generous. After being upset, she still brought them something. Smelling the delicious clam meat, Su's wife said, "It smells so good." Xiaolan's cooking is always excellent. She quickly took the plate and placed it on the table. By the way, Auntie, I brought you the money for the eggs. I think I won't need to pay you for the work, Su Yongchuan said with a smile. Zhou Lanhua glared at him. You kid, it's just a few eggs. Why do you insist on giving money? Andy, this money should be given. Take it. If you keep being so distant, I might have to scold you, she said firmly, shoving the money back into his hand. Looking at the fragrant, oil-splattered clam meat, Bai Shaoling salivated eagerly, wanting to try it. Mom, let's not refuse. We should eat first. Zhou Lanhua quickly protected her bowl. This is something they brought to show respect to me and your father. What right do you have to eat it? Lin Lan nodded. It's cold, so cold it cuts to the bone. Don't go into the pond again. If you get frozen, you'll catch a cold. I know, I understand. I just can't help thinking about it. She picked up a piece of clam meat and put it in her mouth. Spicy and fresh, crunchy and sweet. So delicious. Su Yongchuan glanced at her. Come on, you're really just after the pearls inside the clams. Lin Lan didn't deny it. You're not wrong. If I find pearls, that's a bonus. But even without pearls, the meat is good. I just don't have enough time. If I had more time, we could roast clam meat with vermicelli. First, I'll marinate the clams. When the fire is ready, I'll put the clams back in their shells, add some vermicelli on top, and pour garlic and chili sauce over. That would taste amazing. Hearing her description, Su Yongchuan raised an eyebrow. Where do you get all these strange ideas? Lin Lan stayed silent. After eating, Lin Lan went to the backyard to feed the chicks some crushed rice and change their water. The chicks huddled together, fighting to peck at the rice. In the kitchen, the sound of chopsticks clinking came from Su Yongchuan washing dishes. They rested for a while before heading to the back mountain together. In the bamboo forest, a gentle breeze blew. Leaves rustled, and it was very cool. The air carried a scent of bamboo leaves. Su Yongchuan chose two of the biggest bamboo stalks to cut, but suddenly, he moved quickly and grabbed a bamboo leaf. Did you catch something? Let me see. He took her hand and showed her what he had caught. It's a bamboo weevil. When we get back, I'll roast it for you. Lin Lan's eyes lit up. Kids in the countryside knew about these. When she was young, she had roasted and eaten them with friends. She didn't expect to find them here. Let me look around. Are there more nearby? I only saw these two. The kids often run around in the woods. These are their snacks. There probably aren't many more. These two are probably leftovers. All right, let's cut some bamboo and go home to make chicken cages. The place where they cut bamboo wasn't far from the thatched hut. They just rolled the bamboo down the hill. The bamboo rolled down the slope and eventually fell near the hut. When they got home, Su Yongchuan started making woven chicken cages. Lin Lan asked, how about we cook some river snails for dinner tonight? Sounds good. You decide. Su Yongchuan wasn't picky about food, but lately Lin Lan had spoiled his taste buds. Lin Lan moved a small stool and sat by the sink, washing snails. First, she brushed off the green algae from the shells, then cut off the snail tails. She took a knife, pressed one hand on the snail to hold it steady, and used the other hand to cut at the tail with force. With a snap, it was done. After cutting the snails, she also made a chicken cage. She placed a bamboo cage in the corner of the wall and used 2 wooden sticks to fix it in place. Once the cage was secure, she went to Zhang's house and brought some straw to line the bottom of the cage. When she finished setting up the cage and put the chicks inside, Lin Lan carried a wooden basin to the kitchen. Su Yongchuan finished fixing the cage and went to the stove to start a fire. Is it okay to put such small chicks in the cage? What if a weasel comes to steal them at night? Probably. It's not a big problem. When the pot was hot, Lin Lan scooped some lard from a jar and put it in. The white pork fat slowly melted into clear oil. Once the oil was ready, she added chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, spicy peppers, and a few Sichuan peppercorns to release their aroma. When the smell filled the air, she poured in the snails and stir-fried them. After a while, she added salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings, then added some water, covered the pot, and let it simmer for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Meanwhile, Lin Lan sliced eggplants into finger-thick strips and placed them in the rice cooker to steam. Later, she planned to make a cold eggplant dish, which is quick and tasty. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Lon uncovered the pot to check. Steam rose and bubbles bubbled in the pot. She picked up a snail, put it in her mouth, and sucked. The snail meat came out of the shell and into her mouth. Su Yongchuan, turn off the fire and come eat. The setting sun cast a golden glow, turning the sky orange red. The two sat facing each other at a stone table, with a big bowl of stir-fried snails in front of them. The snails were black, with red chili peppers, green peppers, yellow ginger shreds, white garlic, colorful and very appetizing. Su Yongchuan, try it. Is it delicious? Lin Lon looked at him eagerly, but he couldn't suck out the snail meat. I can't get it. But the juice inside the shell tastes pretty good. Of course. Otherwise, how could snail noodles be so popular? It's all about the fresh and fragrant snail flavor. Watch closely, like this. Lin Lon picked up a snail to demonstrate. She used the thin end of her chopsticks to poke hard into the shell, then sucked with her mouth, and the snail meat was pulled out easily. Come, give it a try. Remember, poke first, then suck. After Su Yongchuan successfully ate the snail meat, Lin Lon started to show off. How is it? Tasty, right? Yes. It smells really good. Su Yongchuan, let's have a drink. Snail wine makes you feel better the more you drink. In modern times, during summer, snails and beer are a perfect match. You said that last time, too. That doesn't matter. Drinking is all about the mood. Lin Lon ran into the room, quickly bringing out a jar of wine. Then Su Yongchuan took a big cup and she took a small one. Actually, it's more like a sip. Su Yongchuan looked at her deeply. By the time she finished eating the snail, the moon was high in the sky, and Su Yongchuan was drunk. I'll help you to your room to rest. Su Yongchuan cooperated completely, being very obedient. Before she finished cleaning up, she was already snoring loudly. Lin Lon poured water on her, turned around, and left the room, gently closing the door. She wondered in her heart, when did Su Yongchuan start snoring so loudly? Or was she sleeping so deeply that she didn't hear it? The silver moon hung like a hook in the sky, and the stars blinked playfully. Under the cold moonlight, Lin Lon quietly opened the door of her home and tiptoed toward the east end of the village. There was a mill there, where villagers ground rice and flour. In the afternoon, she passed by the field and heard the big-nosed wife complaining that her husband wasn't working and that their family was almost out of rice, yet he kept going out to socialize. The big-nosed wife's eyes widened like cow eyes. You don't understand anything. There are so many people during the day, and you have to queue to grind rice. I think it's better at night. No one around, and you can grind however you want. Sure enough, as she reached the east end of the village, she heard the faint sound of rice being ground in the mill. The oil lamp cast a faint yellow glow, illuminating a small figure on the wall. Lin Lan se ne gon li. Big-nosed wife, get ready for the surprise I've prepared for you. Inside the mill, the big-nosed wife was pushing the millstone with her bare arms. She occasionally slapped her arms to chase away the mosquitoes clinging to her. Her mind was still thinking about what happened in the woods. How did Lin Lon manage to escape? Did she see through their plan? Or did she accidentally avoid it? This afternoon, I saw her again. She didn't act differently from usual, still ignoring them as always. So, she probably ran away by accident. But she had been following her to the water pond, so how did she suddenly disappear? Suddenly, a cold wind blew, causing the oil lamp to flicker and cast long shadows on the wall, slowly changing shape. The shadow showed a snarling face, not a human anymore. Nosy Big Nose froze, staring at the shadow. His whole body shivered. Before he could react, with a loud bang, the door of the mill slammed shut. The oil lamp flickered twice and then went out, leaving only the wick smoking faintly. In the middle of the night, where did the wind come from? The moonlight silently seeped through the window cracks, making the mill look even more eerie. Suddenly, a sharp noise came from the roof, like someone scratching the tiles with fingernails, without feeling pain. It made Big Nose break out in cold sweat. Who's there? Come out. Stop pretending to be ghosts. He was answered by even louder scratching sounds, as if something was trying to break through the roof. Nosy Big Nose sat on a branch of the big banyan tree, looking down at him. One hand holding his phone, the other holding a pear he was about to eat. The pear had just been taken from the fridge, still steaming. He bit into it, crunch, sizzle, so fresh, so cool, so sweet. He shook the pear, and the water from it dripped through a big hole in the mill into the mill house. It landed on Big Nose, icy cold, chilling him to the bone. Is this ghostly energy? What is making that crunching sound? Something is eating. Come out. Dare to tease me? Just watch, I'll tear you apart, Big Nose said firmly, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a trembling tone mixed in. This was too strange. He had lived over 20 years and had never seen anything like tonight's strange events. The mill was silent, only his echo bouncing in the air. Then, a more bizarre sound came, like something crawling out of a rotten grave.
Help!
Someone help! There's a ghost, a ghost! Big Nose couldn't keep his composure anymore. He grabbed the door latch with both hands and jumped around, afraid something would grab his feet. But the door was tightly locked. How could he open it?
Lin lan silentizo mai.
This scary sound effect is from a certain TV show. It was the ultimate nightmare from childhood. This treasure, Lin Lan, looked for it for a long time, and now she finally used it. Help! Someone help! There's a ghost. In the mill, a man's hoarse voice pounded on the door, his hands slamming against the wood, his face full of fear. When the time was right, Lin Lan's mind moved, and she had some paper money in her hand. The white paper, shining under the cold moonlight, added to the eerie atmosphere. Grandma used to burn paper offerings on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, so these items were always kept in the small yard. Lin Lan didn't want to erase her grandma's life traces, so she kept these things. Unexpectedly, now these things were cheap enough for a big nose drip. The scary sound effect, the sound of nails scratching tiles, and cold, mocking laughter followed him like shadows, wrapping him tightly. Big Nose Drip sweat profusely, trembling all over, shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, white things fell from the roof. He casually caught one, looked at it briefly, and then retracted his hand as if it had been burned. Then, with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Great Spirit, spare me. I'm a good person. A good person. Please spare my life. Lin Lan curled her lips. If he was a good person, then there would be no bad people in the world. White paper money fell like snowflakes, covering Big Nose Drip and filling the mill. Big Nose Drip felt as if he had fallen into an icy cellar, his whole body no longer able to produce any warmth. The spot where he knelt slowly seeped out warm liquid. Lin Lan looked disgusted. She was actually scared into wetting herself. But she wasn't planning to let him go. Next, she pinched her throat and moved her cheeks a few times. Then, with her red lips parted, a series of old, raspy voices came from her lively face. You little brat, you're so wicked, with boils on your head and pus on your feet. I'm an old man, cursed for 8 generations, your ancestor. Now look at this. Originally, I was happily in the 17th level of hell, but because of you, I've been sent down to the 18th level. The king of hell even said that if you don't change your ways, I'll never be allowed to reincarnate. You little bastard, doing bad things and dragging me down with you. Tonight, I must take you away, so you won't cause me more trouble. Are you my grandpa? At this moment, a white shadow flickered outside the window. Calling Grandpa won't help. My old man insists on taking you downstairs today. Grandpa, you taught me that people shouldn't only think of themselves, or else they'll be punished. Lin Lan's mouth twitched. She still followed her instincts. I'm taking you away now. Big Nosed was constantly shrinking back into the barn, staying far from the door, afraid he might get caught inside. Don't come in. If you dare, I'll dig up your grave tomorrow. I don't have unfilial grandchildren like you. I'm taking you away right now. Outside, the white shadows flickered more intensely, and the window seemed about to break. Grandpa, I'm your real grandson. You can't. I'm not just your grandson. Losing you wouldn't matter much. Anyway, keeping you alive only adds to your sins and troubles me. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I won't do bad things anymore. You're just trying to fool ghosts. You only did something bad today. Big Nose heart sank. No wonder. There's an old saying, people do wrong, and heaven watches. I won't dare again. I will always watch over you. Always, always, always. The old voice echoed like a spell, surrounding Big Nosed. He couldn't take it anymore and squeezed out of the window. He ran away, crawling and rolling, not caring about the distance. He ran straight toward the village, shouting, "Grandpa, don't follow me. Don't follow me." After he left, Lin Lon turned off her phone and threw it into her space. She climbed down from the big banyan tree. "Tiske peske, see if you dare to do bad things again." Then she opened the barn, collected the paper money into her space. Nothing was left behind. Once she was sure she hadn't missed anything, she strolled home under the moonlight. Behind a large rock more than 10 meters from the barn, a pair of eyes watched everything quietly. Looking at that graceful figure, his pupils deepened. What exactly is she missing? What does that mean? His family said he went to the mill at night to grind rice, and then he never came back. Lin Lon paused, realizing he was scared away. Really no courage but still trying to do bad things? Maybe he felt guilty about something. I think so too, Su Yongchuan said, looking at her deeply. Do you want to sleep a little longer? No, let's go to the fields and weed together today. At the village chief's house. Early in the morning, he was surrounded by the DeBit family. Village chief, our eldest son, is missing. Please help us find him. Otherwise, how will a single mother and her children survive? Lu Tsuehua tugged at the village chief's sleeve, crying with tears and snot. The village chief finally pulled away his sleeve, wiping his nose. Speak properly. Stop pulling and tugging like that. Lu Tsuehua told him the story again through her tears. The village chief looked serious and immediately gathered some strong men to search outside the village. Lin Lon and Su Yongchuan went to the wheat field. Today, everyone in the village was talking about this. How could DeBit just disappear? Who knows? Maybe he was taken by the flower pickers. Come on, flower pickers only take children, not grown men. Last night, I faintly heard noises from the mill, and it didn't sound like a person. A gasp of shock spread among the crowd. Are you saying the mill is haunted? No way. The mill has been built for many years and has always been peaceful. Who knows? Anyway, I won't go to the mill at night ever again. Hey, stop talking. You're giving me goosebumps. Su Yongchuan and his wife kept working in the field, ignoring the chatter. They never found a bit, and gradually, the matter faded away. As it was time to eat, Lin Lon went home first to cook. The wild celery in the jar had already turned sour. Lin Lon planned to stir-fry it with pork for a tasty dish. She looked at the fish swimming happily in the water jar, then decided to make pickled fish. First, she killed the fish, chopped the pork into small pieces, choosing a mix of fat and lean meat, and prepared the pickled vegetables. Once the oil in the pot was hot, she stir-fried the pork until fragrant, then added salt, soy sauce, and finally the pickled vegetables to stir-fry together. Just before the dish is ready, add a little chicken essence. Wait until the minced meat is cooked, then fry the fish until both sides are golden brown. Next, sauté the aromatic ingredients, add the pickled vegetables, and stir-fry until fragrant. Once fragrant, add the fish and simmer together. During this time, Lin Lon washed some fruit to eat. On a hot day, eating something frozen is very refreshing. She casually threw the strawberry stems into the trash. It was mealtime, and Su Yongchuan returned home carrying a hoe. Lin Lon helped scoop some water into a basin. On the main hall's dining table, there was a bowl of pickled fish and a bowl of minced meat with pickled vegetables. These wild celery are quite fragrant, Su Yongchuan said after a bite of rice and minced meat with pickled vegetables, feeling very satisfied. Of course, I can't fool you. Eat up, enjoy yourself. I specially added an extra bowl of rice for lunch. Su Yongchuan paused while serving food. She always had a way of unintentionally touching his heart. He was curious about how she could make her voice sound like an elderly person's. And where did those strange sounds come from? Mixing so many different sounds together, even the best voice artist might not be able to do it. Eat. What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? No flowers, just rice, Su Yongchuan said as he picked up a grain of rice from her mouth and naturally put it into his own. Lin Lan's face warmed up.
Gross.
Don't eat it anymore. Su Yongchuan looked up and glanced at her with a clear smile in his eyes. I've never eaten that, Lin Lan felt more convinced that this person was not serious at all. It took 2 days for them to remove all the weeds from the field. During this time, a happy event happened in Baihua village. Old Liang from the end of the village went door to door announcing that his family was having a celebration tomorrow and invited everyone to join the feast. Uncle Yang, your daughter is getting married? That's so sudden. I hadn't heard anything before, said a woman, expressing everyone's thoughts. Old Liang rubbed his hands and chuckled. It's fate. It's our daughter's destiny. Old Liang has a daughter, said to be the only girl in several generations, so she was quite spoiled. She is 25 this year, with a big waist and broad shoulders, her arms almost as thick as some people's thighs. Her waist is 2 circles larger than a water bucket. When she moves slightly, her whole body's flesh trembles. The facial features were crowded together, with eyes that seemed almost unable to stay open, like a thick layer of fat splitting apart. More importantly, she was known as a curse to her husbands, said to have caused the death of 3 fiancés. No matter what people said, the Liang family was very kind to their daughter. Not marrying, but inviting a son-in-law. Our family is holding a celebration tomorrow. Everyone come. The Liang family wondered whether the curse was real. If it was true, and she married someone who then died, the in-laws would surely blame her. After thinking it over, the family decided to invite a man to marry her. If he also died, it would be at their home, and no one could do anything about it. At this moment, at the end of the village, the young man from the old Liang family sat in the yard, angry but unable to speak. If Lin Lan were here, she would recognize him as the person who, that day, with a big nose, had cornered her by the pond. That day at the market, some troublemakers had been teasing Lin by saying silly things. Others just talked for fun and then moved on, but he was truly concerned about that incident. He was thinking about how to use Lin Lan to lure out Lin Bai and gain a big reward when the big-nosed troublemaker suddenly came to him. They quickly agreed that the troublemaker would watch Lin Lan's movements and, when she was alone, kidnap her to the town. They planned to use her to attract Lin Bai, then send him away to exchange for a large sum of silver. But things didn't go as planned, and the troublemaker hadn't made a move for several days. The young man grew impatient and decided to go to the village to find him. But just as he reached the small woods, he was knocked out. When he woke up, he was lying on the bed of the Liang family's young lady, with a cut on his ankle. The sharp pain told him that his tendons had probably been cut. Suddenly, he saw the face of the Liang girl, and a troublemaker shouted in fear, "Ghost!" Then, he rolled off the bed and tried to run. When he realized he couldn't escape, he struggled to move toward the door. Having spent many years in the streets and alleys, he had never seen such a terrifying woman. The thought that she wanted him to marry her made him feel worse than death. But the Liang girl simply tugged gently at his leg, pulling him back to her feet. She claimed he had ruined her reputation, and if he didn't marry her, she would send him to the officials, who would punish him and exile him. The thug was frightened. Although he often bullied the weak, when he became the vulnerable one, he felt the same fear and anxiety. "Big sister, we can talk nicely. Don't always go to the officials, you're scaring people." "Nonsense. I have only one question. Are you going to marry me or not?" The girl from the Liang family grabbed his chin, her bright green eyes shining with intensity. Her eyes are just eyes, her nose is just nose, and she's quite good-looking, just what she liked. Better than the previous few, who were no good. In the end, the thug had to lower his proud head. Whether he went to the frontier or stayed in Baihua village, as long as he was smart, he would know what to choose. The Liang family was very happy. Worried about possible problems, they immediately arranged the marriage papers at the county and decided to hold the wedding the next day. At this moment, Uncle Yang looked very happy, and the villagers came to congratulate him. "That's really good news. Your daughter is getting married, and you've finally settled a big worry." "Yes, Now we just wait to see the grandchildren. Uncle Yang was so happy his eyes and eyebrows fluttered. Thank you all for your good wishes. Everyone, come tomorrow. After Uncle Yang left, everyone started chatting excitedly. Some even bet on how long the groom would live. The next day, Sue's family arrived early at the old house to invite Lin Lan to go to Uncle Liang's house for the celebration. In the village, everyone was close-knit. When someone had good news, others would come to celebrate with them. The gift money was not much, just 10 coins was enough. White Xiaoling was very upset. Why wasn't she the one going to the wedding? Zhou Lanhua simply said, Sue's family is the eldest sister-in-law, so it's proper for her to represent old Zhang's family. When they arrived, most villagers had already gone. The Liang family was all smiles, especially Liang and I. Her eyes were small, but when she smiled, the tiny slit disappeared. She was quite plump, almost bursting out of her wedding dress. Everyone was curious about what the groom looked like. Even when a matchmaker came to pick up the bride, she had to go to the groom's house to fetch him. Sure enough, when the donkey cart approached, everyone gathered around curiously. When Lin Lan saw the groom on the ox cart, she froze. Wasn't that who? Apparently, the groom saw her too. Their eyes met, filled with resentment. If it weren't for Lin Lan, how could he have ended up like this? Why are you looking at me? Let's go. Seeing him keep staring at Lin Lan, Liang and I felt a bit annoyed. She pulled his arm and led him onto the donkey cart, her movements not very gentle. The thug, helpless, had no choice but to look away. He limped after her into the main room. After 3 bows, he never came out again. The women saw this scene and understood what was happening. No wonder this man, who looked quite handsome, was willing to marry Liang and I. It was because he had a leg problem. Su Yongchuan, guess who I saw today? During a nap, Lin Lan rolled into Su Yongchuan's arms. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her upper body against him. She blinked playfully at him. Who? Su Yongchuan wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. She was soft and gentle, like a feather. Lin Lan stretched out a finger and traced his lips. That thug who tried to block me on the mountain the other day. I didn't expect he would become the son-in-law of the Liang family. The man took her finger into his mouth. Uncle Liang said it already. His daughter is destined to be with someone. And what's even stranger is that he is a limp. Lin Lan remembered that the last 2 times she saw him, his legs were fine, and he was quite fast. Maybe he was beaten and made to limp. Those kinds of people often offend others. Being beaten and limping is just punishment. I think so too. It's like fate. But living in the same village with him later, it feels a bit uncomfortable. Don't worry, he can't do anything. You don't know how much the Liang family treasures their chubby daughter. I can see that. If it weren't for her being precious, they wouldn't have raised her like that. Plus, they have 2 sons who even allow her to find a husband. So, for the sake of their daughter, they have to keep a close eye on him. Both of them were close and full of youthful energy. Su Yongchuan suddenly turned over and pressed her down. That's true. Lin Lan smiled brightly, making the room seem a bit brighter. Su Yongchuan's eyes sparkled. He quickly kissed her lips and, with a flick of his finger, unfastened her dress. Just as their breathing grew uneven and their clothes half off, Su Yongchuan suddenly rolled off the bed. He lowered his eyes, hiding the emotions in them. I was sweating this morning and didn't take a shower. Lin Lan paused. This awkward feeling was really uncomfortable. He also seemed a bit strange. He liked to keep clean, but not to the point of obsessiveness, and he wasn't so dirty that he needed a bath to stop him. Su Yongchuan, you go to sleep. I need to check the fields this afternoon. When I come back, I saw a lot of weeds growing. Lin Lan turned over angrily, giving him the back of her head, as if she was annoyed. In the afternoon, the 2 of them were pulling weeds in the field when they saw the women running quickly. They were shouting. Everyone stopped working in the fields. Go see the excitement at Bai's house. They're giving out sweets. Lin Lan looked up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Auntie, what are you so excited about? Could it be that Bai's son passed the imperial exam? Looking at the date, the results should be announced in these days. Let's go see. The women stopped working and carried their hose to Bai's house. Wu Qianyan also came by. When she saw Lin Lan, her expression changed a little.
Lin Lan.
Why are you looking at her? He has nothing to do with that by Family Guy. Don't you want to go see? Su Yongchuan asked softly. People I don't know. What's there to see? Lin Lan lowered her head, kept working, pulled out a handful of weeds, and threw them aside. In front of Bai's thatched house, a large group of women had gathered, chattering excitedly. An older woman was holding a basket, handing out candies one by one. Actually, it was just one piece of candy per person. Bai's family didn't have much labor, and they had to support a student, so their family wasn't well off. The women received candies and kept praising, as if they were giving away money. Her auntie, it's because your son is promising. After passing the exam, our village will have a scholar. Not educated? What exam? That's the court exam. Only after passing it can you become a scholar. I don't know much about these things. By the way, this is a big happy event for our village. Bai's old woman kept smiling and accepting everyone's praise. Wu Qianyun also said many auspicious words. Qianyun, after thinking for so many days, have you decided? If you've made up your mind, just give us a clear answer. We need to reply to others. It's not good to keep everyone waiting. At night, the village chief's wife went to visit Wu Qianyun's room, and the two women whispered quietly. Wu Qianyun bit her lip and said, Mom, let's cancel that marriage proposal. Are you sure about this? Wu Qianyun nodded slowly. The village chief's wife sighed. She was young once, too, and she understood her daughter's feelings. She patted her hand and said earnestly, Qianyun, the Bai family boy has been popular lately, but the road to fame is not easy. After the provincial exams, there are court exams, and then you have to go to the capital for the imperial exams. Passing the local exams is just the first step on the path to success, and it will cost a lot of money afterward. If you really choose him, you must be prepared to endure hardships. Wu Qianyun believed her mother's words without doubt. After all, her family ancestors had been scholars, so she understood these things well. If you've made up your mind, we can find someone to deliver the message, the village chief's wife said, shaking her head. Her daughter was already 16, and it was time to get married. Mom, don't be in such a hurry. Let me think about it. Wu Qianyun bit her lip. She had to admit, her mother's words left a deep impression on her. Although she liked the Bai family boy, she hesitated when she thought about the Bai family's financial situation. All right, take your time to think. When Zhou Lanhua received the news, she felt a bit disappointed. Zhang Dezhu was very relaxed and comforted her. It's okay. If this family doesn't work out, we'll look for another. Our Qian Shui is hardworking and good-looking. Why worry about not finding a wife? Our Qian Shui definitely won't have trouble finding a wife. I just think that girl Qianyun suits me well. If she married in, we get along nicely. Marriage is a big matter. You should ask Qian Shui for his opinion. After all, he's the one living with her. How can you decide for him? It's not like you're marrying her. You old fool, what are you talking about? If my judgment was so bad, wouldn't I have chosen the wrong wife for the eldest? Look at how happy they are now. Unlike the second one, whenever they mentioned Bai Shaoling, both parents felt a bit breathless. They quickly changed the subject. Zhang Dezhu shot her a sidelong glance. When Yongchuan got married, your face was almost as long as a donkey's. But now, the couple is living happily. Zhou Lanhua looked a little embarrassed. Are you still bringing up old things? At that time I was worried. Yongchuan was raised by me alone. Could I really watch him live a bad life? Anyway, I think I should ask the child's opinion. All right, I will ask Qian Shui tomorrow what kind he likes. Then I will find someone based on his standards. Is that okay? The next day was another market day. Su Yongchuan took a bunch of his collected game to the town. Before leaving, he said, I'm going out and will be back soon. You don't go anywhere. If you want anything, I'll bring it back for you. Just stay at home and don't go to the fields. Lin Lan was uninterested and waved him off. Got it. You go ahead.
I don't want anything.
I'll just stay at home, lie down, and do nothing. Su Yongchuan took a shortcut which was close. First, he went to the restaurant to sell the game, then stopped by the martial arts hall to ask about the situation. On his way back, he thought Lin Lan liked eating offal, and he liked it too. so he bought a big basket of large intestines. Lin Lan grabbed a handful of broken rice and threw it into the chicken bowl, then changed the water for the chickens. Then she picked up a hoe and went to the backyard. Before entering, she made sure to lock the front door. The vegetables in the backyard were growing well, already about a foot tall, moist and tender green, similar to the seedlings in the space. They were growing much better than the seedlings of this era, but the backyard was well taken care of, so no one could say anything. However, the vegetable seedlings were a bit crowded, so it was time to thin them out. Lin Lan pulled at the dense spots, pulling out a big bunch of seedlings. She also leveled the empty space nearby. The land had been plowed before, so she just needed to break up the big clumps of soil. After leveling the ground, she made some small holes with the hoe, chose the healthy seedlings and planted them. Then she watered them, and it was done. Zhang Qianshui went back to work at the dock. On the way, he happened to meet Wu Qianyan going to the town market. Zhang Qianshui knew about Zhou Lanhua finding a matchmaker to talk about their marriage. He thought the person was good, mainly because he trusted his mother's judgment. However, the Zhang family rejected it, and Zhang Qianshui didn't mind. Marriage was a big matter. If they didn't like him, it was understandable. On the road, he just glanced at Wu Qianyan and then looked away. Wu Qianyan's gaze was a bit complicated. The matchmaker had told their family that if she married in, the Zhang family would split up. When the time comes, the young couple will leave their family to live on their own, just like Lin Lan, free and happy. With Zhang Qianshui's skills and support from her family, her life will surely be good. But she just can't be satisfied. She has liked the Bai family boy for many years and now has no rival like Lin Lan. If she doesn't try, she feels she will regret it later. Qianyun, what are you looking at? The eldest sister-in-law nudged her. Nothing, I wasn't looking at anything. I was just thinking about how much I should sell my 2 embroidered handkerchiefs for, Wu Qianyan said. She is good at embroidery and often takes her work to the embroidery shop at the market, which makes her more capable than other village girls. I think your embroidery is getting better and better. The flowers look real. This time, we should ask the shopkeeper for a higher price. Hearing this, the wife of the Bai family became more interested. Later, when Wu Qianyan returned from town, a matchmaker came to visit. This time, she was talking about the Bai family scholar. The village head and his wife still had the same attitude. They neither refused nor agreed, just said they would think about it. When Su Yongchuan returned home, Lin Lan had already planted the fields. You're back. Her tone was neither cold nor warm. I bought a basket of large intestines. Let's fry them for lunch. Okay. Lin Lan washed her hands and went to her room. Su Yongchuan went to prepare the intestines himself. When the meal was ready, Su Yongchuan said, "There's not much work left in the fields now. Let's go stay in the mountains for a few days. First, it's easier since I go up and down the mountain every day. Second, it's safer in the mountains. But what about the chicks? I'll send the key to my aunt's house later. We can leave rice and bran outside, and they can help feed the chicks when they have time. That works." After setting down their bowls and chopsticks, Su Yongchuan went straight to old Zhang's house to explain. Zhou Lanhua immediately agreed. All right, go ahead. Since the weather isn't cold now, we can hunt more in the mountains and it will be better in winter. Don't worry about the chicks. We'll take care of them. And about the wheat fields, my uncle and I will check on them now and then. We'll pull out any weeds we see. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaoyan also said, "Cousin, leave it to me. You can rest assured." Su Yongchuan patted her head. Good. When we come back, I'll cook something nice to reward you. White Xiaoling blinked her eyes and asked, Yongchuan, how long will you stay up on the mountain? Facing her, Su Yongchuan simply said, Not sure. Will your sister-in-law get used to staying on the mountain? Maybe. Why are you asking so many questions? Just mind your own business. Zhang Qianhu quickly interrupted her. Whenever this woman opened her mouth, he felt nervous. He was afraid she might say something inappropriate and offend the whole family. Aren't I just caring about her? The Zhang family members all rolled their eyes. They had known her for a long time, and everyone knew her little tricks. She was just worried about what Lin Lan was holding. Second brother, go gather pig grass up on the mountain. Zhou Lanhua was almost worried to death. Last time, Bai Xiaoling suggested leaving the family, and she felt both happy and worried. She was happy because, without this troublemaker, the family could live more peacefully. But she was worried because Bai Xiaoling's appetite was too big. She needed 20 taels of silver. And now, with Qianhu's current weak health, she wasn't sure if he could be cured. If he couldn't be cured, what would happen to him in the future? While Su Yongchuan went to Zhang's house, Lin Lan was at home packing things to take to the mountain. Su Yongchuan said they would stay a few more days on the mountain, so they needed some clean clothes. They also needed rice, flour, oil, salt, and other supplies. They could find a spot to cook when they arrived. Just as she finished packing, Su Yongchuan pushed open the door. "Did you tell your aunt and them?" "Yes, Xiaoyan said she would come every day to feed the chickens. I promised her I'd cook something delicious when I returned to reward her. Aunt also said she would watch over the wheat fields for us so we can go with peace of mind." Lin Lan smiled and packed each item into the basket. Su Yongchuan took down the bow and quiver from the wall, then picked up the basket from the ground and put it on his back. "Let's go." The village women saw their large bundles and asked curiously, "Lin Lan, Yongchuan, are you planning to stay on the mountain?" Lin Lan nodded. "Yes, we plan to stay a few days. Since winter hasn't come yet, we want to stock up on some game." "That's good. Your family doesn't have land, so you have to buy grains. The harvest from the fields will come next year, so it's wise to prepare more," one auntie said with sympathy. Lin Lan smiled, and the two of them headed straight up the mountain. First, they put the items from the basket into the cave, leaving only a few pancakes. Then, the two of them headed up the mountain lightly loaded. "Su Yongchuan, do you want to go see the pond? I checked it this morning. There are only small fish and shrimps. Let's keep them for now. When we go back, we can get them together. When we return, you can take some fish and shrimps to give to Uncle and the others as drinks. We're not short of those anyway." "Okay." Su Yongchuan squinted her eyes, understanding that he was thinking of her and being considerate. "Let's go into the deep mountains. I just baked some pancakes. If we can't come down tonight, we can sleep in the treehouse." "Good, let's find a taller tree this time." They followed the small path up the mountain. When they reached a steep part, Su Yongchuan went ahead first, then reached out her hand to help her. While walking, something with a long tail suddenly flew out from the thorn bushes with a flapping sound. "A wild chicken." "It's a wild chicken," Lin Lan exclaimed happily. Su Yongchuan aimed her bow and shot an arrow. The arrow shone with a dark light and hit the wild chicken right in the chest. The wild chicken flapped its wings twice and clacked its claws, then stopped moving. Su Yongchuan walked over, picked up the chicken, and threw it into the basket. She then pulled out her arrow and put it back in the quiver. Lin Lan was seeing his archery skills for the first time and couldn't help but praise. "Wow, you're pretty good. You can even predict the chicken's speed and direction. These are basic skills for hunters," he said, but a slight smile appeared on Su Yongchuan's face. Lin Lan poked her head out and looked into the thorn bushes. "The wild chicken just came out from here. I want to see if it's nesting inside. Let me do it. These thorns are prickly and hurt a lot." After saying that, Su Yongchuan dove into the thorn bushes and caught several wild chicken eggs from the nest. The eggs were about 2/3 the size of regular chicken eggs. "Su Yongchuan, how many eggs did you find?" "Probably more than 10. Lin Lan gathered some leaves nearby and laid them at the bottom of the basket, then carefully placed the eggs inside. After collecting the eggs, Su Yongchuan held her hand and led her into the woods. Suddenly, a voice calling for help came from the wind, filled with unmistakable fear. They exchanged a quick look. Su Yongchuan held his hand tightly, and they hurried into the deeper forest. A brightly colored big tiger is climbing a tree, using its front paws to hold onto the branches. It lifts its large head and crouches, ready to gather strength to climb higher. On the tree, a thin figure is holding onto a branch, trembling and looking at the tiger with wide eyes. It is scared and pleading, "Please don't come closer, don't eat me. Su Yongchuan, help. Get out of the way." "I know." Lin Lan quickly hides behind a big tree, holding a machete. With a quick thought, he switches the phone to his other hand. Su Yongchuan draws his bow and shoots 3 arrows at the tiger. The arrows fly fast like shooting stars, heading straight for the tiger. The tiger senses danger and hears the whistling of the arrows. It tilts its head to the side and dodges two of them. Roar! The tiger turns its head back, eyes cold and shining. It roars angrily, startling the birds in the forest to fly away. Lin Lan grips his machete tightly, his fingertips turning white. Su Yongchuan feels like he is facing a big danger. He pulls more arrows from his back, planning to shoot another one. When the tiger sees them, it suddenly turns around and runs away, even though it has some wounds that haven't healed yet. Lin Lan is surprised to see the tiger's injuries. It turns out this is the same tiger that fought with the bear. Su Yongchuan, that is the injured tiger. The dim light in the forest doesn't affect Su Yongchuan's vision. He focuses on the tiger and sees the torn wound from the bear's claws. Since it has come close, he decides to take the chance and get rid of it while it is weak. He quickly orders, "Stay here and don't move." "I'm going after the tiger." "No, I want to go with you." "Stop." Before he finishes, a bright flash appears in his mind. His tongue twists and he says, "Fine, but you must stay behind me. If things look wrong, run immediately." "Okay." The two walk straight ahead without even glancing at the person in the tree. The tiger runs very fast and disappears in just a moment. But the tiger has been shot and also has wounds from the bear attack. As they pass, drops of fresh blood fall from the leaves and ground, marking the trail like signs. They follow the trail to the entrance of a cave. Inside, there is a strong smell of blood and a foul odor. It is definitely the tiger's den. Su Yongchuan, the tiger is inside. "Go hide now, be careful of its last-minute attack." As he spoke, Su Yongchuan drew his bow and aimed at the cave. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood filled the air. The tiger raised its paw and lunged at them fiercely. Su Yongchuan rolled on the ground with Lin Lan to avoid the tiger's sharp strike. After the attack, the tiger's wound tore even wider, and the smell of blood grew stronger. Finally, it collapsed heavily onto the ground. Su Yongchuan grabbed his machete, ready to strike. The tiger looked into the cave, tears in its eyes, and made a low, mournful sound. It seemed the cave responded with soft whimpering. It was then that they realized there were tiger cubs inside. Seeing the machete about to fall, Lin Lan shouted, "Su Yongchuan, stop. Don't kill it." The machete stopped just a centimeter from the tiger's head. The man turned around, his expression unclear. "Are you going to let it go?"
Yes.
"If we don't, the cubs inside will starve," Lin Lan said. She felt she was being overly kind, but she couldn't ignore a mother's concern. "Su Yongchuan, let's free it. Tigers are just tigers. They don't have human feelings." "Yes, they do. Look, the tiger knows it's about to die, and it's crying." It was strange, but the tiger seemed to understand their words. It looked up at them with tearful eyes, as if begging.
Su Yongchun
Really understood. In the end, he lowered the machete from the tiger's head. But this tiger is badly hurt. Even if we don't kill it, it might not survive. Let's leave it to fate. If it lives, it's lucky. If it doesn't, we'll help it bury. Su Yongchuan's face twitched at the words bury, which was quite fitting. Lin Lan looked at the tiger. "For the sake of the cubs, we won't kill you today. But these arrows are ours, and we need to take them." The tiger let out a soft cry, as if replying, then stretched out its front paws and slowly lay down on the ground. Lin Lan's heart was nervous as she approached the tiger. Su Yongchuan kept his eyes carefully fixed ahead, not daring to blink. Any slight movement from the tiger, and he was ready to strike with his knife. Lin Lan slowly approached the tiger. "Don't move. I won't hurt you. I just want to pull out the arrow. If I don't, you won't survive." After muttering a few words, she took action before the tiger could react and quickly pulled out the arrow.
Roar.
Roar! The tiger cried out in pain, trembling. It pawed at the ground with its front paws, quickly digging up a lot of dirt. "Let's go." Whether it survives depends on luck. While Su Yongchuan wasn't paying attention, she threw some things into the cave. They were anti-inflammatory medicines. If the tiger was smart, eating them might help it survive. If it died, she wouldn't hesitate to dismantle it for money. After all this fuss, it was getting dark. They reached the open space where the trees were, and the people in the trees were still holding onto the trunks, afraid to come down. Seeing the two return, one of them shouted, "Lin Lon, Su Yongchuan, did you kill the tiger?" Lin Lon looked up and glanced at the tree.
Oh.
It's an acquaintance. The scholar from the Bai family. Bai Cheng'en, what are you doing here? I was reading at home and got tired, so I came up the mountain to take a look. I accidentally got lost, Bai Cheng'en said, holding onto the tree trunk and sliding down. Lin Lon rolled her eyes and thought, never mind. She didn't care who he was. Su Yongchuan, let's go. We need to find a place to rest. Su Yongchuan withdrew his gaze from Bai Cheng'en and took charge, holding her small hand tightly. There's a big tree ahead, perfect for setting up camp. Lin Lon agreed. They had to guard the tiger's den and couldn't let others take advantage. Su Yongchuan led her to a large tree they could both hug. This one. Then both took a machete. Su Yongchuan cut small branches, and Lin Lon chose some vines to use for fixing the tree trunk later. Soon, a pile of wood and vines was gathered on the ground. Watching their busy work, Bai Cheng'en felt a bit helpless. He hesitated and walked over to them. Lin Lon, Su Yongchuan, can I help you with anything? Su Yongchuan looked up, showing impatience. Stay away from us, but it's already dark and the mountain path is steep. I'm afraid to go down alone. Can you, just for one night, let me stay? I promise to leave tomorrow. The tiger had already scared him out of his wits. He vowed never to go up the mountain again. No, you big man. Why are you so timid? Go away, stay far from us. Su Yongchuan, I said don't follow us. Su Yongchuan's tone was very cold. Bai Cheng'en moved his lips a few times, but didn't speak. He stood there like he was rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Get lost, Bai Cheng'en lowered his head, nervously twisting his fingers. He had finally seen two living people in the deep mountains. How could he leave? Lin Lon tugged at Su Yongchuan's sleeve. Let him stay. The mountains are dangerous, and he's just a weak scholar. If he goes down the mountain now, he might end up in trouble with wild animals. They're all from the same village. No deep grudges. There's no real need to hurt anyone. The original story about him is just a confusing mess. It's morally wrong not to help others, but it was also the original person's plan from the start. You're going to keep him. Su Yongchuan cut a piece of wood with a sharp sound. He threw the wood onto the ground, his eyes flashing with anger. Su Yongchuan, we're from the same village. Is that all? Su Yongchuan's tone softened a little. What else should I do? Hurry up and work. I'm hungry. Lin Lon winked at him to comfort him. Then she looked up at Bai Cheng'en and threw him a knife. Cut trees yourself, make a tree house like us. I can't, if you can't learn. We're not your parents, so we won't spoil you, Su Yongchuan. Talking like that made him feel much better inside. I'm warning you. This mountain is full of dangers, not just tigers. If you don't build a treehouse and wild animals come at night, don't bother us while we sleep. Lin Lon finished speaking and ignored him, focusing on tying vines. Bai Cheng'en had no choice but to pick up the axe and try to cut trees like Su Yongchuan. But he had never done farm work before. After a short while, his hands were covered with big blisters. He looked up toward Lin Lon. But Lin Lon was working smoothly with Su Yongchuan. She had no time to pay attention to him. More accurately, he saw him as nothing. When their eyes met, Lin Lon glared and scolded. What are you looking at? Have you finished your work? Huh, Su Yongchuan was annoyed that she was talking to Bai Cheng'en. You're the same. Do your work. Why are you humming? If you hum again.
Su Yongchun.
He took the lead and turned the tables, blaming her. The two worked together smoothly. Lin Lon helped by handing over branches and vines, while Su Yongchuan wrapped the branches tightly with vines. Just as it was getting dark, the treehouse was finished. As for Bai Cheng'en, he had only a small pile of branches behind him. If we don't work harder, it will be completely dark soon. When the forest gets dark, it's a good time for wild animals to hunt, Lin Lon said softly, glancing at the sky. Hearing this, Bai Cheng'en almost swung his axe, so hard it looked like a shadow. He forgot about the blisters on his hands. Compared to life, what are blisters? Su Yongchuan's eyes were deep. Who cares? If you don't have the skills, don't try to do things beyond your ability. You're just a bookworm, and you dare to go deep into the mountains? You're overestimating yourself. I just want to find some valuable herbs, he said. His family was already in debt to pay for his studies. With the exam coming up, everyone was worried sick. He really couldn't bear to see them struggle. So, after reading a few miscellaneous books, he thought he might try his luck in the mountains. But neither of the others paid attention to him. Lin Lan took out some scallion pancakes and a bamboo tube from her basket. Eat up, rest well after washing. This is tiger territory. With the tiger here, other animals probably won't dare to come. Tiger? Tigers are not dead, are they? Bai Chang'an stammered. Thinking of the tiger's fierce face, he couldn't help but shiver. In the afternoon, if he hadn't run into Su Yongchuan by chance, he might have become the tiger snack. Lin Lan rolled her eyes at him. Who told you tigers are dead? I tell you, not only are they alive, but they also have a litter of tiger cubs. TSK. When hunting, the mother tiger leads her cubs. It's quite impressive. Lin Lan, we're staying here tonight. It might not be safe. Maybe we should go down the mountain. Bai Chang'an trembled all over. Just thinking about the scene she described, he couldn't even hold his knife steadily. What do you mean, we? Are we that close? Bai Chang'an. Aren't they pretty familiar? If I were you, I'd use your energy for chopping firewood instead of talking. The forest was about to turn completely dark, and at that time, it would be hard to see anything. The tiger might come out with its family. Before she finished speaking, Bai Chang'an suddenly looked very pale. Dealing with one tiger was already difficult, not to mention a whole group of tiger cubs. Su Yongchuan was really brave. Facing such a fierce tiger, he still dared to chase after it. Thinking of this, she felt even more respect for Su Yongchuan. All right, you've been running all afternoon. Now you still have the energy to talk to people? Aren't you tired? Su Yongchuan, stop being sarcastic, Lin Lan said softly. She just wanted to scare Bai Chang'an, who was so irresponsible. Su Yongchuan moved closer to the treehouse, blocking Lin Lan's view as she tried to look outside.
Lin Lan.
Such a small-minded person. She took out some oil cakes and a water bottle from the basket and placed them in the middle of the treehouse. Eat something. As she opened the leaves, the smell of scallion pancakes spread out. Bai Chang'an swallowed a big mouthful of saliva, and his stomach was growling loudly. He wasn't just glancing at the trees. Su Yongchuan's tall figure was blocking Lin Lan and the food completely. Bai Chang'an could only accept his fate and start chopping wood. The two of them ate their pancakes and drank their water, completely ignoring everything else around them. When they had almost finished eating, only 2 pancakes remained on the leaves. Lin Lan rolled up the leaves and was about to throw them down. Su Yongchuan quickly grabbed them, peeled the leaves in a few bites, and then took the pancakes and stuffed them into his mouth.
Su Yongchuan, you. What? I'm hungry.
Can I eat a little more? Lin Lan rolled her eyes. You're so childish. She still had more than half a pancake left in her hand. She was full now, so she didn't mind. Do you dare to let another man eat what you left? Do you believe I'll get mad at you? Su Yongchuan's voice was low and steady, carried by the wind, with a hint of anger. Lin Lan raised her eyebrows. I tore it with my hands. There's no saliva on the pancake, so it's clean, but that's not allowed either. Lin Lan felt helpless. This person was really overbearing. I'm not giving it away for free. Our food was gained at great risk. Besides our foster parents and children, no one else should try to take advantage of us. Su Yongchuan's expression softened, even showing a hint of gentleness. He loved hearing that their family's grain was only used to support his parents and children. Once you say it, you have to do it. That pancake is for yourself. I'm full. Give it to me. Lin Lan widened her eyes. You've eaten so much and you're still not full? Is that even a stomach? I think it's a bucket. Su Yongchuan glared at her. Every grain is hard to come by. We can't waste it. Lin Lan pinched his palm. All right, don't be so petty. Haven't you seen how hungry people are? If a wild animal really comes, what will we do? Do you really want it to be eaten by a wild animal? The villagers, generations of them tightening their belts just to support a scholar. It's not easy. Be generous and stop arguing with others.
Su Jong Chun snot.
If it was anyone else, he wouldn't say much. But this person was Bai Chungin. They had even exchanged glances before. All right, stop glaring. It's just half a pancake. We'll let him pay it back double. Come on, toss it to him. Reluctantly, Su Yongchuan took the half pancake and threw it over. Remember, when you go back, you have to return it to us. Return it. I will pay back double. 10 times, Bai Chungin. He took the pancake and wolfed it down. After finishing, he asked, Su Yongchuan, can you help me build a treehouse? There were some branches piled on the ground, enough to make a shelter. But he had no experience living in the woods and didn't listen to instructions. The vines looked easy to handle, but he couldn't wrap them properly. As the sun was about to set, he grew anxious. You're still ordering me around? I saved your life, and now I'm in trouble. Su Yongchuan looked down at him with disdain, sneering. That small, thin frame could be blown away by a gust of wind. What was so likable about him? At most, his face was a little whiter than others. What kind of eyes do those women have? Bai Chungin kept waving his hands. No, I dare not command you. I'm sincerely asking for your advice. When I get down the mountain, I will thank you properly. Thank you. Come on, you scholars are just good at dangling carrots. Some people are even like donkeys, just falling for it. Lin Lan. Just say what you want to say. Why are you always staring at her? Bai Chungin naturally understood what he meant. His face turned red and then pale. Before, Lin Lan had been bothering him alone, but hadn't he been avoiding her all along? When the Lin family came to propose marriage, they also refused immediately. I'm not hanging around for fun or teasing anyone. Lin Lan gave Su Yongchuan a quick look. All right, go lend a hand. You heard the noise in the woods. If you're late, I'm not going. Su Yongchuan was reluctant to help another man. He simply leaned against the tree trunk, squinting his eyes, and stayed still. Lin Lan let out a sharp cry. Her temper was really getting worse. Fine, you won't go? Then I will. Lin Lan's eyes twitched as she pretended to jump down from the treehouse. Su Yongchuan quickly grabbed her wrist. Stop. Where are you going? Stay here and behave. Okay, I'll stay here. You go ahead. Lin Lan smiled slightly and sat on the edge of the treehouse, swinging her legs. I won't let you get away with this. With a leap, Su Yongchuan jumped down from the treehouse. He checked around and cursed. So stupid. After all this effort, you only managed to make a mess. What is this thing? Can it even hold you? Bai Chungin blushed deeply. I didn't do this. I don't know how to handle it. Why are you using your eyes? Can't you see that? Are you finished? Bai Chungin was stunned. What? Su Yongchuan waved his hand impatiently. Find a place to take care of your business. Bai Chungin blushed and went behind a big tree. When he came out, Su Yongchuan had already tied several branches together tightly. Bai Chungin hurried over, eager to help by passing materials. No need. You go up first. Huh? Just this little? I might not fit lying down. And I'm afraid I'll fall at night. What are you talking about? Just go up. You're so talkative. Helpless, Bai Chungin had no choice but to climb onto the branch. Carefully, he sat on the small treehouse, afraid of falling. Find a comfortable position. Bai Chungin was confused. He couldn't believe this thing could be comfortable at all. He could only try to sit up straight. Once Bai Chungin was seated properly, Su Yongchuan took a vine, wrapped it around several times, and tied him to a tree. Su Yongchuan, what are you doing? Bai Chungin struggled and shouted. He hoped Su wouldn't try to hurt him when no one was around. If I don't tie you up, what if you fall off tonight? If you hurt your head, how could you take the exam? Su rarely explained. But if you tie me to the tree, what if I want to get down? I've tied a slip knot. If you want to come down, just pull here. Su pointed to the knot. Lin Lan clicked her tongue. When men get petty, they can be even more stubborn than women. Then, Su smoothly turned around and climbed onto his own house. Su Yongchuan, you're really mean. Lin Lan silently said the last 3 words and gave him a big finger gesture. It's not what you think. We're all from the same village, Su said as he lay at the edge of the treehouse and patted the spot beside him. Lie down and rest. Not far away, Bai Qing'an listened to the sounds behind him, twitching his lips. Su intentionally tied him behind the tree, so he wouldn't face them directly. He could only hear sounds but not see anyone. Lin Lan took a thin blanket from her basket and covered both of them. Looking up, she could see a corner of the starry sky. Tonight, we can still see the stars. We've been climbing the mountain for so long, and this is the first time we've seen stars. It's so rare. The terrain here is high, and the tree we're sleeping in is the tallest around. It's normal to see stars, she said confidently, pulling him into her arms. Lin Lan shifted slightly and whispered, "Don't make trouble. Someone's here." "Where's someone?" "I don't see anyone." Lin Lan pressed her hand against her chest, creating a small distance. "Stay alert. Less fooling around. I didn't mean anything. I'm just annoyed." "Annoyed about what?" "We're innocent, and I'm right here. Don't cause trouble. This is tiger territory. What if something happens tonight?" "I'm counting on you." Lin Lan cupped his face and gently kissed him to soothe him. Her soft voice made his heart flutter. "Yes, I'll protect you. Don't worry," Su said, calming down. He held her, and his voice was low and husky. "Sleep now." The distant murmuring turned into snoring, but Bai Qing'an didn't sleep all night. He had never spent a night outdoors before, and this place was the territory of tigers. His hand stayed on the knot of the vine, afraid that a tiger might suddenly jump out from somewhere. When the first rays of dawn broke into the forest, Lin Lan finally opened his eyes. "What's the time now?" "Probably morning time." "Su Yongchuan, I picked some fruit. Can you see if it's edible?" Bai Qing'an's voice came from below the tree. "Why do you look like that?" Lin Lan looked only briefly before pulling his head back. Yesterday, Bai Qing'an looked like a thin, studious young man, messy but still neat. Today, his worn-out robe had become tattered, hanging on him like a beggar's clothes. His hair was messy, with grass and leaves stuck in it, looking like a chicken coop. More importantly, his eyes were dark with black circles, bloodshot, and he had some greenish stubble on his chin, looking very untidy. If they hadn't been staying in the forest all along, Lin Lan almost thought he had turned into someone else. He no longer looked like a clean, scholarly young man. I didn't sleep all night last night," Bai Qing'an said, trembling with fear. Being in the wild made him very uneasy. And to be honest, he was so hungry he couldn't sleep. The whole day, he had only drunk a bowl of porridge in the morning and eaten half a pancake at night. He was so hungry that his stomach kept cramping. As soon as the first light appeared in the sky, he untied the vine and jumped down from the tree. He slipped into the bushes and picked some wild fruit. "Can you see if these are edible?" Su Yongchuan glanced at them. "These fruits are poisonous. Don't eat them." Hearing that, Bai Qing'an quickly threw the fruit away. What a waste, he had done all that work and even tore his robe. Su Yongchuan pointed in a direction. "It's dawn now. Let's go down the mountain." "No, I want to stay with you," Lin Lan asked. "You still want to come with us?" "I'm afraid to go alone. The forest is too dangerous." "All right, Su Yongchuan, let's take him part of the way," Lin Lan said. "We can also go to the cave to restock supplies." "Thank you," Bai Qing'an said happily. "Let's go see if the tiger is dead first." The two people went around the cave. The tiger sensed a human presence and came out confidently. When it saw them, it froze in place, staring blankly. "All right, let's go. We're all fine here," said Su Yongchuan. He quickly noticed something at the cave entrance. Lin Lan was focused on the tiger and didn't notice anything else. The tiger's wounds had healed, scabs forming over the cuts. It looked healthy, probably because it had taken some medicine. Su Yongchuan quietly held something he had never seen before in his hand. They returned to the place where they had been earlier. Bai Qing'an was waiting anxiously. When they arrived, he hurried over with a happy look. Su Yongchuan was very cold and said, "Let's go down the mountain." The descent went mostly smoothly, except for a small problem on the way. In a dense part of the forest, Lin Lan looked up at Bai Qing'an's head, serious. "Bai Qing'an, don't move. Don't move at all." Then she looked at Su Yongchuan. "Take action, Bai Qing'an. They might try to secretly hurt him when no one is around. The mountain is tall and full of trees, so even if something happens, no one might find out. Su Yongchuan looked serious. He drew his bow and aimed an arrow directly at Bai Qing'an's head. Su Yongchuan, no, Bai Qing'an's legs went weak, and he almost kneeled. Suddenly, a whoosh sound. An arrow shot past his scalp, leaving a warm, smelly liquid behind. There was also something cold and smooth hanging over his head. Su Yongchuan, what? What is that? Bai Qing'an sat down hard on the ground, realizing they were shooting at something. A snake. A very poisonous snake. A snake? Oh my gosh. Bai Qing'an jumped up suddenly, darting through the bushes, over tree stumps and small hills, shouting as he ran. Snake. There's a snake. Help! Lin Lan rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Su Yongchuan crossed his arms. The snake is wrapped around your head. Why are you running? On my head? Bai Qing'an rolled his eyes and looked like he was about to faint. I can't carry you down the mountain. I just checked the tiger's den, and the tiger looks lively and strong. If you can't walk, Bai Qing'an bit his tongue, forced his eyelids to open as they were closing, and with a crying tone said, Su Yongchuan, can you help me get the snake down? Don't cry. Bai Qing'an quickly swallowed his tears. Then, he leaned his messy head close to Su Yongchuan. Su Yongchuan, looking annoyed, took the snake off his head and clicked his tongue. This snake is poisonous. You're lucky. If it bites you, even medicine might not save you. Bai Qing'an felt his body grow weaker. Finally reaching the water pool, Su Yongchuan waved his hand. Go ahead. We're outside the mountain now, so there's no danger. Bai Qing'an bowed to thank him. Su Yongchuan, thank you. Then, he looked in the direction of Lin Lan with a complicated expression. Su Yongchuan quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his view. You don't want to leave, right? No, I will go now. Bai Qing'an hurriedly left the mountain. Wu Qianyun was sitting by the window, embroidering. She watched the person coming down the mountain and rubbed her eyes hard. The person's robe was hanging in strips, his hair was messy like a chicken coop, with green, red, and yellow strands scattered on his head. His eye sockets were deep, and he had a scruffy beard. Is this still a scholar? Brother Qing'an, what happened to you? Did something difficult happen? Bai Qing'an forced a smile. I wanted to pick some wild vegetables on the mountain, but I accidentally fell. He didn't want to tell anyone about his unlucky experience. Wu Qianyun felt her perfect image of a scholar shattered. Just picking some wild vegetables turned him into this? But looking at his hands, there was no sign of vegetables. It seemed this person was really good at nothing but studying. His mother's words made sense. Brother Qing'an, you should go back now and wash up. Bai Qing'an knew, without looking, that he must look very embarrassed now. He waited until he saw him walk far away before Wu Qianyun regained her composure. On the mountain, Lin Lan kept watching the direction Bai Qing'an was coming down. Su Yongchuan, with a dark face and anger in his voice, said, They're almost home, and you're still watching. Should I carry you back so you can see enough? Su Yongchuan, don't block me. She reached out to push him away. Su Yongchuan, angry, quickly pulled her into his arms, holding her head to stop her from looking around. Lin Lan, don't be too much. Before we get married, you promised me that you would. All that nonsense. Su Yongchuan, there's something good on that tree. It's probably a lingji mushroom, Su Yongchuan.
Ah.
She wasn't actually looking at a scholar. She felt embarrassed. He immediately let go of her and looked in the direction she pointed. On the dried-up tree trunk, a small dark purple object was growing. Go pick it. Okay. Su Yongchuan quickly climbed the tree, reached out and plucked the thing. Then, with a happy face, he said, It's lingji. After all the times we've been here, how come we didn't see it before? Lin Lan rolled her eyes at him, took the lingji, and carefully wrapped it in a cloth. Then she put it into her basket. People say women are unpredictable, but I think some men change their faces even more than women do. Look, just now you were furious, almost ready to strangle someone. Now you're smiling like a flower. TSK, your face changes so much, Su Yongchuan. I just misunderstood earlier. I thought, and I didn't mean to hurt you. Even if he wanted to hurt someone, it would be that man.
Why?
Do you think I liked that guy? Lin Lan curled her lips, with a hint of sarcasm. She never liked that scholar. Honey, Su Yongchuan scratched his head. Why are you just standing here? Do you want to starve me? I'm going to gather wild chickens by the pond. We'll make beggar's chicken. You're tired, so go rest in the cave first. Su Yongchuan picked up a wild chicken and strode toward the pond. Don't forget to bring back some wild vegetables. Eating only meat gets boring. Got it. Lin Lan went alone to the cave, set up a pot, lit a fire, and washed some rice to cook a small pot of millet porridge. Darling, look at this. What is it? Su Yongchuan's voice came from afar. It sounded like he had found something good. What did you find? Su Yongchuan hurried over, opened his waist pouch, and revealed. It was a turtle. I went to open the chicken cage, as usual, thinking I'd just catch some small fish and shrimp. But unexpectedly, I caught a big one today. Sure enough, heaven doesn't forget kind people.
What are you talking about?
That has nothing to do with heaven. You made porridge. It smells really good. It's because you're hungry, so everything seems tasty. Su Yongchuan smiled, took out some flint, and buried the roasted chicken. When the porridge was ready, Lin Lan boiled water to wash vegetables. After finishing breakfast, the sun was high in the sky almost noon. After eating, the two went to the cave for a nap. The man lay lazily on the wooden board, one leg bent high, looking relaxed and carefree. Lin Lan remembered last night and felt annoyed. She found a soft spot and pinched hard. Su Yongchuan let out a cry. Wow, you're really full, and you're pretty strong. Are you having a crazy fit? Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. Last night really made me mad. You helped him, and you even ordered me to do chores for him.
I don't feel good about it.
Who helped him? We're neighbors. Do you really think something bad will happen to him?
Su Jong-chun.
The answer was no. Lin Lan said, besides, I only gave him half a pancake. I'm not giving him anything for free. He promised to return the favor twice as much.
Look at how petty you are.
Su Yongchuan snorted coldly, stubbornly saying, no man would be generous in this situation, unless he's not really a man. Still refusing to admit defeat.
Angrily, Lin Lan squat harder, making Su Jong-chun grima.
Stop pinching, it's swelling. If I take off my clothes, people will start to think weird things. What's there to guess? And can't you just wear your clothes properly? Even if I'm hot, I shouldn't go shirtless? That's too bossy. I don't care. Tell me, will you keep doing this in the future? Of course. Su Yongchuan pinched her wrist, causing Lin Lan's hand to go numb, and she unconsciously let go. I can't stand it. If you dare to flirt with others again, just watch how I deal with you. Who's flirting with him? Su Yongchuan, be clear about what you're saying. And how did you manage that? If I couldn't do this much, how could I come back safely? Su Yongchuan swung his leg comfortably. They fell asleep together. In the last moment, Su Yongchuan suddenly stopped. You sleep first. I'll go wash up. Lin Lan squinted her eyes. This wasn't the first time she had seen this kind of situation. Su Yongchuan, if you dare step out that door, don't come back. Su Yongchuan. He hesitated briefly, then sat back on the wooden plank. Lin Lan looked at the mountain wall. Why? Su Yongchuan remained silent. Suddenly, she noticed something slightly reflective. Lin Lan's sharp eyes immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the medicine she threw into the tiger's den? But now, only a small plastic piece remained. How did this get here? Quietly, Lin Lan reached out, trying to hide the object in her space. Suddenly, Su Yongchuan spoke. That's the reason. What? Lin Lan withdrew her hand. This is the thing you threw into the tiger's den. Su Yongchuan, with his hands behind his head, looked at her with a calm gaze. Lin Lan's eyes darkened.
You
saw everything. Su Yongchuan nodded. Yes, I saw it clearly. Lin Lan felt a bit lost on how to explain. Are you related to the tiger? Is that why you won't let me kill it? Lin Lan's mouth twitched. Her imagination was quite wild.
What?
I'm not a mother tiger. Then what are you? Some kind of spirit. I'm human. I'm just a person, not a spirit. But you suddenly produce things out of nowhere. And there are many things we don't understand. Most importantly, you even make ghostly noises. Lin Lan. Ghostly noises? Who's making ghost sounds? Was she being scolded? That night, when you scared me with your runny nose, Su Yongchuan reminded her. Su Yongchuan, are you following me? And pretending to be drunk, Lin Lan slowly turned to look at him. I'm just worried about you. I don't want anything to happen to you, a young woman. He also wanted to see what she was really up to.
Lin Lan sighed.
Su Yongchuan, I am really human. Then are you Lin Lan? Yes and no. I knew I was right. When did you realize? Su Yongchuan thought for a moment. Probably when we were in the river. At that time, when you opened your eyes, you asked me 3 questions. Where am I? What is this place? Who are you? I answered each one, and then you fainted. At that time, I thought you were not Lin Lan, or maybe you had amnesia. But later events proved you hadn't lost your memory, so there was only one possibility. You are not Lin Lan. Since there was only Lin Lan in the river at that time, I suspected some kind of spirit or creature had possessed her.
Lin Lan.
Your thinking is quite sharp. Then why would you still marry me? Aren't you afraid I might be a mischievous spirit that drinks people's life force? Lin Lan opened her hand, making a playful clawing gesture. I'm just a simple villager, with nothing special. Why would I be afraid? If there really were a spirit, it would be at a disadvantage. Su Yongchuan lay back on the wooden plank. In stories, some spirits come to repay kindness. Are you one of those? Dream on. You're a hunter. How many animals do you kill in a year? When you find injured animals, you either eat them or sell them. Where's the kindness in that? Cough, cough. Actually, I do good deeds sometimes. Like what? Our profession has a rule. If we find a young animal, we have to set it free. After joking around a bit, Su Yongchuan got serious again. So, what exactly is your situation? Lin Lan sighed. It was quite tiring to keep things hidden. All right, I'll tell you everything. It's not called a ghost scream, but a voiceover, similar to your mouth acting out sounds. Then, Lin Lan explained her background slowly. I am Lin Lan, but I am not Lin Lan. After a moment, Su Yongchuan said, So, you come from the future. Very perceptive. In our time, technology is highly advanced, and there's a big explosion of information. Lin Lan briefly told him about modern things. Honey, can I see that white light? Lin Lan smiled. With a thought, her phone appeared in her hand. This is called a phone. The white light is emitted by it. We use it for entertainment, to contact friends, gather knowledge, and more. Since there was no internet, she couldn't demonstrate fully, but she showed him the flashlight function. Su Yongchuan picked up the phone and looked at it curiously, clearly very interested. He even tried to produce the white light. Lin Lan attempted to put a turtle into her space, but unfortunately, her space couldn't hold living creatures. Naturally, she couldn't take Su Yongchuan into her space to see it. I wanted to take you into my space to see, but it seems I can't do that now. This space belonged only to her. It's okay. I'm relieved knowing you're human, Su Yongchuan said as he threw his phone aside and rushed forward, his eyes burning with intensity. Su Yongchuan, you're not. I'm not afraid of you. Even if you're a magical creature, I don't fear you. I'm just worried. What if you're not really human after all? Then I might have to carry a little bunny, a small tiger, or a tiny fox when I go out. What if it runs everywhere? Where would I find it?